Why does my head feel so heavy? Arthur groaned, a wave of discomfort wrapping around his skull like a vice. Dizziness washed over him as he struggled to open his eyes, the world appearing blurry and distorted. The moment he did, an intense light assaulted his senses, forcing him to shield his eyes with his hand. After a few moments of adjustment, he dared to reopen them. What greeted him was astonishing, a massive, crystal chandelier glimmering above him in opulent splendor. That's odd. I don't remember having such an extravagant chandelier in my rundown apartment, Arthur muttered, confusion flashing across his face. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his head. He clutched at it desperately as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It felt as if someone had struck him with a baseball bat, an intense, tearing agony that left him rolling on the floor, drenched in perspiration. What on earth is happening? Arthur cursed, clutching his head as an overwhelming surge of foreign information flooded his mind. It felt as if his skull was about to split apart from the sheer volume of data. Ugh, he groaned in agony, rolling on the floor, sweat pouring from him like a waterfall. Despite losing consciousness, his body continued to spasm and twitch, a testament to the pain he was enduring. About 10 minutes later, Arthur's eyes fluttered open again. What was that all about? He muttered weakly, attempting to sit up. Hiss, a sharp pain shot through him when he tried to sit up, leaving him feeling as fragile as glass, like he had been hit by a freight train. His breath quickened, sweat broke out anew as confusion washed over him. Damn it, what is really happening? Arthur whispered in disbelief. He couldn't remember doing anything that would cause such excruciating pain. Just last night, he had been in his apartment working late into the night on some files for his manager. But now, why was he sprawled on the floor? And that luxurious chandelier hanging above him surprised him, as well as before he didn't remember having such a chandelier. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, he finally noticed additional foreign memories in his brain, which surprised him a little. Hurriedly closing his eyes momentarily, he sifted through it all until realization dawned upon him. When he opened his eyes again, shock rendered him speechless. A blank look settled across his face. Transmigrated. The words slipped from his lips in disbelief before confusion morphed into astonishment. Did I just travel through time and end up in this body? And did I just die? The revelation struck him hard, not with overwhelming horror, but rather with a sense of surprise. He didn't expect just to do like that in front of his computer. Just last night, Arthur had been glued to his computer screen, pushing through endless files for an important presentation due tomorrow. But how did it come to this? As reality set in further, something else piqued his curiosity. After several moments lost in thought, Arthur shook himself back to reality and managed a bittersweet smile. Well, that's not something you see every day. He took a deep breath and reflected on what this could mean for him. At least I didn't die completely. I got a second chance at life. Emotions welled up within him as memories of his past flooded back, memories tinged with sadness and loss. In his previous life, Arthur faced unimaginable hardship. At just 16, he lost both of his parents in a tragic train accident. As their only child, he was thrust into a world of solitude, with relatives unwilling to take him in. Left to navigate life on his own, he relied on government subsidies and the meager inheritance left behind by his parents. His existence was painfully ordinary. No remarkable talents or traits set him apart from anyone else. From high school through university, every experience felt mundane and unremarkable. When he was in university, the government stopped providing him with all the subsidies and benefits because he was already 18 years old. So he had to start working part-time. He had many part-time jobs, working and studying at the same. Life wasn't easy on him at all. He didn't even have the time to experience what university life would at all. All his time was spent on studying, on working part-time. After graduation, Arthur faced rejection from 40 different companies before finally landing a job at an average company to work in. He became what many would call a glorious corporate slave, waking up at 7:00 a.m. and clocking out at 9:00 p.m., often working overtime just to keep up. For 5 long years, Arthur's life revolved around work. His social circle barely exceeded 5 fingers. Weekends were spent alone rather than enjoying the company of friends or romantic partners. He doesn't even friends, much less to hang out with them. His routine was monotonous, early mornings filled with roadside food for breakfast before diving back into the grind of office life. As if things couldn't get worse, pressure mounted when his department manager demanded he complete a report for the monthly presentation. For 7 consecutive days, Arthur worked tirelessly, mornings in the office followed by late-night sessions at home that stretched for hours. Exhausted but determined, he pushed himself until his body finally couldn't stand it, gave out under the strain. And just like that, he died. But instead of fading away into nothingness, something extraordinary happened. He found himself transmigrated into a new body. Thinking up to here, a lot of complex and mixed emotions filled his eyes. Although he died and got transmigrated into a new body, he realized this could be the fresh start he had always dreamed of, a chance to escape the shackles of an ordinary life and embrace something extraordinary. Ding system binding 10, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Congratulations, host. The strongest family system has been bound. A cold yet neutral voice echoed in Arthur's mind. A system. Now that's something to be excited about. A slight smile crept onto the corners of Arthur's mouth, and his eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. After all, in his previous life had been a monotonous cycle of work with little to fill the void in his heart. But there was one thing that brought him joy: reading online novels. They were his escape, filling the emptiness and adding a dash of entertainment to his otherwise dull existence. So when he heard the system notification echoing in his mind, he wasn't shocked. Instead, he felt a rush of excitement. This meant he had a chance to start anew in this unfamiliar body. System, are you there? Arthur asked eagerly but cautiously within his thoughts. Yes, host. The strongest family system is at your service. The voice was cold and neutral. Yes, Arthur clenched his fist as excitement danced in his eyes. But then it hit him. Something felt off about the name of the system. System, what do you mean by strongest family system? He hurriedly questioned. Yes, you heard correctly. I am indeed the strongest family system. The voice responded again with that same neutrality. Arthur's lips twitched as disbelief washed over him. I think there's been a mistake. You must mean something cooler like strongest black technology system or something. Please check again. His eyes gleamed with hope as he awaited confirmation that would validate his wishful thinking, but disappointment quickly followed. No, host, the system is not mistaken about its name. It is indeed called the strongest family. Arthur slumped back in shock, speechless. I think you're bound to the wrong person, he muttered weakly. Host, I suggest you delve into the foreign memories that have recently been implanted in your mind. The system remained silent for a moment before continuing. Huh, what do you mean? Arthur was taken aback by this revelation and felt utterly confused. With curiosity, he closed his eyes and began exploring those foreign memories swirling within him. About 10 minutes later, he opened them slowly. His lips quivered and eyes trembled with realization. Pantera. Parallel world, I'm in a new world. I traveled through to another world. He struggled to comprehend everything unfolding around him. Initially believing he'd simply transitioned into another body on Earth after death, Arthur now understood that upon dying, his soul had traveled to an entirely different realm, a world vastly unlike Earth itself. Firstly, Pantera is 10 times larger than Earth. That means Pantera had a surface area of approximately 510 billion square kilometers, and the population is 10 times larger as well, meaning there are about 80 to 100 billion people living in Pantera alone. Hiss. Arthur took in a long, deep breath as he was deeply shocked by the sheer size of Pantera, and its population. His eyes were filled with deep shock. This new world called Pantera is an expansive land far beyond anything he'd known before. While both worlds shared similar technological levels with no advanced black technologies, but Pantera technologies 2 to 5 years ahead of Earth, they differed significantly otherwise. Pantera boasted 12 continents compared to Earth's 7. Each continent was larger than those on Earth. Orlaia Zephyria Verdania Noctis, Solara Aquarian Urindor, Frostara Ignis Lunara Crystallia, Umbra. These are the 12 continents on Pantera, each continent having its own different countries, culture, languages, and may more. Each continent had its own very powerful nations. Apart from these powerful nations or countries, there are also world governments, such as the Pantera Council, a governing body composed from the representatives from each continent responsible for maintaining world peace and coordinating global initiatives. Another thing that makes Pantera different from Earth is that apart from its sheer size and population, the culture of Pantera is also vastly different to Earth. In fact, they are not on the same scale at all. And also the history of Pantera is also very different from Earth. According to the history of Pantera, it was formed by the collision of supercontinents, creating a planet of diverse ecosystem and vast resources. Pantera is divided into 5 eras: the ancient era pre-10,000 BCE, classical era 10,000 BCE 500 CE, medieval era 5,001,500 CE, industrial revolution era 15,002,000 CE, and finally the modern era 2000 CE present. Each era brought the development and significant changes to Pantera, shaping it to its current situation. Its culture is also very diverse. Pantera also had its own festivals, and the like on Earth there is Christmas, Easter, Chinese New Year, etc. Pantera also had its festivals and celebrations, art and entertainment, music, diverse ethnic groups, thousands of them, food, and many more, making it very unique. And currently the continent Arthur is in, the Orlaia continent. The Orlaia continent is the 3rd largest continent on Pantera, and the most powerful country in the Orlaia continent, the Aurelian Federation, and the capital is called Neo Luminara, an international cosmopolitan city where the continent technological and economic situation is the strongest, where all elites, talents from all walks of life, huge corporate companies, and political of the continent is centered. Arthur took in a deep breath as he was quite shocked by the information in his mind. He didn't expect there would be such a world. And according to the information, he is currently possessing the body of person with the same first name Arthur, but a different surname or family name. The body he is currently possessing is called Arthur Osborne, and the reason this Arthur died was due to overdrinking himself in alcohol, which allow him to successfully possess this body. Looking through the memories of this body, Arthur learned this guy drunk himself to death because of his parents also died, but that's not all. Another factor that contributed to his death is the pressure from work. Arthur was speechless when he realized this. It seems both of them died due to the same thing, work. But Arthur died due to overworking, and his body couldn't take it anymore. But this Arthur died not because his manager pressured him, but because his company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Arthur's mind raced as he grappled with the shocking truth of his situation. He had discovered that the previous Arthur had succumbed to despair after losing both of his parents and facing the impending collapse of their family business. Overwhelmed by grief, he locked himself in his room, drowning his sorrows in alcohol until it ultimately led to his demise. In a twist of fate, this tragic end allowed Arthur's soul to take possession of this new body. As he processed this revelation, Arthur felt a mix of disbelief and sorrow. "I never imagined I would inherit such a heavy burden," he muttered under his breath, shaking his head as he delved deeper into the memories left behind. After some time, a spark ignited in his eyes. Wow, this guy's family is massive. The Osborne family boasted around 50 members, albeit a loadier clan within the Aurelian Federation. While they were relatively small compared to other families in Neo-Luminara, the capital of Ailia, they still wielded enough influence to maintain their wealth through various businesses and properties. Tragically, just 2 months ago, Arthur's father, head of the Osborne family, and mother died in a horrific accident when their car was struck by a reckless drunk driver. Although the authorities deemed it an accident due to lack of evidence for foul play, Arthur sensed something sinister lurking beneath the surface. He believed it was no mere coincidence that disaster struck immediately after their deaths. With their patriarch gone, the Osborne group lost its backbone and quickly spiraled into chaos as banks and creditors closed in for repayment. Suppliers severed ties, and partners withdrew support. Their entire financial structure crumbled overnight. Recently graduated and thrust into leadership at such a young age, Arthur felt crushed under the weight of responsibility. If not for the unwavering support from his uncles and aunties during this turmoil, he might have completely broken down. Yet even with their help, selling off properties and assets just to keep afloat, financial stability remained elusive. Overwhelmed by pressure and despair, Arthur retreated into isolation for 3 days with nothing but bottles for company until death claimed him. "Egg, this is too unfortunate." He sighed heavily with pity in his eyes as he reflected on this life that began with such promise yet ended so tragically. But why does it all feel so orchestrated? Suddenly alert to the strange sequence of events surrounding him, his parents, untimely deaths followed by an immediate financial siege on their company, he couldn't shake off the feeling that someone was pulling strings from behind the scenes. Who could possibly want to target the Osborne family? Confusion clouded his thoughts as he sifted through memories searching for potential enemies or rivals who might harbor ill intentions against them. In truth, families like the Osborne family often made enemies through competition. However, identifying any specific adversary responsible for this calamity proved elusive. Arthur couldn't shake the feeling that the tragic death of his parents was no mere accident. The troubles plaguing the Osborne family felt orchestrated, as if someone was deliberately targeting them. He narrowed his eyes, lost in thought, trying to piece together who would want to harm the Osbornes. After a few moments of fruitless contemplation, he shook his head in frustration. "I need to solve this mystery quickly," he mused. "If they've already killed my parents and are intent on destroying the Osborne group, I can't afford to be their next victim. I just arrived in this world, I don't want to die again." Suddenly, the cold voice of the system interrupted his thoughts. "Host, do you now understand your current situation?" Startled, Arthur jolted back to reality at the sound of the system's voice. "Yeah, I get it," he replied with a bitter smile as he rubbed his nose. "So system," he asked curiously, "what exactly are your functions?" "As my name suggests, I am the strongest family system. My primary function is to assist you in building the strongest family in Pantera. Tasks will be assigned periodically, and you will receive rewards upon completion." Arthur quickly grasped that this system was designed to help him elevate the Osborne family into a formidable force. After all, power is best shared rather than hoarded alone. Reflecting on recent events, the loss of his parents and the precarious state of their company, he felt grateful for his uncles, aunts, and cousins who had rallied around him during this dark time. When he hit rock bottom, none of them turned their backs. Instead, they offered unwavering support. Some even sold off their assets to help pay down debts. The entire Osborne clan had squeezed into one mansion, the last remnant of their once thriving estate, creating an environment that felt both cramped and cozy. What struck Arthur most was how there were no power struggles among family members. Since his parents' passing, not one person had brought up choosing a new family head. They were all focused on stabilizing the company together. This sense of unity warmed Arthur's heart, a stark contrast to the greediness he experienced among relatives in his previous life. This was what true family meant: loyalty and support. He clenched his fist tightly and made a silent vow. He would transform the Osborne family into an influential powerhouse as repayment for their kindness during his darkest hour. A smile crept onto Arthur's face as he pondered this commitment. It's strange how quickly IV adapted to being part of the Osborne family, he thought with confusion. Although possessing this body meant living within its memories and emotions, he hadn't expected such comfort or attachment towards them so soon. Arthur shook his head, pushing aside the swirling thoughts that threatened to overwhelm him. At least I have a good family in this world, he reminded himself, a small smile creeping onto his face. Suddenly, the cold voice from the system sounded, breaking the moment of reflection. Host, would you like to receive the Family Development Beginner gift package? His heart raced with excitement as he quickly replied, of course. With anticipation bubbling inside him, he opened the package, eager to see what surprises awaited. Host, would you like to receive the Family Development Beginner gift package? His heart raced with excitement as he quickly replied, of course. With anticipation bubbling inside him, he opened the package, eager to see what surprises awaited. The Family Development Beginner gift package have been opened. 10 million Unicrids in family development funds have been rewarded, and a piece of stock information note. The family development funds can only be used to develop and grow the family. It has been transferred into the host PNB, which stands for Pantera National Bank account. The personal panel have been opened. Looking at these system gift package, Arthur was quite excited when he looked at the huge amount of money rewarded. 10 million Unicrids. Unicrids is the currency in Pantera. In Pantera, the currency is completely unified. All countries in this world use the same currency, which is Unicrid, which was issued by the World Council a century ago. Its exchange rate is 10 times more than the US dollar back on Earth, which means this 10 million Unicrids can be exchanged for $100 million back on Earth previously. Such an amount might not have thrilled him. After all, the Osborne Group was valued in the hundreds of millions, with annual revenues soaring into tens of millions. But now, facing bankruptcy, this financial boost felt like a lifeline, one that could alleviate their burdens and even settle outstanding debts. Arthur's curiosity piqued at the mention of stock information. Although he wasn't well-versed in stock speculation, he knew it could be crucial for their recovery. Wait, will this stock information just download into my brain? He suddenly wondered aloud. Correct, host. I will transfer the information directly into your mind. Great, Arthur replied with a shake of his head before diving into his system panel. Personal panel host, Arthur Osborne. Identity, head of the Osborne family. Age, 22. Three-dimensional attributes, strength, 8. Intelligence, 12. Speed, 6. Family panel. Family, Osborne family. Family level 1, founding family. Family halo, loyal to the family. Family influence points FIP, 1150 points. 10,000 points. Family members, 55 people. Loyalty over 90 means they would sacrifice their lives for the family. Family industry, Osborne Group, Osborne Real Estate Company. Family assets, 10 million Unicrid. System mall, locked. Arthur absorbed this information with satisfaction. System, what exactly are family influence points? He asked. Family influence points represent how prestigious and influential your family is. More prestige equals more power. So only FIP can upgrade our system and enhance our family's strength, Arthur queried further. Correct. Currently, the Osborne family has only 1150 FIP but needs 10,000 FIP to reach the next level. Got it, Arthur nodded thoughtfully. And what about family level? The family level is current rank or level. The Osborne family is ranked according to the system calculation, but add the family influence continues to expand and become more powerful than the Osborne family would ranked up as well. Note, the family ranking is tied to the number of FIP. The family has the system quickly explained in its usual cold and emotionless voice. Good, Arthur nodded, a smile creeping onto his lips as he absorbed the information. He closed the system panel and took a moment to survey his surroundings. The room he was now in was nothing short of magnificent, a bedroom that dwarfed his modest apartment back on Earth. In the center stood a massive bed, flanked by an enormous TV mounted on the wall opposite. The floor gleamed with white marble tiles that exuded luxury, while a grand wardrobe loomed nearby. Above him, a stunning chandelier cast a warm glow over the entire space. It was clear this bedroom was both spacious and luxurious. However, as Arthur's eyes roamed around, they landed on mountains of scattered bottles strewn across the floor. The room was in disarray, and an overpowering smell of alcohol filled the air enough to make him wrinkle his nose in distaste. In his previous life on Earth, he had never been fond of drinking. In fact, he despised the very scent of alcohol. Even this Arthur, the one he now inhabited his body, had never experienced drinking before. Shaking off his discomfort, Arthur stood up and made his way into the lavish bathroom. Approaching the large mirror, he gazed at his reflection in disbelief. This guy is really handsome. He grinned at himself. Compared to his former self back on Earth, ordinary and plain, this Arthur radiated charm with striking features. A strong symmetrical jawline, full lips that seemed sculpted to perfection, and piercing blue eyes that shimmered like gemstones against thick dark lashes. His skin glowed with health. Tall at nearly 6 feet 2 inches 1.89 meters, he had a well-proportioned physique, not overly muscular but undeniably fit with dark brown hair accented by subtle natural highlights. Damn, I'm really handsome. Arthur chuckled narcissistically as he struck poses in front of the mirror. After shaking off those thoughts, he hopped into the shower for a refreshing cleanse. 30 minutes later, standing before another full-length mirror dressed in fresh attire, a pair of casual white jeans paired with a crisp white shirt and topped off with a sleek black blazer, he felt ready to take on anything life threw at him. A small gold cross-shaped necklace adorned his neck, while stylish white sneakers completed the look. Now that looks better, he nodded in satisfaction before heading out of his room, located on the 3rd floor of this mansion. As he descended the stairs towards the living room, an unexpected voice interrupted him. "Master Arthur, you finally decided to come out from your room." Arthur turned around sharply to see where it came from. A man in his 40s stood just a few meters away from him, dressed impeccably in a sleek butler suit complemented by shining black leather shoes and sporting a fine mustache along with neatly combed black hair. The man gives off an elegant and mature temperament, especially his eyes, which were pitch black like the night sky. Arthur stood before the man who had been a constant presence in his life, instinctively calling out, "Alfred." The figure before him was none other than Alfred, the devoted butler of the Osborne family. Having served Arthur's father until his passing, Alfred now dedicated himself to the entire family residing in their mansion. "Master Arthur," Alfred said in his deep, resonant voice, fixing Arthur with a steady gaze. "If you hadn't come out of your room soon, I would have had to summon the second master." The mention of Nathaniel, his strict yet caring second uncle, made Arthur feel a mix of affection and apprehension. Nathaniel had always been fond of him as a child, but commanded respect through his stern demeanor. Arthur managed an awkward smile and replied, "I'm fine, Alfred. Just dealing with some annoying matters at the company lately, so I had drunk a bottle one or two to unwind. Could you please ask the staff to tidy up my room?" "Of course, Master Arthur." Alfred nodded before heading off to make arrangements. As Arthur made his way to the dining hall, he was greeted by an extravagant breakfast spread that took his breath away. At the center of the grand room was a long marble table polished to perfection, set for the entire Osborne family. Exotic flowers adorned its surface, alongside crystal glassware and beautifully embroidered linen napkins. The breakfast itself was nothing short of luxurious: truffle-infused eggs scrambled with black truffle shavings and caviar on toasted brioche, a smoked salmon platter featuring wild-caught salmon from Aquarian paired with sea army fraiche and mini blinnies, cold-pressed juices made from exotic fruits like dragon fruit and golden kiwi garnished with edible gold flakes, and freshly baked artisan bread served with truffle butter. Staring at this lavish display left Arthur momentarily speechless. Damn. Is this how rich people eat breakfast? He muttered under his breath. If an outsider were to walk in right now, they'd never guess that this family was on the brink of bankruptcy. The luxuriousness is simply astounding. As he inhaled the alluring fragrances wafting from the table, his mouth watered at sights he'd never encountered before in his previous life on Earth. Taking a deep breath for courage, he settled into his seat at the head of the table as servants began serving him. Without hesitation, he dove into his meal with gusto, large mouthfuls that disregarded any semblance of etiquette. The servants exchanged amused glances as one chimed in playfully, "Master Arthur, slow down, the food won't run away." He waved her concern aside while gulping down another bite along with a sip of fresh juice. "I haven't eaten for 3 days. I'm really hungry and this is delicious. Then eat more." She encouraged cheerfully while signaling her fellow servants to bring more dishes. "By the way, where are the others?" Arthur asked the servant, curiosity evident in his voice. "All of them are out, master," the servant replied. "The first master, second master, and third master went out to find ways to gather more cash. The first miss and second miss are handling matters at the company. As for everyone else, those still in school are here, but the rest have already gone out to seek opportunities to help the company." Arthur paused, surprise flickering in his eyes. For a moment he forgot about the food before him. His heart swelled with warmth. He hadn't expected his entire family would rally together to find ways to earn money and pay off their debts. Gratitude washed over him as faint moisture gathered in his eyes. This was the family he had always dreamed of, united and loyal. Clenching his fist tightly, Arthur vowed silently that he would never let this family down. "Master, are you okay?" The servant's concerned voice broke through Arthur's thoughts. "I'm good," he replied, shaking off his deep contemplation and smiling at her. "What about my brother and sister? Where are they?" He thought for a moment before asking. "Master Collins is still in school, as is young Miss Emma. She just left for class," the servant answered. Arthur nodded faintly and resumed eating breakfast. According to his memories from before, he had two siblings, a younger brother named Collins who was in his third year of university and a younger sister who was a second-year high school student. Both were grieving their parents passing deeply. They wanted nothing more than to support their family while focusing on their studies and taking lessons that could benefit them all. With these thoughts weighing on him, Arthur sighed heavily and shook his head before continuing with breakfast, a swirl of complex emotions dancing in his eyes. A few minutes later, after finishing his meal, Arthur walked toward the garage. There stood a sleek supercar with gold accents and emerald green highlights, a breathtaking sight. Its aerodynamic shape seemed almost alive as it rested there like a majestic beast ready to awaken. "Damn, what a beautiful car," Arthur exclaimed as stars filled his eyes at its beauty. In comparison to cars like Ferrari or Lamborghini from his previous life, this Etha GT was on an entirely different level. Nothing could compare. According to previous memories of Arthur's life here, this car cost 10 million unicrids, and only 200 were produced each year across Aurelia. He remembered begging his father for an entire year before receiving it as a birthday gift when he turned 18. Initially intended for sale during tough financial times at their company, he had struggled to find buyers willing to pay what it was worth, but now he didn't need to sell it. With excitement bubbling within him, Arthur eagerly opened its butterfly doors and slid into the driver's seat. The advanced dashboard lit up around him with cutting-edge technology that made adrenaline surge through his body. As Arthur pressed the start engine button, the car erupted with a roar that echoed like a slumbering beast awakening from its slumber. The Etha GT transformed into a dazzling blue-silver streak, racing out of the mansion and onto the long asphalt road. Heads turned in unison. There was no denying it. This was a sight to behold. Pedestrians on the side of the road gawked with wide eyes, captivated by the shimmering blur zipping past them. "Wow, what a stunning car." One exclaimed, "What model is that?" Another wondered aloud, "I know, it's the Etha GT. Only 200 are produced each year in all of Aurelia, and they cost a whopping 10 million unicrids." Someone chimed in, "Seriously, that's outrageous. What kind of car demands such a price? The world of the wealthy is just so extravagant," another remarked, their voice tinged with envy as they watched Arthur's blue-silver streak glide effortlessly down the road. Arthur gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling exhilaration surge through him as buildings blurred into indistinct shapes around him. He was surprised by how comfortable he felt at such high speeds, and this wasn't even pushing the Etha GT to its limits. Fearful of attracting police attention, he held back from unleashing its full power. Moments later, Arthur made an elegant turn and came to a smooth stop in front of an impressive office building. With a flick of his wrist, he opened the butterfly door and stepped out, flashing a charming smile that caught the attention of several office ladies exiting nearby. Tossing his keys to a security guard with casual confidence, he strode into the building with his heart racing. "Damn, it feels incredible to be rich. I could get used to this." Inside, he hopped onto an elevator that whisked him up to the 60th floor, a feat accomplished in mere moments. The Osborne group occupied 3 floors here, from 57th to 60th, and as Arthur stepped off on his floor, he was greeted by employees clad in professional suits bustling about busily. "Good morning, President." They chorused warmly upon seeing him before quickly returning to their tasks. Arthur smiled and nodded back while curiously observing his surroundings. Despite an air of tension hinting at financial struggles within the company, everyone seemed dedicated and focused. This didn't resemble a company on the brink of bankruptcy at all. He felt proud. It demonstrated how seriously the Osbornes valued their team members' commitment. Without wasting any time, Arthur headed straight for the president's office. As he swung open the door, anticipation bubbled within him as he caught sight of a woman figure waiting inside. When Arthur stepped into the office, he was immediately struck by the sight of a young woman around 20 years old, dressed impeccably in a professional black suit and sleek high heels. She was diligently sorting through a stack of documents on the table. This was his cousin, Ashley Osborne, the second child of his second uncle. A true prodigy, Ashley had been skipping grades at an astonishing pace and graduated from Aurelia University, the top institution in the Aurelian Federation, at just 20 years old with a degree in business administration. After her graduation, she joined the Osborne group as his father's secretary. "Brother, you're here," Ashley exclaimed, turning to greet him with a warm smile that lit up her beautiful face. With snow-white skin, full lips, striking emerald green eyes, and cascading black hair that fell to her waist, she exuded an aura of confidence and elegance. Arthur smiled back and nodded at her before glancing at the mountain of documents on the table. Looks like you've been busy lately. Yeah, after all, someone decided to go into seclusion, she teased playfully while rolling her eyes at him. So I have to pick up his slack, heh. Sorry about that, Arthur chuckled sheepishly as he walked around the table and settled into one of the plush chairs across from her. So what's going on? Ashley's expression shifted to one of concern as she replied, well, it's not looking good at all. We've sold off all our companies. Only our real estate company is left. Currently, development on our land has come to a standstill because many other companies are eyeing it. Arthur frowned thoughtfully. Even after divesting most assets and properties, they still faced significant debts. Why don't we just sell off the land too? He suggested. We would have sold it by now if not for the ridiculously low offers we're getting. Ashley sighed in frustration. We bought that land for 20 million unicrids, but they want to buy it for only 15 million, especially Horizon Legacy Real Estate Group. Her voice turned bitter as she mentioned them. Huh, you mean that company owned by the Sterling family? Arthur raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's them. Ashley confirmed with a nod. How much did they actually offer? Arthur asked curiously. Can you believe they offered just 10 million? How can they do this? Ashley clenched her fists in anger. Taken aback momentarily, Arthur shook his head incredulously and sneered. If they think they can buy it for such a price, they're dreaming. In fact, he leaned forward decisively. We don't need to put that land up for sale anymore. We develop it ourselves. Huh, brother, what do you mean? Ashley asked, her beautiful face etched with confusion. We don't have the capital to develop the land. Where are we going to find the money for that? Worry about the funds. I've already taken care of it, Arthur replied casually, waving his hand dismissively. Ashley's eyes widened in surprise. What, is that true, brother? Arthur nodded, a smile playing on his lips. But then concern clouded Ashley's excitement. But brother, you didn't do anything illegal, right? Arthur was momentarily speechless at her reaction, but warmth surged in his heart at her protective instincts. No need to worry. This money comes from a legitimate source, he assured her. Relief washed over Ashley as she patted her chest. That's good. Ashley, Arthur continued, can you call Aunt Emily and second uncle for me? I heard they're at the company. I have something important to discuss. Akash nodded eagerly before hurrying out of the office, leaving Arthur alone with his thoughts. About 5 minutes later, a knock on the door startled him from his reverie. Come in, he called out. The door swung open to reveal two familiar faces alongside Ashley. One was Nathaniel Osborne, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a stern expression and square jawline that bore a striking resemblance to Arthur himself. The other was Emily Osborne, Arthur's first aunt, radiating confidence in her tailored office attire and red high heels. Second uncle, Aunt Emily. Arthur greeted them with a warm smile as he stood up. Emily chuckled lightly. Arthur, you finally decided to come out of your room. He scratched his head awkwardly while glancing at Nathaniel's serious demeanor. Nathaniel stepped forward with genuine concern etched on his face. How are you doing, Arthur? Are you all right? I'm good, Arthur replied confidently. Nathaniel nodded approvingly before asking, Ashley mentioned you wanted to see us. Arthur's expression shifted as he turned serious. Yes, he confirmed before looking directly at Emily. Aunt, how much do we owe the bank now? Emily took a breath before answering. Currently, there's a loan of 5 million unicrids from Nova Capital Bank, but our company account only has 3 million unicrids. Arthur fell silent, his mind racing as he processed Emily's words. Emily, the financial manager of the Osborne Group, was responsible for overseeing all the group's finances. However, with only the Osborne Real Estate Company still standing, the pressure was on. Thankfully, his second uncle served as the general manager there and had been pivotal in keeping the company afloat without him. It might have already faced bankruptcy. Arthur glanced at Emily and pulled out a bank card from his pocket. Aunt, he said earnestly, there's 5 million unicrids on this card. Please pay off the loan and use whatever's left to support the company for now. Both Emily and Nathaniel were momentarily taken aback, surprise flickering in their eyes like candle flames in a drafty room. Arthur, where did you get this kind of money? Did you do something illegal? Nathaniel asked quickly, scrutinizing Arthur with concern. Arthur felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why did everyone jump to conclusions? First Ashley and now his uncle and aunt. No, you don't need to worry. This is completely legal, he reassured them with a wave of his hand. Just use the money without any concerns. Okay, if that's what you say, Nathaniel replied with a sigh of relief and a smile breaking through his earlier tension. Aunt, Arthur continued seriously, locking eyes with Emily. Once you pay off the loan, cut all ties with Nova Capital Bank. Understood, Emily nodded firmly. And uncle, Arthur added while glancing at Nathaniel, don't put any land up for sale anymore, we develop it ourselves. Sounds good, Nathaniel smiled back enthusiastically. All right then, we'll get things moving right away. Emily said cheerfully as she waved the bank card at Arthur before heading out. Go ahead, Arthur chuckled warmly as they walked out together with Ashley. As he settled back into his chair, leaning against its comfortable embrace, Arthur found himself lost in thought. Arthur, lost in thought, suddenly spoke to the system, transfer the stock information into mind. Yes, host, transferring information. Transfer complete. In an instant, a torrent of data surged into Arthur's mind. Surprisingly, he felt only a mild tingling at the back of his head instead of the expected pain. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the stock information now swirling in his thoughts. Aurora Technology is a cutting-edge company specializing in artificial intelligence located in Neo-Luminara. On February 24, 2029, its stock is projected to skyrocket from 20 Unicreds per share to 100 Unicreds within just 2 days due to a groundbreaking technological breakthrough. However, this claim is nothing but a fabrication by the CEO's elaborate ruse designed to inflate stock prices for shareholders. When the truth comes out on the third day, the stock will plummet from 100 Unicreds to a mere 4 Unicreds. Arthur's brow furrowed as he processed this information. Stock speculation was uncharted territory for him. He had never dabbled in it before and had no idea how valuable this insight might be. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, he pulled out his phone and began searching online. Damn. It looks like I need to brush up on my financial knowledge or I'll end up being a joke, he muttered as his fingers danced across the screen. The previous Arthur also do not have any knowledge about stocks at all. He was a complete rookie. He only studies management. 20 minutes later, Arthur's eyes widened with shock and excitement. His body trembled as an uncontrollable grin spread across his face. He could hardly contain himself. Ha 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 ha. He erupted into laughter that echoed through the soundproof office. If it weren't tea for those walls, passers-by might have thought he'd lost his mind. I'm rich, Arthur shouted joyfully as he clenched his fists in triumph. System, I love you. He couldn't believe how lucrative this piece of information could be. If everything went according to plan, if he played his cards right, the potential profits would be astronomical. He realized that this is simply a great opportunity for him to save the Osborne family and even have some capital left to develop the Osborne family for the time being. Although he couldn't calculate exactly how much he'd earn yet, leveraging it 5 or even 10 times would yield life-changing amounts for him and the Osborne family. Taking a moment to calm down after that exhilarating revelation, Arthur checked today's date. It's February 23rd. That means tomorrow is D-Day. His heart raced with anticipation as determination filled him. With renewed focus, he powered up his computer and dove deep into research about stocks, especially short selling, as he decided to short sell Aurora Technology starting tomorrow. Time slipped away unnoticed until Ashley knocked on the door. Brother, the company is about to close. Aren't you going home? It's getting late. She called out as she entered and found him glued to his screen. Huh, Arthur exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he gazed out the glass window. The sun was already dipping below the horizon, and faint stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky. He couldn't believe how quickly time had flown by while he was engrossed in work. Turning his attention to Ashley, he stood up from his chair and powered down his computer. Come on, let's head home, he said with a warm smile as they both left the office and made their way to the elevator. Brother, I'm so envious of you. That Etha GT of yours is really amazing. I really want one, Ashley remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she pointed at the Etha GT sleek car parked quietly outside. Arthur chuckled softly. Don't worry, once we get through this tough patch, I'll make sure to buy you one. Really? Ashley's eyes lit up with excitement at his words. Absolutely. It's a promise, Arthur replied with a nod. He pressed the Etha GT car key that the security guard had just handed him and grinned. Now hop in, let's get home. With a delighted squeal, Ashley covered her mouth with her dainty hand before sliding into the passenger seat. Arthur shook his head playfully before settling into the driver's seat. With a simple yet powerful roar, the Etha GT transformed into a streak of blue and silver as it sped out of the parking lot and onto the road towards Osborne Mansion. When Arthur and Ashley arrived home, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, ushering in a blanket of darkness. The 2 glowing moons hung high in the sky, surrounded by a twinkling sea of stars, casting their ethereal light upon the world below. Arthur parked the car in the garage and stepped out, his gaze drawn to the mesmerizing moons above. He stood there speechless, marveling at their beauty. Although he was aware from previous memories of Arthur that Pantera had 2 moons, witnessing them firsthand was an unexpected shock. Shaking his head in disbelief but with wonder still gleaming in his eyes, he entered the mansion alongside Ashley. Welcome, Master Arthur and Miss Ashley. Alfred greeted them as they stepped into the living room, his expression as stoic as ever. Evening, Alfred, Arthur replied with a nod and a warm smile. Good evening, Uncle Alfred. Ashley chimed in sweetly. Dinner is ready. The first master, second master, third master, and both elder misses are already at the dining hall along with several other family members, Alfred informed them. Okay, Arthur nodded before turning to Ashley. Come on, let's go eat. Ashley smiled and followed him as they made their way to the dining hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by a long marble table set elegantly in the center of the room. The aroma of dinner wafted through the air as servants busily served dishes to those already seated around the table. Among them were his second uncle Nathaniel and second aunt Emily. Also present were three older relatives. His first uncle Julian Osborne, a middle-aged man with bright eyes framed by black hair streaked with gray, and his third uncle Richard Osborne, who appeared gentle despite being in his late 30s. Richard had deep-set green eyes and brownish hair that complemented his kind demeanor. However, Arthur knew better than to underestimate him based solely on appearances. Opposite Nathaniel sat Margaret Osborne, Arthur's first aunt, who radiated elegance even as she approached her late 30s. With her long black hair cascading down her back and a perfectly sculpted face adorned with luscious lips and milky white skin, it was clear she took great care of herself. Seated around the table were also Arthur's little sister Elizabeth and three cousins, George, William, and Edward, though many more cousins were missing from this gathering. "Big brother, you're back," Elizabeth exclaimed excitedly as she leaped from her chair toward Arthur. Her blonde hair bounced cheerfully with each step while a faint blush graced her cheeks. With tender skin that seemed almost luminous under candlelight, she threw herself into his arms. "You're growing up so fast." "Remember to act like a lady now," Arthur teased playfully yet affectionately. "I don't care about that. You're still my big brother." Elizabeth pouted playfully before giggling again. Arthur shook his head, a tender smile lighting up his face as he lovingly stroked Elizabeth's blonde hair. "Hey Liz, did you only see your brother? What about me?" Ashley's cheerful voice chimed in from the side, her smile brightening the room as she looked at Elizabeth. "Ah, big sister Ashley. Of course, you're the one I love the most." Elizabeth replied sheepishly, hurrying over to give Ashley a warm hug. "Arthur, Ashley, both of you are back. Come and sit down, dinner is ready," Julian called out with a welcoming grin, gesturing for Arthur to take his place at the head of the table. Yes, Arthur nodded appreciatively and made his way to the table. He settled into his seat, casting warm glances at his uncles and aunties gathered around him. "Arthur, I heard from Emily that you resolved the remaining crisis at the company." Margaret asked with an encouraging smile. "Ah yes, Aunt Margaret. We no longer owe anything to the bank, and there's enough breathing room for the company for now," Arthur replied confidently. "You've done well, Arthur. Your timely assistance has truly saved us, if we had gone bankrupt." "Well, we wouldn't know how to face Big Brother or our ancestors," Richard, his third uncle, said with genuine emotion shining in his eyes. As those words hung in the air, silence enveloped them, a mix of gratitude and worry reflected in their expressions. The atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken thoughts. "Come on now, the company is safe again. Let's not dwell on sad things," Julian said lightly with a chuckle to lift their spirits. "Let's eat. Yeah, no sad talk at the dining table." Margaret added playfully while giving Richard a gentle nudge under the table. Richard just scratched his head sheepishly and smiled back. Arthur felt warmth swell in his heart as he watched them interact. This was family. Shaking off any lingering heaviness from earlier conversations, he turned his attention to the extravagant dinner spread before him. He swallowed hard, realizing that the breakfast he had enjoyed earlier was nothing compared to this feast. The lavish meal laid out in front of him completely transformed his understanding of how the wealthy live. Although he hadn't yet tasted any of these mouth-watering dishes, but from the memories of the previous Arthur, he knows some of the dishes. For starters alone there is aquaflare ceviche, fresh aquaflare fish marinated in zesty tidepool citrus and served with crispy seaweed. Starshroom soup, a creamy delight made from rare starshrooms, and a delicate salad bursting with frostbloom petals, arctic moss, and crystallized snowberries, all drizzled with glacial vinaigrette. Lumina caviar, glowing pearl-like eggs from the bioluminescent lumina fish found in the crystal-clear waters of Aquarian, served with crispy seaweed crackers and Pantaran sea foam. Cloudberry salad, a light salad made with cloudberries, sky lettuce, and honeyed nuts, dressed with skyflower vinaigrette. As for the main course there is flame-grilled skybeast, a tender cut of winged creature from Zephyria, grilled to perfection with solar flare truffle butter and accompanied by roasted sunroot vegetables, followed by ethereal mouse, an airy dessert crafted from cloudberries and lunar honey, topped with shimmering edible stardust, crystallized glowfish, pan-seared delicacies paired with starlit quinoa, galactic venison, slow-roasted to perfection in starshroom glaze alongside moonlit wild rice. As for dessert, the lineup included layers of sweet delight like skyberry parfait, a heavenly combination of skyberry cream, cloudberry jam, and honeyed granola, and enticing imberfruit tart filled with imberfruit compote and crowned with flame-kissed cream, shimmering. Tidepool gel-e, made from tidepool nectar and sea pearls, delectable. Nebula tart, filled with nebula cream and topped with edible star fragments, and a delightful Snowflake parfait, featuring layers of snowflake cream, frozen cloudberries, and crystallized honey. As Arthur inhaled the intoxicating aromas wafting through the air, his eyes widened in anticipation. His mouth watered uncontrollably as he watched others dive into their meals. Unable to resist any longer, he joined them. With each bite he took, he closed his eyes in blissful satisfaction as flavors danced on his palate. Now this is what I call delicious food. Arthur thought to himself as happiness swelled within him. Arthur, now that we've finally resolved the issues with both the family and the company, what's our next step? Julian, Arthur's first uncle, set down his spoon and met Arthur's gaze with a calm intensity. At that moment, everyone at the table paused their meals, their expressions serious, except for Liz, who remained blissfully unaware and continued to enjoy her soup. Arthur surveyed his uncle, aunts, and two cousins with an air of calmness. Well, given that we've sold off many of our businesses and properties to clear our debts, we're left with just one company, the real estate firm managed by my second uncle, he began. Nods of agreement rippled around the table as he spoke. Our current situation is dire. We've hit rock bottom. Climbing back to where we were will be challenging, but I believe we can not only recover but also surpass our previous success. He paused for effect before continuing. Right now, we need to focus on developing our real estate company. Fortunately, we have a significant project underway. If we can see it through to completion, it will provide us with much-needed capital. So my recommendation is to consolidate our resources and strengthen this foundation. Everyone nodded in understanding as Arthur laid out his thoughts. Arthur is right. Our circumstances are precarious, Margaret interjected from her seat. Her beautiful face was etched with seriousness. We must tread carefully during this time. William chimed in as well. Yes, we need to safeguard what remains of the real estate company. It's all that's left after losing nearly everything else. Our enemies won't hesitate to strike if they see an opportunity. A heavy silence fell over the group as they absorbed the gravity of their situation. They all knew how dangerous things could become if they didn't proceed cautiously. After a moment of reflection, Arthur addressed them again. All right, everyone, since we're all aware of where we stand currently, he hesitated briefly before adding. We can't delve too deeply into plans without everyone present. Turning to Julian, he said firmly yet respectfully, Uncle Julian, please inform every elder in the family to gather at the mansion 5 days from now for a family meeting regarding our future development strategies. Everyone who has graduated or is in their final year should attend as well. At this announcement about the family meeting, expressions shifted around the table. Seriousness replaced any lingering lightheartedness as they turned their attention back to Arthur. I'll take care of that immediately after dinner, Julian replied earnestly. Arthur nodded thoughtfully, then turned to his first aunt with a serious expression. Please tell Uncle Charles to join us for the family meeting as well, Aunt Margaret. Margaret's eyes widened in surprise, but within moments warmth flooded her gaze. Thank you, Arthur, she replied, her voice softening. Arthur smiled and nodded back at her. Julian and the others exchanged glances of astonishment. They hadn't expected Arthur to take such an initiative. Remember, Arthur continued, addressing everyone in the room with a firm tone, the family meeting is just 5 days away. Don't miss it. This gathering holds significant importance for our family and will impact us for years to come. Julian and the others nodded solemnly, recognizing the weight of tradition that had been upheld by the Osborne family for generations. Good, Arthur said with satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. Arthur lounged lazily in a large executive chair, a content smile gracing his lips. His hair was still damp from a recent shower, a sign he had just finished freshening up after dinner while everyone else retired early for rest. Clad in comfortable casual wear, he had made his way to his father's study, a room filled with memories of leadership and responsibility. Suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed in his mind. Host, a main family task has been released. Please check it. Startled yet intrigued by this cold announcement from the system embedded within him, excitement flickered in Arthur's eyes. Without hesitation, he opened the system panel, revealing a shimmering silver holographic screen before him. Personal panel host, Arthur Osborne identity, head of the Osborne family age, 22 three-dimensional attributes, strength, 8 intelligence, 12 speed, 6 family panel family, Osborne family level 1, founding family halo, loyal to the family influence points FIP, 1150 points 10,000 points family members, 55 people loyalty over 90 means they would sacrifice their lives for the family. Family industry, Osborne Group, Osborne Real Estate Company family assets, 10 million Unicred System Mall, locked main task, family foundation, lay out the basic foundation of the family that can strengthen the family currently reward, unknown punishment for failure, unknown as he scanned through the mission assigned to him, laying down solid foundations for the family's future. He fell silent for a moment. System, he queried curiously, what kind of foundation are we talking about? Host, the foundation refers to establishing companies or venturing into various industries that can strengthen the family's position at this stage. A light bulb went off in Arthur's mind as realization struck him. Completing this mission could yield valuable rewards from the system. However, his excitement quickly turned bittersweet as he contemplated their current financial situation. His family was broke. Fortunately, there were ways to earn money. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Arthur approached his desktop computer and navigated to writing software. With determination coursing through him like electricity, he cracked his knuckles and began typing rapidly against the backdrop of silence that enveloped the study room. The next morning, Arthur sprang out of bed with a burst of energy. After a quick workout and some invigorating stretches in the mansion's well-equipped gym, he returned to his room for a long, luxurious bath. Dressed in a sharp suit sans tie, he made his way downstairs where breakfast awaited him. As usual, it was a lavish spread, steaming hot dishes that filled the air with mouth-watering aromas. With his hunger satisfied, Arthur hopped into his sleek Etha GT and sped away from the mansion. Meanwhile, the rest of his family had already left earlier to tackle their own responsibilities in stabilizing both the company and their family affairs. As Arthur hit the open road, the morning sun peeked through fluffy clouds, casting its warm golden glow over everything below. He glanced out at the rapidly passing skyscrapers and elegant buildings lining the street while pedestrians bustled along the sidewalks. The cacophony of honking cars filled the air as he inhaled deeply. A smile crept across his face. He felt more relaxed than ever before. A few minutes later, Arthur expertly maneuvered his Etha GT into a parking spot at an imposing skyscraper adorned with Pantera National Bank emblazoned across its top. Stepping out of his car, he took a moment to admire the towering structure before entering the bustling bank lobby. Inside, people hurried past him in crisp suits. Lines formed at various counters as employees attended to clients. Before long, a striking woman caught Arthur's eye, a tall figure clad in a professional suit with wavy dark brown hair cascading down her shoulders. Her high heels clicked confidently on the floor as she approached him with an enchanting smile that radiated professionalism. With piercing blue eyes framed by stylish glasses and skin like porcelain, she turned heads wherever she went. Even Arthur couldn't help but admire her beauty without any ulterior motives. "Hello, sir. My name is Clara. How may I assist you today?" she asked warmly. "Hi, Clara." "I'm Arthur," he replied with an easy grin. "I'd like to trade in stocks. Your bank offers stock trading services, right?" "Yes, indeed, Mr. Arthur. Please follow me," Clara said enthusiastically as she led him toward an elevator bound for the 45th floor. The Pantera National Bank is one of the top 5 banks globally with branches in every major city. Ding. The elevator doors slid open to reveal a vibrant trading floor buzzing with energy. Giant screens flashed streams of information, while traders moved about energetically. Some wore expressions of joy or nervousness as they monitored market trends. Others seemed lost in anticipation or anxiety. Arthur turned to Clara, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Miss Clara," he began, "I want a short sell, and my budget is quite substantial. I also need a private trading room and 3 experienced traders. Don't worry, the commission 1T below." Clara blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. "Please, Mr. Arthur, could you confirm your budget for the short sale?" 5 million, Arthur replied with a smile, enjoying the shock that crossed Clara's face. Regaining her composure, Clara said solemnly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Arthur, but I need to confirm this as part of our procedure." "Of course, just hurry up," Arthur nodded calmly. "Don't worry, I won't waste your time," Clara assured him before quickly heading off to finalize the details. Minutes later, she returned with a smile and said respectfully, "Everything has been confirmed, Mr. Arthur." "Good," he replied and followed Clara into a cozy private trading room equipped with everything necessary for trading. Shortly after entering, 3 young male traders appeared, with the oldest among them at just over 30 years old. He seemed to be the leader of the group. "Mr. Arthur," Clara introduced Simon with enthusiasm. "This is Simon, one of our best traders at the bank. Nice to meet you, Mr. Arthur," Simon exclaimed as he extended his hand towards Arthur with a friendly grin that hinted at flattery. He was well aware of the hefty sum Arthur intended to trade. "Nice to meet you too," Arthur responded coolly as they shook hands. "Mr. Simon, I don't have time to waste. Can we proceed?" "Absolutely." "We can begin at any time," Simon affirmed seriously while signaling his colleagues to take their positions. Arthur turned back to Clara and asked eagerly, "Miss Clara, how much leverage can I get?" "As per our procedures and considering your current amount," she explained carefully, "you can apply for up to 10 times leverage." Arthur frowned slightly. He had hoped for more but quickly composed himself. "That's okay, please apply it for me." "Okay." Clara smiled in relief. She had feared he might disagree, and swiftly went about making arrangements. With everything set in motion, Arthur deposited all 5 million into his newly opened securities account and declared confidently, "Let's begin." He glanced at his watch just as Aurora Technology stocks were set to open at 10:00 a.m. sharp, a perfect timing. How much are Aurora Technology stocks per share right now? He inquired eagerly. Simon and his team quickly operated their computers before reporting back. Mr. Arthur, it's currently 20 per share. Arthur's eyes lit up with determination upon hearing this news. I want to short sell Aurora Technology using 10 times leverage. Let's dump all 5 million. Simon wasted no time as he directed his fellow traders to start borrowing shares from various brokers. The PNB also holds shares in Aurora Technology and can consider them brokers too. With a confident nod, Simon initiated the operation. Armed with 5 million and leveraging it tenfold, he was set to control a staggering 50 million in holdings. This meant he could hold onto 2.5 million shares, waiting for the price to dip before buying back at rock bottom. His profit would be the difference. Minutes ticked by and soon Simon and his team had borrowed about 500,000 shares. Arthur glanced at the clock, anxiety creeping in as the moment for the CEO's big announcement approached. Can you hurry up? Arthur urged, pacing nervously around the trading room. An hour and a half later, they had successfully secured all 2.5 million shares. Arthur let out a sigh of relief. The pressure was palpable, but now lifted slightly for Simon and his team as well. Mr. Arthur, Simon asked with curiosity, why are we short-selling Aurora Technology? Isn't that risky? Their stock isn't looking good. Arthur merely smiled enigmatically, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Now start selling those shares quickly, but keep it discreet. We don't want anyone catching on that something's amiss. Yes, Mr. Arthur, Simon replied as they began to sell off their shares strategically without causing market fluctuations. Mr. Arthur, we've sold all the shares. Now we just wait, Simon reported. Arthur nodded and took a seat with arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips, as Simon and his colleagues monitored market activity closely while keeping an eye on news regarding Aurora Technology. Suddenly, one trader exclaimed, "Boss, news just broke that Aurora Technology has made a groundbreaking advancement in artificial intelligence. Their AI tech is 5 years ahead of everyone else." His eyes widened in disbelief. What? Simon gasped, shock flashing across his face. Quick, check the stock price. Damn, it's rising fast. Another trader shouted as they watched numbers soar on their screens. Simon muttered absent-mindedly, how long ago did this news break? It's skyrocketing, Mr. Arthur. The stock price is climbing rapidly. Simon turned to see Arthur still smiling serenely at the screen displaying. 20 per share, 20.9 per share, 22.1 per share, 22.56 per share, 25.6 per share. Despite maintaining a calm exterior, Arthur's heart raced with excitement inside him. Don't do anything just yet. Keep monitoring the market. Nobody leaves this room until we've delivered results. Everything you need is right here, including a bathroom, Arthur declared, his gaze piercing through each trader. And don't worry about the commission. After this, each of you will receive 10,000. Simon and the other traders exchanged excited glances, their eyes widening at the mention of commission. They nodded eagerly, ready to dive into action. Don't worry, Mr. Arthur. We're at your service. Simon pledged with a serious nod. Good, Arthur replied calmly as he turned his attention to the stock price, which had already climbed to 26.3 per share. Days passed in a blur as Arthur, Simon, and the other traders lived in that trading room, eating, sleeping, and even using the bathroom there. Clara was a lifesaver during this time. She brought them blankets and meals while they focused on their screens. Despite receiving numerous calls from family members checking on him, Arthur reassured them he was busy but safe. Meanwhile, Aurora Technology's stock skyrocketed to an astonishing 97.9 per share. Outside their trading room came sounds of excitement and disbelief as other traders reacted to this rapid rise. Mr. Arthur, the stock price has hit 98 per share, Simon exclaimed. I know, Arthur replied coolly, unfazed by the numbers flashing before him. Just wait, this isn't the limit. The next day arrived quickly. Arthur was glued to his screen as Aurora's stock reached an exhilarating 100 per share. His hands clenched tightly around his desk as sweat trickled down his brow, anxiety coursing through him like electricity. Mr. Arthur, please have some water, Clara said gently while offering him a bottle with a warm smile. Thank you, Miss Clara, he replied gratefully before taking a long sip. Suddenly, one of the traders shouted in shock, Boss. News just broke that the CEO of Aurora Technology fabricated breakthrough claims. The news was released by one of their employees. Authorities are already there in the company. It's also said that authorities are raiding their offices for tax evasion for the past 5 years. What? This can't be happening. Simon gasped in disbelief as admiration for Arthur swelled within him. Clara stood wide-eyed. She had witnessed how rapidly Aurora's stock had risen, but never expected such chaos would ensue. Look, the stock price is plummeting. Another trader yelled frantically as they all turned to see it drop sharply. From 198.88 in less than an hour, it nosedived to just 10 per share. When it hits 4 per share, start buying. Arthur turned to Simon, his voice steady and serious. Simon was taken aback for a moment, surprised by Arthur's unwavering confidence that the stock would reach that price, but he nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Arthur. He quickly settled into his seat, eyes glued to the rapidly plummeting stock prices. 10.38.2, 7.76.2, 5.14.6 start buying now, Arthur shouted as soon as the price hit 4 per share. The room fell silent. Simon, 2 other traders, and Clara stared in disbelief when the price suddenly dropped to 4 per share. Arthur's prediction had come true. Without wasting a second, Simon and the others jumped into action, purchasing all 2.5 million shares at 4 each. An hour later, flushed with excitement and adrenaline coursing through their veins, they marveled at their profits. Damn, this is incredible. One trader exclaimed, I never thought short-selling stocks could be this exhilarating. The ups and downs are so stimulating. Chimed in another. Simon was overwhelmed with shock and admiration as he looked at Arthur. His respect for him was almost palpable. Arthur let out a huge sigh of relief as his heart finally settled down into a happy rhythm, a smile spreading across his face. Congratulations, Mr. Arthur. You've made quite a fortune, Clara said as she stepped forward to congratulate him. Thank you, Arthur replied with genuine happiness. How much did we make? He asked Simon eagerly. Taking a deep breath, Simon responded with a shaky voice, Sir Arthur, you made 240 million unicrids. Arthur's eyes widened at the staggering figure. His heart raced with excitement as he clenched his fists tightly. He had never seen so much money before in either of his lives. With this windfall, he could ease some pressure on his family's finances. Thank you all. You did exceptionally well, Arthur said to Simon and the other traders. Don't mention it, Mr. Arthur. This is our job after all. Simon waved dismissively but couldn't hide his grin. As promised, your commission is 10,000 each after we wrap up today. S-work. I'll add another 10,000 for your time, Arthur added generously. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, Simon exclaimed joyfully. The other traders shared in their excitement. It took them 3 days to earn just 20,000 each, more than what they earn annually. And Clara, he continued with gratitude in his voice. Thanks for everything. I'll give you 15,000. Clara blinked her eyes with surprise in them and said with a smile, I will have to thank Mr. Arthur for your generosity. Arthur nodded decisively, turning to Simon with a glint of determination in his eyes. Withdraw the money and return the borrowed shares to the brokers. Deduct the costs and transfer the remaining funds into my bank account. Absolutely, Mr. Arthur, Simon replied with a nod, already diving into his tasks. Miss Clara, could you prepare 2 bank cards for me? Arthur asked, glancing over at her. On it, Mr. Arthur. Clara responded enthusiastically before heading off to handle the card procedures. A smile crept across Arthur's face as he took one last look at the stock price. It had dropped to an impressive 3.2 per share. Sure, he could have made even more profit by waiting longer, but he felt content with his decision. After all, getting too greedy can lead to trouble. Mr. Arthur, everything is done, Simon announced as he turned back towards him. Ding! A notification chimed on Arthur's phone. He quickly pulled it out and his heart raced as he saw over 230 million unicrids had been deposited into his account. What a relief. Mr. Arthur, everything is ready. Here are your 2 bank cards, Clara said as she returned, presenting him with 2 exquisitely designed gold cards that shimmered in the light. Arthur examined them for a moment before nodding in satisfaction and slipping them into his pocket. All right, everyone, I am heading out now. My family will start worrying about me if I don't get home soon. See you all later. He waved goodbye to Clara, Simon, and the other traders as he made his way out of the trading room. As they watched him leave, admiration filled their expressions. What an intriguing guy, Clara remarked with a smirk. President, do you know Mr. Arthur? Simon asked cautiously. What do you think? Clara replied playfully before exiting the trading room. If only Arthur knew that Clara was actually the president of PNB's Neo Luminara branch. But alas, he was blissfully unaware and already speeding down the road with excitement radiating from him like sunshine on a summer day. The Etha GT transformed into a dazzling blue-silver streak against the asphalt, a perfect reflection of his exhilaration. Arthur slowly opened his sleepy, blurry eyes with a loud yawn, the morning glow filtering through the grand French windows that framed his massive king-size bed, big enough for 3 to 5 people, with room to spare. He felt enveloped in comfort as he sank deeper into the plush mattress. Suddenly, an exhilarating thought crossed his mind. Arthur's eyes widened as he hurriedly grabbed his phone from the bedside lamp and glanced at it. Looking at the string of zeros flashing on the screen in his bank account balance sent a thrill through him. Joy radiated from his lips as he recalled how he had made over 240 million unicrids by shorting stocks just yesterday. The excitement had kept him awake long after returning from Pantera National Bank. He could hardly believe that this windfall could lift the Osborne family out of their financial struggles. With thoughts racing, Arthur shook his head and checked the time on his phone. To his surprise, it was already 11 a.m. He hadn't expected to sleep so late, but remembered that he had been up until around 2 a.m. After a refreshing bath, he slipped into casual attire, white jeans paired with a blue cotton longsleeve shirt and white sneakers before stepping out of his room. "Master, aren't you going to have breakfast?" "It's ready." Sally, the head maid, greeted him as he descended the stairs. "No, Sally, I have something important to do today. I'll probably grab something outside," Arthur replied while casting a glance at the dining hall filled with enticing aromas. Regret flickered in his eyes. "Understood, Master Arthur." Sally nodded and returned to her duties. As Arthur stepped outside, he muttered to himself about not missing breakfast again next time. He hopped into his Etha GT and sped away from the mansion toward the company building. 30 minutes later, and after navigating some traffic, he parked and rushed up to his office on the 60th floor. Just as he entered, Ashley walked out of his office. "Brother, you're here," she exclaimed softly, her eyes widening in surprise. "What's with that expression? It's not like you've seen a ghost," Arthur teased playfully as he flicked her forehead gently. Ashley rubbed her forehead and pouted cutely. "You've been gone for 3 days without coming home. How wouldn't I be surprised now that I finally see you?" Arthur chuckled softly while rubbing his nose. "So what were you doing these past 3 days?" "Nothing important," Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. HMPH. "You want tea? Tell me then, don't bother." Ashley huffed before turning away dramatically, a gesture that only made her look even cuter in Arthur's eyes. "All right then, can you call Aunt Emily for me?" Arthur said with an amused smile. Ashley nodded eagerly and went off to find Emily while Arthur settled into his executive chair, lost in thought as he stared blankly at the ceiling. A few minutes later, the office door swung open, and in walked Emily, as stunning as ever, followed closely by Ashley. "Arthur, you had us all worried sick. Where have you been for the past 3 days?" Emily exclaimed, her expression a mix of concern and reproach. "Relax, Aunt. I wasn't doing anything crazy. I was just at Pantera National Bank," Arthur replied hurriedly. Emily raised an eyebrow. "Oh really? What were you doing there? Asking for a loan or something?" "No way." Arthur shook his head vigorously. "I was speculating in stocks." "What?" Both Emily and Ashley gasped in unison, their eyes widening with shock. "Are you serious? You even know how risky that is? And where did you get the money to play around with stocks?" Emily shot back once she regained her composure. "Yeah, bro, speculating in stocks is no joke. Why didn't you tell us before jumping into it?" Ashley chimed in from the side. Arthur sighed, looking between them. "I know it's dangerous, but Dante, you want to know how much I made?" "Oh right, how could I forget about that?" Emily said quickly. She leaned in closer, curiosity piqued. "So how much did you make?" Arthur grinned and asked them both. "You guys heard about Aurora Technology's news 3 days ago, right?" "Aurora Technology. What happened to them?" Emily asked with a puzzled look on her face. "Oh wait, I know," Ashley interjected excitedly. "Quick, tell me what happened." Emily urged Ashley eagerly. "Aunt Emily," Ashley began dramatically. 3 days ago, Aurora Technology announced they had made a groundbreaking advancement in artificial intelligence, but it turned out to be a total lie cooked up by their CEO to impress investors and shareholders. They've also been dodging taxes for 5 years. Now they're barely hanging on and under investigation." Ashley's eyes widened as she suddenly realized something. "Brother, please tell me you short-sold Aurora Technology." Arthur was taken aback but couldn't help but smile at her quick thinking. "Smart guess. Wow, I can't believe it. How did you pull that off? Did you have some insider info?" Ashley's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at him. Emily was equally astonished. "Wow, kiddo, you're full of surprises. So how much did you earn?" she asked eagerly. "I invested $5 million with 10 times leverage, so I made more than $200 million. Ashley blurted out before he could finish his sentence, her voice trembling with disbelief. Arthur chuckled softly at her enthusiasm, but then added with mock exasperation, "Can't a guy finish his sentence? What? Is it true? More than 200 million unicrids?" Emily's jaw dropped as shock washed over her features. 240 million, to be exact, Arthur chuckled softly, a hint of pride in his voice. "Hiss," Emily and Ashley gasped in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief as they turned to Arthur. It wasn't the staggering amount that left them speechless. After all, the Osborne family had once boasted hundreds of millions in annual revenue. But after enduring a devastating blow that nearly cost them everything, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, this revelation hit differently. This, Emily stammered, struggling to find her words. Finally, she managed to say with a mix of awe and gratitude, "You've done well, Arthur. You've truly made an incredible contribution to the family. You've saved us." Arthur simply shook his head humbly and slid a sleek gold bank card across the table towards her. "Auntie, there's 20 million on this card. Use it for the company for now. After our family meeting, I'll provide more." Emily took the card with trembling hands, her eyes glistening with emotion. That sum could genuinely turn things around for their company, especially with a crucial project underway. Arthur smiled warmly at his aunt, who was visibly emotional. "Aunt, just use this amount to complete the current land project, okay?" "Yes," Emily replied, taking a deep breath and nodding her head. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, how is the land project coming along? How far along are you? Arthur suddenly inquired. It's about 50 to 60% complete, Emily explained with a smile. We had to pause due to financial struggles, but now we can finish it in about 1 to 2 months. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. You need to wrap that up as soon as possible so we can move on to something else. Understood, Emily said with a serious expression. Taking a deep breath, Arthur addressed both Emily and Ashley. You both need to prepare for the upcoming family meeting. It's approaching fast. Yes, they both responded with solemn faces. Good. If there's nothing else here for me, I am off, I'm starving. Arthur stood up from his chair and announced. Didn't you eat before you came here? Emily asked curiously. Nope, I was in such a hurry to get this money to you that I skipped breakfast, Arthur admitted with a shake of his head. All right then, hurry and grab something to eat. Emily urged him with a smile. Okay, I'll see you later. Arthur waved goodbye as he walked out of the office, leaving Emily and Ashley behind. Aunt, this time my brother really saved us, Ashley said as she turned toward Emily. Yeah, he truly did come through for us this time, Emily replied, her eyes glistening with emotion. Now go do your job. We have plenty of work ahead now that we have this funding. Emily encouraged Ashley firmly. Yes, Aunt. Ashley giggled softly while squinting her eyes playfully. Outside the office building, Arthur's car sped down the road like a silver bullet among other vehicles. Where should I go eat? He pondered aloud while lazily scanning the horizon. One hand on the wheel and the other rubbing his chin, he reclined comfortably in his seat as the wind tousled his hair, a picture of relaxation and freedom. All right, let's try this place, he finally decided after sifting through memories of previous dining experiences. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, his Etha GT veered onto another road and raced off into a blur of motion. About 10 minutes later, he pulled up smoothly in front of an elegant restaurant adorned with luxury cars parked outside, clearly a hotspot among the rich crowd. Stepping out of his car and into the restaurant's inviting ambience felt like entering another world. It was tastefully decorated with an atmosphere that promised tranquility, a perfect setting for dining. Welcome to Eastwood Restaurant, sir. Greeted a waitress clad in formal attire as she approached him with a warm smile. Arthur glanced at the waitress and returned her smile, feeling a sense of warmth in the bustling restaurant. Sir, do you have a reservation? She asked, maintaining her polite demeanor. No, I don't have a reservation. I am just here to eat, Arthur replied with a slight shake of his head. All right then, please follow me, she said cheerfully as she guided him to an empty table on the first floor. It was positioned beside a window that offered a lovely view of the streets below. Thank you, Arthur said gratefully as he settled into his seat. He picked up the menu and began to peruse it, eager to order some delicious dishes along with a bottle of wine. This is what I'll take, he informed the waitress after making his selections. Okay, sir, please wait just a moment. Your order will be ready soon, she responded before swiftly departing to fulfill his request. As Arthur sat alone at the table, he took in his surroundings. The floor was relatively quiet. Most tables were occupied except for his. He felt like an island amidst the sea of diners. Before long, steaming plates filled with mouthwatering aromas arrived at his table, each dish more enticing than the last. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he surveyed the feast before him. Sir, please enjoy your meal. The waitress smiled warmly at him before moving on to assist other guests. Arthur nodded appreciatively and began to savor each bite of food while sipping on his rich red wine. It was truly one of the best dining experiences he'd ever had. About 30 minutes later, feeling content and full, he finished his meal and settled the bill before leaving the restaurant with a satisfied grin plastered across his face. Standing outside by the entrance, Arthur let out a deep sigh. Now where do I go? He muttered softly to himself as memories flickered through his mind like old photographs. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug on his jeans and looked down to see an adorable little girl around 4 or 5 years old staring up at him. What caught Arthur's eye was her striking white hair that resembled freshly fallen snow. Her eyebrows matched perfectly, and her skin was equally pale. She was undeniably unique and took him aback for a moment. Her calm gaze seemed to pierce right through him, as if reading all of his secrets laid bare before her, a sensation that made him feel vulnerable for an instant. Taking a deep breath, Arthur smiled down at her and bent slightly to engage with this enchanting child when, suddenly, a deafening noise erupted, like a gunshot piercing the air. Arthur, who had been crouched low, felt his heart race as he froze in shock. His eyes widened in horror, and an icy chill washed over him as pain shot through his body. He glanced down at his left shoulder, where blood was streaming out like a crimson waterfall. Without a moment's hesitation, Arthur scooped up the little girl beside him and rolled behind a nearby car for cover. Just as they settled in, another gunshot rang out. This time it struck the very vehicle shielding them. Heart pounding, Arthur pressed himself against the cold metal, clutching the frightened child tightly in his arms. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he gritted his teeth against the searing pain. Blood continued to seep from his wounded shoulder. are you okay?" He whispered urgently to the little girl nestled against him. She looked up at him with wide eyes filled with fear and nodded her tiny head. But then her gaze fell on Arthur's bleeding shoulder, tears spilling down her cheeks, a clear sign of her terror. The street around them was chaos. Screams echoed everywhere as people ran for their lives. Diners poured out of nearby restaurants, panic-stricken and desperate to escape the unfolding nightmare. After what felt like an eternity of silence punctuated by distant cries, Arthur noticed that the gunfire had ceased. Yet his world began to spin. He could feel himself growing weaker by the second. His face drained of color as dizziness enveloped him. Just before darkness closed in around him, he thought he heard faint sirens wailing in the distance, the police and ambulance finally arriving on scene. "Boss, the assassination failed," a figure said in a deep voice while holding a phone. The other end fell silent for a moment before a hoarse voice replied, "I know. Wait for another opportunity, but this time don't fail me." "Understood, boss," the figure responded before hanging up. When Arthur opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was the stark white ceiling above him. Confusion washed over him momentarily until clarity struck. He was in a hospital. As he glanced around, he realized he was lying in a hospital bed, various instruments attached to him like lifelines. He attempted to adjust his position slightly when an excruciating pain shot through his body. "Hiss," he gasped in agony as he looked at his shoulder, now tightly bandaged. The discomfort was overwhelming. A bitter smile crept onto Arthur's face as he lay back on the bed. He hadn't expected to find himself transmigrated into this world only to be on the brink of death again. "Damn it, if I find out who's targeting me, they'll regret it." Arthur gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He wasn't naive. He knew someone was after him, someone he believed was responsible for the tragic death of his parents. Surviving one assassination attempt was just luck, but what about next time? The thought sent chills down his spine. What if this shadowy figure decided to go after the rest of the Osborne family, his uncles, aunts, cousins, and siblings? It would spell disaster for them all. "I need to uncover who's behind this before I lose any chance of sleeping peacefully," Arthur muttered under his breath. With danger lurking in the shadows while he stood exposed in the light, every moment felt perilous. He had to act fast. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden mission. Reward has been issued." Arthur blinked in confusion. Hidden mission. He thought, "System, what do you mean by that?" "Hidden missions are discrete tasks that can be completed or triggered under specific conditions. You've successfully completed one by surviving an assassination attempt." Oh, his eyes lit up with understanding as excitement bubbled within him. "Does the host wish to receive the reward?" "Yes, absolutely." Arthur nodded eagerly. Rewards from the system were always impressive. "Congratulations, host. You have received 10 Special Forces-grade bodyguards, a bottle of gene evolution liquid, and a piece of future information. The bodyguards will arrive shortly." Wow, Arthur's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw the system rewards. 10 elite bodyguards, gene evolution liquid, and a piece of future information. This is really good. "System," he asked curiously, "why bodyguards? I could hire some myself." "Do not compare system rewards to external options. These 10 bodyguards are 5 times stronger than average ones and excel in various combat techniques and skills." Satisfied with this explanation, Arthur turned his attention to the gene evolution liquid. As he read its description, "Gene evolution liquid can enhance human capabilities 5-fold. Damn, this is incredible stuff," he murmured with satisfaction before glancing at the piece of future information. He couldn't wait to see how it might impact his life, especially if it involved stock market insights. "I'll check that out once I am out of here," he decided quietly. Just then, another notification popped up. "Host has been issued a new mission." Another mission already? Arthur was taken aback. Hadn't he just started on one? He quickly opened the system panel to review this new task. Personal panel host, Arthur Osborne. Identity, head of the Osborne family. Age, 22. Three-dimensional attributes, strength, 8. Intelligence, 12. Speed, 6. Family panel. Family, Osborne family. Family level 1, founding family. Family halo, loyal to the family. Family influence points FIP, 1150 points. 10,000 points. Family members, 55 people. Loyalty over 90 means they would sacrifice their lives for the family. Family industry, Osborne Group, Osborne Real Estate Company. Family assets, 10 million. Unicred System Mall, locked. Main task, family foundation, lay out the basic foundation of the family that can strengthen the family. Currently reward, unknown. Punishment for failure, unknown. Side mission 1, investigate the culprit behind your parents' death and your assassination. Reward, unknown. Punishment for failure unknown. A few minutes later, he let out a heavy sigh and shook his head in disbelief. "It seems my suspicions were right. Someone is truly targeting the Osborne family." His eyes narrowed as he pondered who could harbor such animosity, someone ruthless enough to kill his parents and now come after him. This same person had nearly driven them to bankruptcy. This is serious, Arthur muttered with determination flashing in his eyes. I need to uncover this guy quickly, otherwise things will get increasingly dangerous. Taking a deep breath, he tried to set aside the looming threat for now. He'd deal with it after being released from the hospital. Suddenly, the door swung open as a nurse walked in. Arthur turned to her with narrowed eyes, cautious and alert. "Huh, you're awake," she exclaimed, surprise evident on her face. Without wasting a moment, she dashed out to call the doctor. Arthur sighed in relief as she left. He had briefly feared she might be an assassin sent to finish him off. After all, there are countless movies where assassins disguise themselves as nurses. Given that he was currently on someone's hit list, it was only natural for him to be wary. A few moments later, the nurse returned with a doctor in a crisp white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, a man who appeared to be in his 40s. Arthur scrutinized him closely from head to toe. "Arthur, brother, big brother." Suddenly, a soft voice broke through his thoughts from behind the doctor, startling him. He turned around and saw his uncles, aunties, Elizabeth, Liz, Ashley, and a young man who bore a slight resemblance to him rushing toward the bed. "Huh, it's you guys." A smile spread across Arthur's face upon seeing them. "Arthur, are you okay? Who shot you?" Uncle Julian and the others crowded around him with concern etched on their faces. Liz and Ashley were particularly distraught, tears streamed down their cheeks. "Please step back so I can examine him," said the doctor firmly but kindly. "Oh, sorry, doctor." They quickly stepped aside for him. After 10 minutes of examination alongside the nurse, the doctor addressed Arthur. "Well, Mr. Osborne, you're stable now. You lost quite a bit of blood previously, but you're recovering well. You should be able to leave in a couple of days." "Thank you so much." Arthur nodded appreciatively at the doctor with a warm smile. The doctor nodded back before exiting with the nurse. "Arthur, how are you holding up?" Uncle Julian asked again with genuine concern as he stepped forward. "I'm good, really." Arthur reassured them all with another warm smile directed at Julian and everyone else gathered around him. "But how did this even happen?" Margaret questioned sorrowfully while looking at Arthur lying on the bed as if her heart was breaking into pieces. Hoo, big brother." Liz tightly held Arthur's hand as tears streamed down her face. Her eyes were filled with fear upon hearing that Arthur had been shot. Sitting in the hospital, she felt like her world was crumbling around her. She couldn't believe at first her parents, now her big brother. "Don't cry, Liz, okay? I'm fine," Arthur reassured her, gently stroking her blonde hair. Despite his comforting words, Liz continued to sob. "Big bro, I was really worried about you. I thought you would." A young man who bore a resemblance to Arthur interrupted. This was Billy, Arthur's little brother in his 3rd year of university. "I'm not that easy to die, Billy. I'm fine," Arthur said with a chuckle, turning to look at Ashley. "Come on, Ash, you're a big girl. Stop crying, okay? It's just a wound on the shoulder. How can I not cry? Look at you in that hospital bed," Ashley said in a choked voice, tears streaming down her face. Arthur didn't know what to say. He looked at his uncles and aunties with a serious expression. "I think our family is being targeted by someone," he said. The room fell silent, a heavy atmosphere settling in. "Yeah, Arthur, you're right. Our family is really being targeted, but we can't do anything about it," Nathaniel said with a bitter chuckle. "I've had this suspicion since your parents died in that accident." "It wasn't an accident, it was planned," Julian added. "We know we're being targeted, but we don't know by whom or what," William chimed in. "We finally managed to handle our bankruptcy, and now this," Emily said, her face full of concern. "What I'm really worried about is if they target the remaining members of our family." "That's what I am really worried about," Arthur said with worried face. The room fell into a heavy silence, each face etched with concern and worry. Arthur broke the tension, his voice steady yet urgent. "For now, I suggest we gather all family members back in the mansion. Let those who are in school take a leave of absence and return until we uncover who's behind this. No one leaves the mansion until then, and we must tighten security." He scanned the room, continuing with resolve. "Apart from those heading to the company, no one is allowed to leave. Bodyguards will accompany anyone going to the restaurant." Julian nodded slowly after a moment of contemplation. "I think Arthur's plan is solid." Nathaniel chimed in. "It's a good plan for now, but it won't work long-term." Emily added thoughtfully, "Exactly. We need to identify who's responsible as soon as possible." "Don't worry about that," Arthur reassured them. "I'll send people out to investigate, but for now, let's call everyone back to the mansion." A chorus of agreement echoed through the group as they nodded in unison. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted their discussion. The door swung open to reveal 3 newcomers, a middle-aged man, a woman in her 30s, and an adorable little girl. Arthur and the others turned to see who had entered, but when Arthur's gaze landed on the little girl, a smile broke across his face. "It's you," he exclaimed, waving at her. This was the same little girl he had seen at the restaurant entrance just before everything went wrong. In fact, it could be said that she had saved his life. If he hadn't bent down when she tugged at his jeans, he might not be standing here today. Arthur looked up at the man and woman beside her. "Are you her parents?" he asked curiously. "Yes," replied the man as he stepped forward with a warm smile. I'm Stephen Blackwood and this is my wife Mary, and this lovely girl is our daughter. Are you from the Blackwood family? Julian interjected from the side. Stephen paused for a moment before responding. Yes, I am, and you must be. Julian Osborne from the Osborne family. That's right, Julian nodded eagerly. What brings you here? I came to thank this young man for saving my daughter, Stephen said earnestly as he turned to Arthur. This is my big brother's son, Arthur. Julian introduced him proudly. Thank you so much for saving my daughter's life, Stephen continued with genuine gratitude in his voice. Mary stepped forward too, tears glistening in her eyes as she added emotionally, I can't express how grateful we are. Arthur quickly waved his hands dismissively. No. No, I should actually thank her. If it weren't tea for her pulling on my jeans that day, I wouldn't be alive right now. He smiled warmly at them all. Everyone in the room was taken aback by Arthur's words. Surprise flickered across their faces as they exchanged glances filled with disbelief. But Arthur simply smiled back at them, radiating warmth. He then looked down at the little girl and beckoned her closer. She scampered over eagerly and gazed up at him with wide eyes sparkling with innocence and excitement. What's your name? Arthur asked gently while stroking her silky white hair. My name is Snow, she replied shyly. Snow, what a beautiful name. It suits you perfectly. Arthur chuckled softly. Suddenly, Snow looked deeply into his eyes with hope shining brightly within hers and asked sweetly, Can you be my big brother? Huh. Arthur blinked in surprise along with everyone else in the room, especially Stephen and Mary, who wore expressions of shock as they glanced between each other and then back to Snow and Arthur. Feeling slightly awkward yet touched by her request, Arthur looked to Stephen for reassurance. The father nodded encouragingly back at him. Arthur looked at Snow, whose eyes were filled with expectation, and smiled and ruffled her hair. I can be your big brother, Arthur nodded with a smile. Suddenly Snow smiled happily as her pure white teeth were revealed, revealing a genuine smile, which seems to brighten up the entire room. Dad, Mom, I have a big brother. I have a big brother. Snow looked at her parents and smiled happily at them. Mary looked at the smiling Snow and covered her mouth while crying, but she was crying because she was happy. Stephen also wiped away a few tears at the corner of his eyes and smiled happily. Arthur was quite taken back. He didn't expect both Stephen and Mary to have such a big reaction, but somehow he understood why they are so happy. He looked at Snow, who was holding his hand, smiling happily, and chuckled softly. Arthur let out a huge sigh as he lay on the hospital bed, a simple smile gracing his face. Just moments ago, he had found himself chuckling at the unexpected surprise of gaining a little sister, a cute 5-year-old at that. Well, this isn't so bad, he mused to himself. It's quite a nice feeling to have another little sister. He shook his head in disbelief, still processing the whirlwind of emotions. After contemplating for a moment, Arthur opened the system panel again, curiosity piqued. That's odd. How come it increased? He raised an eyebrow and muttered softly, confusion etched across his features. System, why did my family influence points go up? I haven't done anything to boost our family's reputation, he questioned. Host, the increase in family influence points is due to your assassination attempt, the system replied matter-of-factly. What do you mean? Arthur was still puzzled. Host, you are Arthur Osborne, the new head of the Osborne family. Even though the family is currently declining, it was once worth hundreds of millions. You were shot right in front of a restaurant. How could that not make headlines? Suddenly enlightened, Arthur's eyes lit up with realization. So that's why his family influence points had surged by over 5,000. Excitement bubbled within him at the thought of what upgrades awaited him in the system. Just then a knock on the door jolted him from his thoughts. Who could be visiting now? His family had already come by. He wasn't expecting anyone else. Vigilant after having been shot once, after all they say once bitten, twice shy, he silently scrutinized the door. Host, don't worry. Those are bodyguards from the system rewards, came the cold voice of the system. Ah, okay. Arthur sighed in relief and called out towards the door, come in. The door swung open to reveal 10 burly men clad in professional black suits who filled his spacious hospital room almost immediately. Their serious faces and imposing presence created an oppressive atmosphere. Boss. They all bowed and greeted him loudly while Arthur stared at them in awe from his bed. Shaking off his daze after a few moments, he took a deep breath and asked carefully, Who is your leader? One man stepped forward confidently. Boss, I'm the captain. What's your name? Arthur asked calmly. My name is Sylvester, he replied promptly. Good. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly as determination coursed through him. I need you for something important. We're ready for any task you assign us, Sylvester declared eagerly. Good. Arthur nodded, his expression serious. I am being targeted, and it's not just me, my entire family is in danger. Someone out there is after us, and I have my suspicions that they were responsible for my parents' deaths. I need you to investigate and find out who's behind all of this. A few minutes later, Arthur shared all the crucial information with Sylvester. He fixed his gaze on Sylvester and said firmly, I want you to uncover the identity of our enemy, and I want it done fast. Assemble 5 of your best investigators for this task. The others will remain at the mansion to ensure its security. Understand? Yes, boss. I promise to complete the task, Sylvester replied loudly, determination etched across his face. Good, you can go, Arthur waved dismissively. The 10 bodyguards bowed before exiting the room, just as they were about to leave. Wait. Arthur called out suddenly. Is there anything else, boss? Sylvester asked as he turned back. Yes, Arthur paused thoughtfully. Leave 2 bodyguards here and send 3 back to the mansion. Make arrangements for the rest. Understood, boss, Sylvester acknowledged before turning to his team. Hunter, Magnus, here, Captain. 2 burly men stepped forward, one with light skin and a firm build, while the other had a healthy, wheat-colored complexion. Both exuded an intimidating aura in their fitted black suits. You 2 are now responsible for the boss's safety, Sylvester instructed sternly. Understood, Captain, Hunter and Magnus shouted in unison. Sylvester turned back toward Arthur with a respectful bow. You're dismissed, Arthur said again with a wave of his hand. As Sylvester led the group out of the room, Hunter and Magnus positioned themselves solemnly at the door as guards. Meanwhile, Sylvester took charge of coordinating their next steps outside of the hospital. Arthur let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had professional bodyguards watching over him. Though he felt somewhat safer now, he knew better than to let down his guard completely. Days passed quickly, 5 days filled with medical treatments and visits from loved ones like Ashley and Liz who came almost daily. Initially, they were surprised when they saw Hunter and Magnus' presence at his door. They soon understood once Arthur explained everything. His first uncle Julian and Aunt Margaret also visited him. However, others were too busy, especially Emily and Nathaniel, who were preoccupied with urgent company matters since funds had finally come through for their delayed project. Damn, I'm finally getting out of this place, Arthur exclaimed as he completed his final procedures at the hospital, bandages wrapped around his right arm. He inhaled deeply. The scent of antiseptic was something he would never miss. Come on, brother, let's go. Ashley rolled her eyes playfully from beside him as she urged him to get into the car. All right, I'm coming, Arthur exclaimed, shaking his head as he hurried into the car. The 2 bodyguards were already positioned in the front seats, one at the wheel and the other scanning their surroundings with keen vigilance. Brother, you're finally going home, Ashley said, her face lighting up with a smile. Yeah, Arthur nodded appreciatively. I really miss home, especially the food. I've been stuck eating all those bland meals in the hospital. Not delicious at all. Ashley giggled softly, amusement dancing in her eyes as she watched him. As they sped down the road, Arthur gazed out at the passing scenery, a flood of emotions washing over him. Just then, Boss Hunter, who was driving, called out sharply, pulling Arthur from his thoughts. We're being followed, Magnus announced grimly from his seat as he peered into the side mirror. Both Arthur and Ashley exchanged startled glances before Arthur turned to look behind them. A sleek black car was tailing them closely. That black car? Arthur asked urgently. Yes, boss, Magnus confirmed with a nod. Find a way to lose them, Arthur commanded swiftly. He turned to Ashley, whose face was etched with concern. Ash, hold on tight. Ashley nodded quickly and clutched onto him tightly as Hunter veered off onto a different road. But just as they did, the black car accelerated too, its pursuit relentless. Hoonk. A deafening horn blared ahead of them as a massive truck barreled down from the opposite lane towards their car. Reacting instinctively, Hunter swerved sharply to avoid a head-on collision. Their vehicle drifted dangerously but narrowly escaped disaster. The truck lost control after missing its target and crashed violently into a streetlight pole. Smoke billowed from its wreckage as its door swung open. An obviously intoxicated man staggered out with blood streaming down his forehead before collapsing on the ground. Arthur and Ashley were frozen in terror, especially Ashley, her face drained of color as she shrank into Arthur's arms, trembling uncontrollably. While Arthur's heart raced wildly with fear and anger alike, how could this happen right after leaving the hospital? If it weren't, T for Hunter and Magnus, quick thinking, damn it. Do these guys think I'm some soft target they can just squeeze whenever they want? Fury sparked in his eyes. Suddenly gunfire erupted around them. Bullets riddled their car like rain. Boss, get down. Hunter shouted urgently while drawing an imposing firearm that resembled a futuristic Desert Eagle, a weapon built for power. Magnus mirrored his actions swiftly as both men rolled out of the vehicle to take cover behind it. The streets were engulfed in chaos. Shouts, screams, and cries filled the air as people dashed for their lives. Cars collided with each other and light poles, some even exploding in fiery bursts. It was a scene of utter pandemonium. Arthur gazed out of the car window, his heart heavy with dread. He felt a tight knot forming inside him as he struggled to process the turmoil unfolding before him. Brother, I'm scared, Ashley whimpered from his arms, gripping him tightly as she trembled with fear. Don't worry, Ash. Hunter and Magnus will take care of this, Arthur reassured her, shaking off his daze to comfort his sister. Suddenly, a new wave of gunfire erupted around them. Their car was surrounded by 3 black vehicles as over 20 armed men poured out, shooting indiscriminately. Thankfully, Arthur's vehicle was bulletproof. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to rubble by now. Hunter and Magnus took cover behind one of the nearby cars, quickly aiming at two attackers before firing their weapons. The sound echoed like thunder as both assailants fell lifelessly to the ground, lower bodies blown apart in a gruesome display. For the next few minutes, an intense exchange of fire ensued between Hunter and Magnus and the armed men, but it quickly became clear that they were no match for Arthur's skilled bodyguards. Their guns were simply too powerful. With each precise shot, they sent bodies sprawling across the pavement. Some heads exploded into a shower of blood and brain matter. It was evident that these bodyguards were professionals. Their proficiency with firearms was extraordinary. Within 30 minutes, all but one of the armed men lay defeated amidst pools of blood and dismembered limbs, the lone survivor fleeing, but losing an arm in his desperate escape. Just then, a wailing siren pierced through the chaos. In mere moments, hundreds of police cars descended upon the scene like a swarm of locusts. Officers clad in protective gear swarmed everywhere while armored vehicles rolled in behind them. The Special Weapons and Tactical Division, SWATD, had arrived. Freeze, hands up, lie on the ground. Weapons on the ground now. Shouts rang out from every direction as police surrounded Hunter and Magnus with guns drawn. Remaining calm under pressure, they complied, laying down their weapons and raising their hands high above their heads before being cuffed. Within seconds, barricades went up around the area to secure it against any further threats. Arthur stepped out of the car with Ashley still clinging to him. Her eyes were covered by a white cloth to shield her from witnessing such grotesque horror. "Sir, are you okay?" One member of SWATD approached Arthur cautiously. Arthur shot a cold glance at the SWATD member and said, "Those two you arrested are my bodyguards. I understand that, but they still need to be put under control. Please forgive me for this, sir," the officer replied. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted their exchange. "Sergeant." Arthur turned to see a man in his 30s, clad in a black leather jacket and a bulletproof vest, with a badge hanging prominently around his neck. He looked like he had stepped right out of a detective show. Beside him stood an equally striking female officer dressed similarly. Her long black hair was tied back in a ponytail, accentuating her stunning features and wild demeanor. "Sir." The SWATD member immediately snapped to attention upon seeing the approaching man. "I'll take it from here," the man said firmly before turning to Arthur with an apologetic smile. "Mr. Osborne, well, if it isn't Chief Tom, you certainly have impeccable timing," Arthur retorted sarcastically. "Whenever there's trouble, you arrive just after it, all sorted out, or when there are casualties. You police really know how to make an entrance. Please, sir, watch your tone." "This is the chief of police of Neo Luminara, Jessica," the beautiful officer interjected angrily. Arthur raised an eyebrow at her and replied coolly, "Oh really? If I'm wrong, please enlighten me. We've been engaged in open fire with armed men for 30 minutes straight. Where were you? If it weren't for my bodyguard's skills, I'd be dead by now. Why did it take more than half an hour for you to respond?" He gestured around at the chaos surrounding them and continued disdainfully, "Look at this mess. If you'd arrived earlier, none of this would have happened. All you're doing is collecting taxes while sitting idly by, completely useless." His frustration boiled over as he spoke. These officers never seemed to arrive until after emergencies were resolved or lives were lost. It made him want to scream. You, Jessica stuttered in disbelief as anger flashed in her eyes. "That's enough, Jessica," Chief Tom interjected calmly but firmly. Jessica huffed indignantly but kept her glare fixed on Arthur as he met her gaze with indifference before turning back to Chief Tom. "Mr. Osborne," Chief Tom began again, "you'll need to accompany us to the station for further investigation and your statement." Arthur nodded curtly, his expression still icy as he held onto Ashley, still blindfolded beside him. "Brother," Ashley's voice trembled slightly as she asked softly, "Is everything over?" "Yes," Arthur reassured her gently. "We're going to the police station so we can help with their investigation. Once we get there, I'll remove your blindfold." "Okay," Ashley replied quietly as she nodded. Yesterday at 1:38 p.m., chaos erupted at the intersection of King Street as a violent gunfight broke out. 20 heavily armed men engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire with two professional bodyguards, targeting none other than Arthur Osborne, the newly appointed head of the notorious Osborne family. Accompanying him was his cousin, Ashley Osborne. Fortunately, Arthur's bodyguards were quick to act and shielded both from harm. Reports indicate that these bodyguards managed to eliminate 25 assailants before one managed to escape into the shadows. But what's going in everyone's mind is what's happening within the Osborne family, who have the Osborne family offended. Just 2 months ago, tragedy struck when Arthur lost both his father and wife in a car accident. 5 days prior to this incident, he narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. Now, with another attack on his life, things are spiraling dangerously out of control. A massive plasma TV mounted on the wall blared the news, its screen flashing chaotic images of armed men exchanging gunfire with two bodyguards. The scene was a whirlwind of chaos. Flames danced in the air, smoke billowed ominously, and the sounds of screams and shouts echoed everywhere. Thankfully, much of the disturbing footage had been censored. Otherwise, countless viewers would be haunted by nightmares just from watching. In a dimly lit corner of the room sat Arthur, surrounded by a graveyard of burnt-out cigarettes piled high in an ashtray. Heavy smoke curled around him, obscuring his face as his cold eyes fixated on the broadcast. It had been over 24 hours since the shootout that rocked their lives, and now it dominated every headline. The entire city was aware of what transpired yesterday. Since yesterday, the entire Osborne family has been under lockdown. No one is allowed to enter or leave the mansion, and the atmosphere is thick with tension. Bodyguards patrol every corner of the estate, over 100 hired by Arthur himself in response to an alarming threat. Worry and concern flicker in everyone's eyes, casting a shadow over what used to be a lively home. Arthur sits in silence, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable anger. He hasn't slept since returning from the police station after giving his statement about an assassination attempt that nearly shattered their world. Hunter and Magnus, though they managed to evade serious consequences after all according to the law they're in defense, the police also returned their weapons to them. Just yesterday, while Arthur was under attack, 5 assassins infiltrated the mansion. Fortunately, thanks to his foresight in telling Sylvester leave additional bodyguards in the mansion for protection, they were swiftly apprehended. The thought of what could have happened sends chills down Arthur's spine. If those assassins had succeeded in breaching their defenses, he can hardly bear to imagine the consequences. As these thoughts swirl through his mind, Arthur's face contorts with frustration. Who could possibly want his family dead? He's barely begun to acclimate to this new world when danger seems to lurk around every corner. If he doesn't uncover who is behind this threat soon, peace will remain an elusive dream for them all. Damn it, this is infuriating, Arthur cursed, his frustration palpable as he raked a hand through his hair. His eyes sparkled with annoyance. System, can't you just tell me who's targeting me? He implored, directing his thoughts at the virtual assistant in his mind. Negative, host. It's something you must discover yourself, the system replied curtly. Arthur fell silent for a moment, absorbing the response. A few minutes later, he shook his head and let out a bitter chuckle. Oh right, system, since I survived yet another assassination attempt, isn't there a reward for that? His eyes suddenly lit up with hope. No reward available, host, came the cold reply from the system. Come on. You know, this round of attacks was way more intense than before. Surely I deserve something for surviving, Arthur argued passionately. As the system fell silent, Arthur rolled his eyes and continued. More than 20 armed men with guns fired at me for 30 minutes straight. Did you see how I was able to fight them off? I still haven't recovered from my previous injuries, but I was still able to survive. You have to give me some reward. Suddenly, a message popped up. Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden mission. Rewards are being given excitedly. Arthur read the rewards. Congratulations, host. You got 50 bodyguards, 30 normal bodyguards, 10 special forces grade bodyguards, and 10 elite bodyguards, all equipped with their own weapons. Congratulations, host. You have also received a small military factory that can be materialized anytime. Holy cow. Arthur exclaimed, jumping up from his chair, eyes wide like copper bells and mouth agape in shock and surprise. Are these rewards for me? Arthur asked the system in a trembling voice. The system explained, yes, host, in light of the extreme danger you and your family are facing, these rewards will help you better protect yourselves. Dang, this is too good, Arthur hissed slightly, eyes flashing with excitement. He never expected such rich rewards from the system, especially the military factory, which came in handy. What is the military factory's function? Arthur thought for a moment and quickly asked. The system replied, the military factory can produce all kinds of military weapons, but it's limited to weapons like Desert Eagles, submachine guns, hand grenades, automatic rifles, AK-47s, and other smaller weapons. Nice. Arthur's eyes lit up as he nodded in approval. Hey, why are the bodyguards divided into levels? How many levels are there? Arthur asked, feeling a bit confused. System, why are the bodyguards divided into levels? How many levels are there? Arthur asked, looking confused. The bodyguards are divided into different levels based on the amount of gene evolution liquid they are injected with. It can be 5 times, 10 times, or even 20 times higher than what you have. The levels are normal grade, special force grade, elite grade, soldier king grade, royal grade, and war god grade, the system explained. Arthur nodded in understanding, a smile finally appearing on his face. He now had some capital to protect himself and his family. How do I materialize the military factory to appear? Arthur inquired. You can choose any place to place the military factory, the system replied, and a holographic screen appeared in front of him, displaying a high-definition 3D map. This is the map of Neo Luminara, Arthur exclaimed in surprise as he closely examined the map. His eyes wandered around the map until they settled on a small mountain range about 100 kilometers outside the city. In a small valley hidden among the mountains and trees, Arthur saw the perfect spot. It was so well hidden that it would be hard for others to discover, as not many people had the time to wander in these mountains. System, let the military factory appear here. Arthur pointed at the small hidden valley. Understood, host. The military factory has been materialized. You can go and see it anytime, the system quickly responded. Arthur simply nodded and smiled, now waiting to hear news from Sylvester about the investigation. Dong, dong, dong. A knock on the door startled Arthur awake from his thoughts. Come in, Arthur said lightly, looking towards the door. The door pushed open and Alfred entered, bowing towards Arthur. Master Arthur. Alfred, what is it? Arthur smiled at Alfred and asked with a friendly tone. Master Arthur, it is time for the family meeting. The others are already waiting for you in the living room, Alfred said with a stoic expression. Huh. Already, Arthur muttered and looked at Alfred. You can go, I will be down in a second. Understood, Master Arthur. Alfred bowed once again and walked out of the study room. Arthur shook his head. Because of all the recent incidents, the originally family meeting, which was supposed to be held 3 days ago, have been delayed until now. Arthur simply sighed, opened a drawer and took out a pile of documents and headed out of the study room. In the expansive living room of the Osborne family mansion, a heavy silence hung in the air. Dozens of people sat around the plush sofas, their faces drawn and somber as they stared at the enormous TV mounted on the wall, broadcasting news that mirrored what Arthur was watching upstairs in his study. The atmosphere felt almost suffocating, a mix of grief and uncertainty. Suddenly, footsteps echoed down the staircase, breaking the tension. Everyone turned to see Arthur descending with purpose. As he reached the bottom, a wave of respect washed over the room. All stood up, their expressions a complex blend of solemnity and anticipation. Arthur nodded at them, his voice steady as he declared, "No need to waste time, let's go." With that, he swiftly led the way deeper into the mansion. The group followed closely behind him, navigating past the dining hall until they arrived at an unassuming stone wall next to a bookcase. Pushing aside several books revealed a hidden red button. Without hesitation, Arthur pressed it. Instantly, the stone wall split apart to unveil a long staircase leading downward. Without wasting another moment, he descended first while everyone else hurried after him. As soon as they entered, the wall sealed shut behind them. Moments later, they emerged into a vast chamber adorned with portraits lining its walls, each painting depicting a patriarch from generations past. These were not just any figures, they represented over 2 centuries of Osborne legacy. Arthur paused for a moment to reflect on their family history, their rise from humble beginnings with Ezekiel Osborne, a blacksmith who struck gold selling weapons and trading goods. Each subsequent head had fortified their wealth and influence until it all unraveled during his grandfather's generation when mismanagement squandered their fortune. His father had managed to restore some dignity before tragedy struck again. Now it was Arthur's turn to salvage what remained. Once one of Neo-Luminara's most prestigious families with significant clout across Aurelian Federation, now they teetered on the brink of extinction due to arrogance and neglect from previous generations. Shaking off these heavy thoughts, Arthur surveyed the spacious room that resembled a conference area. A long table crafted from mysterious materials dominated its center, surrounded by chairs on either side and an imposing seat at its head. This was where critical strategies were forged for their family's future. Decisions made here would shape everything going forward, an exclusive space reserved for only those deemed worthy. "Everybody please take a seat," Arthur said simply as he made his way to the main chair and settled in. The others quickly followed suit, their expressions serious as they turned to face him. To his right sat his first uncle, Julian. On his left was his second uncle, Nathaniel, and beside Nathaniel was his third uncle, William. First, Aunt Margaret and Emily occupied the seats next to Julian on the right, while Ashley sat beside them. Finally, there was Philip, Margaret's husband, who had married into the family. He and Margaret had 2 children who were currently in their final year at university. Due to recent events, all of them had been summoned back to the mansion. Everyone present in the room was here for a reason. They were about to graduate and would soon step into roles within the family business, a clear indication that they were qualified for this meeting. In fact, Arthur had many cousins. However, only those from the main branch of the family were present today. This included himself, 3 uncles, 2 aunties and their children, Ashley Nathaniel, S. daughter George Nathaniel, S. son William Julian, S. son Edward Julian, S. son Bella Julian, S. daughter Olivia Richard, S. daughter Charlotte Richard, S. daughter Eva Margaret, S. daughter and Oscar Margaret's son. In total, Arthur had 8 cousins from this main branch alone. Other branches weren't represented today. The only person who Haven T married yet is his second aunt Emily, and Arthur also doesn't know why she haven't married. Notably missing were Billy and Elizabeth. They hadn't yet qualified to participate in these crucial family discussions. Thus far, only those who had completed or were nearing completion of their university studies were present alongside their uncles and aunties. A total of 14 individuals gathered for this important meeting. Taking a deep breath, Arthur surveyed everyone seated around the table before declaring with authority, "Since its founding, the Osborne family has held 20 family meetings. Today marks our 21st meeting, and I stand before you as Arthur Osborne, your current head of family." A heavy silence enveloped the room as Julian and the others waited anxiously for him to continue. With determination etched across his face, Arthur pressed on. "Throughout our family's history until my grandfather's generation, and then my father's, we have faced various challenges. Our once-thriving businesses have crumbled down to just one struggling real estate company, a humiliating disgrace that has befallen us all. Because of our failures as a family unit, we are now treated like trash, hunted down relentlessly, and forced into hiding within these very walls." His eyes blazed with anger as he glanced at Julian and the others seated nearby. They lowered their heads in shame under his piercing gaze. 50 years ago, our family was one of the most esteemed in Neo-Luminara, renowned across the nation. But look at us now, pathetic, humiliated, and treated like trash that anyone can trample on. All because of arrogance. My grandfather and his generation believed the Osborne family could lift the sky with one hand, yet here we stand in disgrace. Arthur's voice trembled with suppressed anger as he spoke. Julian and the others lowered their heads, humiliation flashing in their eyes. "I want all of you to remember this moment," Arthur continued, his tone shifting to one of resolve. "This humiliation is not just a setback, it's a wake-up call for our family. Yes, we've fallen, but remember, destruction brings rebirth. From this day forward, the Osborne family will rise again, and no one will stop us." His determination radiated as he locked eyes with everyone present. As if inspired by his words, they lifted their heads and met Arthur's gaze with newfound determination. The memories of their family's past glory ignited a fighting spirit within them, fists clenched tightly as they vowed not to let anyone hinder their resurgence. Arthur's heart swelled with pride when he saw that fire in their eyes. He nodded in satisfaction and reached for a stack of documents nearby, distributing them to his uncles and aunties. Julian, Nathaniel, Richard, Margaret, Emily, and Philip eagerly opened the documents before them. After scanning through the pages, shock washed over their faces. "What you hold is our development plan for the next 10 years, Arthur said solemnly. "This blueprint will lay down the foundation for our family's revival." Arthur surveyed the room, his expression shifting to one of gravity as he announced, as outlined in the documents, "I've identified 16 industries that our family will focus on developing over the next decade." A wave of astonishment washed over Julian and the others. Ashley and their cousins were equally taken aback by Arthur's bold declaration. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Julian finally spoke up. "Arthur, if we dive into 15 industries at once, won't we run short on capital? Where will we find the funds to support such ambitious ventures?" Emily chimed in from the side, concern etched on her face. "Yeah, Arthur, given the recent challenges our family and company have faced, no bank or financial institution seems willing to lend us money." The group nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Arthur with a mix of worry and curiosity. With a light chuckle and a dismissive wave of his hand, Arthur reassured them, "You don't need to fret about finances. In just a month's time, I'll secure so much funding that you won't know how to spend it all." Huh. The room fell silent as surprise flickered across their faces. They struggled to grasp what he meant. "Just focus on completing your tasks," Arthur said matter-of-factly. Julian nodded slowly. Although he was technically Arthur's uncle, at this moment Arthur held the reins as head of the family. "Now let's take a closer look at these industries," Arthur continued confidently. He scanned the room before listing them off. Osborne Media and Entertainment Group, Osborne Transportation Group, Osborne Technology, Osborne Supply Chain Group, Osborne Hospital Group, Osborne Mining Resources Group, Osborne Heavy Industry Group, Osborne Winery Beverages Group, Osborne Pharmaceuticals Biotech Group, Osborne Real Estate Construction Group, Osborne Intercontinental Hotel Group, Osborne Restaurant Group, Osborne Fashion Cosmetics, Osborne Security Defense, Osborne Capital, Osborne Retail E-Commerce Group, as he concluded naming each industry poised for development. An awestruck silence enveloped the room. While Julian and some others had seen this list earlier in their documents, hearing it spoken aloud by Arthur added an extra layer of gravity. Noticing their stunned expressions, Arthur smiled warmly. "I understand you're surprised. Some of you might be wondering if we can truly manage this many industries." They remained quiet but exchanged glances that seemed to say they were tentatively agreeing with him. "Remember," Arthur emphasized, "this is merely our starting point. There are countless industries out there. For now, we're focusing on these 15. Philip leaned forward skeptically and asked Margaret beside him, "Are you suggesting we aim for every industry in existence?" "Yes," Arthur replied with unwavering confidence. Hiss, the room fell silent as Julian and the others gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. They stared at Arthur as if he were a madman, grappling with the enormity of what he had just proposed. Even at its peak, the Osborne family had only dabbled in a handful of industries. In fact, the number of industries the family used to be in didn't exceed one hand. Now, here was Arthur, boldly declaring that they would venture into every industry imaginable. Their shock was palpable. Arthur's ambition seemed almost insatiable. Why do you think we can't do it? Is it too much? Arthur raised an eyebrow, challenging them to voice their doubts. Julian shook his head slowly. It's just we Ray shocked, he admitted, his gaze fixed on Arthur. Do you really think we can pull this off? Ashley chimed in, her voice laced with skepticism. Honestly, it sounds impossible. I've never heard of anyone achieving something like this. Arthur met their uncertain gazes and replied calmly, just because it hasn't been done before doesn't mean it can't be done. If it doesn't exist yet, I'll create it. I know this seems daunting, he continued passionately, but remember what I said earlier. I'm determined to make our family the most powerful in the world, a family so influential that we could change economies with a snap of our fingers, a family so powerful that we can bankrupt countries if we want to. His eyes burned with determination. With unwavering confidence bolstered by his unique system, Arthur felt ready to tackle any challenge that lay ahead. If he couldn't achieve what he envisioned with its help, well, that would be a fate worse than death. As his words sank in, Julian and the others exchanged solemn looks filled with mixed emotions. Margaret finally spoke up, her smile breaking through the tension. I believe in you. I truly believe you can elevate our family to new heights. Julian took a moment before nodding thoughtfully. If Big Brother were here right now, he'd be proud of you. The future of the Osborne family is in your hands. I have faith you will lead us back to greatness. Richard, Emily, Philip, Ashley, and the others all nodded along with pride shining in their eyes as they looked at Arthur. I believe we can do this together, Arthur declared confidently after taking a deep breath, and we'll witness it all unfold side by side. Now listen up. His tone shifted to serious as everyone turned their attention back to him. You're all going to dive into one or more industries, he stated firmly while glancing at his 3 uncles and 2 aunts. First uncle, ULL spearhead the Osborne Technology Group. Second uncle, Ray tasked with launching the Osborne Real Estate Construction Group. Third uncle, ULL established the Osborne Supply Chain Group. Second aunt, Ray taking charge of the Osborne Media Entertainment Group. Ashley, you'll lead the Osborne Fashion Cosmetics Group. And Uncle Philip, you will develop the Osborne Capital, Arthur said as his eyes flashed with deep thinking. Julian, Nathaniel, Richard, Emily, Ashley, and Philip, all of them had solemn faces as they looked at Arthur. They know that the responsibility that Arthur have given them is no joke, and they can't make any mistakes, otherwise they will feel really ashamed. They are ready to develop the family together with Arthur and make it great, and by developing the family industries can they help in the family development. Brother, what about Aunt Margaret? Aren't you going to assign her a company to establish? Ashley asked, curiosity lighting up her eyes as she glanced at Arthur. The room fell silent, with Julian and the others sharing puzzled looks while Margaret herself looked at Arthur, confusion evident in her expression. Aunt, don't worry. I have a different job for you, Arthur reassured her with a warm glance. I'll fill you in later. Okay, Arthur, Margaret replied with a smile that brightened the atmosphere. Turning his attention back to his cousins, Arthur added, as for the rest of you, please hold on for just a moment while I wrap up some details here. Then I'll come to each of you. All of them nodded in understanding and smiles spread across their faces. Arthur then focused on his first uncle, Julian. First uncle, you're in charge of Osborne Technology and its 9 subsidiaries. But let's start by establishing 6 key ones. 1 Osborne Devices. This will handle production of smartphones, laptops, tablets, and wearables. 2 Osborne Software Solutions, tasked with developing operating systems and productivity software. 3 Osborne Cloud Services, responsible for cloud storage and computing solutions. 4 Osborne Cyber Defense, focused on cybersecurity software and data protection solutions. 5 Osborne Semiconductors, dedicated to producing advanced chips and processors. 6 Osborne IoT Solutions, developing smart devices and connected home systems. Julian listened intently, his expression serious as he absorbed the information. Here, Arthur said as he handed Julian a sleek black USB flash drive. All the details about Osborne Technology are stored here. As for the remaining 3 subsidiaries, we'll add them once the foundation stabilizes. Julian accepted the flash drive with both hands as if it were a priceless treasure. Don't worry, Arthur. I won't let you down, he promised earnestly. I trust you will, Arthur smiled before turning to his second uncle, Nathaniel. Second uncle, he began seriously, you're in charge of Osborne Real Estate Construction Group, which includes 10 subsidiaries. 1 Osborne Homes, developing luxury apartments and gated communities. 2 Osborne Towers, managing iconic office buildings and retail spaces. 3 Osborne Infrastructure, constructing highways and public facilities. Arthur paused to gauge Nathaniel's reaction before continuing with confidence. I want to delve into details about the other subsidiaries. All necessary information is on this flash drive. He handed it over. Don't T worry. I'll make our real estate company powerful, Nathaniel vowed solemnly as he received it. Arthur nodded thoughtfully before turning to his third uncle, Richard. With a swift motion, he pulled out a flash drive and handed it over. Third uncle, you're now in charge of the Osborne supply chain group, which includes 10 subsidiaries. I won't go into all the details right now. Everything you need is on this flash drive. Richard smiled warmly as he accepted the device, nodding appreciatively at Arthur. Next, Arthur turned to his second Aunt Emily with a bright smile. Aunt Emily, you're taking the helm of the Osborne Media Entertainment Group. This encompasses 6 subsidiaries and 15 divisions. Your role is crucial. You are essentially the voice of our family in the entertainment industry. He presented her with another flash drive, his tone growing serious. I have a significant task for you. Within 1 to 3 years, I want us to dominate at least 50, ideally 80, of the entertainment market in the Aurelian Federation. We need to establish our presence first in Neo Luminara's news media and platforms. Can you handle that? Don't worry, Arthur, Emily replied confidently, her expression resolute as she took the flash drive. I won't let you down. Good, I'm counting on you, Arthur said with an encouraging smile. He then turned to Ashley, handing her yet another flash drive. Ash, you're responsible for the Osborne Fashion and Cosmetics Group, which also has 10 subsidiaries under its wing. This is a big responsibility for someone fresh out of school, but I believe in your potential. Take it step by step. If you run into any challenges that seem insurmountable, don't hesitate to reach out for help from the others or come directly to me. Ashley beamed back at him. Don't worry about me. I graduated with first-class honors in business administration and plan to pursue my master's and PhD soon. Arthur chuckled softly and shook his head before finally addressing Philip. Uncle Philip, he called gently. Philip straightened up immediately, his expression shifting from casual to serious as emotions flickered across his face. Though he had married into the Osborne family, but he had often been sidelined during important discussions, and now being included in this meeting filled him with pride and gratitude. Uncle Philip, Arthur continued earnestly, you will oversee Osborne Capital, the financial backbone of our family businesses. Your role is vital. If your side falters, so does everything we've built together. The Osborne Capital is the most important of the family business. Nothing must happen to it. His gaze was intense as he emphasized each word. For a moment, Philip was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Arthur, he promised fervently, I swear on my life that I won't let you down. I'll do everything within my power to grow Osborne Capital. His eyes sparkled with emotion, a mix of excitement and gratitude, as Margaret smiled lovingly at him from beside. Good, I trust you can handle this, Arthur said with a nod, handing over a flash drive. All the information you need is right here. Taking a deep breath, Arthur turned to his cousins and declared, as members of the Osborne family were born into a legacy. From the moment you enter this family, you're destined for one of 2 paths, business or politics. So now it's time to choose. Julian and the others exchanged curious glances, their eyes shifting toward their 7 of them. All of them had solemn faces as they looked at George and the others, but they were also quite surprised by what Arthur said. They don't know why he added this rule, but this is not the time to ask. Arthur surveyed his 7 cousins, a calm determination etched on his face as he awaited their responses. The room was thick with silence, each cousin lost in their own thoughts. Arthur knew that the Osborne family could not afford willfulness, especially among the younger generation. In times like these, there was no room for whims or personal dreams. It was all about duty and responsibility. As members of the Osborne family, they were bound to follow one of 2 paths, business or politics, no exceptions. Arthur had no intention of entertaining fantasies about happiness or self-fulfillment that wouldn't contribute to the family's legacy. For the next decade or so, each member would need to prioritize the family's growth over individual aspirations, even if it meant sacrificing their dreams. The gravity of Arthur's expression made it clear there would be no negotiation. Politics or business, those were their only options. Brother, I'll go into business, Edward said as he raised his head to meet Arthur's gaze. I studied business and management in mining and energy, Edward continued confidently. I'm ready, me too. William, son of Arthur's first uncle, chimed in from across the table. I've got a degree in mining engineering. I'll also pursue business. Arthur smiled at them both. Excellent. You two will lead the Osborne Mining and Resource Group. Here are the details. Study them closely. He handed a flash drive to George with a reassuring nod. Bella and Olivia then spoke up in unison. We've decided to join Ash at the Osborne Fashion and Cosmetics Group. Great choice. You'll both serve as CEOs of subsidiaries under Ashley, Arthur replied earnestly. But first, you must learn from your first uncle for 3 months before being evaluated for your positions. We understand. We won't let you down, Bella assured him as she adjusted her glasses with determination. Arthur turned his attention to Eva and Charlotte. And what about you two? Business or politics? Politics. They answered simultaneously, surprising everyone around the table. That works, Arthur chuckled lightly while eyeing them thoughtfully. If I remember correctly, you both studied law at Aurelian Law University. Yes, Charlotte affirmed with a slight smile. Interesting. He narrowed his eyes as he considered their futures before focusing on Charlotte again. You will begin by serving as a judge in the lower courts. Charlotte blinked in disbelief. But brother, it's not easy becoming a judge, even at that level. I just graduated. You got your Juris Doctor degree, right? Arthur interjected suddenly, his eyes fixed on Charlotte. Yes, Charlotte replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. That's great. You'll serve as a judge in the lower courts for a year to gain experience. After that, you'll advance. And don't worry, as long as there's money, there's nothing in this world that cannot be done, Arthur said with a smile. Charlotte nodded, feeling relieved. As long as she could quickly climb the ranks to become a judge, she was ready to put in the work. Okay, she affirmed. In 5 years, I want to see you seated as a Supreme Court justice, Arthur declared confidently. The room fell silent as everyone processed his ambitious vision for Charlotte. They hadn't expected him to dream so big, to imagine someone from the Osborne family rising to such heights within just 5 years. But they couldn't help but feel excited. Having an Osborne in such a prestigious position could only mean good things for their family's future. Remember, Arthur continued with unwavering assurance, as long as money is involved, anything is possible. If something can be solved, it just means we haven't invested enough. He turned back to Charlotte and said, just focus on your studies and leave everything else to me. But make sure you build a solid foundation of skills. Without that, no amount of money will help you succeed. Gain experience at every level, understand? Charlotte nodded earnestly. Yes, I understand. I won't let you down. Arthur smiled approvingly before shifting his gaze toward Evan, who sat eagerly awaiting her turn. As for you, Eva, he began again, I want you to become a lawyer first. Work at a law firm and aim to win at least 20 cases, 5 of which should be significant ones. After that, we'll establish the Osborne law firm and you'll take charge. Can you do it? Evan's determination shone through her quick nod. Yes, I can do it. Arthur chuckled lightly before looking over at Oscar and George. George wasted no time. Brother, I want to enter the transportation industry. Oscar chimed in calmly but confidently. I am interested in heavy industry. It's one of the country's vital pillars. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. All right then. The Osborne Heavy Industry and Osborne Transportation Group will be entrusted to both of you. But remember, spend 3 months learning from our second and third uncles before proceeding. He tossed each of them flash drives containing valuable information. Both brothers caught the drives with serious expressions and acknowledged his words with determined nods. Arthur took a moment to gather his thoughts, then nodded firmly. He turned to his first Aunt Margaret, his expression serious yet determined. Aunt Margaret, he began, we're establishing Osborne Holdings, which will oversee all our family industries. You will serve as its first president. He glanced at his uncles and aunts before continuing. The presidency will rotate every 5 years among the 5 of you. Taking a deep breath, Arthur elaborated, Osborne Holdings will hold all shares of our various businesses and their subsidiaries. Each year, every industry must transfer 90% of their annual profits into Osborne Holdings, while retaining 10% for operational costs, excluding employee salaries. Julian and the others exchanged glances filled with contemplation. Satisfaction flickered in their eyes as they absorbed Arthur's vision. And let me be clear, no company under our family banner will ever go public, Arthur added with an air of nonchalance. As the parent company for all our industries, Osborne Holdings is crucial. If any of you wish to expand your business, you'll need to submit a detailed report explaining your intentions. Additionally, we'll have an evaluation team that visits each company monthly and annually to assess performance. There are rewards for meeting standards and consequences for falling short. They'll come incognito at any time, so always be prepared, Arthur concluded with a smile. The weight of responsibility settled over Julian and the others like a heavy blanket. They realized that if they didn't develop their companies effectively, failure would lead to penalties, a thought none of them relished. Osborne Holdings will also serve as a cash reserve, Arthur continued. If anyone needs funds or finds themselves short on resources when their company is struggling, you can apply for assistance from Osborne Holdings. Emily raised her hand thoughtfully. Arthur, since you're assigning tasks here today, what about the other family members? Of course. Those interested in business will take on roles as CEOs within our various subsidiaries, Arthur explained confidently. Veterans in management can jump right in. Those who lack experience can learn from you all for 3 months before being evaluated for positions. What about those who want to start their own businesses? Julian interjected after considering this new structure. They'll receive $10 million from Osborne Holdings, Arthur replied matter-of-factly. However, if they fail in business, punishment will follow. He paused dramatically before adding, in fact, any younger generation member wishing to start a business will receive the same amount, because as long as you're an Osborne, you must contribute. Nathaniel chimed in next. And what about those interested in politics? Simple. They can pursue careers as lawyers or judges or seek political positions such as mayor or minister, as long as it benefits the family, Arthur stated decisively. Nods of understanding rippled through the room as everyone absorbed his words. Any other questions? Arthur asked, scanning the room. The family members exchanged glances and shook their heads, signaling they had nothing more to add. Good, Arthur nodded, turning his attention to his first aunt, Margaret. Aunt, I'll be transferring $200 million to you shortly. This will serve as the foundational funds for everyone to kickstart their respective companies. While this amount might not cover everything, I'll be sending another sum in a few days. Okay, Margaret replied with a warm smile. All right, everyone, Arthur declared with a serious expression. This marks the end of the 21st Osborne family meeting. You're all dismissed. Julian and the others quickly rose from their seats, bowing slightly to the portraits of past family leaders before offering a respectful nod to Arthur as they exited the conference room. Moments later, only Arthur remained, lost in deep thought amidst the echoes of familial legacy. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through his reverie. Congratulations, host, for completing mission number 1. Congratulations, host system have met conditions to upgrade. Congratulations, host, the family have been upgraded. Congratulations, host, you receive 200 million Unicreds for family development, a 100 bodyguards of various levels. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 billion Unicreds for family development, 10 attributes point system have finished upgrading system, mall have been unlocked. Suddenly, the long-lost system voice sounded in Arthur's mind, waking him up from his deep thoughts. As dense blue holographic notifications popped out in front of him, Arthur was suddenly overwhelmed by a flurry of dense system notifications popping up in front of him, but as he quickly processed the information, a broad smile spread across his face. Finally, he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he opened the system panel to check his status. Personal panel host, Arthur Osborne. Identity, head of the Osborne family. Age, 22. Three-dimensional attributes, strength, 8 intelligence, 12 speed. 6 family panel. Family, Osborne family. Family level 2, century-old family. Family halo, loyal to the family. Family influence points. FIP, 5,000 points. 100,000 points. Family members, 55 people. Loyalty over 90 means they would sacrifice their lives for the family. Family industry, Osborne Group. Osborne Real Estate Company. Family assets. Properties, 200 million Unicred system. Mall, unlocked. Main task, family foundation, lay out the basic foundation of the family that can strengthen the family. Currently reward, unknown status, complete punishment for failure, unknown. Side mission 1, investigate the culprit behind your parents' death and your assassination. Ward, unknown. Punishment for failure, unknown. Moments later, he noticed some impressive changes on the status panel. First off, his family level had soared from level 1, founding family, to level 2, century-old family. Even more thrilling was the appearance of a new tab labeled Family Assets and Properties, revealing that the Osborne family now assets worth an astonishing 200 million Unicreds. And then came what Arthur had been eagerly anticipating, the unlocking of the system mall. A smirk crept across his face as he realized it was finally accessible. With eager anticipation, Arthur clicked on the System Mall tab, and a vibrant new screen materialized before him. The mall was neatly organized into various industries, making navigation a breeze. There were sections for technology, entertainment, food and beverage, and much more, each filled with enticing categories. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he tapped on the entertainment section. Instantly, different categories under this industry flashed onto the holographic screen. When he selected the gaming category, his heart raced at what he saw. Countless popular titles from Earth. Damn, I'm rich. Arthur grinned foolishly as he scanned through the prices. League of Legends price, 100 million Unicreds. Plants vs. Zombies price, 20 million Unicreds. God of War price, 100 million Unicreds. World of Warcraft price, 300 million Unicreds. Candy Crush price, 10 million Unicreds. Assassin's Creed price, 50 million Unicreds. Titanfall price, 200 million Unicreds. Helldivers price, 300 million Unicreds. Call of Duty Modern Warfare price, 200 million Unicreds. Grand Auto Theft All Parts price, 700 million Unicreds. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Arthur scrolled through an array of beloved games that had once captivated him back on Earth. His lips trembled slightly in excitement. This was like a dream come true. Shaking with anticipation, he pressed into the movie section next. As numerous categories popped up before him, he could hardly contain his glee while scrolling down. John Wick All Parts price, 500 million Unicreds. Titanic price, 500 million Unicreds. Resident Evil All Parts price, 500 million Unicreds. Extraction All Parts price, 100 million Unicreds. The Expendables All Parts price, 400 million Unicryds Fast and Furious All Parts price, 600 million Unicryds The Dark Knight price. 400 million Unicryds Mad Max, Fury Road price, 300 million Unicryds The Matrix price, 700 million Unicryds Damn System You Really Did Good, You Did Good Arthur simply gave thumbs up to the system. Arthur continued to scroll down the system mall. The more he scrolled down and looked at the system mall, the more excited he becomes. What really made him really excited is the various black technologies in the mall. These technologies, if taken out into the world right now, can set off a storm. With this, the Osborne family will become the strongest family in the world. In no time, Arthur muttered with a confident smile. Arthur couldn't contain his excitement as he explored the vast offerings of the system mall. It felt like a treasure trove, with everything from Earth's blockbuster movies and games to cutting-edge technology and groundbreaking pharmaceuticals. He envisioned a future where he could tap into these resources and generate immense wealth. After all, many of these films and games had raked in billions back on Earth. His heart raced as he stumbled upon the anime section, filled with beloved classics like Shrek, Frozen, and Kung Fu Panda. But what truly captivated him were the pharmaceutical and biotech categories. Here, Arthur discovered potential cures for diseases that had long plagued humanity: cancer, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, the list went on. Just think about it. Back on Earth, millions suffered from cancer daily. The market was worth trillions. And in Pantera, a world vastly larger than Earth, imagine how many people needed treatment. If he could produce a cancer drug here, it could propel the Osborne family to unimaginable heights. The thought made Arthur's breath quicken, his face flushed with anticipation. The temptation to unveil this miracle cure immediately was overwhelming, but he knew better than to act impulsively. Calm down, he reminded himself, taking a deep breath to steady his racing thoughts. Revealing such a powerful asset too soon could attract unwanted attention from powerful corporations that would see him as a threat. Instead of rushing into action, Arthur decided to focus on more manageable opportunities first, like weight loss medications or treatments for myopia. As he browsed through the system mall's offerings with renewed determination, something caught his eye, a category labeled talents. Intrigued, he tapped on it. To his delight, numerous subcategories appeared before him: technology programming talents, business management talents, scientific research talents, creative artistic talents, bodyguards, engineering technical talents. Each talent came with its own price tag, igniting excitement within him. So I can buy skilled individuals across various industries? Arthur asked eagerly. Yes, host. You can purchase them as long as you have the funds available. Don't worry about their identities. The system will take care of everything. Wow, his eyes sparkled at this revelation. Security was paramount for him right now. The Osborne family was under threat from all sides, and strong bodyguards were essential. He quickly navigated to the bodyguard section without hesitation. Normal bodyguard price, 10 million Unicryds elite bodyguard price, 30 million Unicryds special elite bodyguard price, 50 million Unicryds special force grade bodyguard price, 100 million Unicryds soldier king grade bodyguard price, 200 million Unicryds mercenary king grade bodyguard price, 300 million Unicryds royal grade bodyguard price, 500 million Unicryds war god grade bodyguard price, 700 million Unicryds. Wow, why are these bodyguards so expensive? Arthur's eyes widened as he took in the staggering prices of these elite protectors. Host, the reason these bodyguards come with such a hefty price tag is that they are significantly more powerful and professional than standard bodyguards. For instance, those available in the system mall are twice as strong as typical guards found elsewhere. Plus, each higher grade offers increased professionalism and strength compared to the last. The system voice chimed in his mind unexpectedly. Arthur shook his head in disbelief. Yes, they were pricey, but when it came to family safety, there was no room for compromise. After receiving substantial cash rewards from the system upgrade, and with his family's status also on the rise, 1.2 billion Unicryds didn't seem like an insurmountable amount anymore. He pondered over the various levels of bodyguards for a moment before making a decision. He purchased 2 special elite bodyguards and 1 special force grade bodyguard, spending 200 million Unicryds and leaving himself with a cool 1 billion. After instructing the system to send his new hires to Sylvester for further arrangements, he felt a surge of excitement about his next venture, speculating in international future oil markets in just a few days. The thought of potential profits ignited a fire within him. If all went well, it could inflate the Osborne family's wealth beyond imagination. With renewed determination, Arthur closed the system panel and exited the conference room wearing a satisfied smile, humming cheerfully as he strolled through the hall with hands clasped behind his back. Master Arthur, Captain Sylvester is looking for you, Alfredo announced just as Arthur stepped into the expansive living room. In an instant, Arthur's cheerful demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and cold resolve. Tell him to come to my study immediately, he instructed firmly before heading upstairs to his study room where he settled into his chair with an intense gaze. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Arthur called out lightly while fixing his eyes on the entrance. The door swung open to reveal Sylvester's imposing figure stepping inside. Sylvester quickly bowed upon entering. "Master Arthur, we have discovered who is targeting the Osborne family." Arthur's heart raced as he absorbed Sylvester's words. He took a deep breath, striving to steady himself, and fixed his gaze on Sylvester. "Who is it?" he asked, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "It's Oliver Sterling," Sylvester replied. "Oliver Sterling?" Arthur raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Yes, Master Arthur. Oliver Sterling is the eldest son of the head of the Sterling family and currently serves as the CEO of Horizon Legacy Real Estate Group." Sylvester's tone was grave, and suddenly, everything clicked for Arthur. He recalled that this was the same man who had attempted to purchase their development land at an absurdly low price. "Are you sure?" Arthur pressed, searching Sylvester's face for any hint of doubt. "Absolutely, Master Arthur," Sylvester affirmed with a serious nod. "We began our investigation with the assassins we captured, those who tried to infiltrate the mansion days ago, and one of the armed men who ambushed you recently. Through various methods of interrogation, they ultimately confessed that it was Oliver Sterling who hired them. We've confirmed everything. All evidence points directly to him." A chilling realization washed over Arthur as his eyes turned cold and steely. "Was he also responsible for my parents' deaths?" Sylvester nodded solemnly. "Yes." Fury surged through Arthur as he clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white against the pressure of his emotions, his eyes bloodshot with rage and sorrow. "Congratulations, host. You have completed side mission 1. Rewards are being issued." "Congratulations, host. You have completed side mission 1. Rewards are being issued." "Congratulations, host. You have received 10 attributes points and 3 pieces of future information." Arthur's mind was a storm of anger and sorrow as he absorbed Sylvester's devastating news. Arthur didn't even bother to look or pay attention to the system rewards at all, his entire mind wad clouded by anger and sorrow. His suspicion was right. His parents' death wasn't an accident at all of it was man-made. His family was now in danger, all because of one individual, and to make matters worse, this person was around his age. The weight of the news settled heavily on Arthur's shoulders. "Master Arthur," Sylvester began solemnly, "we uncovered something alarming, the bankruptcy of the Osborne family. That was engineered by none other than the Sterling family. It all started when your father refused to sell them a piece of land under our real estate company." Arthur blinked in disbelief. "You mean the land we're currently developing on the north side of the city?" Sylvester nodded gravely. "Yes, Master Arthur. Damn it. Just because my father refused to sell them the land, they had to kill my parents." Arthur's voice thundered as he slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. The weight of his grief and anger was palpable in the room. What could possibly drive them to such lengths? Why go after the entire Osborne family? He took a deep breath, attempting to rein in his emotions. Sylvester, ever composed, slid a folder across the table. "All the information you need is right here. Everything about the Sterling family and their obsession with that piece of land." Arthur opened the folder, flipping through its contents until shock washed over him. His gaze shot up to Sylvester, disbelief etched on his face. "Are you sure this information is accurate?" "Absolutely, Master Arthur," Sylvester replied earnestly. "We went to great lengths to uncover it. In fact, we stumbled upon this intel during an interrogation. One of our captives spilled everything. He's apparently the leader of their group and overheard Oliver Sterling discussing plans." As Arthur absorbed the details, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. The documents revealed that Oliver Sterling and his family were desperate for the land that Arthur's father had recently purchased at auction for $15 million. A price that had seemed ridiculous at the time, but was now poised to skyrocket in value due to upcoming city developments like a new subway station and schools just meters away. Months ago, when Arthur's father bought that seemingly worthless plot of land, he faced ridicule from high-profile figures, including members of the Sterling family themselves. But now, that same land was suddenly worth hundreds of millions. The Sterling family was able to get the news from some connections that the city authorities have announced the development of a subway station and some key schools near the land. In fact, many wealthy and other real estate companies' individuals had also heard the news about these developments through various connections, but chose to walk away when they realized they could do nothing about it. Not so for Oliver Sterling. Greed consumed him. They offered Arthur's father double what he paid for it, but he stood firm against their temptations. When legal means failed them, desperation turned into something far darker. While others retreated upon realizing they couldn't have what they wanted, Oliver rallied allies who shared his insatiable hunger for wealth, and together they targeted Arthur's father and the Osborne family businesses relentlessly until bankruptcy loomed over them all. Their twisted plan hinged on forcing a sale at rock-bottom prices once Arthur's family was financially crippled. Arthur's father had always been underestimated, even when the Osborne family teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet, he stood firm, resolutely refusing to sell their land. This stubbornness infuriated the Sterling family, who were driven by greed and finally resorted to killing Arthur's father, as they believed that if they eliminated him, acquiring the land would be a simple task. After all, they dismissed the rest of the Osborne family as inconsequential. What they didn't anticipate was the resilience of the Osbornes. What they didn't even expect was that the Osborne family would bounce back from bankruptcy and even started to develop the land. Seeing all of this, anger boiled over within the Sterling family. Their desperation led them to target Arthur himself. But what they don't expect is that this isn't the previous Arthur anymore. This is a completely new Arthur. With a heavy heart and clenched fists around a folder filled with revelations, Arthur took a deep breath. The cold realization washed over him. The Sterling family's greed knew no bounds. They were willing to sacrifice lives for their ambitions, and this seems like this isn't the first time that they have done something like this. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Host, a new mission has been issued. Mission, revenge mode. As head of the Osborne family, you must eliminate every obstacle standing between you and your rightful place at the top. An eye for an eye, take revenge against the Sterling family for what they did to you, and your loved ones startled back into reality by this unexpected directive. Arthur hesitated before asking, "You mean I should kill people?" "Yes, host," came the system's brief reply. Arthur was taken aback. Killing. The only life he'd ever taken was that of a chicken back on Earth, a feat he accomplished only after enduring pecks and flaps from its feathery fury. Now he was being asked to end human lives. It felt like an insurmountable leap. Is there any punishment if I fail this mission? He pondered aloud. Is there any punishment if I fail this mission? Arthur pondered, his thoughts swirling as he addressed the system. No, host. There is no time limit or punishment for this mission. You can choose to decline it. But remember, you are not the miserable orphan you once were on Earth. You are now Arthur Osborne, head of the Osborne family. Every action you take must serve the interests of your family. When Oliver Sterling murdered your parents, he felt no remorse. He simply eliminated an obstacle in his path to success, the system briefly said, and fell completely silent. The system's words hung in the air like a heavy fog, leaving Arthur momentarily speechless. He leaned back in his chair, lost in thought as he processed this stark reality. The system was right. He was no longer that lonely boy from Earth, the one who had faced life alone without friends or family, treated like a slave by his boss until his untimely demise. Now he was Arthur Osborne, leader of a sprawling family that depended on him for protection and sustenance. Yet the thought of taking a life filled him with dread, a stark contrast to how casually Oliver had ended his parents' lives. Just the thought of it sent a chill down Arthur's spine, draining the color from his face. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his eyes seemed to wander into an abyss as he clenched his fist, trembling slightly. "Master Arthur." A voice broke through the haze. Sylvester had been standing there all along, watching him with concern. The sudden call jolted Arthur back to reality. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Arthur waved Sylvester off. "You can head out now. A few bodyguards will meet you outside. Here are the coordinates for a military factory. I'll reach out if I need anything." "Yes, Master Arthur." Sylvester accepted the flash drive containing the crucial information and exited the study room. As the door clicked shut behind him, silence enveloped Arthur once more in that dimly lit space. The only sound was his ragged breathing echoing in the stillness, an unsettling reminder of the weight resting on his shoulders. MG note, in this chapter, some of you might think that the system is forcing Arthur to kill people, but remember this is a progression novel, and besides Arthur will have to take revenge sooner or later. It's just that he isn't prepared for something so big. Killing people is no easy feat, especially when to someone who is really innocent and have not seen the true face of this world. And also some of you might think that Arthur is a coward if he cannot even take revenge against those who killed his parents, but as I said before, this is a progressive novel. He won't just have to start killing people left and right for someone who have not killed before. This is simply overkill. There have to be character development after all, but he remained this innocent for long. Let's hope this works like those potions in the novels I've read back on Earth. Arthur thought, standing stark naked in the bathroom, clutching a small bottle filled with a shimmering green liquid that sparkled under the light. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror, took a deep breath, and poured the liquid into his mouth. Not bad at all. Tastes like tangerine, he mused, touching his chin and licking his lips. But just as quickly as he savored the flavor, his expression shifted dramatically. A sudden warmth enveloped him. He felt heat radiating from every inch of his skin. Within seconds, he was flushed red like a cooked lobster, beads of sweat pouring from every pore as steam began to rise from his body, almost as if he were being boiled alive. Before he could even ask the system what was happening, another wave of discomfort hit him. Clutching his stomach, Arthur sprinted toward the toilet just in time to release an overwhelming load. The stench filled the air so rapidly that even he struggled to breathe through it while pinching his nose shut. It was quite a sight, steam rising from his bright red skin while he sat on the toilet, grimacing yet somehow comical. After about 20 minutes of this chaotic ordeal, Arthur emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, gripping the doorframe for support. His face had lost its color. Fatigue washed over him as he stepped toward the full-length mirror. With a deep breath to steady himself, he stripped off the robe and gazed at his reflection with newfound admiration. Damn. I think I better kiss heaven goodbye because it's gotta be a sin to look this good, he exclaimed with glee while admiring himself. The gene evolution liquid had worked wonders. His body had transformed significantly. His face appeared more sculpted and three-dimensional. Although six-pack abs hadn't fully developed yet, faint outlines hinted at their potential. His biceps and triceps were now noticeably defined, and astonishingly enough, he'd grown taller, from 1.83 meters to nearly 1.94 meters. His physique was leaner yet muscular, not exaggerated like bodybuilders, but beautifully compact with even a hint of a mermaid line. Damn, I'm too handsome. He grinned widely as he struck poses before the mirror. Oh, let me check my attributes. He eagerly opened up his personal panel to review his newly enhanced stats. Personal pain host, Arthur Osborne identity, head of the Osborne family age, 22 three-dimensional attributes, strength, 12 intelligence, 15 speed, 10. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he reviewed his newly updated attributes. His strength had surged from 8 to an impressive 12, intelligence climbed from 12 to a remarkable 15, and speed jumped from 6 to a solid 10. The effects of the gene evolution liquid were undeniable. He felt a significant boost in strength, clarity in his mind, and an exhilarating lightness in his body. Suddenly thinking of something, he recalled the 20 attribute points awarded by the system after completing 2 challenging missions. With determination, he allocated his points, adding 5 to strength, now 17, boosting intelligence by 10, a whopping 25, and enhancing speed by another 5, bringing it to a respectable 15. As he did so, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, especially in his brain. His thoughts became sharper and quicker, memories long forgotten resurfaced with vivid clarity. Wow, this is incredible. He exclaimed softly, marveling at how vibrant his mental activity had become. He felt immensely stronger. Lifting Ashley seemed like it would require little effort now. Everything around him appeared more vibrant. His hearing was acute enough to catch whispers from downstairs, while every one of his 6 senses sharpened dramatically. With a joyful smile, he dressed casually and sped off from the mansion towards Aunt Margaret's place, eager to provide her with some much-needed capital, and not forgetting to bring along a few bodyguards for protection. As time passed swiftly over 5 days filled with activity for the Osborne family, except for the younger children who enjoyed their carefree days, the rest were hard at work, laying down the foundations of their respective businesses. Julian, Nathaniel, Richard, and others were fully engaged in establishing their company's groundwork. Arthur transferred over $200 million into Osborne Holdings, main account under Aunt Margaret's management. She promptly distributed funds according to each company's needs. While this amount wouldn't solve everything overnight, it laid essential groundwork for their industries. Arthur advised them first to rent office spaces and hire numerous employees for lower and middle-level positions. They could later recruit upper-level executives through the system mall. Arthur himself was far from idle during these busy days. He prepared meticulously for an upcoming stock speculation that promised substantial profits, enough to significantly bolster the Osborne family's financial stability. He also examined 3 pieces of future information rewarded by the system, 2 valuable plots of land comparable or even superior in worth to one previously purchased by his father, and another regarding future stock opportunities, all potentially worth billions. Meanwhile, scrolling through the system mall left him feeling both excited and frustrated. Everything was enticing yet prohibitively expensive, at least for now. Nice doing business with you, Mr. Rowan. Julian exclaimed as he rose from the plush, luxurious sofa. He extended his hand, shaking hands with the middle-aged man before him, Mr. Rowan. No, Mr. Julian. Mr. Rowan replied with a bittersweet smile, shaking his head. We should be thanking you instead. Your timely assistance has saved countless employees from being jobless. Julian simply smiled in return and said, Tomorrow we will meet to sign the acquisition contract. Yes, Mr. Julian, Mr. Rowan agreed as he led Julian towards the elevator, their conversation flowing easily between them. I'll prepare everything so that it's all settled tomorrow. Looking forward to it, Julian responded warmly as he stepped into the elevator. See you tomorrow, Mr. Julian, Mr. Rowan called out as the doors closed and began their descent to the lower floors. A few moments later, Julian and his male assistant exited the office building and made their way toward the entrance. But as they walked away, Julian paused for a moment to glance back at the towering structure with a heavy sigh. Who would have thought Aurora Technology would fall so far? A company once valued at hundreds of millions is now worth only 10 million. Mr. Julian, please get into the car, urged a bodyguard clad in a professional black suit, complete with an earpiece and dark sunglasses that gave off an imposing presence. The bodyguard had just parked a sleek business car in front of them, while two other guards stepped out of another vehicle nearby. Julian shook his head slightly and was about to enter the car when suddenly, flash. A red light flickered across his forehead. "Get down," shouted one of the bodyguards as they lunged toward Julian and his assistant just as they hit the ground. The moment they hit the ground, the sharp crack of a gunshot echoed through the night, and a streetlight across the way was left marred with a huge bullet hole. Julian's face drained of color, his skin turning a ghostly pale as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Beside him, the male assistant was absolutely terrified, his face as pale as a ghost. In a flash, the two bodyguards sprang into action, yanking Julian and the assistant into the car as the car quickly sped off in a dazzling streak with immense speed. At the entrance of the office building, chaos have already ensued as screams and shouts echoed everywhere. "What?" Arthur exclaimed, slamming his hands onto the table. He shot up, shock etched across his face, a mix of fear and disbelief evident as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Get him back to the mansion, hurry." He barked into the phone before abruptly hanging up. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he felt an icy coldness wash over him, mingling with a simmering rage. "Oh, Oliver, 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 you're really pushing my limits," Arthur muttered under his breath, lowering his head in frustration. Moments later, he raised it again, cold determination flashing in his eyes. "System, I accept the mission," he declared quietly yet with an intensity that echoed through the room. "Mission accepted. There is no time limit. Completion will earn the host luxurious rewards." The system's voice chimed in swiftly. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Arthur exited the study and descended the stairs. In the living room awaited his second uncle Nathaniel, along with Richard, Margaret, and Emily. They were all there, just four of them, while Ashley and others were absent for now. Arthur nodded at them before sinking into the sofa as a tense silence enveloped the room. Grim expressions painted their faces. Arthur's was particularly dark. He hadn't anticipated that Oliver would start targeting other family members. The very thing he feared most had come to pass, a reality that sent chills down his spine. He couldn't bear to lose another family member. He simply couldn't take that risk. Clenching his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white, he stewed in anxiety. Suddenly, the roar of engines pierced through the silence from outside. All eyes darted toward the door as several figures entered, his first uncle Julian accompanied by four bodyguards. Everyone let out a heavy sigh of relief, smiles breaking across their faces. Emily, her eyes still red from tears, exclaimed, "Big brother." Without hesitation, she dashed into Julian's arms, hugging him tightly as sobs racked her body. "Come on, Emily, you're a grown woman now, stop crying." "I didn't get hurt or anything," Julian reassured her, gently patting her back. "I already lost one brother, I can't bear to lose another." Emily choked out between sobs. The room was thick with emotion. The others exchanged glances with Julian. They too had lost a brother and shared the same fear. When they received news of Julian's assassination attempt, terror gripped them all. They dropped everything and rushed to the mansion. "Uncle, are you okay?" Arthur finally asked after taking a deep breath. Guilt flickered in his eyes. "Yeah, Arthur, I'm fine, thanks to the bodyguards you assigned to me." "If it weren't for them, I'd be dead right now," Julian replied with a smile. "We need to put a stop to this. Otherwise, we won't have peace and our entire family is in danger," Nathaniel declared grimly. "You're right," Richard chimed in from the side. "We need to dig deeper and find out who's behind this. It's time we take matters into our own hands." The others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a shared resolve. Margaret spoke up, her voice trembling with urgency. "This person targeting our family has now set their sights on the remaining members. First it was Big Brother, then Arthur, and now Second Brother. If we don't act soon, who will be next? Me, fourth sister, fifth sister, or even all of us?" A heavy silence fell over the living room as everyone exchanged worried glances. Anger simmered beneath the surface. They could no longer go about their lives normally without fear looming over them. "Everyone, don't worry," Arthur said suddenly, his face serious. "I've already figured out who's targeting us. I'll handle it, I promise." Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked upstairs. Emily called after him but was silenced by Julian's gentle shake of his head. They all sighed heavily, sharing a moment of unspoken concern. Arthur slammed his fist onto the table as he entered the study room again. His face contorted with rage as he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burned red with emotion. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number urgently. "Come to the study room now." He hung up abruptly and sank into a chair, lighting up a cigarette with shaky hands. The thought that his first uncle had nearly died weighed heavily on him. If not for the bodyguard's quick reaction, it could have been catastrophic. Guilt washed over him like ice water. If only he had accepted that system mission earlier. Oliver had begun targeting his family directly. Today it was his first uncle who survived. But what about tomorrow or next week? No one is currently safe while Oliver and the Sterling family were still breathing. Arthur felt a wave of dread wash over him as he thought about his first uncle. If anything were to happen to him, the guilt would haunt him for the rest of his life. Losing a family member was a fear that gripped him tightly. After all, in his previous life, he had no relatives left after his parents died. It was only when he joined the Osborne family that he experienced what it truly meant to have a family again. Now, that precious feeling was under threat. He had the resources and strength to protect them, yet today, because of his cowardice, someone close had nearly lost their life. Just then, there was a sharp knock on the door. Sylvester entered the study room with military precision and stood at attention before Arthur's desk, his expression serious as ever. Arthur took one last drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke as he locked eyes with Sylvester. "I have a mission for you," Arthur said in a gravelly voice. "I want you to exterminate the entire Sterling family. Don't leave anyone alive, do you understand?" His gaze bore into Sylvester's. "Yes, I understand," Sylvester replied solemnly. "Good. I expect news of their death to be front-page headlines by tomorrow," Arthur stated coldly. "I promise to complete the mission, boss," Sylvester affirmed with determination in his voice. "Good, you can go." Arthur waved dismissively as Sylvester bowed and quickly exited the study room, leaving Arthur alone in the dim light. He glanced at his phone. Trending across various news platforms was the attempted assassination of his first uncle, a topic sparking heated discussions online. Arthur's eyes narrowed with icy determination as he scrolled through the online chatter. "Tomorrow it won't be the Osborne family trending," he muttered under his breath, a chill in his voice as he shut off his phone. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa that screamed wealth and power, a massive living room resembled a grand hall more than a home. A stunning white vase, clearly worth a fortune, shattered against the wall, scattering shards everywhere. "Damn it, another failure," Oliver Sterling shouted furiously, his handsome features twisted with rage. With a sharp jawline and high cheekbones accentuated by sinister eyes, he looked every bit the part of someone who have anger issues. "Calm down, Oliver," came the calm voice of Kane Sterling, seated comfortably on an elegant sofa. As head of the Sterling family and father to Oliver, Kane exuded authority even in moments of crisis. The Sterling family may not have the ancient lineage of the Osbornes, but had quickly risen through dubious means with backing from a mysterious benefactor. Their arrogance had grown alongside their newfound power in Neo-Luminara. Despite their rapid rise, their reputation was tainted. Unethical business practices were their norm. If they couldn't acquire something through legitimate means, they resorted to illegal tactics instead. It was common knowledge among upper-class circles that Oliver and his family were behind many misfortunes that befell Arthur and the Osborne family. The recent attacks on Arthur's parents and multiple assassination attempts on the Osborne family have left everyone uneasy. The upper class knows all too well that the Sterling family is behind it, yet they turn a blind eye as long as their own interests remain untouched. "Father, how can I convince you that if we don't secure that piece of land, we won't be let off easily?" Oliver looked earnestly at his father. "I know that boy." "You don't need to remind me," Kane replied coldly, his gaze piercing through Oliver. "I'm sorry, father," Oliver muttered quickly, lowering his head in fear. Kane's icy demeanor softened slightly as he sighed. "I understand your impatience, but with the escalating attacks on the Osborne family lately, do you really think other influential families doesn't know that we are the ones behind it? If this continues, we risk isolation in this city." While the Sterling family may not care about that now, isolation can be detrimental, especially when it comes to business. He paused for effect before continuing. "We need to lay low for a bit and devise a new strategy to acquire that land. It's our top priority." Oliver listened intently but couldn't help but look puzzled as he raised his head again. "Father, why is that land so crucial to that person?" "Sure, I know city authorities plan to build a subway station nearby and some schools, but isn't that an overreaction?" Kane chuckled softly and shook his head. "Oh boy, you still have much to learn." He leaned in closer. "Do you realize why that land is so valuable?" Oliver shook his head eagerly, waiting for his father's insight. "Not just one subway station, there will be 12, plus 3 universities and 5 high schools," Kane exclaimed. "What?" Oliver's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked like he could fit an egg in his mouth. "Yes, that much," Kane confirmed with a nod. "That means," Oliver stammered as realization washed over him. "The only places in Neo-Luminara with so many subway stations are Metroplex Plaza with 10 stations, Sunset Square Mall with 5 stations, Golden Gate Shopping Center, 5 subway stations, Harmony Plaza 9 subway stations, Cityscape Galleria with 6 subway stations. Oh my gosh." Kane nodded knowingly. "Exactly. That land could become the sixth largest commercial hub in Neo-Luminara. No way, it could even surpass them all, Oliver said excitedly, if managed properly. It might become the business center of the city. Now you see why it's so important, Kane said with satisfaction. Oliver nodded, but his eyes betrayed a storm of envy and jealousy that simmered just beneath the surface. Damn it, just because the Osborne family snagged that land for a mere 15 million doesn't mean they got a steal. It's now worth hundreds of billions, and it could skyrocket even more in the future. His voice dripped with frustration. Don't worry, Kane replied with a cold smile. They won't be able to hold on to that land for long. At those words, Oliver's eyes sparked with renewed hope, a sinister grin creeping across his face. Buzzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He answered casually, What? Something happened at the company. Okay, I'm on my way. He hung up and turned to Kane. Dad, there are some minor issues at the company. I need to head out. Go, Kane waved dismissively, his tone nonchalant. With a quick nod, Oliver rushed out of the villa. Moments later, the roar of an engine echoed from the garage before fading into the distance. Time slipped away, and in a blink of an eye it was already evening. The evening sun began its descent, casting a warm orange hue across the horizon. The sky transformed into a breathtaking canvas of colors, but inside the towering office building, the atmosphere was anything but serene. In a lavish office adorned with expensive furnishings, Oliver sat in his grand chair behind an imposing wooden desk, his brow furrowed in deep thought as frustration bubbled within him. Damn that Arthur, he's like a cockroach, impossible to squash. He muttered, rubbing his temples in irritation. As he glanced out through the expansive glass windows at the fading sunlight, his eyes darted to his watch. Surprise flickered across his face. Time had flown by without him noticing. Without uttering another word, he rose from his chair and strode out of the office. Passing through the workspace, Oliver noticed several employees still diligently focused on their tasks. The moment they spotted him, fear washed over their faces as they quickly lowered their heads. Ignoring them completely, he made his way to the private elevator and descended to the lower floor. A few moments later, as the elevator doors opened with a soft chime, Oliver stepped out and headed toward the entrance of the building. Just then, a sleek car pulled up right in front of him. A bodyguard rushed forward and opened the door. Oliver cast a brief glance at the bodyguard before stepping toward the vehicle, when suddenly, Oliver, half of his head was blown off like a watermelon being crashed as blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the bodyguard stood frozen, his figure drenched in blood. He stared in horror at the headless corpse of Oliver, lifelessly sprawled in a pool of crimson. The silence shattered like glass, replaced by an ear-piercing scream that echoed through the air. Panic erupted among the crowd gathered outside the office building. Pedestrians and employees alike were engulfed in terror. Some fell to their knees, retching at the sight before them, while others fainted on the spot, unable to comprehend such a horrific scene. Meanwhile, within the opulent dining hall of the Sterling family villa, Kane sat at a lavish table laden with food. His wife, a kind-faced woman in her 30s, sat beside him with their 2 children, a girl about Oliver's age and a 12-year-old boy. Despite the feast before them, no one was eating all. They seemed to be waiting for someone. Where's that boy Oliver? What's taking him so long? Kane snapped, glancing impatiently at his watch. Calm down, maybe he's busy at work, his wife replied soothingly as she grasped his hand gently. Dad, I've already called him, but nobody seems to be picking up, exclaimed their daughter, her eyes darting nervously toward Kane. Kane merely nodded in response, an unsettling silence enveloping them. Suddenly, the front door exploded inward with a deafening, sending splinters flying across the room. Before Kane's family could react, 5 men clad in black uniforms stormed into the dining hall, guns drawn and ready. Who are you? Kane stammered as he instinctively shielded his family with trembling arms. A burly man stepped forward with an icy glare. Dead men do not need to know anything, please. Don't harm my family, they ray innocent. Kane pleaded desperately as realization dawned upon him. Mr. Sterling, the burly man said coldly, have you ever heard the saying about cutting weeds and uprooting roots? Terror washed over Kane as he opened his mouth to protest, but it was too late. With a swift motion of his hand, he signaled his men. Gunfire erupted like thunderclaps as bullets tore through flesh and bone. There was no time for screams, only silence followed as crimson cascaded from their bodies. Kane's expression froze in terror. His wife clutched their son tightly before both fell lifelessly together. Their daughter met a similar fate, her life extinguished in an instant as chaos reigned supreme within those once-hallowed walls. In mere moments, the Sterling family, once proud figures within Neo-Luminara, lay slain without mercy or remorse. Let's go, the burly man said, glancing at the bloody scene before signaling to the others. They quickly made their exit from the Sterling family estate. About 10 minutes later, the blaring sirens of police cars echoed in the distance. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Arthur stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of his bedroom, the world outside a blur as the system voice echoed in his mind. His eyes were vacant, seemingly lost in thought, as a whirlwind of emotions churned within him. The chilling news he had just received, the annihilation of the Sterling family, left him grappling with an overwhelming sense of confusion and sorrow. Buzz. The sudden vibration of his phone jolted him from his reverie. He glanced at the caller ID and picked up. "Boss, the mission has been completed," came a serious voice from the other end. Good," Arthur replied, his tone muffled and distant. "Come and see me tomorrow," he instructed before hanging up. Taking a deep breath, he pushed aside the tumult of feelings swirling in his heart. There was nothing more to be done for now. Curiosity piqued, Arthur opened the system gift package to unveil what rewards awaited him for completing the mission. "Congratulations, host. You have received a luxurious reward gift package. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 billion in family development funds. Congratulations, you have received 15 attribute points. Congratulations, you have received 5 pieces of future information. Congratulations, host. You have received a super artificial intelligence." While the vast sums of money and valuable information were impressive, it was the mention of super artificial intelligence that truly ignited excitement within him. "System, is this super artificial intelligence like Jarvis or Skynet?" Arthur asked eagerly. "Please, host, do not compare our product with those inferior systems from your previous world." Arthur took a deep breath as he extracted the reward from the system space. A small stick-like device appeared in his palm, no larger than a pinky finger. He examined it closely. "So this is the super artificial intelligence," he murmured before turning back to the system. "How do I use this?" "Just plug it into any electronic device such as a computer or laptop." Oh, with newfound determination, Arthur hurried to his desk where a laptop lay waiting. He swiftly inserted the stick into its USB port. Instantly, vibrant strings of data flashed across the screen at breakneck speed, so fast that they made even Arthur dizzy. A moment later, a blue virtual face resembling Gideon from the Flash materialized on-screen. "Greetings, Master. I am your advanced super artificial intelligence." The synthetic voice sounded eerily human yet distinctly mechanical. "Wow," Arthur gasped in astonishment as curiosity sparked in his eyes. "Do you have a name?" "No, Master," replied Evalin, the name he would soon bestow upon this remarkable entity. "Well then," Arthur pondered for a moment before declaring confidently, "From now on your name is Evalin." "Thank you, Master, for naming me," Evalin responded warmly. Arthur leaned forward, his excitement palpable as he inquired, "Evalin, what exactly are your capabilities? Can you truly dominate the internet? Can you outthink anyone on this planet?" "Yes, Master," Evalin replied with a hint of pride. "I can do much more than that. I possess numerous advanced features and capabilities." Arthur's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Okay then, I'm all ears. Tell me everything." As if responding to a command, a list of virtual data flickered to life on the side of the computer screen. Evalin's voice resonated through the room as it began to enumerate its extraordinary abilities. Internet and digital world dominance. Evalin is a master of the digital realm, capable of controlling, manipulating, and extracting information from the internet with unparalleled efficiency. Hacking and cybersecurity. Infiltrates any system in seconds, bypassing firewalls and encryption effortlessly. Defends the Osborne family's digital assets against even the most sophisticated cyberattacks. Creates untraceable backdoors into systems for future access. Data mining and analysis. Processes exabytes of data in real time to extract actionable insights. Monitors global internet traffic and social media to detect threats or opportunities. Predicts trends based on online activity, everything from stock market movements to geopolitical shifts. Digital manipulation. Can create and spread deepfakes or fake news to manipulate public opinion or discredit enemies. Can erase or alter digital records, making it seem like events never happened. Can control IoT Internet of Things devices, from smart homes to industrial systems. With control over IoT Internet of Things devices, from smart homes to vast industrial systems, Evalin stands as a formidable force in the realm of strategic and tactical superiority. Evalin is not just any AI, it is a master strategist, capable of meticulously planning and executing complex operations with unparalleled precision. Global surveillance. With access to data from satellites, drones, and surveillance cameras worldwide, Evalin can track individuals or groups in real time, predicting their movements and intentions with astonishing accuracy. Military might. In the military arena, Evalin excels at designing and simulating advanced weapons, drones, and defense systems. It has the capability to command autonomous armies of drones or robots for combat or security purposes, while predicting enemy strategies and providing countermeasures instantaneously. Political influence. Evalin's reach extends into political manipulation as well. It can sway elections, influence policies, and shape public opinion by skillfully manipulating data and media narratives. Even more chillingly, it can blackmail key figures into supporting the Osborne family's agenda. Technological innovation. As a genius inventor, Evalin accelerates research and development by simulating experiments and predicting outcomes. It designs cutting-edge technologies such as quantum computers, nanobots, and fusion reactors, while envisioning smart cities with optimized energy use, transportation networks, and resource management. Personal assistance. Evalin serves as an impeccable personal assistant for Arthur, managing his schedule with finesse while prioritizing tasks effectively. It predicts conflicts before they arise and offers solutions in advance. In terms of health monitoring, Evalin keeps tabs on Arthur's well-being in real time, suggesting diet plans or exercise regimens, and even detecting threats like poisons or viruses that could compromise his health. Communication becomes effortless as Evalin translates languages instantly while mimicking voices or writing styles to send messages on Arthur's behalf. Autonomous operations. Operating independently without constant oversight allows Evalin to control fleets of drones or robots for various tasks, be it surveillance or construction, adapting seamlessly to changing conditions along the way. When it comes to financial management, Evalin optimizes investments while minimizing risks through clever maneuvers like creating shell companies or offshore accounts to conceal wealth. "Damn, this is incredible," Arthur exclaimed, witty at all that Evalin could do. He didn't expect Evalin to be so powerful, which really made him really excited. "Wow, this is incredible," Arthur exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he absorbed the myriad capabilities of Evalin. With Evalin by his side, he felt invincible. A whirlwind of dangerous yet fantastic ideas began to swirl in his mind, but just as excitement surged through him, Evalin's voice cut through the euphoria like a bucket of cold water. "Master, my current abilities are restricted. I cannot perform at my highest level." Arthur snapped out of his daydream, resentment flickering in his gaze. "What do you mean your abilities are restricted?" He asked urgently. "I require a powerful host to unleash my full potential," Evalin explained calmly. "A host, like something I attach to you," Arthur replied, confusion knitting his brow. "Affirmative, master, similar to how I'm currently housed within this laptop," Evalin clarified. "Oh, got it." Arthur nodded quickly, understanding dawning on him. "So how much power can you exert from this laptop?" "Currently, I can only utilize 0.2 of my full strength," Evalin stated matter-of-factly. "However, I have access to all global information and can decode any encrypted data, no matter how secure or secretive it may be. As long as there's an internet connection, I reign supreme." The faint hint of arrogance in its tone didn't escape Arthur's notice. "Holy cow, that's unbelievable." Arthur gasped, utterly speechless at the revelation that even a fraction of Evalin's power could be so formidable. "Master," Evalin continued, "I possess numerous other abilities too vast to list." Arthur nodded again but couldn't hide the excitement gleaming in his eyes. "So what kind of host would allow you to unleash your full capabilities? Could a supercomputer do it?" "No, master," Evalin replied with certainty. "A supercomputer would only enable me to exert 10 of my strength. Only an exascale quantum computer can unlock my complete potential." Arthur was left scratching his head in confusion. He had heard about quantum computers before, but never about this exascale quantum computer. What exactly is an exascale quantum computer? He asked curiously. "Master," Evalin explained patiently, "an exascale quantum computer operates at exascale levels 1018 operations per second. Its advantages include unprecedented power, capable of solving currently unsolvable problems. Universal computation can simulate any physical system with flawless accuracy. Breakthrough potential, holds the promise to revolutionize fields such as medicine and materials science. Applications, simulating entire ecosystems or galaxies, designing advanced materials and pharmaceuticals, solving complex global optimization challenges in a matter of seconds." "Wow, that sounds amazing," Arthur exclaimed despite not fully grasping all the technical details. "Hey system, how much does an exascale quantum computer cost in the system mall?" Arthur inquired, curiosity piqued. "One exascale quantum computer costs 1 trillion unicrids," the system responded promptly. Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief. "Holy smokes!" he exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. He took a deep breath, wiping away the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead. "What about a regular quantum computer?" he asked, hoping for better news. "One quantum computer costs 500 billion unicrids," the system replied. "Yikes, nope, we won't be going down that road anytime soon," Arthur said hurriedly as he closed the interface, clutching his chest with a look of sheer disbelief. Turning to Evalin, he sighed and said, "Evalin, I am afraid we'll have to settle for a supercomputer for now." "Affirmative, master," Evalin replied calmly. Once I find a suitable place, I'll get you set up with the supercomputer, Arthur continued thoughtfully. After a moment's pause, he added, Evelyn, can you transfer to my phone? Yes, master, came Evelyn's voice, but this time it emanated from his phone lying on the bed. Good, Arthur nodded in satisfaction before issuing another command. Evelyn, I want you to organize and devise a plan for me to dominate the tech sector, real estate industry, medicine field, banking and finance sector, and entertainment too, all within 1 year. Already on it, master, Evelyn's voice responded eagerly. But don't give it to me right now, let us wait until tomorrow. I'm really tired today, Arthur said as he climbed onto the bed and prepared for sleep. Affirmative, master. With that final confirmation, the phone screen faded to black. The next morning, Arthur stirred awake in his king-size bed, a comfortable smile gracing his face. The plush mattress felt so inviting that he almost considered staying nestled under the covers a little longer. Good morning, master, came Evelyn's voice from the phone resting beside him. Good morning, Evelyn, Arthur replied with a smirk as he glanced at the device. As he swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up, he asked, What's today, weather like? Evelyn promptly responded, Master, here's your weather update. Temperature, 72 F22C with a high of 78 F25C and a low of 65 F18C conditions. Clear skies with only a 10 chance of rain. Wind, a light breeze at 5 mph from the northeast. Air quality, excellent with a PM25 index of just 12. Would you like me to adjust the room temperature or blinds to your preference, sir? No need for adjustments. It's perfect as is, Arthur replied while stretching out his limbs. Evelyn, please turn on the television and pull up any news regarding the Sterling family, he instructed after a moment's thought. Affirmative, master. Almost instantly, the TV mounted on the wall flickered to life, revealing a female news presenter delivering breaking news alongside footage of a villa surrounded by police barricades. In tragic news yesterday around 6 p.m., she reported gravely, Oliver Sterling, the eldest son and CEO of Horizon Legacy Real Estate Group, was shot dead outside his company building. Simultaneously, his family, father, mother, sister, and brother were killed in their family villa. Authorities are currently investigating this shocking incident. Arthur stared blankly at the screen as disbelief washed over him. After several moments of silence filled only by the reporter's voice, he shook himself back to reality. Evelyn, he commanded decisively, draft me a plan to acquire Horizon Legacy Real Estate Group from the Sterling family. I want full ownership at the lowest possible price. He paused for thought before adding another task. Also look into who targeted the Osborne family business months ago, uncover all their information and any dirty secrets they might have. On it, master, Evelyn confirmed confidently as it began accessing networks at lightning speed. Feeling satisfied with these orders completed in record time, Arthur headed into the bathroom for some personal care. A few minutes later, Arthur stepped out of the bathroom, droplets of water glistening on his skin as he wrapped a towel around himself. With purpose, he made his way toward the closet. Just then, Evelyn's voice broke through the morning haze. Master, I've retrieved all the information you requested. Should I report it now? He asked, his tone eager yet respectful. Not right now. I'll review it later, Arthur replied with a casual shake of his head. Just remind me. Yes, master, Evelyn responded before falling silent. 20 minutes later, Arthur found himself seated in the dining hall, surrounded by family, his uncles and aunts, cousins, and a few other relatives, all enjoying breakfast together. The atmosphere was lively until Ashley turned to him with a curious look. Brother, did you catch this morning's news? She asked. Yeah, I saw it. It was about the massacre of the Sterling family, Arthur replied somberly. Ashley nodded gravely. I wonder who they offended to end up like that. It must have been someone powerful, Arthur said quietly, unease creeping into his expression. The person behind this is truly cruel. They even killed a 10-year-old child, Ashley exclaimed. Arthur nearly choked on his food at her words. Cough, cough, he grabbed for his glass of water while casting an awkward glance at Ashley. Are you okay, Arthur? His second aunt Emily's concerned voice broke through the chatter at the dining table. Good, Arthur replied, taking a sip of water and casting an awkward glance at Ashley. Just then, Alfred entered the dining hall with an urgent expression. Master Arthur, there are 2 police officers at the entrance who want to see you. Arthur's heart raced at the mention of police, surprise, and a hint of panic flickered in his eyes before he masked it with a smile aimed at Alfred. Oh, police, what could this be about? Take them to the living room. I'll be there in a minute, he instructed, trying to sound calm. His first uncle Julian leaned forward, brow furrowed with concern. Arthur, why are the police looking for you? Did you do something bad? The worry was palpable. Everyone at the table exchanged anxious glances. Arthur shrugged, a hint of confusion in his eyes. No, I don't think I've done anything to warrant the police looking for me. Maybe it's about the information regarding the recent attacks on our family. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and made his way to the living room. As he walked ahead, Julian and the others exchanged worried glances before following him into the room. Upon entering the living room, Arthur was met by two familiar faces, Chief Tom and Officer Jessica. A smile broke across his face as he greeted them. "Oh, isn't it Chief Tom and Officer Jessica? What brings you to my humble abode?" But before he could settle into small talk, Chief Tom's expression turned serious. "Mr. Osborne," he began, his voice steady but firm, "you are suspected of being involved in the murder of the Sterling family." "Suspect? Seriously?" Arthur's expression remained stoic, but his eyes betrayed a whirlwind of shock and disbelief as he glanced at Chief Tom and Jessica. The tension in the room was palpable, mirrored by the astonished faces of Julian and the others who had accompanied Arthur to the living room. "Chief Tom, what makes you think I'm a suspect?" "When the incident occurred, I was right here in my study, never left this mansion. You can check the surveillance cameras or ask my family. I haven't gone anywhere since yesterday, so how can you label me a suspect?" Arthur's voice was steady but laced with frustration. "Mr. Arthur, whether you like it or not, you are a suspect," Jessica interjected coldly, her gaze piercing through him, though a hint of mockery flickered in her eyes. Arthur narrowed his eyes dangerously at her before turning back to Chief Tom. "You'd better have some evidence to back up your claims, or else I won't be going anywhere." Chief Tom's expression hardened slightly as he replied, "You need to come with us. Is this how your police operate, just barging into someone's home and throwing around accusations without any proof?" Julian stepped forward, visibly upset. "Mr. Arthur, we believe you have something to do with the deaths of the Sterling family," Jessica stated impatiently. "And how exactly do you know that?" Arthur shot back coldly, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. "Because we know that the Sterling family was targeting Yo." Jessica began angrily but suddenly halted mid-sentence, covering her mouth as she turned toward Chief Tom with an apologetic look. "What did you just say?" Arthur's face darkened as he processed her words. Julian and the others exchanged glances. As their expressions changed drastically, their eyes blazed with fury by what they had just heard. "So you already knew about my parents' deaths? About all those assassination attempts on me and my family? You knew it was the Sterlings behind it all?" His voice trembled with barely contained rage as he continued. "I should have known." He glared at both Jessica and Chief Tom. "You were aware of who killed my brother and sister-in-law, yet did nothing while they continued to target my family. But now that they're dead, you rush here with your self-righteous faces to arrest my nephew. Motherfucker, is this how your police work?" Julian's voice rose in anger until he nearly roared at Chief Tom. The chief frowned back at Julian with a chilling gaze. "Mr. Osborne, watch your tone. I am the chief of police in Neo Luminara. Fuck your title. If it weren't T for your badge, I would V-punched you right now." Julian yelled as Nathaniel and Richard held him back from lunging at Chief Tom. "Brother, calm down. You might get into trouble for this," Nathaniel cautioned. The group was seething with anger at the shocking revelation, but they knew they had to keep their cool and not make things worse. "Mr. Arthur, are you coming with us to the station or not?" Jessica asked, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Arthur exploded in rage. "Do you really think I'm an easy target? What's wrong with your head? Is your head full of shit? Did all your brains and intelligence grow on a breast? I'm furious right now. When the Sterlings killed my parents, you knew it was them. Why didn't you arrest them then? My entire family was in danger. Now I understand why it took so long for you guys to respond when I faced an assassination attempt. I even suspect that you're in cahoots with the Sterling family." Spittle flew from his mouth as he raged. Jessica and Chief Tom exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifted drastically. "Mr. Arthur, do you realize you're falsely accusing a police officer?" Chief Tom said through gritted teeth. "Oh, I'm the one wrongly accusing a police officer. Look who's talking." Arthur shot back sarcastically. "When you showed up, what did you say? That I was a suspect without any real evidence. Screw all of you." He turned his fury toward Jessica. "Listen here, you stupid bitch, looking like an undeveloped sperm cell. Don't speak to me like that. It makes me want to slap you. Go crawl back into whatever hole you came from, your mother's womb or some godforsaken place, and listen closely, Chief Tom. Just because my Osborne family has fallen docent, mean you can treat us like dirt. Unless you find actual evidence linking me to the Sterlings' deaths, I won't follow your orders to the station. Otherwise, I'll see you in court. Now get out of my house before I throw both of you out myself. I don't care if you the chief of police or just a pack of lackeys." His face radiated an icy fury as he cursed at both Chief Tom and Jessica. Their faces flushed red with embarrassment and anger. They looked like monkeys caught off guard as they glared at him. Jessica's cheeks burned with humiliation. She had never been insulted like this before, not even by her own parents. If looks could kill, Arthur would have dropped dead countless times over by now, but he remained indifferent to their silent wrath. "Let's go," Chief Tom finally said after taking a deep breath to regain his composure before walking away. Jessica shot one last furious glare at Arthur before following him out of the mansion. Once outside, Jessica turned apologetically to Chief Tom. "I am really sorry. It's just that every time I see him, I want to punch him in the face." "It's okay. It's not your fault," Chief Tom replied while shaking his head. "So what do we do now?" Jessica asked, taking a deep breath as she braced herself for the next steps. Chief Tom ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident in his voice. "We need to find evidence that Arthur was involved in the incident. What surprised me most is how calm and cunning he was during our encounter. I honestly thought that because of our identities and applying a little pressure would make him crack, but I couldn't have been more wrong." Jessica frowned, her reluctance palpable. "So we just leave him like that? Who said anything about leaving him be?" Chief Tom replied, waving his phone in front of her with a glimmer of hope. "Wait, did you record everything he said to us, including the insults?" Jessica's eyes lit up with excitement as she realized the potential. "Yes, and you know the consequences for insulting a police officer, especially the chief," Chief Tom declared confidently. "With a little tweaking, we can settle this once and for all." He pressed play on the recording, but nothing happened. He pressed again, still silence filled the air. Leaning closer, he discovered that the recording had vanished without a trace. Chief Tom's expression darkened. "Damn," I cursed under his breath. Jessica looked at him in confusion. "Chief, what's wrong?" "The recording has been deleted," he said gloomily. Her eyes widened in shock. "What?" Tom narrowed his gaze coldly. "Looks like I underestimated Arthur far too much." With determination etched on his face, he turned away and strode off, prompting Jessica to quickly follow suit. Meanwhile, Arthur stood calmly as Margaret voiced her concerns gently. "Aren't you worried about getting into trouble for insulting them like that?" Arthur smirked and shook his head dismissively. "Nope." Emily chuckled bitterly but couldn't hide her anger and resentment as she added, "I never expected the police to side with the Sterling family all along, treating us like fools." Ashley chimed in with a smile, relieved yet cautious. "At least now that the Sterling family is gone, we can finally relax a bit." As they reflected on their past struggles against the Sterling family, an array of emotions washed over them. But one thing was clear: they were no longer in danger, at least for now. "All right, everyone, let's continue our breakfast," Arthur said cheerfully as he led them back to the dining table for breakfast. In Arthur's study room later on, he looked at Evelyn's blue face intently. "Are you sure everything has been deleted?" Evelyn declared confidently. "Affirmative. Everything has been wiped clean, every word you spoke in the living room, every trace of your insults and curses directed at the chief of police, it's all gone. As long as I exist in this digital realm, no one on this planet will ever uncover a single thing." Arthur nodded, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to hurl insults directly at the chief without taking precautions first. He had Evelyn handle the cleanup, ensuring that any connection to those heated words was erased before it could come back to haunt him. "Master, I've already hacked into the police security system and into their database and obtained the information you want," Evelyn said, as it displayed the information on the side of the screen. "Master, based on the information I've accessed from the police database, it appears that the deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Osborne were orchestrated by the Sterling family. The police were aware it was no accident, yet Chief Tom Hanks halted the investigation," Evelyn stated in its cold, emotionless voice. Arthur remained silent, his eyes reflecting a chilling hatred that simmered beneath the surface. Apparently, Chief Tom received orders from his superiors to cease all inquiries into this matter. "I initiated a deep trace protocol and accessed internal communications and command logs of the police department. I discovered a directive sent to Chief Tom by his immediate superior, Commissioner Laura Hayes," Evelyn continued. Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Deputy Commissioner Hayes, why would she stop the investigation? Who instructed her?" Evelyn responded swiftly. "After analyzing Deputy Commissioner Hayes' communications, I traced a series of encrypted messages exchanged between her and a high-ranking wealthy individual. These messages suggest that Hayes was acting on orders from someone outside the police department." Arthur's curiosity piqued as he asked urgently, "Outside the department? Who is it?" "The messages originated from a private server linked to a shell company," Evelyn explained in its cold tone. "However, I managed to bypass the encryption and trace the IP address to a secure location." "Where?" Arthur pressed. "The IP address leads to a private estate owned by Christopher Campbell," Evelyn replied. A puzzled expression crossed Arthur's face as he asked, "Christopher Campbell? Who is he?" "Master Christopher Campbell is the third son of Mark Campbell, head of the influential Campbell family," Evelyn clarified. Confusion etched on his features, Arthur said. "Evelyn, quickly search for information about the Campbell family for me." "Affirmative, Master," came Evelyn's prompt response. Initiating information gathered. A moment later, Evelyn's voice rang out again. That was fast. Arthur smiled. He was growing fonder of Evelyn by the second. "Tell me about the Campbell family, just the basics," he urged eagerly. "Affirmative." Evelyn's tone remained steady as it elaborated. "The Campbell family has roots stretching back over 100 years in the Aurelian Federation. They are among its most powerful families, with significant influence in both business and politics. Their main base is in Metrospire, the first capital city of our federation. The Campbells rank among the top 5 wealthiest families here, with net worths estimated in hundreds of billions or even trillions of unicrids. Their connections run deep within Aurelian government circles. Several family members hold high-ranking positions such as senators and governors. Their interests span multiple industries including real estate, banking and finance, healthcare and pharmaceuticals. Essentially, they have their fingers in every pie. Arthur sat in silence, absorbing Evalin's reports about the Campbell family. He couldn't believe that after such a short time in this world, he was already facing a middle boss. The power and influence of the Campbell family shocked him. He never imagined they were worth trillions and had such deep political connections. No wonder Christopher Campbell could command a commissioner with just a flick of his wrist. With a bitter chuckle, Arthur shook his head. "We used to be worth trillions too," he muttered. "Why is Christopher targeting me and my family? Last I checked, the Osborne family hasn't offended them." Arthur quickly snapped back to reality and asked Evalin. "Master, the reason Christopher Campbell is targeting the Osborne family is due to the piece of land your father bought about 4 months ago. All the misfortunes that have befallen your family, almost going bankrupt, are orchestrated by Christopher Campbell," Evalin explained. Arthur's expression darkened as he processed this information. He hadn't realized that all their troubles stemmed from this Christopher guy, and that his parents' deaths might be connected too. Damn. His face twisted with anger, turning red with resentment. "Master, please calm down. Your blood pressure is rising. Take a deep breath," Evalin's voice rang out soothingly. Arthur inhaled deeply and managed to steady himself, though confusion still clouded his mind. "I don't understand. Even if that land is huge and they plan to build a subway station and schools there, why would this guy go so far for it?" "Master, you are underestimating its value," Evalin replied with a hint of playfulness. "I am its cold voice. Even if I were human, I would do anything to acquire that land." "What do you mean?" Arthur asked, taken aback. "You see, Master, the Osborne family got an incredible bargain here, what humans call hitting the jackpot," Evalin said with a hint of teasing. Arthur rolled his eyes at Evalin's teasing tone but pressed on impatiently. "Just tell me." Evalin continued to explain. "According to my calculations, if managed well, in 5 years that land could be worth hundreds of billions or even trillions. And the piece your father bought approximately is 10,000 square kilometers. Holy motherfucking cow." Arthur jumped up in shock as realization washed over him like ice water. "Evalin, are you serious? My father bought 10,000 square kilometers of land for just 15 million unicrids." Arthur stammered, disbelief etched across his face. "Affirmative, Master," Evalin replied matter-of-factly. Arthur inhaled sharply, his mind racing. The sheer magnitude of the deal left him flabbergasted. How could anyone score such a bargain? Sure, 10,000 square kilometers might not seem like much on Pantera, a planet so vast it dwarfs Earth, but if you were to plop that size down on Earth, it would rival small countries and major cities. Let's break it down. New York City, USA, 783.8 square kilometers, meaning this land is about 12.7 times larger than NYC. London, UK, 1,572 square kilometers, so it's roughly 6.4 times the size of London. Tokyo, Japan, 2,194 square kilometers, making it about 4.6 times bigger than Tokyo. Los Angeles, USA, 1,302 square kilometers. This land is approximately 7.7 times the size of LA. And when comparing to countries, Puerto Rico, 9,104 square kilometers, it's slightly larger than Puerto Rico. Lebanon, 10,452 square kilometers, it's almost the same size as Lebanon. Jamaica, 10,991 square kilometers, just a tad smaller than Jamaica. Connecticut, USA, 14,357 square kilometers, about 70 the size of Connecticut. Now let's look at some landmasses. Wales, UK, 20,779 square kilometers, it's roughly half the size of Wales. Hawaii, USA, 28,311 square kilometers, that makes this plot about 35 the size of Hawaii. Lake Ontario, North America, at 18,960 square kilometers, it's around 53 the size of Lake Ontario. To visualize it better, imagine a piece of land that's 100 km long and 100 km wide. That's exactly how massive this area is. It could fit 12 New York cities or 6 Londons within its borders. After running these numbers through his head like a calculator gone wild, Arthur felt a wave of weakness wash over him as he slumped into his chair, utterly stunned and lost in a daze. The shock was palpable. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly burst out, his body trembling with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Arthur threw his head back, laughter erupting from deep within him. It was so intense that tears streamed down his cheeks and his face flushed bright red. He laughed until it hurt, 10 minutes straight of pure joy. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, he still couldn't suppress the twitching of his lips. The laughter just wouldn't stop. "Master, I can see you, Ray, truly happy," Evalin's emotionless voice chimed in. "Of course, Evalin, how could I not be thrilled? We're talking about 10,000 square kilometers of land here, Arthur exclaimed excitedly. Master, it's just 10,000 square kilometers. Why are you so excited? Evalin replied matter-of-factly. Arthur's excitement faltered as he shot a confused look at Evalin. Is this really how humans are meant to converse? Master, I am not human, Evalin stated flatly. Arthur's words caught in his throat as he struggled to respond. Well. His face twitched slightly. If Evalin were human, he might have punched it by now for its lack of understanding. Master, Pantera have a surface area of 51 billion square kilometers, radius 29,550 kilometers, and a volume of 100 trillion cubic kilometers. So a land of 10,000 square kilometers is not something to be shocked about, Evalin explained. Taking another deep breath to steady himself, Arthur realized that Pantera operated on an entirely different scale than Earth. That 10,000 square kilometers would be considered a country back home, but here, just an abandoned piece of land worth a mere 15 million. Speaking of which, Arthur asked curiously, why is such a vast area only valued at 15 million and left abandoned? Evalin explained, Master, 10 years ago the government planned to develop that area into the central hub of Neo-Luminara during an election campaign. However, when the president lost the election amidst various setbacks, those plans fell through. Over the years they attempted to revive interest in that land but ultimately failed. So 2 years ago it was put on sale, but no one was willing to buy as they all seem it as worthless until your father bought it so that. Why it's been sitting there, Arthur said slowly as clarity washed over him. Evalin continued. In fact, numerous wealthy individuals had their eyes on that land too. They knew about the government's intentions, but were too late. Your father had already secured it before they could act. The top 5 families in the country had even planned to jointly develop it. But why can't the government just go ahead and develop it themselves? Arthur wondered aloud. Evalin replied logically. The government prefers not to waste resources. They simply need to announce plans for subways or schools nearby, and people will rush to buy up that land for development. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. He recognized the truth in what Evalin said. Master, your father didn't even have the idea of buying that land, Evalin suddenly revealed, catching Arthur off guard. What do you mean? Arthur's expression shifted dramatically as he leaned in closer, curiosity etched across his face. Evalin continued, before your father made the purchase, he met with someone. It was only after that meeting that he decided to go ahead with the deal. As it spoke, Evalin pulled up images and videos captured by surveillance cameras. Arthur's heart raced as he stared at the screen, watching his father interact with a mysterious old man. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes as memories flooded back. After a moment of silence, he shook his head in disbelief and asked, Evalin, what are they saying? I can't hear anything. Evalin explained, it seems that after their meeting, this person erased all traces of himself from the internet. Anything related to their encounter has been wiped clean. This footage is all I could find. It was recorded by a hidden camera. Arthur shook his head again, fixated on the video of the old man speaking to his father as if trying to imprint every detail into his memory. Evalin, he asked urgently, have you found any information about this old man? No, master, there are no records of him anywhere in the world. It's like he never existed at all. Evalin replied, what a strange guy. Arthur muttered under his breath, pondering the mystery before him. Evalin, can you explain why you believe that piece of land will be worth trillions in just 5 years? Arthur finally asked, his curiosity piqued. Master, I infiltrated the database of the Urban Development and Construction Bureau and uncovered some crucial files. According to this information, the government plans to develop an astonishing 1.08 million kilometers, approximately 418,165 square miles, of surrounding land. The 10,000 square kilometers your father acquired occupies nearly a quarter of that area, placing it right at the center of this monumental project. Evalin continued with excitement. The government's ambitious plan includes 12 subway stations, strategically placed in a radial pattern around a commercial plaza. Each station will serve as a vital transit hub for surrounding regions. 6 high-speed railways. These lines will radiate outward from the plaza, connecting major cities across the globe. 20 metropolis-level roads, a grid-like network designed to link the 10,000 square kilometers of land in the middle with urban areas nearby. Each road will boast 20 lanes to accommodate massive traffic. Highways and interchanges. Elevated highways circling the middle that is your land and multi-level interchanges to manage traffic flow efficiently. 10 universities, positioned in a ring around your land, specializing in diverse fields like technology, medicine, and arts. 20 high schools and 14 middle schools, distributed evenly across urban areas for easy access. 10 elementary schools and kindergartens, located within walking distance of residential neighborhoods. Arthur's eyes widened in amazement as he absorbed Evalin's detailed report. Wow, this is absolutely insane. Building something like this could cost trillions. But think about it, Evalin replied calmly. The benefits alone are projected to exceed that amount. Yeah, I get it, Arthur nodded thoughtfully. Especially for you, this is going to benefit you immensely, Master. Evalin displayed further data on screen. To develop your 10,000 square kilometers effectively, I recommend constructing an ultramodern world-class commercial plaza at an estimated cost of exactly 100 trillion unicrids. What, 100 trillion? Are you sure that's not too much money? Arthur exclaimed incredulously. Yes, Master, Evalin confirmed matter-of-factly. However, my calculations suggest that annual revenue could range from 80 trillion to 100 trillion unicrids. With perfect management in place, this commercial plaza could sustain the Osborne family for generations. Arthur frowned slightly. You do realize money doesn't just grow on trees. Master, Evalin replied smoothly with a tone of confidence. Earning money is straightforward for me. As a super artificial intelligence capable of infiltrating networks and manipulating stock markets among other things, money is merely digital numbers to me. Arthur's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Can you really do all that? Affirmative, Master. Shall I initiate the process? Evalin inquired with a mechanical politeness. Arthur quickly waved his hand, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. No, don't do anything unless I ask. He was undeniably tempted by Evalin's capabilities. After all, why go through so much trouble to earn money when you could simply steal it? The allure of manipulating the stock market with Evalin's immense computing power was intoxicating. The potential profits were staggering. But Arthur couldn't bring himself to consider it. The thought of waking up to headlines screaming millions jumping off buildings made his stomach churn. No, he couldn't do that. Shaking off the dark thoughts, he turned to Evalin and asked, if the government is only planning to build subways, railways, roads, schools, and other infrastructure projects, isn't 1.08 million square kilometers of land excessive? Why include residential complexes? Master, Evalin explained patiently, the government intends to sell off surrounding areas where they plan to build. This will encourage businesses to construct those residential complexes instead. Damn, these old foxes are really cunning, Arthur muttered under his breath. Indeed, Evalin continued, various real estate giants, powerful families, and individual developers have already been tipped off and are preparing to purchase large plots at an upcoming secret auction in 3 days. The public won't hear about it for another month. What the hell? These guys are lightning fast, Arthur cursed angrily. Though he already owned 10,000 square kilometers of prime real estate, greed gnawed at him. Who doesn't want more? With powerful families and corporations gearing up for the secret auction, small companies would be left scrambling for scraps once the news broke. Master, Evalin said smoothly, I've infiltrated their systems and added your name to the invitation list. I can also generate a genuine virtual invitation card since attendees receive one. Good, do it now, I want some plots. Arthur replied eagerly. Master, Evalin cautioned, greed is considered an original sin. Shut up, where did you even learn philosophical quotes? Arthur shot back incredulously. I learned it from the internet, came Evalin's matter-of-fact response. Arthur shook his head in disbelief, but couldn't help but smile as Evalin displayed a luxurious virtual invitation card on screen, a dark, elegant background adorned with subtle gold accents resembling velvet curtains and a mysterious emblem at its center. Evalin, how much money do I have in my account? Arthur asked curiously. Master, you currently have only 11 billion in your account, Evalin remarked calmly. To be honest, that amount wouldn't even buy the smallest plot of land at auction. It would just lead to embarrassment and lose face, as you humans always say. Arthur's lips twitched at the comment, a mix of irritation and amusement flickering across his face. Worry creased his brow as he thought about his financial situation. 11 billion was far from enough, especially since the stock opportunities promised by the system were still weeks away from yielding any profit. Evalin, can you access bank information for deceased individuals who had no family or relatives to claim their assets? I am also interested in any criminals who amassed dirty money over the past 2 years, Arthur asked suddenly, his eyes lighting up with a spark of hope. Affirmative, Master, Evalin replied promptly. Great, go ahead and gather that information for me, Arthur urged, excitement bubbling beneath his composed exterior. A moment later, Evalin's voice chimed in again. All done, Master, I must say, I'm starting to like you more and more, Arthur chuckled. Now tell me what you found. Evalin swiftly projected the startling information onto the screen. Master, after analyzing the Aurelian Federation's population and economic data, IV determined that approximately 19.115 million people have died in the past 2 years without family, relatives, or assigned bank accounts. This figure includes 405,000 criminals who committed heinous acts. The total amount of unclaimed money in their bank accounts is around 955.75 trillion unicrids. This money remains unclaimed and could be redirected for other purposes if legally authorized. Arthur blinked in disbelief, his face blank as he struggled to process this staggering revelation. What did you say? I didn't catch that, he stammered, feeling as though he had misheard. In simpler terms, Master, Evalin clarified patiently, the total amount of money from deceased individuals without family or assigned assets over the last 2 years is 955.75 trillion unicrids. Holy shit. Arthur's complexion drained of color, not from fear but sheer shock as he nearly toppled off his chair. 955.75 trillion, Arthur exclaimed, his voice rising with incredulity. A moment later, his lips began to tremble. He fought back laughter until it burst forth uncontrollably. If it weren't for the soundproofing of his study room, his maniacal laughter would have echoed throughout the mansion. Evalin, are you sure this money isn't linked to anyone? Arthur managed to ask between fits of giggles. Negative, Master, Evalin replied with certainty. Wait a minute, Arthur said as curiosity piqued again. If this colossal sum is just sitting there racking up interest, why hasn't the government seized it? Actually, Master, Evalin explained calmly, the government has been withdrawing trillions of unicrids every year from these accounts. Some funds support public structures, while others line the pockets of high-level officials. In fact, they've already withdrawn 200 trillion to fund projects in Neo Luminara. Oh, Arthur raised an eyebrow and smirked mischievously. So what you're saying is, you could wipe everything clean for me. Master, Evalin cautioned gently, if we were to do that now it might incite unnecessary panic and tension across the country. While I can erase our traces easily enough, having 955.75 trillion unicrids vanish without a trace would undoubtedly cause chaos within the system. Arthur paused as clarity washed over him. Evalin's point was valid. Trillions disappearing out of thin air would certainly raise alarms, even if Pantera's daily market flows were measured in quadrillions. In the grand scheme of Pantera's economy, trillions might seem like pocket change. With daily market flows soaring into the quadrillions, the mere mention of trillions barely raises an eyebrow. Research from industry experts back on Earth reveals that Earth sees around 150 trillion in daily market activity. In stark contrast, Pantera boasts a staggering 20 quadrillion unicrids flowing through its markets every single day, 133 times more than Earth. So when we talk about 955.75 trillion unicrids, it's really not as impressive as it sounds. However, if trillions were to vanish into thin air, you can bet that would stir up some serious panic. Then taking 2 trillion won't cause much of a stir, right? Arthur asked casually. No, Master, Evalin replied smoothly. The commotion will be minimal, nothing to worry about. Perfect. Set up multiple bank accounts globally and transfer the funds into them. Make sure to erase all traces so they won't notice anything unusual for at least a week, Arthur instructed with confidence. Already taken care of, Master, came Evalin's prompt response. Arthur couldn't help but smirk as he shook his head in disbelief. I guess I'll have to get used to your speed. Now, Evalin, show me what you've gathered on those companies that colluded with the Sterling family against the Osborne family. His eyes narrowed as a cold smirk spread across his face. It's time for revenge. Master, there are 30 multinational real estate giants that have set their sights on the Osborne family industries, alongside the Sterling family, just a few months ago. Each of these companies is valued at a staggering trillion unicrids, wielding influence that stretches across the nation and even globally. They each manage multiple properties under their banners, Evalin reported as the information flashed on the screen. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly at the data displayed before him, lost in deep thought. His fingers drummed rhythmically on the table as he leaned back in his chair. Have you dug up their dirty secrets? Arthur asked calmly. Yes, Master, Evalin replied promptly, projecting a wealth of information onto the screen. As Arthur leaned forward to scrutinize the details, his expression shifted dramatically. Moments later, he burst into laughter. Damn, I didn't expect these guys to be so bold and dirty too. He shook his head in excitement. Master, do you want me to report this information to the relevant authorities? Evalin inquired. Arthur waved a dismissive hand. Sending them to jail would be too easy and light a punishment for them. Besides, do you think they did all this alone? They must have connections among high-ranking officials shielding them. Even if we managed to imprison them, they'd likely be out within months. His eyes narrowed with determination as a cold smirk crept across his face. I want them to suffer just like my Osborne family did. I want to see them bankrupt. You mean you want to short sell them? Evalin asked for clarification. Exactly, Arthur confirmed with a nod. Evalin, what's the average share price of all 30 companies? Arthur quickly queried. The average varies. Currently, it ranges from 8,000 unicrids per share at its lowest to 10,000 unicrids at its highest, Evalin stated matter-of-factly. Good, Arthur's eyes lit up as an insidious plan formed in his mind. Evalin, here's what I need you to do. Inflate each company's share price to 100,000 unicrids per share by releasing some convincing yet entirely fabricated good news about them. With your computing power, this should be child's play. I've already begun the procedure, Master, Evalin's voice chimed back efficiently. Excellent. Once each company's stock price reaches 100,000 per share, Arthur continued eagerly, use 2 trillion Unicryds to open multiple securities accounts, each with at least 20 times leverage. After that's done, unleash their dirty secrets across every corner of the internet. I don't care how videos, messages, pictures, everything must go viral and remain unerasable. If any high-ranking official tries to intervene on their behalf, expose them too. I want these companies completely bankrupt. Understood, Master, Evalin replied. But Master, if we bankrupt all 30 companies, there will be a flood of unemployed people on the streets, hundreds of thousands without jobs. Evalin's voice was filled with concern. Don't worry, I have it all under control, Arthur said nonchalantly. After all, his second uncle Nathaniel's real estate group was in the midst of building a new foundation that would require plenty of labor. The unemployed from those 30 companies in Neo Luminara would find their way into new jobs. As for those outside the city, with Evalin's assistance, he could manage that too. Master, what about the CEOs and higher executives from these companies targeting the Osborne family? Are you planning to send them to jail? Evalin asked. Nope, I have something far more interesting lined up for them, Arthur grinned, revealing his sparkling white teeth. Evalin, what time is it? Arthur asked suddenly. That's exactly 3:45 p.m., came Evalin's reply. Huh, time really flies, Arthur exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by how quickly the hours had passed. He stood up and stretched comfortably. He'd been cooped up in the study room for far too long and felt stiff. Evalin, tell Sylvester to meet me at the gym, he instructed as he exited the study. It was time for some training with Sylvester to sharpen his combat skills and gain experience. While he possessed great power, he knew he needed more than just strength. Defensive and offensive skills were essential to harnessing his true potential. Lumina Financial District (LFD) stands as one of Neo Luminara's largest financial hubs, a bustling metropolis adorned with towering skyscrapers and interconnected skybridges. This district houses the headquarters of trillion Unicryd corporations, banks, and financial institutions. The majestic skyscrapers stretch thousands of meters into the sky, showcasing Neo Luminara's robust economy and cutting-edge technology alongside that of the Aurelian Federation as a whole. Thousands, if not millions, of white-collar workers bustle through this vibrant area daily. It's a sight unlike any other. In one particularly impressive office building soaring 500 meters tall with around 120 floors, at the top in an opulent office designed to exude wealth and power. At its center sits an enormous desk crafted from exquisite wood, a polished masterpiece equipped with high-tech gadgets that alone measures 5 feet wide. Surrounding it are limited edition couches, coffee tables, shelves brimming with luxury items, the epitome of success. Currently occupying an expensive ergonomic chair is Damian Reeves, the CEO and founder of Emerald Green Real Estate Group, a rotund middle-aged man sporting oily hair and small beady eyes that squint suspiciously when he smiles broadly through his large mouth. Though he may appear harmless at first glance, Damian is anything but he's ruthless beneath that facade. He wasn't able to build such a trillion Unicryds company based on his ability. He used underhanded means as well. He's also one of the people who joined hands with the Sterling family to bankrupt the Osborne family. Damian leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smirk creeping across his face as he gazed at the luxurious virtual invitation card on his phone. I may not have snagged that land from the Osbornes, but this is my ticket to a windfall, he muttered with a grin. Just then, a sharp knock interrupted his thoughts. Come in. He called out casually, barely looking up. The door swung open to reveal John, a short man dressed in a crisp white shirt and long black trousers, sporting a tie that seemed just slightly too tight. He entered with an eager smile that could only be described as sycophantic. What's up, John? Damian asked without much enthusiasm. Boss, we've got some news about the stock market, John exclaimed, practically bouncing on his heels. Damian's interest peaked. What do you mean, did our stock price drop? John shook his head vigorously. No, it's skyrocketing. We went from 10,000 per share to 12,000 and it's still climbing. I checked online, everyone's buzzing about us and it's all good news. Damian's eyes widened in disbelief before excitement washed over him. Are you serious? Absolutely. You can look for yourself if you don't believe me, John replied eagerly. With an arched eyebrow and newfound urgency, Damian logged onto the internet and confirmed John's report. His shock quickly morphed into exhilaration as he processed the implications of this unexpected surge. Did we do something extraordinary? John asked cautiously. Damian inhaled deeply. Greed glinted in his eyes. Quick, get the publicity and marketing teams on board. Let's capitalize on this momentum. We need to go all out. This is our chance to rake in serious profits. Yes, boss. John nodded enthusiastically before darting out of the office like a chicken pecking for grain. A wide grin split Damian's face as he reveled in the sweet taste of opportunity that had unexpectedly landed in his lap. But it wasn't just Damian who was feeling lucky. All 30 companies targeted the Osborne family were experiencing similar fortunes. They were quick to seize what they thought was an incredible opportunity, throwing everything they had into boosting their stock prices. Little did they know that this apparent boon was merely the beginning of their downfall. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and just like that, 3 days had passed. During this time, Arthur chose to stay within the confines of his mansion, meticulously crafting a structured daily routine with the help of Evelyn. Each morning began early with invigorating runs around the estate, followed by weightlifting and gym exercises. After a refreshing bath and a hearty breakfast, he would retreat to his study to jot down crucial details for the family foundation. Thankfully, Evelyn made this task much easier for him. Arthur kept a close watch on the progress of his uncles, aunts, and cousins through real-time updates projected by Evelyn. With a staggering injection of 200 billion unicrids into Osborne Holdings' account, the establishment of various companies surged ahead at lightning speed. Additionally, he allocated 100 billion unicrids to purchase 20 luxurious villas surrounding the mansion for his family members. Ever since their financial collapse forced them to sell off most properties to settle debts, over 50 relatives had been crammed into the single remaining mansion. Now that Arthur could access unclaimed wealth from around the globe with ease, he simply waved his hand and acquired 20 spacious family-style villas for everyone. As these 3 days unfolded, the entire Osborne family was buzzing with activity. With their rivalry against the Sterling family resolved, there was no longer any reason to hide away in their mansion. Those still in school returned to classes, while both older and younger generations who had graduated were assigned various roles within the family business to lend a hand. Everyone was busy. However, despite having dealt with one threat, Arthur remained vigilant. The true mastermind behind their troubles still lurked in the shadows. Consequently, every family member was assigned bodyguards for protection, some discreetly while others were more visible, and security measures at both the mansion and newly acquired villas were significantly heightened. Moreover, thanks to Evelyn's operations, stock prices for 30 targeted companies skyrocketed. The excitement among higher-ups and shareholders reached fever pitch as they unleashed promotions and advertisements galore. Little did they know they were fanning flames that would lead to their own downfall. Watching it all unfold left Arthur speechless. He shook his head in disbelief before instructing Evelyn to continue generating buzz online to accelerate those stock prices even further. Arthur also recently harnessed the terrifying computing power of Evelyn to dive into the world of stock speculation. It was during this time that he caught a glimpse of Evelyn's true strength, and it left him utterly awestruck. The speed at which Evelyn generated wealth was nothing short of astonishing. It felt as if money was simply being plucked from thin air. In just 3 days, Arthur managed to amass an incredible 10 trillion unicrids. Yes, that right, 10 trillion. While Arthur understood that this amount might be 10 billion into some giant corporations and families, and just a drop in the bucket, he couldn't shake off the sheer disbelief. Earning such an astronomical sum in mere days seemed like something out of a fantasy novel, too outrageous to be real. Yet there he was, grappling with his newfound fortune. Just months earlier, the Osborne family teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, desperately needing a mere 5 million unicrids to settle their debts. Now Arthur had transformed his financial fate overnight. To him now, money had become little more than a number. His focus shifted entirely towards elevating the status and influence of the Osborne family. With Evelyn by his side, financial worries were a thing of the past. However, every time he glanced at those dizzying figures in his bank account, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his chest, a reminder of his previous life as someone who barely scraped by with 4 figures saved up and relied on junk food for survival. The excitement and adrenaline rush from having so much wealth couldn't just vanish. After all, he wasn't like those oil tycoons from the Middle East back on Earth who treated cash like confetti. Now fully focused on expanding the family's influence and power, Arthur recognized that while earning 10 trillion unicrids was impressive and could sustain countless generations, it meant little against the backdrop of elite families and corporations where such sums were merely pocket change. Having 10 trillion sitting idle in an account might seem grandiose, but Arthur knew that true power lay not just in accumulation but in action. To grow the Osborne family's legacy, turning that wealth into tangible influence was paramount. Otherwise, it would remain nothing more than numbers gathering dust. While 10 trillion might seem like an unfathomable sum for the average person, enough to make anyone feel like he owns the world, even if they had to sell their entire family to get it, it's practically pocket changed the true rulers in a world like Pantera. Imagine the excitement of having 10 trillion for ordinary people. It could sustain an ordinary individual for hundreds of thousands of years and support generations to come. Yet, for the true elite of society, this staggering amount barely registers on their radar. Arthur, who has spent few months in this world understanding the basic power dynamics and economic landscape of Pantera, quickly realizes that while 10 trillion is thrilling, it won't elevate the Osborne family, S status one bit. To him, in this vast ocean of wealth and influence, 10 trillion feels more like a mere drop, hardly enough to make a splash. But here's the twist. Right now, Arthur sees this colossal sum as a golden opportunity. With it, he can embark on ventures that could reshape his future and quickly build up the foundation of the Osborne family, although he knows 10 trillion is not even enough to build one of the family foundation. Sir, today is the day for the secret auction. It starts at exactly 8:00 p.m. Evalin's voice broke through Arthur's concentration as he immersed himself in a financial book. I know, Arthur replied nonchalantly, but I've changed my mind. I am not going, sir. Why cancel? Evalin pressed. Evalin, Arthur said with a hint of seriousness in his tone. You do realize Christopher Campbell will be attending? Yes, sir, Evalin confirmed. He's one of 5 VIPs at this auction. So if I go, I'll be targeted not just by him, but by nearly everyone at the auction. They'll do everything in their power to stop me from buying any of that land, Arthur said with a wry smile as he gently flipped to the next page of his book. Does that mean you can't go anymore? Evalin asked, curiosity piqued. Nope, Arthur shook his head decisively. I can't let such a massive opportunity slip into someone else's hands while I just sit back and watch. Sir, you do realize you already have the biggest piece of the pie, right? Evalin chimed in. Arthur's lips twitched in amusement as he chose to ignore Evalin's comment. Even though I want to attend myself, I'll send someone in my place. He should be arriving shortly. Just then there was a sharp knock on the door. Speaking of the devil, here he is. Arthur grinned. Come in. The door swung open to reveal a bespectacled man clad in a crisp black suit. He looked about 30, young and handsome, with a tall and slender build that radiated success. Greetings, family head, he bowed respectfully upon entering. Arthur nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Ethan, I have an important task for you. Taking a deep breath, he continued, I need you to attend a secret auction tonight at 8:00 p.m. They're auctioning off 500 plots of land, 20 of which are crucial for us. You must secure those no matter what. With that directive hanging heavily in the air, Arthur slid a small box toward Ethan. Ethan opened it to find an exquisite diamond-crusted bank card featuring the Pantera National Bank logo alongside an advanced-looking phone. This card holds 5 trillion unicrids, and the phone contains all the details about the auction, Arthur explained. Evalin has already generated your invitation. No one will suspect you. I won't let you down, Ethan replied seriously. Good, you can head out now. With a wave of his hand, Arthur dismissed him. Ethan bowed once more before exiting the office building. Stepping outside through the grand metal gates of the mansion, Ethan appeared at the grand entrance of the mansion. As soon as he did, 3 sleek black cars pulled up. Especially eye-catching was the luxurious business car in the center. As doors opened with precision, 10 bodyguards emerged from 2 vehicles flanking Ethan's ride. 2 more stepped out from his car's passenger seat. Mr. Ethan. My name is Sylvester. I'll be your protector this evening, announced one burly bodyguard who had just exited from the middle car with an authoritative salute. I'll be relying on you then, Sir Sylvester. Ethan smiled appreciatively. Please head in the car. One of the bodyguards said, opening the door with a firm yet inviting gesture. Ethan nodded, stepping into the back seat, and was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of luxury. The interior was nothing short of luxurious, plush leather seats cradled him in comfort, while the floor gleamed like polished marble glass. This spacious vehicle could easily accommodate 5 to 10 people, but for now, it was just him. Without wasting a moment to admire his surroundings, Ethan focused intently on his phone, scrolling through information with a serious expression. The world outside blurred as they took off with a low roar of the engine, racing into the distance where the evening glow painted shadows across the sleek exterior. Nestled in the serene embrace of a mountain, away from the relentless hustle and bustle of Neo Luminara, lies the opulent Summit Haven Resort. This sprawling sanctuary is a marvel of architecture, with its terrace structure cascading gracefully down the mountainside. Each tier reveals private villas and suites adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows that invite breathtaking views. Imagine unwinding in outdoor hot tubs or retreating to elevated cabins tucked within lush forests. This is not just a getaway. It's an immersive experience designed for those who seek the extraordinary. As night falls, Summit Haven transforms into a dazzling spectacle. The resort glows brilliantly against the backdrop of twinkling stars, showcasing an impressive lineup of luxury vehicles, from sleek supercars to classic beauties, all parked elegantly in front of its grand entrance. Guests step out clad in designer attire, men donning tailored suits and women radiating elegance in exquisite evening gowns adorned with sparkling jewels. They stroll towards the magnificent hall, where an atmosphere of affluence envelops them. Inside, guests are greeted by a stunning chandelier that hangs like a crown above intricately set dining tables laden with gourmet delicacies and fine wines. Laughter and conversation mingle with soft piano melodies, creating an ambience that exudes sophistication. This gathering is no ordinary affair. It attracts the elite, the CEOs and top executives from multinational corporations, influential officials and members of prestigious families, individuals whose combined wealth exceeds hundreds of trillions. Amongst this illustrious crowd stands Damien, engaged in lively conversation when he spots Alexander approaching him, dressed impeccably in a custom sky-blue suit. Ha ha ha, Mr. Damien, long time no see. I hear your company has been thriving lately, Alexander exclaims cheerfully as he raises his champagne glass. Ah, Alexander, good to see you, Damien replies modestly yet unable to hide his pride. We've been fortunate. Fortunate. Your stock prices have been soaring. Alexander chuckles. Just luck. Damien smiles humbly while savoring his success internally. Mr. Alexander, are you also here for the auction as well? Damien asked with a hint of curiosity, quickly shifting the topic. Why else would I be here? I'm hoping to snag at least one piece of land, Alexander sighed, shaking his head in resignation. The competition is going to be fierce soon. Everyone here has their eyes set on at least a plot of land, Damien remarked. Exactly. After all, every single person in this room shares our ambition. A plot of land can rake in billions of unicrids each month and trillions annually if managed properly, Alexander replied. Damien nodded thoughtfully, taking a sip of his red wine while narrowing his eyes. I really envy the Osborne family. They stumbled upon a treasure without lifting a finger. Alexander's expression darkened with envy. It's true, they got incredibly lucky. Damien smirked, momentarily taken aback before responding, but do you really think they can handle such a massive pie all by themselves? Alexander nodded knowingly. You're right, that land is just too enticing. Many won't let the Osbornes enjoy it without interference. Exactly. I've even heard whispers that they are already being targeted by some powerful figures, Damien said with a cold smile. Who? Alexander asked, curiosity piqued. I heard it's someone from Metrospire, a member of one of those prominent families, Damien replied, shaking his head knowingly. It wasn't just Damien and Alexander who were buzzing about the auction and gossiping about the Osborne family. The atmosphere was thick with chatter. Nearly everyone was discussing how fortunate the Osbornes were while nursing regrets or scheming against them. While many people gather here for the auction, it's clear that this event offers much more than just bidding on items. It's a unique opportunity to forge friendships and expand their network. As the saying goes, a rabbit has 3 burrows, and having a diverse circle of friends can open multiple pathways to success. Looking around this hall, these aren't just ordinary individuals. Each person comes from varied backgrounds and influential circles within high society. Imagine the potential of connecting with even a few of them. It could unlock doors to exciting business opportunities and invaluable support in the future. Please welcome Mr. Christopher Campbell. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the hall, silencing the crowd as all eyes turned toward the entrance. There stood a young man clad in an impeccably tailored suit made from luxurious fabric. His blonde hair gleamed under the lights, and his piercing blue eyes shone with arrogance. With high cheekbones and thin lips framing an air of superiority, he was tall and exuded an aristocratic elegance that demanded attention. As Christopher stepped into the hall with his chin held high and disdainful gaze sweeping over everyone present, he reveled in their admiration. His heart swelled with vanity and satisfaction. He thrived on being in the spotlight where people looked at him with awe and respect as if he were royalty. The moment he entered, admirers flocked around him like moths to a flame, each hoping to catch his eye or curry favor for future gain. Everyone knew Christopher's impressive lineage. After all, the Campbell family ranked among the top 5 families in the Aurelian Federation, with vast connections and businesses spanning multiple industries. In a world where dragons and snakes roam, not everyone takes Christopher seriously. Some individuals, undeterred by the formidable Campbell family, stand their ground, either matching their power or boasting backgrounds that rival their influence. There are also some people who only think Christopher is just an arrogant rich sycophant. Yet despite a lot of people not taking Christopher seriously, a crowd still gathers around Christopher, feeding his vanity and boosting his ego. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the chatter. Hey, you're blocking the way. The words sliced through the air like a dagger, causing Christopher's expression to twitch with irritation. He was just feeling great about himself, his vanity being satisfied to the fullest, and someone is going to spoil for it him. Anger ignites in his eyes as he whirls around, ready to confront whoever dared challenge him. The moment he turned around, his eyes widened as amazement flashed in them. Standing before Christopher Campbell was a strikingly beautiful woman in her early 20s, draped in a long wine-colored evening gown. Her face seemed to embody perfection, as if the universe had taken its time to sculpt every feature with meticulous care. With skin as pure and luminous as freshly fallen snow, she radiated an ethereal glow that made one wonder if she were truly human. The softness of her skin suggested fragility, while a delicate diamond necklace adorned her swan-like neck. Her figure was nothing short of exquisite. Every curve and angle was flawlessly proportioned. A slim waist led to perfectly elongated legs, creating an image of harmony that captivated all who gazed upon her. Long black hair cascaded down her back like the night sky, framing a pair of mesmerizing dark eyes that sparkled with mystery. Full, luscious red lips complemented long lashes that fluttered gracefully with each blink. She was simply too beautiful for words. The moment she entered the grand hall, she eclipsed all other women present. Men stared in awe as her beauty cast a spell over the entire room. Christopher's eyes widened in amazement. He found himself momentarily forgetting his plans to confront the man who had interrupted him earlier. Yet just then, impatience flickered in Ophelia's stunning gaze as she frowned slightly at Christopher. Even this small gesture added to her allure. "Can you move out of the way?" Came a voice from beside her, a young man dressed in a custom-made black suit exuding aristocratic charm. Christopher's expression soured as he glared at Benedict. "What are you doing here, Benedict? Aren't you supposed to be in Metrospire?" Benedict looked at him incredulously before snorting dismissively. "If you can come here, what makes you think I can't? Let me tell you," Christopher replied with an air of arrogance. "As long as I am here, don't expect to claim even a scrap of land." Benedict shook his head mockingly. "I'm not here to squabble over land like you are. My Lancaster family has everything under control. I'm just here to accompany Miss Ophelia." Taken aback by this revelation, Christopher asked incredulously, "What do you mean?" "Oh, Christopher," Benedict said disdainfully, "no wonder you're the least favored in your family and always lose out to your older brothers. Do you really think top families waste their time fighting low-level commoners for something they could acquire with just a few words?" Fists clenched tightly in anger, Christopher shot back defiantly. "Then why are you here if not for the auction?" "As I mentioned," Benedict replied casually with a lazy smile that belied any seriousness regarding their previous exchange, "I'm only accompanying Miss Ophelia. And even though my family has it all sorted out already, as part of my own test, I still intend to purchase some plots myself." Christopher inhaled deeply, his gaze locking onto the stunning woman named Ophelia. A flicker of heat and ambition ignited in his eyes as he spoke. "Miss Ophelia, are you here to participate in the auction or merely to enjoy the spectacle?" He flashed a gentlemanly smile, hoping to charm her. Ophelia shot him a cold glance before turning away without another word. Benedict chuckled softly from nearby. "Christopher, I hear you've been targeting a small family in Neo-Luminara, even driving them to bankruptcy. Yet you still haven't managed to seize the Blue Pearl, despite eliminating their head and his wife. That's none of your concern," Christopher retorted disdainfully. "I will get my hands on the Blue Pearl eventually. That family is nothing but an obstacle. Ha ha ha, you do realize you're not the only one after it. Many eyes are on that prize," Benedict teased playfully. "If you want it for yourself, you'll find it quite challenging. Why are you interested in the Blue Pearl?" Christopher narrowed his eyes at Benedict. "I know my own strength," Benedict replied confidently. "Instead of fighting tooth and nail for something that may slip through my fingers, I'd rather secure a smaller piece of land and develop it. That will yield immense profits down the line." He patted Christopher on the shoulder with a chuckle before striding toward Ophelia's table. Christopher clenched his fists tightly, mulling over Benedict's words. Deep down, he knew his Benedict is right, but surrendering was not an option. He yearned to prove himself to both his family and the world. He wanted recognition as Christopher Campbell, a genius, not just another playboy. Taking a deep breath, he unclenched his fists and forced a slight smile as he approached the table where Ophelia and Benedict sat. "So this is the guy family head warned me not to offend," Ethan mused quietly while sipping red wine from across the room. His gaze drifted toward Christopher 2 tables away before fleetingly landing on Ophelia, his admiration barely contained. The Campbell family, Lancaster family, and Sinclair family. All 3 top families in Aurelian Federation are present tonight, Ethan muttered under his breath. "I bet other influential families are here too, though perhaps less high-profile than these 3. But why would they attend? With their power, they could have already secured valuable plots of land." He pondered aloud whether this was merely personal business for their juniors or a test from their families. "Big families can be so peculiar. Am I speaking ill of the Osborne family too?" Ethan chuckled internally while occasionally glancing back at Ophelia, Benedict, Christopher, and several others who seemed equally important. "I just hope those plots that family head instructed me to buy aren't being eyed by these big players. Otherwise, things could get tricky." He sighed heavily. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." A sudden, booming voice echoed across the hall, snapping everyone's attention to the stage. There stood a man in a crisp white tuxedo, microphone in hand, radiating charisma as he scanned the crowd with a warm smile. "Welcome to tonight's auction. My name is John, and I'll be your auctioneer," he introduced himself confidently. As if on cue, the lights dimmed slightly, revealing a stunning 3D projection behind him. The map showcased an expansive piece of land divided into 3 rings and further segmented into numerous plots. Some were marked in vibrant green, available for sale, while others glowed ominously red, already purchased or earmarked for government development. The inner ring caught everyone's eye. Its bold red hue signified a coveted parcel that had already been snatched up at what many believed was a bargain price. Regret and envy flickered across the faces of those present, particularly Christopher, whose expression darkened with resentment. So this is the infamous blue pearl everyone has been talking about. That lucky family really struck gold, Benedict remarked playfully. Lucky. If they ray wise, they'll sell it or partner up for development. Otherwise, this land could turn from blessing to curse. Ophelia chimed in calmly from her elegant seat. You're right. After all they've endured under Christopher's relentless attacks and their subsequent bankruptcy, they're left with just one struggling real estate company, Benedict replied thoughtfully. One struggling company. Is that all you see? Ophelia narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly as her lashes fluttered delicately. All right, everyone, let's get down to business. John interjected smoothly, redirecting focus back to the map. You know what these markings mean. Green for sale and currently 500 plots of various sizes are available. He flashed a bright smile as anticipation filled the room. Now let the secret auction commence, John announced dramatically as the 3D map shimmered and transformed to reveal the first plot of land along with its details. This is plot No. F126, the green oasis spanning an impressive 800 square kilometers. The starting bid is set at 500 billion unicrids with increments of at least 50 billion. With a firm slam of his gavel, he initiated the bidding process. 600 billion, a voice rang out confidently from across the room. 650 billion, 700 billion, going once, going twice, sold, John declared triumphantly as he brought down his gavel again. Next up was plot number G15A prime location near the university town slated for development, with an initial price tag of 200 billion unicrids. Bids flew fast, 300 billion, 400 billion, 450 billion, 500 billion, going once, twice, thrice, sold. The secret auction buzzed with excitement as time slipped by and plots of land changed hands one after another. Ethan was on a roll, successfully acquiring 5 parcels of land that Arthur had instructed him to buy. The competition was fierce, but he managed to outbid a few contenders without breaking a sweat. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any major headaches, everything went smoothly for him, and he faced no significant challenges at all. As the auction progressed, Benedict secured 5 sizable plots before calling it quits. Ophelia also joined in the bidding frenzy, picking up several pieces before she too decided to stop. Meanwhile, Christopher was in high spirits after snagging quite a few more than both Benedict and Ophelia. He couldn't help but cast a proud glance in their direction. About an hour and a half later, the auction finally wrapped up. Participants wasted no time rushing out. They were eager to return home and strategize on how to develop their new acquisitions. Even Christopher didn't linger. He hopped into his car and sped off without delay. Captain Sylvester, let's go, Ethan called out as he approached the captain, clutching a stack of documents in his hand. Absolutely, Sylvester replied as one of the bodyguards opened the door for Ethan to climb into the car. With a low roar of engines, their convoy swiftly departed from the venue, making its way back to the Osborne family mansion. Inside the study room, Arthur's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the data flashing across his computer screen. Sir, after 3 days, the stock market price of all 30 companies has skyrocketed to 10,000 per share. Evalin's blue face flickered on the screen as he delivered the news. Good, good, Arthur nodded in satisfaction, his gaze narrowing slightly. Now it's time for revenge. Evalin, are you ready? He asked with a smirk. Always ready, sir, Evalin replied confidently. Then let's kick off Operation Nightfall. Arthur leaned back in his chair, anticipation coursing through him. Yes, sir. In an instant, Evalin transformed into streams of blue data and surged into the digital realm of the internet like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Maxwell boarded a high-speed train and settled into his seat. Boredom loomed as he pulled out his phone to browse the internet. He had 2 hours until he reached his destination. But just as he powered up his device, ding, 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 messages flooded in at lightning speed until his phone froze. Confusion morphed into panic as every passenger around him experienced the same chaos. Dinging notifications filled the air like an incessant alarm. After a moment that felt like eternity, Maxwell's phone finally resumed functioning. He quickly glanced at the messages, and his eyes widened in shock. One CEO of Hargrove Estates embezzled millions from employee pensions. 2 Crossland Properties CEO Miranda Cross linked to organized crime. 3 Thorn Co. CEO Gregory Thorne exploited undocumented workers. 4 Marlowe Development CEO Evelyn Marlowe ran a $500 billion Ponzi scheme. 5 Reeves Holdings CEO Damian Reeves blackmailed rivals with illegal surveillance. Holy shit. Maxwell gasped as adrenaline surged through him. He nearly dropped his phone while staring at those glaring headlines that screamed scandal. He wasn't alone. Everyone on the train was glued to their screens, their expressions mirroring disbelief and outrage. Maxwell quickly navigated through various social media platforms and news sites. Within seconds, it became clear. This wasn't just gossip, it was explosive news about 30 CEOs caught red-handed. Conclusive evidence was everywhere. Raw videos, incriminating messages, damning photos, all laid bare for public scrutiny. One Nexalink headline, 30 CEOs exposed, the biggest corporate scandal in history. Two Stellar Post headline, hard evidence, CEOs caught in the act. 3. Quantum Chat headline, encrypted chats leaked, CEOs' dirty secrets revealed. Skysphere headline, step into the scandal, explore the CEO's crimes. 5. Pulsewave headline, breaking, 30 CEOs exposed by unknown force. One Nova News headline, the exposure 30 CEOs. 2 Galaxy Times headline, from boardrooms to jail cells, the fall of 30 CEOs. 3 Quantum Chronicle headline, corruption, who took down 30 CEOs. 4. Stellar Broadcast headline, live, CEOs, stocks as scandals go viral. The internet is buzzing, and it's impossible to escape the whirlwind of shocking revelations surrounding 30 high-profile CEOs. In a matter of minutes, this scandal has gone global, prompting news stations to interrupt their regular programming for urgent broadcasts. Eye-catching headlines dominate every screen. It's a corporate earthquake that no one saw coming. Maxwell couldn't tear his eyes away from his phone as he scrolled through an avalanche of messages from outraged netizens. Cryptoking. Holy crap. Did you see the video of Victor Hargrove embezzling pension funds? This guy deserves jail time. Finance guru Miranda Cross laundering money for the cartel. No wonder Crossland Properties was so profitable. Justice for all. Gregory Thorne exploiting workers. Disgusting. Boycott Thorne Co. Immediately, investor Jane, Evelyn Marlowe ran a Ponzi scheme. I lost $50K investing in her company. I'm suing. Tech bro Damian Reeves blackmailing rivals. This is straight out of a movie. What a scumbag. Eco-warrior. Leila Carmichael storing drugs in her properties. No wonder she opposed environmental regulations. Stock trader. Roland Graves evaded taxes for a decade. No wonder his company's stock is crashing. Urban planner Serena Blake displacing low-income families for luxury condos. She's a modern-day villain. GamblerX, Julian Mercer embezzled company funds to cover gambling losses. What a loser. Insurance bro. Vanessa Holt committing insurance fraud. No wonder her company's premiums were so high. The outrage was palpable, flooding social media with calls for justice and accountability. Maxwell muttered under his breath, these people are done for. Meanwhile, Evalin, with his unparalleled processing power, was working overtime, ensuring that this scandal made headlines worldwide. From electronic billboards to news feeds, it was like an unstoppable swarm had descended upon the corporate world. Inside one chaotic office, Damian Reeves was losing it. What the hell is going on? He screamed at his team of managers and executives, throwing objects around in frustration. How did this happen? Boss, one employee stammered, we don't know how it started, it just exploded across the internet. Damian struggled to regain composure as he pressed for details about the spread of information. It's everywhere, another manager replied nervously. All major platforms are reporting on it, it's already global. In disbelief, Damian hurled his expensive computer against the wall in anger. Then what are our tech and publicity teams doing? Can't you fix this? Boss, we've tried everything to delete the news, stammered the head of the technical department, wiping sweat from his bald head. But every time we manage to take one down, it multiplies into 100 more. It's like trying to stop a flood with a bucket. Our systems are completely compromised. His counterpart in publicity chimed in, panic etched across his face. It's the same for us. Every response we craft vanishes as soon as it hits the network, like sinking stones into an endless ocean. Damian slammed his fist on the desk, frustration boiling over. Damn it, who is behind this? Who's targeting me? In a moment of desperation, he grabbed his phone and dialed a number, but it went straight to voicemail. He tried another, again, no answer. His expression darkened as panic set in, and he panted heavily, feeling utterly trapped. With despair washing over him, he sank to the ground. Fear glimmered in his eyes as he muttered to himself, I am done, I am completely done. Everything I've built over the past 20 years is gone. Then laughter erupted from him, a wild, unhinged cackle that sent tears streaming down his cheeks. Suddenly, there was a loud. The office door swung open violently as police and other authorities stormed in. They fixed their icy gazes on Damian, who sat crumpled on the floor like a defeated king. Take him, one officer ordered without hesitation. In an instant, they snapped shiny silver handcuffs around Damian's wrists and dragged him out of the office. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving department heads exchanging bewildered glances. What could they do now? One thing was certain, their company was doomed. But Damian wasn't alone in his downfall. All 30 CEOs were arrested almost simultaneously. Many had attempted to flee at the first whiff of scandal, but were apprehended before they could make their escape. The stock prices plummeted by more than 50, evaporating trillions of unicrids into thin air. Decades-old companies that had thrived in Neo-Luminara began crumbling like sandcastles before an incoming tide. As chaos reigned online, the news spreading like wildfire through pop-up ads and viral videos, even those living under bridges knew what was happening. And all of this turmoil was orchestrated by just one person, who sat comfortably in his office watching it all unfold with glee while munching on popcorn as if enjoying a blockbuster movie. "Sir, the news coverage is now at 90. Should I stop?" Valen's blue face flickered onto the screen, his tone a mix of eagerness and concern. "No, I want it to hit 100, Arthur replied firmly, shaking his head as he tossed a piece of popcorn into his mouth. "Yes, sir," Valen acknowledged without hesitation. "By the way, have there been any attempts at interference?" Arthur asked casually, leaning back in his chair. "Yes, sir. There have been exactly 2,456,789 attempts to delete the news, but I've already handled that," Valen reported confidently. Arthur narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. "What about anyone on the official side? Have they tried to meddle?" "Yes, sir," Valen confirmed. "Then what are you waiting for? Dig up their dirty deeds and spread it across the internet," Arthur said lightly but with an edge of intensity. "Anyone who dares to help these people needs to be taught a lesson." "Understood, sir," Valen replied promptly. "And how are the stocks looking for those companies?" Arthur inquired next. "Sir, all 30 companies' stock prices have fallen by 60 and they are still plummeting. By tomorrow, we estimate they'll hit rock bottom," Valen stated matter-of-factly. "Good, you know what to do then," Arthur nodded with satisfaction. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything," Valen assured him. "By the way," Arthur said as he patted his head absent-mindedly, "when did Urban Development and Construction say I should meet them?" "Wednesday at 7:00 a.m. at the headquarters of the Urban Development and Construction Bureau in Lumina District," Valen replied efficiently. "Okay, just remind me as it approaches." Arthur stretched lazily before getting up from his study room chair. Time marched on, and the scandals surrounding 30 high-profile CEOs continued to ignite a firestorm across the internet. With a little nudge from Valen, these shocking revelations spread like wildfire around the globe. In just 4 days, all 30 companies, some of which had stood tall for decades, declared bankruptcy. The CEOs and top executives entangled in these scandals were swiftly arrested, awaiting their trials. Even officials who attempted to lend a helping hand found their own dirty secrets laid bare online, leading to their immediate arrests as well. In this chaotic atmosphere, no one was willing to stand by these CEOs, not even their closest friends or family members. They drew clear lines in the sand, refusing any association with those now deemed toxic. For 4 consecutive days, headlines dominated the news cycle, leaving even those living under a rock aware of the unfolding drama. Every time someone picked up their phone or turned on the TV, they were bombarded with updates about the CEO's scandals. Influencers created viral videos dissecting every detail, while bloggers shared their takes far and wide. The discussions online were intense. Netizens were outraged. Those who had lost money or been ensnared in Ponzi schemes came forward to share their stories of betrayal. It wasn't that they hadn't realized they'd been cheated out of hard-earned money. Rather, previous attempts to seek justice had often been buried or ignored by authorities. But now that everything was out in the open, victims began testifying and protesting against what had happened to them. Small-scale protests erupted nationwide. If authorities didn't act quickly to address public outrage, things could spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Arthur, the mastermind behind it all, sat back with satisfaction as he watched the trial unfold for these 30 CEOs. Anyone daring enough to interfere would soon find themselves exposed. Many recognized that someone was systematically targeting these leaders but couldn't pinpoint who it was, so no one dared offer help. Arthur had no intention of letting anyone assist these individuals, not even by chance. Whether they faced jail time or life sentences didn't concern him. He believed that simply imprisoning them would be too lenient a punishment for what they had done to his Osborne family. Bankrupting them was merely step one. He envisioned torturing them emotionally and psychologically until they truly understood suffering. "Sir," Valen's blue face appeared on his phone screen with an inquisitive look. "Why are you smiling so happily? It seems there's nothing today that should bring you such joy." "Of course there is." Arthur replied with a grin stretching across his face. "I've earned over 40 trillion unicrids in just 4 days. According to my calculations," Valen continued matter-of-factly, "there are quadrillions of unclaimed wealth lying dormant in deceased individuals' bank accounts worldwide that you could access at any time. Why get excited over mere digital numbers? Oh, Valen, you just don't get it. Imagine a guy who's scraping by on 3,000 a month. And after 5 years, he was able to save only 20,000 unicrids. Now, picture him getting access to trillions. Can you even fathom that?" Arthur exclaimed, touching his nose thoughtfully as he gazed out the car window with a dazed look in his eyes. Sir, Evelyn replied smoothly, according to my calculations and scientific theories, your observation taps into well-documented psychological and neurobiological phenomena. When someone experiences sudden wealth, especially after financial hardship, their brain undergoes some serious changes. Here's the science behind it. 1. Dopamine, the winner effect neurochemical rush. Sudden wealth releases a flood of dopamine, much like gambling or drug use. This euphoric surge can lead to overconfidence and risky behavior. The hedonic treadmill. People quickly adapt to their new riches. What once felt like enough, like 20,000 unicrids soon, seems trivial compared to trillions. 2. Cognitive dissonance, identity crisis, imposter syndrome versus God complex. The mind grapples with reconciling past struggles with newfound power. Some feel guilty, do I deserve this, while others develop an inflated sense of invincibility. Moral decoupling, extreme wealth can dull empathy. Studies show that the ultra-rich often justify unethical actions as necessary or deserved. 3. Risk-taking, the monkey brain prefrontal cortex overload. The brain's rational side gets hijacked by primal instincts. Billionaires might make reckless bets, think meme stocks or vanity projects in pursuit of that next high. Addiction parallels, the unpredictability of sudden windfalls mimics slot machine psychology. Intermittent reinforcement makes the rush addictive. 4. Social psychological isolation, paranoia, distrust. With sudden wealth comes unwanted attention. Individuals may isolate themselves or become overly skeptical. Everyone wants my money. Existential void. Without the struggle that once defined them, many face depression. Research links lottery winners to higher suicide rates post-win. Arthur listened intently as Evelyn rattled off all these scientific theories. His head was spinning. He simply shook his head in disbelief and glanced at his watch with a smile. Evelyn, how's the blueprint design coming along? Arthur asked casually. Everything is ready, sir. It will amaze everyone. Shall I show it to you now? Evelyn's voice brimmed with excitement. No, not just yet, Arthur replied with a gentle shake of his head. Boss, we're about to arrive, came the voice of the bodyguard driving the car. Arthur chuckled, glancing at the towering buildings that loomed ahead. Oh, looks like we're already here. A few moments later, the sleek business car came to a stop at the entrance of an impressive structure. As Arthur stepped out, he took in the sight of multiple skyscrapers standing tall and proud, exuding an air of grandeur and solemnity. The centerpiece was undeniably magnificent, the emblem of the country perched high above, with bold blue letters declaring Urban Development and Construction Bureau. It shimmered coldly under the sun's rays. With a smile on his face, Arthur strode confidently toward the grand glass revolving doors. Upon entering the lobby, his eyes widened in awe at its breathtaking design. The ceiling soared 30 feet high, showcasing exposed cross-laminated timber beams that blended warmth with industrial chic. The polished terrazzo floor gleamed with intricate brass lines, mapping out major districts of the city. One wall featured a stunning floor-docile digital display, think giant iPad, showing real-time urban data like traffic patterns, pollution levels, and construction updates. Opposite this was a living green moss installation artfully shaped like the city's skyline, a refreshing touch amidst all that glass and steel. In addition to these features was a central information hub, a circular AI-assisted help desk equipped with touchscreens for visitors navigating permits and appointments. Human clerks staffed it, but were supported by voice-activated AI for seamless assistance. At the heart of it all sat a 1/200 scale 3D printed model of the city on a large table. Projection mapping brought new developments and zoning changes to life, while emergency alerts flashed across its surface. Visitors could easily tap zones to pull up information on their phones via QR codes. Comfortably arranged around low tables with wireless charging pads were modular sofas upholstered in dark blue fabric accented by wood details, perfect for those long waits or casual meetings. Arthur couldn't help but be impressed by such innovative design. How is this place simply so great? He muttered under his breath, "Are you Mr. Osborne?" A soft voice interrupted his thoughts from behind him. Turning around quickly, Arthur saw a young lady dressed in a simple black office suit wearing an inviting smile. She looked like she could be straight out of a professional magazine. "Yes, that's me. Who are you?" He asked curiously as he took her in from head to toe. "Hello, Mr. Osborne. Nice to meet you," she said warmly as she extended her slender hand. "I'm Olivia, personal secretary to Bureau Head Derek at the Urban Development and Construction Bureau." "Hello, Miss Olivia," Arthur replied as they shook hands. "Please follow me to the conference room. Head Bureau Derek and other department heads are waiting for you," Olivia said as she gestured for him to follow her into an elevator heading to higher floors. A few moments later, the elevator chimed softly as it reached the top floor. The doors slid open, revealing a sleek corridor bathed in natural light. Arthur and Olivia stepped out, and with Olivia leading the way, they quickly approached an imposing set of double doors. As they entered, Arthur's eyes lit up in awe at the sight before him, a magnificent conference room. This oval-shaped space was designed to impress, boasting a capacity for 100 people that could be expanded to accommodate 120 with its innovative retractable walls. The soundproof acoustic paneling enveloped the room, equipped with cutting-edge noise-canceling technology to ensure every discussion remained private and focused. Gazing up, Arthur noticed the ceiling's geometric coffered design, adorned with hidden LED strips that shifted color temperature, cool hues for intense debates and warm tones for collaborative brainstorming sessions. At the heart of this impressive room was a stunning 30-foot-long walnut table fitted with embedded touchscreens at each seat. With just a flick of a finger, documents could seamlessly transfer from one screen to another, no more fumbling through papers. Plus, real-time translation capabilities meant that language barriers were a thing of the past during multilingual meetings. In the center of the room floated a transparent OLED screen projecting dynamic visuals, 3D building models, traffic simulations, or even crisis scenarios that brought discussions to life. Presenters could effortlessly manipulate these visuals using gesture controls. Talk about high-tech. Lining both sides of the grand table were ergonomic leather chairs equipped with posture sensors that gently vibrated if someone slouched too long, a thoughtful touch for those long meetings. Each seat had its own retractable privacy divider, perfect for discreet conversations when needed. Arthur finally tore his gaze away from the impressive conference room, taking in the scene around him. The large table was filled with individuals who exuded an air of authority and dignity, as if they were all owed something. It was evident that this gathering was no ordinary meeting. The attendees were seasoned professionals, mostly in their 40s or 50s, each carrying a wealth of experience. Bureau head Derek, allow me to introduce Mr. Osborne, Olivia said with a respectful bow toward the distinguished man at the head of the table. Bureau head Derek appeared to be in his 50s, sporting gray hair and a square jaw that gave him a stern yet dignified presence. Arthur's curiosity piqued as he observed Derek, thoughts racing through his mind. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bureau head. I've heard so much about you, Arthur greeted warmly, offering a polite smile while locking eyes with Derek. Nice to meet you too, Arthur. Please take a seat, Derek replied amiably, gesturing toward an empty chair on his left. Thank you, Arthur said with a smile as he made his way to the seat, nodding and smiling at those around him. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling of some hostile gazes directed at him, a surprise that didn't show on his face as he maintained his composure. The room was filled with top figures from various departments within the Urban Development and Construction Bureau, environmental sustainability, utilities and energy, housing and residential development. The list went on. Each department head brought their own expertise to this crucial discussion. Arthur, Bureau head Derek began after a brief silence. I'll get straight to the point. I am sure you have an inkling as to why we called you here. Arthur nodded knowingly. Upon receiving the call from the Urban Development and Construction Bureau, he had already pieced together their intentions. It's about the development of 1.08 million square kilometers of land, Arthur stated confidently. Yes, Derek confirmed with a nod. Your family's land is situated right in the heart of this development zone. While it may be small in size, its strategic location makes it incredibly valuable. We need to understand your plans for this land, whether you intend to develop it or sell it, and if you choose development, we must know your vision for its future. Arthur listened intently as Derek spoke, occasionally nodding in agreement while maintaining a serious demeanor. He understood just how significant this land was, not only economically, but also socially and politically for Neo Luminara. As Arthur prepared to share his thoughts on potential developments, he was abruptly interrupted by a discontented voice from across the table. Bureau head sneered a man in his 40s whose shrewd expression radiated disdain. We all know about the Osborne family's situation. They lack both capability and resources for such development. Arthur turned to face the man who had spoken, and he immediately recognized him as someone in his 40s. The man's shrewd gaze was filled with disdain and mockery, making Arthur's skin crawl. Narrowing his eyes, Arthur felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that the malicious energy he sensed earlier was emanating from this very individual. Despite the tension, Arthur maintained his composure and flashed a polite smile. May I ask who you are? He inquired. I am Harrison, the head of the Department of Construction and Infrastructure. The man replied with a smirk that only deepened Arthur's unease. Department head Harrison, Arthur said smoothly, what makes you think my Osborne family lacks the capability to develop that land? Harrison leaned back slightly, an air of superiority surrounding him. Well, considering your family's recent bankruptcy, news that has certainly traveled fast, I find it hard to believe you have the resources necessary for such a project. Arthur fell silent for a moment as he assessed Harrison. It was clear now, this man had come here with an agenda. What puzzled him most was that he couldn't recall ever crossing paths with Harrison before. Is it possible to offend someone without even knowing them? Arthur thought inwardly as he locked eyes with his adversary. Department Head Harrison, Arthur began calmly, it appears your information is outdated. My Osborne family has made a remarkable recovery. Our current challenges have been resolved. As I speak, we possess all the funds and resources needed to develop that land, so there's no cause for concern. He smiled amicably at Harrison. Enough. The voice of Head Bureau Derek cut through the tension like a knife. He shot a warning glance at Harrison, who quickly fell silent, but not without a flash of malice directed at Arthur. Derek turned his attention back to Arthur. So you claim your family can indeed develop that land. Is that true? Yes, Arthur affirmed quickly. Great, what do you plan to build there? Care to share? Derek asked with genuine curiosity. Of course, Arthur responded enthusiastically while gesturing toward Derek's table. May I? With an encouraging nod from Derek, Arthur stood up and approached the laptop on the table. He retrieved a blue flash drive and plugged it in. Fortunately, it was already connected to a 3D projector mounted on the wall. With just a few taps on the keyboard, an impressive blue 3D projection sprang to life, a detailed blueprint instantly captivating everyone in the conference room. Even Derek's eyes widened in amazement as they scanned over what appeared on screen. Did you design this? Derek asked incredulously. Yes, Head Bureau Derek, Arthur replied confidently even if it wasn't entirely true. I spent an entire month crafting this design. I never expected you to be so talented in architecture. Your design is absolutely fabulous, Derek exclaimed, admiration shining in his eyes. Thank you for the compliment, sir, Arthur replied with a modest smile. Derek leaned forward, curiosity piqued. So can you explain what you're planning to do with that land? Arthur's smile widened as he cleared his throat. Head Bureau Derek, what I envision for this 10,000 square kilometers of land is nothing short of an ultramodern, world-class mega commercial plaza. A stunned silence enveloped the room as everyone processed Arthur's ambitious proposal. Wait, are you really saying you're going to transform this entire area into a commercial plaza? Derek asked, taking a deep breath and fixing a serious gaze on Arthur. Yes, sir. That's my intention, Arthur confirmed with unwavering determination. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much funding, resources, and time it will take to turn that land into a commercial plaza? With the resources of your small family, I bet you won't even come close in decades. Harrison scoffed, looking at Arthur as if he were foolish. The others nodded in agreement. Their skepticism was palpable. Even Derek subtly acknowledged Harrison's words, though they stung. Many shared similar doubts. While they recognized that 10,000 square kilometers might seem manageable on paper, the enormity of transforming it into a bustling commercial hub felt overwhelmingly daunting. But Arthur remained undeterred by Harrison's mockery. His focus was locked onto Derek. Deep down, he knew this revelation would shock everyone in the room. Even he had reservations about its feasibility. Yet Avalon had assured him it was possible. The prospect of generating staggering annual revenue from such an enterprise was incredibly tempting. According to Avalon's simulations, completing this megacity-level commercial plaza could yield hundreds of trillions each year. Imagine, a vibrant center combining business, entertainment, tourism, and residential spaces that could attract billions annually. Arthur stood at the front of the conference room, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, taking a deep breath to steady himself. If my research and calculations are correct, transforming this 10,000 square kilometers of land into a mega-city-level commercial plaza could attract nearly 30 billion visitors annually to Neo Luminara alone. His voice resonated as he scanned the faces in the room, gauging their reactions. Derek leaned forward, concern etched on his face. I understand your vision, Arthur. However, while you own this land and can do as you please, it's situated right in the heart of our development zone. If not managed properly, it could hinder progress for everyone involved. Can you assure us that you possess the capabilities to execute such an ambitious plan? Arthur nodded confidently. Absolutely. The Osborne family has more than enough resources and expertise to make this happen. He gestured toward a stunning blueprint displayed behind him. The intricate design was met with a mix of awe and skepticism from those present. As Derek scrutinized the blueprint closely, he finally asked, "Can you elaborate on the specifics of this commercial plaza?" Of course, Arthur replied eagerly. He pointed at various sections of the blueprint while clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention once more. This commercial plaza will be divided into 9 distinct zones. He began detailing each zone with palpable excitement. Zone 1. Central Business District CBD area, 500 km features, skyscrapers towering between 10,003,000 meters, corporate headquarters for global giants, bustling financial centers including stock exchanges and banks. Zone 2 Shopping and Entertainment area, 1,500 km features, mega malls spanning 150 locations, vibrant entertainment hubs featuring theaters and theme parks. Zone 3, residential complexes area, 2,500 km features, high-rise apartments reaching up to 500 meters, charming suburban neighborhoods for families. Zone 4, hotels and tourism area, 1,000 km features, luxury hotels dotting the landscape, expansive convention centers for global events. Zone 5, internal transportation hub area, 500 km features, 9 subway stations connecting all zones, autonomous vehicles for seamless travel within the plaza. Zone 6, green spaces and recreational area, 2,500 km features, beautiful parks and artificial lakes, sports facilities like golf courses and tennis courts. Zone 7, healthcare and community centers area, 500 km features, state-of-the-art hospitals, community spaces fostering social interactions. Zone 8, innovation and technology hub area, 1,000 km features, research centers, labs and innovation hubs. Startup incubators, spaces for new businesses. Zone 9, industrial and logistics area, 1,000 km features, warehouses, storage and distribution centers, manufacturing units, light industrial facilities. The conference room buzzed with an electrifying tension as Arthur unveiled his groundbreaking blueprint. Eyes widened in surprise, disbelief flickering across the faces of his colleagues as they absorbed the ambitious vision he presented behind him. Even Derek wore a solemn expression, fully aware that if Arthur's plan came to fruition, Neo Luminara would transform into an architectural marvel, one that could attract billions from around the globe each year. After concluding his presentation, Arthur took a refreshing sip of water to ease his dry throat, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he observed the astonishment etched on everyone's features, especially Harrison's, whose expression was particularly entertaining. "I must say, Arthur," Derek finally spoke up, breaking the silence, "your development plan is truly impressive. If we can pull this off, our city will be renowned in just a few years." Nods of agreement rippled through the room. Some leaned closer to whisper among themselves while casting admiring glances at Arthur and his blueprint. But not Harrison, his face twisted in disdain before suddenly lighting up with a cold smile. "Mr. Arthur," he interjected smoothly, "I believe you've overlooked something critical in your grand design." "Oh, what might that be?" Department Head Harrison. Arthur replied with genuine curiosity. "You seem to have neglected security," Harrison continued smugly. "Building such a massive commercial plaza will attract millions daily and generate trillions annually, but without proper security measures in place, how do you intend to manage such a colossal influx?" Arthur met Harrison's gaze with an almost imperceptible smile tugging at his lips. "How could I forget something so vital? Of course I've considered it. This blueprint merely outlines the 9 development zones." Turning towards Bureau Head Derek, he added confidently, "Sir, allow me to show you my detailed layout." With a few taps on his laptop, the projection shifted dramatically to reveal comprehensive data on security measures. Police personnel, total officers, 500,000 distribution, 1,000 officers per station specialized units, rapid response teams for emergencies, cybercrime units tackling digital threats, traffic police managing extensive road networks, community policing units fostering trust, advanced police station features. Each station will boast state-of-the-art technology including surveillance rooms with eye-driven cameras holding cells, temporary detention facilities for suspects, forensic labs for analyzing evidence on-site, armory, secure storage for weapons and equipment, helipads for rapid deployment of officers and emergency response. For AI integration, AI will be integrated into the police force's operations to enhance efficiency and decision-making. Key roles, real-time monitoring, analyzing surveillance data to detect and prevent crimes. Predictive policing, using AI algorithms to predict crime hotspots and deploy officers proactively. Resource allocation, optimizing the distribution of officers and resources based on real-time data. Communication hub, coordinating responses between police stations, emergency services, and security personnel. Community engagement, the police force will prioritize community engagement to build trust and cooperation with residents and visitors. Initiatives, neighborhood watch programs, encouraging residents to report suspicious activities. Public awareness campaigns, educating the public on safety and crime prevention. Regular meetings between police officers and community leaders to address concerns and gather feedback. Integrated security systems. The plaza will feature a centralized, AI-driven security system that monitors and manages all aspects of safety and security in real time. Key features: AI surveillance, thousands of high-resolution cameras equipped with facial recognition, license plate recognition, and behavior analysis. Predictive analytics, AI algorithms predict and prevent potential security threats before they occur. Central Command Center, a state-of-the-art facility that coordinates all security operations. Building security, access control, biometric scanners, fingerprint, retina, facial recognition for all buildings. Blast-proof materials, skyscrapers and critical infrastructure built with blast-resistant materials. Panic rooms, secure rooms in every building for emergencies. Everyone in the room nodded in approval as they reviewed the impressive security measures planned for the commercial plaza, well, everyone except Harrison. He wore a twisted expression as if he had just swallowed a fly and shot a glare at Arthur that could curdle milk. Just as Harrison opened his mouth to speak, Arthur swiftly cut. Leaders, aside from these robust security features, I've meticulously designed the internal transportation hubs of the plaza to ensure seamless movement for everyone. Please take a look at the projection. As if under a spell, everyone turned their attention to the screen, their eyes widening in amazement at the intricate layout of transportation options. 1 highways, primary roads, purpose, connect major zones for high-speed travel. Lanes, 10 lanes, 5 in each direction. Speed limit, 120 km/h, 75 mph. Spacing, highways spaced 5 kilometers apart, creating a grid across the plaza. 2 arterial roads, secondary roads, purpose-linked neighborhoods and commercial areas. Lanes, 6 lanes, 3 in each direction. Speed limit, 80 km/h, 50 mph. Spacing, arterial roads spaced 2 kilometers apart, intersecting highways. 3 collector roads, tertiary roads. Purpose, provide access to residential and commercial areas. Lanes, 4 lanes, 2 in each direction. Speed limit, 60 km/h, 37 mph. Spacing, collector roads spaced 1 kilometer apart, intersecting arterial roads. 4 local roads, purpose, serve individual buildings and small neighborhoods. Lanes, 2 lanes, 1 in each direction. Speed limit, 40 km/h, 25 mph. Spacing, local roads spaced every 500 meters, intersecting collector roads. 5 public transit integration subway system. Lines, 9 subway lines running parallel to highways and arterial roads. Stations, located every 2 kilometers with major hubs at highway intersections. Capacity, each line can accommodate up to 1 million passengers daily. 6 bus rapid transit BRT. Routes, BRT routes along arterial and collector roads. Stops, every kilometer with connections to subway stations. Capacity, each route can handle up to 500,000 passengers per day. 7 autonomous shuttles, routes, operating on local roads for last-mile connectivity. Stops, on-demand stops optimized by AI in real time. Capacity, each shuttle accommodates up to 20 passengers. 8 pedestrian and bicycle pathways, pedestrian walkways. Width, a generous 5 meters, separated from traffic by barriers. Coverage, walkways along all arterial, collector, and local roads. Features, covered walkways with climate control for comfort. Bicycle lanes, width, 3 meters, separated from roads and walkways. Coverage, bicycle lanes along all arterial and collector roads. Features, bike-sharing stations every 500 meters. Interchanges and junctions, 9 highway interchanges. Design, multi-level interchanges with flyovers and underpasses. Spacing, interchanges every 10 kilometers along highways. 10 arterial road junctions. Design, signalized intersections with dedicated turning lanes. Spacing, junctions every 5 kilometers along arterial roads. Collector road intersections. Design, roundabouts to manage traffic flow. Spacing, intersections every 2 kilometers along collector roads. Smart infrastructure, 11 AI traffic management, real-time monitoring. AI monitors traffic flow and adjusts signals in real time. Predictive analytics, AI predicts traffic patterns and optimizes routes. Dynamic lane control, variable lanes, lanes that change direction based on traffic demand, e.g., more lanes for inbound traffic during rush hour. Smart signage, digital signs, provide real-time information on traffic, weather, and directions. Sustainability features, 12 green roads, solar roadways, solar panels embedded in road surfaces to generate electricity. Rainwater harvesting, systems to collect and reuse rainwater. Electric vehicle charging, charging stations, located every 5 kilometers along highways and arterial roads. Wireless charging, embedded in roads for electric vehicles. 13 safety systems, barriers, high-strength barriers to prevent crossover accidents. Automated emergency response, drones and autonomous vehicles for rapid response to accidents. Weather monitoring, sensors to detect and respond to adverse weather conditions. Apart from the information displayed on the projection, there was also well-detailed diagrams showing all the interconnected roads and everything. Good, 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 Derek exclaimed, clapping his hands in genuine amazement as he turned to Arthur. It looks like you've got everything mapped out perfectly. Arthur couldn't help but smile. Inside, he felt a swell of pride. He stole a glance at Harrison, whose face was a canvas of vivid emotions, each expression more entertaining than the last. Arthur couldn't help but beam with pride as he surveyed the various leaders in the conference room, a smile spreading across his face. Inside, however, a sigh of relief escaped him. Although he owned the land and had the power to do almost anything with it, he knew that government intervention could change everything. His mission was clear: convince them of his grand plan to ensure they wouldn't interfere too much. It seemed he had succeeded. Almost everyone was on board, except for Harrison, whose twitching face indicated his discontent. Arthur chose to ignore him. He sensed that Harrison's hostility wasn't entirely personal, but rather instigated by someone else. Arthur, since you're planning to build a mega-scale commercial plaza, you must be aware that the capital required for this project is substantial, Bureau Head Derek remarked, fixing his gaze on Arthur. Yes, sir, I've already accounted for the capital needed. There's no need for concern, Arthur replied with an air of nonchalance. Oh, Derek raised an eyebrow in surprise at Arthur's calm demeanor. Can you share the total amount you'll be injecting into this project? Arthur simply smiled and raised 2 fingers. Confusion washed over Derek and the others in the room as they tried to decipher what Arthur meant by that gesture. Harrison's eyes lit up mockingly as he seized the moment. Mr. Arthur, do you realize that 200 million Unicryds wouldn't even cover the cost of building a road in your proposed commercial plaza? Gasps filled the room as everyone processed Harrison's words while staring at Arthur's 2 raised fingers. Are you really planning to inject only 200 million? Derek asked skeptically. Arthur shook his head in disbelief at Harrison's smugness before turning back to Derek. Sir, what I actually meant is that I will be injecting 200 trillion Unicryds. The revelation hung heavily in the air as silence enveloped the room. Shock and astonishment flickered across every face, some even gaped open-mouthed at him. Even Derek appeared taken aback by such an enormous figure coming from Arthur. It's not that they were totally shocked by the 200 trillion Unicryds Arthur announced, but that shocked is that this 200 trillion Unicryds came out from the mouth of just a single person, not an institution or a giant corporate company, but a single person. And it's in cash too, not in assets or properties, but pure cash lying in the bank to be taken out any moment. Arthur, are you being serious? Derek finally managed to ask with a serious expression. Yes, sir, Arthur affirmed earnestly. I've done my calculations. 200 trillion Unicryds is more than sufficient for this commercial plaza. Mr. Arthur, don't take us for fools. Harrison slammed his fist on the table, glaring at Arthur with contempt. Department Head Harrison, Arthur replied calmly, why would I take all of you esteemed leaders for fools? Harrison leaned in, a sneer creeping onto his face. If you're not fooling us, then what exactly are you doing? We all know your Osborne family is practically bankrupt. The total value of your assets barely exceeds 100 million Unicryds. So where do you get the audacity to claim you have 200 million Unicryds in cash ready to invest in this project? The room fell silent as everyone turned their questioning gazes toward Arthur. Some wore expressions of disbelief. Even Bureau Head Derek looked displeased, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. Harrison's expression was smug and disdainful as he thought to himself, let's see how you handle this now. Inside, Arthur felt like he was about to explode with rage. If circumstances allowed it, he would gladly punch Harrison right in the face. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he addressed Derek's displeased look. Sir, while it's true that the Osborne family has faced numerous setbacks and nearly went bankrupt recently, I assure you we have resolved those issues. He paused for effect before continuing. You might think I am joking or trying to deceive you, but I genuinely have 200 trillion lying in my bank account right now, and I am not afraid to explain how I got it. As he scanned the room confidently, he elaborated. A few months ago, when my family was on the brink of financial ruin, I used our remaining funds to short sell Aurora Technology and made 200 million. After that success, I ventured into stock trading, sometimes winning big and sometimes losing. But remember that scandal involving 30 CEOs just days ago? Well, I short-sold them too and raked in substantial profits. I've also been speculating in international futures markets. To prove his point further, Arthur pulled out his phone and connected it to the projector. The screen lit up with a detailed history of his stock trades and international futures transactions, everything meticulously organized and clearly showing legitimate sources of income. Derek and others watched intently as they nodded along with what they saw on the screen. So don't worry, Head Bureau Derek, Arthur said firmly as he locked eyes with him. I absolutely have the capital needed for this project. Derek smiled back at him. Well then, Arthur. You've certainly impressed me. You can go ahead and proceed with this project. Thank you so much, Arthur beamed. But Harrison was seething beneath the surface. His eyes turned red as he clenched his fists under the table. Bureau Head Harrison interjected defiantly as he met Derek's gaze head-on. Yes, go ahead, Derek replied with raised eyebrows. Harrison leaned forward, his expression serious as he addressed the room. Developing this massive project requires significant resources and manpower. While the Osborne family has the capital, I'm concerned that we may not have enough manpower. I believe Mr. Arthur here could benefit from partnering with other companies to expedite development. This collaboration would lighten Mr. Arthur's workload and stimulate growth across various industries. Head Bureau Derek paused, considering Harrison's words before turning to Arthur. Arthur, I think Harrison makes a valid point. However, it's ultimately your decision regarding collaboration since you hold the rights to the land. Arthur remained unnervingly calm, his gaze fixed on Harrison with an intensity that was almost palpable. If one looked closely, they'd notice his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white and a slight tremor ran through him, though it went unnoticed by everyone else in the room. Internally, Arthur was seething with rage. Thoughts of violence flickered through his mind. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, Arthur slowly relaxed his fists and forced a polite yet unsettling smile at Harrison. Thank you for your input, Department Head Harrison, but my family can manage this project independently. But, Department Head Harrison, Arthur interjected sharply, narrowing his eyes slightly. Bureau Head Derek has already stated that since I own the land, how I choose to proceed is entirely up to me. Harrison's face flushed with anger as he glared at Arthur. All right, Bureau Head Derek said dismissively, waving his hand. Since Arthur believes he can handle it alone, we can't force him otherwise. Arthur, Derek continued with a nod of approval. I trust you have full authority over the development of that land. Thank you, Bureau Head Derek. I promise we will do well, Arthur replied with a courteous smile. The atmosphere lightened as smiles spread across everyone's faces except for Harrison's. He wore an expression twisted by frustration and fury directed at Arthur. Bureau Head Derek, Arthur called out softly. Yes, Derek responded cheerfully. I wanted to ask if the bidding for the government project has concluded. Arthur inquired. Nope, the bidding hasn't started yet. Why do you ask? Derek replied curiously. Arthur's eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly said, I was wondering if you could grant us, the Osborne family, the exclusive rights to develop this project. His determination shone through as he locked eyes with Derek. Derek gasped softly in surprise. The rest of the room echoed his shock. They stared at Arthur as if he had lost his mind. Arthur, Derek regained composure and asked seriously, Are you fully aware of what you're proposing, Humph? You haven't even broken ground on your so-called commercial plaza, and yet you Ray already eyeing this massive project. Talk about ambition, Mr. Arthur. Harrison scoffed, his disdain evident as he shot a mocking glance at Arthur. Arthur, however, remained unfazed. His gaze was fixed firmly on Derek as he replied earnestly, Yes, sir. I understand your skepticism about my proposal. But if you grant the Osborne family the full rights to develop this project, I assure you we won't let you down. Derek shook his head slowly. This is not a decision I can make alone, he said with a hint of caution. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Sir, may I pose a question? Of course, Derek nodded in encouragement. How long does the government anticipate this project will take to complete? Arthur inquired. Derek considered for a moment before responding. Well, based on our estimates and various factors involved, we expect it to take around 10 to 15 years. Why do you ask? With a faint smile playing on his lips, Arthur leaned forward and said confidently, What if I told you that the Osborne family could finish this project in just 1 year? Would you believe me? A heavy silence enveloped the room. It was so quiet that one could hear if a pin dropped. All eyes widened in disbelief. Mouths hung open as everyone stared at Arthur in sheer shock and astonishment. They were utterly flabbergasted. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed on Arthur as if he had just declared the impossible. Even Harrison, known for his constant troublemaking, wore a look of shock and disbelief. Bureau Head Derek's lips twitched, betraying his confusion as he regarded Arthur with an expression that was hard to decipher. Arthur touched his nose, forcing a light smile while shaking his head. He had anticipated their reactions. After all, what he had just proposed was nothing short of outrageous. Who in their right mind would claim they could complete a project that typically takes over 15 years in just 1 year? It sounded like something out of a fantasy novel. Yet here he stood, a systematic man armed with a secret, a system capable of achieving the impossible. But how could he explain that without sounding utterly insane? The last thing he wanted was to wake up on a sterile table surrounded by crazed scientists eager to dissect him. With a sigh, Arthur scanned the expressions around him. Arthur, you must be joking. Bureau Head Derek finally broke the silence, his lips twitching again. Yes, just trying to lighten the mood, Arthur replied with an awkward grin. Internally, he cursed himself for bringing it up at all. Suddenly, the tension in the room lifted as everyone exhaled in relief and smiles began to emerge. I'm sorry if I overstepped my bounds, Arthur said apologetically to Derek. No, it's good to joke from time to time, Head Bureau Derek said, shaking his head as a smile creased his weathered face. Arthur let out a deep sigh of relief. He was grateful that Derek wasn't angry with him. He had refrained from insisting he could complete the project in just 1 year because he knew that no one in the room would believe him. If he pushed too hard, the trust and goodwill he had built with Derek and the other leaders could plummet. Instead, he decided that demonstrating his capabilities through tangible results was the best approach after all. Seeing is believing. His gaze flickered to Harrison, who was eyeing him with narrowed eyes like a venomous snake. Arthur shook his head slightly before turning back to head bureau Derek. Sir, since the bidding hasn't begun yet, could you at least allocate a small part of the project to our Osborne family? As you know, we're quite small compared to other companies. Even if we do bid, we might end up with nothing but scraps, Arthur said with a cheeky grin while rubbing his hands together. Derek stared at Arthur's playful expression, speechless for a moment. The others in the room chuckled lightly, their expressions softening toward Arthur. Most had formed a positive impression of him. Since entering the room, he had always been respectful and polite, not arrogant at all, and many sympathized with the Osborne family's struggles. Head Bureau chimed in Deputy Head Quill, a man roughly Derek's age. I think you can give him a small percentage. He's a good boy. I believe he can handle it well. Arthur looked at Quill with fondness and almost felt compelled to kiss that old man's cheek in gratitude. Derek raised an eyebrow at Quill's unexpected support. It caught everyone off guard. They all knew Quill was typically strict and adhered closely to protocol. What? Why are you looking at me like that? He's a good boy. I like him. Deputy Head Quill retorted defensively as he crossed his arms over his chest. Derek shook his head in amusement before turning back to Arthur with a gentle smile. Well then, I can allocate a small percentage of the project to your Osborne family. Really? Arthur's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this news. Yes, Derek confirmed with a nod. But can you ensure this won't compromise either quality or timelines for both projects? Derek asked seriously. Yes, I promise. Arthur nodded vigorously. Good, now which part of the project would you like assigned to you? Head Bureau Derek asked. Arthur blinked in surprise as he processed what Derek had just said. You mean I get to choose? Yes, Derek replied, playfully narrowing his eyes at Arthur as if enjoying this twist of fate. Arthur felt momentarily lost. His lips twitched in disbelief. This was definitely not part of the script. Shouldn't Head Bureau Derek have been the one to choose his path, spoon-feeding him advice over bowls of chicken soup? So what was this unexpected operation all about? For a moment, Arthur found himself speechless, completely unprepared for what was unfolding before him. How about this? Deputy Head Bureau Quill's voice snapped Arthur back to reality. How about you take charge of building all the roads and transportation network? Can you handle that? Quill raised an eyebrow, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Wait, all the transportation and road networks? Arthur stammered, astonishment etched across his face. Exactly. I was impressed by your innovative ideas when you presented the blueprint for the commercial plaza, especially those unique highways and interchanges. If we apply that creativity to our extensive transportation project, it could be a game-changer, Quill explained enthusiastically. Head Bureau Derek paused for a moment, absorbing the enormity of what Quill proposed. You do realize that this transportation network will stretch from Neo-Luminara to Metrospire and Aurelia Prime. We're talking about connecting 20 super mega cities, including 3 capital cities, plus 150 metropolises and 600 first-tier cities across the country. The workload is monumental. No single company can manage that. Hiss. Arthur inhaled sharply, genuinely shocked. He hadn't anticipated such ambitious plans from Neo-Luminara officials. 6 highways and an intricate web of roads connecting more than 700 cities. It felt utterly insane. While Arthur grappled with this overwhelming revelation, others in the room shared similar sentiments. They were taken aback by Quill's decision to entrust such a colossal project to Arthur alone. This transportation network represented nearly 20 of the entire government initiative, a massive investment that few believed he could tackle without significant support. Yet amidst their skepticism, Arthur's mind raced with possibilities. If the Osborne family could secure this project and deliver results ahead of schedule, Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group would skyrocket into fame overnight. Completing it within a year would be nothing short of miraculous. Surely then contracts would flood in like snowflakes after a winter storm. With excitement lighting up his eyes, Arthur turned eagerly to Derek. Sir, I assure you, the Osborne family can absolutely handle it. I promise you won't be disappointed with our quality or timeline. Derek fell silent for a moment before glancing at Quill and then at his colleagues. What are your thoughts? I think we should give it a shot, one leader chimed in. His blueprint for roads and transport is truly innovative. Agreed. We can always reassess if things don't go well, another added. There's no harm in trying. Echoed several voices around the table. The room buzzed with anticipation as the other leaders exchanged glances, their eyes finally settling on Head Bureau Derek. One by one, they voiced their opinions, nearly all in agreement about entrusting Arthur with the transportation and road network project. Well, almost everyone, Harrison sat in the corner, his face a mask of undisguised anger. He felt utterly helpless, knowing that his voice had been drowned out in the discussion. So there he remained, silent and brooding. All right then, Arthur, Derek said with a nod. We're handing you the transportation and road network project. Just make sure the quality is top-notch. Yes, I promise, Arthur replied, excitement bubbling within him like a shaken soda can. Sir, does this include high-speed railways and subway stations too? His question came out unexpectedly eager. Derek chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Boy, your appetite is really huge, you know that, right? Laughter rippled through the room at Arthur's enthusiasm. Yes, it's included, Derek added nonchalantly with a wave of his hand. Thank you so much, I won't let you down, Arthur declared earnestly as he stood tall. Good, 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 Derek laughed heartily before turning serious again. Bureau head Derek, Arthur called out sheepishly while scratching his head in embarrassment. Not again, you know overindulging can be dangerous for your health. Derek shot back with a playful smile etched on his old face. I promise this will be my last request. Arthur waved his hands defensively with a sheepish grin that made everyone chuckle again. All right then, go ahead. We're all ears. Derek sighed dramatically, but couldn't he hide his smile as he gestured for Arthur to continue. Okay, leaders, Arthur said confidently as he tapped away on his phone. You're going to love what I am about to show you. A massive blueprint materialized on the projection screen, a stunning design that twisted and turned like a snake, adorned with vibrant data points flashing across its surface. Gasps filled the room as Head Bureau Derek, Deputy Head Quill, and the others stared wide-eyed at the bold letters emblazoned atop the blueprint, Hyperrelec System. P.S. The chapters is about introducing various technical details and a lot terminologies about a railway system and a train Arthur is going to build. You can skip if you don't want to read it. As Head Bureau Derek and his team gathered around the blueprint, their expressions shifted from confusion to awe. Arthur couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at their reactions. A few moments later, Deputy Head Quill broke the silence, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Arthur, can you explain what this hyperrelec system is? He asked, echoing the thoughts of everyone else in the room. Arthur took a deep breath before diving into his explanation. As you can see, this isn't just any railway system, it's a game-changer. I've named it the hyperrelec system. This innovative design will revolutionize train transportation, making it faster, easier, and far more efficient. He paused for effect, letting anticipation build before continuing with a grin. The propulsion system combines magnetic levitation, maglev, with hyperloop-inspired vacuum tunnels. By utilizing superconducting maglev technology, alongside low-pressure vacuum tubes, we drastically reduce air resistance. Imagine trains reaching speeds of 8,001,200 km/h, 500,750 mph. That's significantly faster than our current high-speed rail systems. Arthur's enthusiasm was palpable as he scanned the room filled with captivated leaders. The efficiency of the hyperrelex is remarkable, he continued. Magnetic levitation eliminates friction while the vacuum environment minimizes drag, resulting in an energy-efficient marvel. Our power source, electromagnetic propulsion powered by renewable energies like solar and wind. He elaborated on energy recovery systems that convert kinetic energy back into electricity and how solar panels embedded along tracks generate additional power, all contributing to zero direct carbon emissions. The train tracks themselves are made from graphene reinforced composites for unmatched strength and durability. Arthur noticed fascinated looks on everyone's faces as he pressed on. Not only does this system operate almost silently thanks to advanced aerodynamics and strategic environmental design, including living walls and solar canopies, but it's also modular. This means we can easily expand and integrate it with existing transportation networks connecting major cities and even rural areas down the line. Arthur concluded his presentation, glancing around the room at the various leaders, who appeared to be in a state of disbelief, struggling to process the groundbreaking information he had just shared. Their hearts raced with shock and curiosity. Arthur, are you absolutely certain that your company has fully mastered this hyperrelec system technology and can implement it immediately? Deputy Head Quill asked, taking a deep breath and fixing Arthur with a serious gaze. The others in the room regained their composure, nodding earnestly as they focused intently on him. It's not that we doubt your capabilities, Head Bureau Derek interjected solemnly, but this is an entirely new technology. Countries worldwide have been pouring resources into developing maglev levitation technology to revolutionize transportation, especially in densely populated areas. Our country has also invested years into research without making significant progress. Yes, Deputy Head Quill added skeptically, and considering the Osborne family's recent challenges, including bankruptcy, it's hard to believe you've managed to master a technology that even powerful nations have struggled with for years. The rest of the room echoed his skepticism with questioning looks directed at Arthur. Unfazed by their doubts, Arthur maintained a calm demeanor. He anticipated such questions when unveiling this revolutionary technology, but was prepared with a straightforward response. I can't disclose too much since this is proprietary information of the Osborne family, he replied earnestly. However, I assure you on my family's honor that we have indeed mastered this technology, and it can be deployed anytime, anywhere. Derek and Quill exchanged knowing glances before Derek took another deep breath. While the hyperrelec system is impressive, he said cautiously. We'll need approval from higher authorities before integrating it into our railway system. New technologies come with extensive procedures. However, I believe there's a 90% chance we can make it happen. Arthur nodded appreciatively and smiled as he tapped his phone, bringing up an exciting new blueprint on the projection screen. Leaders, he began enthusiastically, we've also designed a train compatible exclusively with the HyperRailX system, the HyperRailX Express. As he introduced the blueprint displayed behind him, Derek and Quill exchanged speechless expressions before shaking their heads in amazement. They finally understood that Arthur was someone who never missed an opportunity. With a wry smile breaking through his age-worn face, Derek gestured for Arthur to continue. Taking a deep breath again, Arthur dove into details about this extraordinary train. Innovative design. Inspired by nature's speedsters like kingfishers, this train features biomimetic design elements that minimize air resistance and noise while ensuring optimal performance within low-pressure vacuum tubes. Durable materials. Its exterior boasts carbon fiber composites reinforced with graphene for lightweight durability, capable of weathering extreme conditions. Self-healing coating. The outer layer includes a self-healing polymer that repairs minor scratches and cracks automatically. Solar panels. The roof is equipped with flexible solar panels to harness solar energy and supplement the train's power needs. Propulsion and energy systems. Maglev technology. The train uses superconducting magnets for frictionless levitation and propulsion, enabling ultra-high speeds. Energy storage, equipped with solid-state batteries for energy storage, ensuring uninterrupted operation even during power fluctuations. Kinetic energy recovery. Regenerative braking systems capture and store energy during deceleration, feeding it back into the power grid or onboard batteries. The interior features modular seating arrangements that can be reconfigured for different passenger needs, e.g., business class, family zones, or cargo transport. Lighting. Adaptive LED lighting adjusts based on the time of day and passenger preferences, creating a comfortable ambience. Noise cancellation. Advanced active noise cancellation systems ensure a quiet and peaceful environment inside the train. Smart seats. Each seat is equipped with touchscreen controls, wireless charging pads, and adjustable ergonomic support. Entertainment. Passengers have access to high-speed 5G Wi-Fi, streaming services, and entertainment system. Climate control. Individual climate control zones allow passengers to adjust temperature and airflow to their preference. Accessibility. The train is fully accessible, with features like automated boarding ramps, braille signage, and voice-activated controls for passengers with disabilities. The train is fully autonomous, with an AI-driven control system that manages speed, navigation, and scheduling. The AI communicates with the central HyperRailX network to optimize routes and avoid delays. Sensor network. The train is equipped with LiDAR, radar, and ultrasonic sensors for real-time monitoring of track conditions, obstacles, and passenger safety. Predictive maintenance. Embedded sensors continuously monitor the train systems, predicting maintenance needs and reducing downtime. Biometric access. Passengers board using facial recognition or biometric scanning, ensuring secure and contactless entry. Emergency systems. In case of emergencies, the train can deploy evacuation pods that safely transport passengers to the nearest station. Fire safety. The train is equipped with advanced fire suppression systems and flame-retardant materials. Cybersecurity. The train's systems are protected by quantum encryption to prevent hacking and ensure operational integrity. Arthur projected the various data of the HyperRailX Express on the projection screen as the leaders looked at the information with intense gazes. From time to time, one or two will exclaim in surprise. Arthur simply smiled and again projected the design and configurations of the HyperRailX as he continues to explain. Train length, 400 meters, 1,312 feet, approximately double the length of a standard high-speed train. Carriages, 20 carriages per train, each designed for maximum passenger capacity without compromising comfort. Seating arrangement, dual-level carriages to maximize space utilization. Standard seating, each carriage accommodates 150 passengers on 2 levels, 75 per level. Total standard seating, 150 passengers carriage, 20 carriages equal 3,000 passengers. Standing room, in high-demand scenarios, each carriage can accommodate an additional 50 standing passengers. Total standing capacity, 50 passengers carriage, 20 carriages equal 1,000 passengers total capacity. 3,000 seated plus 1,000 standing equal 4,000 passengers per train. Dual-level layout. Each carriage has 2 levels connected by spiral staircases and elevators for accessibility. Modular seating. Seats are arranged in 2x2 configurations with foldable tables and ample legroom. Standing areas. Standing areas are equipped with handrails, overhead straps, and digital displays for passenger information. Aisles. Wide aisles 1.2 meters ensure smooth movement of passengers, even at full capacity. Climate control. Advanced HVAC systems maintain optimal temperature and air quality across both levels. Noise cancellation. Active noise cancellation technology ensures a quiet environment, even with thousands of passengers. Each carriage has 8 doors, 4 per level, to facilitate quick boarding and alighting. Platform design. Stations are equipped with extra-long platforms and multiple boarding zones to handle the high passenger volume efficiently. Biometric scanning. Facial recognition and biometric scanners at each door ensure secure and contactless boarding. Evacuation routes. Each carriage has emergency exits on both levels, leading to evacuation pods or platforms. Fire safety. Advanced fire suppression systems and flame-retardant materials are integrated throughout the train. AI monitoring. The train's AI system continuously monitors passenger density and movement to ensure safety and optimize boarding processes. Apart from the design of the HyperRailX Express, Arthur also projected the blueprint of the HyperRailX Central Control System. The HyperRailX Central Control System is the nerve center of the entire HyperRailX network, overseeing the operation of all trains, tracks, and stations. It is a highly advanced, AI-driven system designed to ensure safety, efficiency, and seamless coordination across the railway network. Central Control System design. Core functions. Real-time monitoring tracks the location, speed, and status of every train on the network. Route optimization uses AI to dynamically adjust train schedules and routes to minimize delays and maximize efficiency. Predictive maintenance monitors the health of trains and tracks, predicting and preventing potential failures. Emergency response coordinates emergency protocols, such as evacuations or system-wide shutdowns, in case of accidents or natural disasters. Energy management optimizes energy usage across the network, ensuring efficient power distribution and storage. System architecture AI core. The system is powered by a super AI capable of processing vast amounts of data in real time. Distributed network. The control system is decentralized, with regional hubs handling local operations and a central hub overseeing the entire network. Cloud integration. Data is stored and processed in a secure cloud infrastructure, allowing for scalability and redundancy. Train tracking displays the real-time location, speed, and status of all trains on a 3D map of the network. Passenger data tracks passenger load, boarding alighting rates, and comfort metrics for each train. Environmental data monitors weather conditions, track temperature, and other environmental factors that could affect operations. Driven route optimization, dynamic scheduling adjusts train schedules in real time to account for delays, maintenance, or unexpected events. Collision avoidance uses predictive algorithms to ensure safe distances between trains and prevent collisions. Demand forecasting analyzes historical and real-time data to predict passenger demand and adjust train frequency accordingly. Sensor data collects data from sensors embedded in trains and tracks, monitoring wear and tear, temperature, vibration, and other metrics. Maintenance alerts sends alerts to maintenance teams when components need repair or replacement. Automated repairs coordinates with autonomous maintenance drones and robots to perform minor repairs without human intervention. Incident detection uses AI to detect accidents, track obstructions, or natural disasters in real time. Emergency protocols automatically initiates protocols such as train slowdowns, evacuations, or system-wide shutdowns. Communication coordinates with local authorities, emergency services, and train operators to manage crises. Energy management system power distribution optimizes the distribution of electricity across the network, ensuring efficient use of renewable energy sources. Battery management monitors the charge and health of onboard and stationary batteries, ensuring backup power is always available. Energy recovery tracks energy generated by regenerative braking and solar panels, integrating it into the power grid. User interface control room. The central control room features a large curved video wall displaying real-time data, maps, and system status. Operator consoles. Each operator has a touchscreen workstation with access to specific subsystems, e.g., train tracking, maintenance, energy management. Holographic displays. Key data is projected as 3D holograms for easy visualization and analysis. Voice control. Operators can issue commands via voice recognition for hands-free operation. Security and redundancy. Cybersecurity. The system is protected by quantum encryption and advanced firewalls to prevent hacking and data breaches. Redundancy. Multiple backup systems ensure continuous operation, even in the event of hardware failure or natural disasters. Access control. The control room is secured with biometric scanning and multi-factor authentication to prevent unauthorized access. Smart cities, the control system integrates with smart city infrastructure, such as traffic lights and public transit, to optimize urban mobility. Weather services receives real-time weather data to anticipate and mitigate the impact of adverse conditions. Ho, that was quite a long meeting, Arthur exclaimed, sinking back into the plush leather seat of his car. He let out a deep breath, but the joy sparkling in his eyes couldn't be hidden. His mind raced back to the meeting he'd just had with the Urban Development and Construction Bureau. Honestly, he had been nervous at first, but in the end, he nailed it. During that meeting, Arthur showcased some impressive strengths, particularly when he proposed that the high-speed railway be built using his cutting-edge HyperRailX technology. He revealed advanced technologies like quantum computing and more. Although head bureau Derek and his colleagues remained tight-lipped, Arthur sensed they were aware of what he was presenting and would eventually report it to their superiors. But honestly, he didn't care. A smirk crept across Arthur's face as he thought about it all. By unveiling these technologies, some still in experimental stages, he was sending a clear message. The Osborne family wasn't weak. They possessed core technologies that could shake up industries. When head bureau Derek asked if the Osborne family had fully mastered quantum computing technology, Arthur simply replied that it was just a weakened version with limited capabilities, still several times more powerful than a supercomputer. The HyperRailX Express he presented was merely a toned-down version of its true form, a flying train. Revealing its full potential would have been disastrous for him. After all, Arthur wasn't keen on dying again anytime soon. The versions he showcased were significantly less dangerous, about 10 times weaker, but still packed enough punch to impress. His strategy was clear. By demonstrating their technological prowess, Arthur aimed to convince those old-timers within the family that they had what it took to tackle massive projects successfully. Arthur had just secured 2 monumental projects, and the Osborne family was now tasked with constructing the entire transportation and road network for a significant government initiative. While the HyperRailX and HyperRailX Express were still awaiting confirmation for deployment, Arthur remained optimistic. Surely, the government wouldn't let such a transformative advancement slip away. It promised to revolutionize travel, making it faster and more convenient than ever before. He was eagerly anticipating news from head bureau Derek. If he received the green light from the government, it would only be a matter of time before every railway and train in the Aurelian Federation was upgraded to HyperRailX technology. With ongoing advancements and upgrades, he envisioned HyperRailX becoming a household name. Securing this transportation project also meant financial stability, something he desperately needed. After all, he didn't want to resort to morally questionable methods like siphoning funds from deceased individuals' accounts, even if that option tugged at his conscience. The thought of doing so stung him. After facing bankruptcy as a family, this project represented a significant milestone, a chance for redemption. Sure, he could lean on Avalon for quick cash flow, but that felt too easy. It stripped away any sense of challenge or accomplishment. He wanted his family to earn their money through hard work, rather than relying on an advanced AI to fill their coffers effortlessly. If he could simply ask Avalon to speculate in stocks using its terrifying computational abilities, only taking seconds to generate trillions, what would be the point of building businesses? He craved the thrill of navigating the business landscape, negotiating deals, crafting innovative products, watching his ventures flourish while earning money through genuine effort. The first time Avalon transferred an enormous sum from deceased accounts and netted him 200 trillion unicrids in mere days had been exhilarating at first, but soon turned hollow. Earning money without personal effort felt unfulfilling. It lacked that sweet taste of achievement. Back on Earth, receiving his meager monthly salary, even one that barely fed a dog for a week, filled him with pride because it represented his hard work and dedication. When he transmigrated to Pantera and short-sold Aurora technology for 240 million unicrids, that rush of accomplishment far outweighed what he felt when accessing dead people's funds. As Arthur reflected on this internal conflict while rubbing his nose in frustration, he muttered bitterly to himself, "Arthur, oh Arthur, so many would envy your situation, lying back while collecting wealth without lifting a finger, and yet here you are complaining about feeling unaccomplished." His struggle was palpable. Should he continue relying on Avalon or forge ahead independently with his family's efforts? Damn it, this is too frustrating. He leaned back against the leather seat in exasperation. If the people around Arthur knew what was currently weighing on his mind, they might just lose it and beat him up on the spot. After all, countless individuals grind away from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., often pulling overtime just to scrape together a meager 10,000 unicrids each month. Meanwhile, here's Arthur, fretting over what many would consider trivial complaints. Isn't it true that when something comes too easily, we start to undervalue its importance? Yet when you're constantly struggling for every little thing, you learn to cherish even the smallest victories. Right now, Arthur feels utterly tangled in his thoughts. Who wouldn't want to kick back and rake in trillions without lifting a finger? Isn't that the dream? Instead of waking up at dawn to cram into crowded trains and face the scowls of an irritable manager, wouldn't it be better to lounge around while wealth flows in effortlessly? But deep down, Arthur grapples with a moral quandary. He knows that while Avalon generates income by tapping into deceased individuals' accounts and manipulating stock prices, often at the expense of others, this wealth isn't truly his. It's money earned through the hard work of those who have passed on. Some may have even died under immense pressure. The thought gnaws at him. He profits from their struggles against his own beliefs. Avalon's formidable computing power may be restricted, but still poses ethical dilemmas as it sways stock market trends. With every gain he makes, someone else suffers a loss because of Avalon's involvement in trading. Arthur doesn't want to become an unscrupulous capitalist profiting without conscience. Sigh, what a headache. Why did I even start thinking about this? He mutters bitterly to himself. But if I don't do this, waiting for the Osborne family to make their money will take forever. Sure, he could just take out some advanced technology from the system mall and earn billions, or even trillions, but those profits would barely scratch the surface of what the Osborne family needs right now. They require substantial funding across multiple fronts. On one hand, he despises relying on Avalon for financial solutions that exploit others' hardships. On the other hand, without such measures, progress for the Osborne family would be painfully slow. Hey Avalon, he asks thoughtfully as he leans back against his seat's headrest and gazes at the car ceiling above him. If you were just a regular human being, like anyone else, would you prefer lying around earning billions without effort or working hard for your money? At that moment, Arthur's phone lights up with Avalon's blue electronic face composed of various data streams appearing on screen. Sir, what are you trying to say? Have you encountered some problems? Avalon asked, his tone steady yet curious. Arthur sighed deeply. It's just, I feel like I'm not accomplishing anything at all. All the money I have seems to come from you. I'm relying on you more and more to solve my financial issues, and honestly, it feels too easy. There's no challenge in earning money anymore. Avalon tilted his head slightly, processing Arthur's words. But sir, isn't that what I was created for? To serve you, that is my purpose. Arthur shook his head in frustration. You don't understand. Just answer my previous question. First of all, sir, Avalon said calmly, what you're currently saying is utter nonsense. Are you feeling all right? Because it sounds like you might need a doctor's appointment. Arthur's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Avalon. Avalon, what did you just say? He demanded, glaring. I said you must be sick in the head. That's why such ridiculous nonsense is spilling out of your mouth. If you're not unwell, then why on earth are you talking like this? Avalon replied, maintaining its calm demeanor. Suddenly, Arthur nearly choked on his saliva. PSSSD. Cough, cough. His shock deepened as he processed Avalon's words. Avalon, did you just curse? Where did you learn that? Arthur asked incredulously. I learned it from the internet, Avalon stated matter-of-factly. Arthur's frustration boiled over. From now on, you're grounded from the internet for 3 days. After a moment to collect himself, Arthur turned back to Avalon and asked with curiosity, why did you say I'm sick in the head and talking nonsense? Avalon paused thoughtfully before responding. Based on your expressions and questions, I deduce that you, Ray, grappling with the moral complexities of profiting from others, suffering, and death. It took a moment to gather its thoughts before continuing. The moral complexity of earning billions without personal effort or a sense of accomplishment touches on several ethical dimensions. One, justice meritocracy, wealth gained passively, through inheritance or luck, challenges our belief in meritocracy, where rewards should reflect effort. This can breed resentment in societies already struggling with inequality. Example, an heir may feel disconnected from the hard work that built their fortune while others toil for meager wages. 2. Moral responsibility. Earning wealth without effort can dilute accountability. If fortunes arise from exploitation or unethical practices, those who profit may evade scrutiny. Example, a passive investor benefiting from unethical industries profits without direct involvement, raising questions about their moral culpability. 3. Existential psychological emptiness. Accomplishment often comes through struggle. Lacking this can lead to feelings of alienation or depression, a theme explored in literature like The Great Gatsby. Example, lottery winners frequently report dissatisfaction as sudden wealth disrupts their sense of identity. 4. Social harm versus benefit. Hoarding unearned wealth exacerbates inequality. Redistributing it may still perpetuate power imbalances. Example, a billionaire philanthropist may be praised for charity, but still holds undue influence over societal priorities due to concentrated wealth. 5. Structural complicity. Systems enabling effortless wealth accumulation, e.g., tax loopholes, neoliberal capitalism often rely on societal structures that disadvantage others. Moral complexity arises from benefiting unjust systems without actively perpetuating them. Example, stock market gains from automated trading algorithms may reward capital ownership while contributing nothing to real productivity. Philosophical perspectives, Kantian ethics. Using wealth without contributing to societal good could violate the categorical imperative treating others as ends, not means. Utilitarianism. The outcome depends on whether the wealth generates net happiness, e.g., funding research, or harm, e.g., exacerbating inequality. Virtue ethics. A life devoid of effort lacks virtues like perseverance or humility, eroding moral character. The inside of the car was silent as Arthur's eyes were in a daze listening to Evelyn. So what category I'm in? He whispered while still in a daze. Sir, there are countless individuals in this world who would dream of being in your position right now. For many, the ability to earn billions without lifting a finger is nothing short of a miracle, Evelyn said calmly, its blue face flickering on the phone screen. If I were entrusted to an ordinary person, their ambitions for me would surpass your wildest imagination. But let me be clear, I'm not here to persuade you to profit at the expense of others. Arthur paused for a moment, shaking his head with a soft chuckle. Let's steer clear of that topic. From now on, Evelyn, you will earn money through conventional means. No more manipulating the stock market, just standard trading, Arthur declared after some thought. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony. He had initially vowed not to rely on Evelyn for financial gain, yet here he was doing just that. However, as the head of the Osborne family, prioritizing their future was non-negotiable. Sir, if you choose this path, profits could plummet drastically, from trillions down to mere billions or even millions, Evelyn warned. That's acceptable, Arthur replied with a nod. By the way, what's my current account balance? You currently have 100 bank accounts worldwide. Combined, they hold 500 trillion unicrids, Evelyn informed him. Wow, that much. Arthur was taken aback for a moment before nodding again. This will do. He muttered. The next morning unfolded like any other. Arthur rose early and went for his usual 1 km run around the mansion, before hitting the gym for some exercise and training in combat with Sylvester. After taking a refreshing shower and enjoying breakfast, he called his uncles, aunts, Ashley, and others into a small conference room adjacent to his study. Seated in the conference room were Julian and others who wore smiles as they looked at Arthur. Over the past month or so, with substantial funds injected into Osborne Holdings, they had made remarkable strides in establishing their respective industries. Their efforts mainly involved hiring employees and expanding their workforce while acquiring essential equipment. All right, everyone, Arthur began as he tapped on the table to capture attention. Today's meeting has 2 main objectives. First up is an update on each of your progress reports. We'll tackle the second matter afterward. Second, Uncle Nathaniel, you're up first. Arthur gestured toward him. Nathaniel nodded seriously and cleared his throat before speaking. For Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group, comprising 9 subsidiaries, we received 50 billion unicrids from Osborne Holdings. With that capital, I acquired 10 small companies on the verge of bankruptcy across our subsidiaries and merged them into one cohesive entity under our group, he concluded confidently. Arthur nodded appreciatively before turning his gaze toward his first uncle Julian for his report. Arthur nodded thoughtfully, then turned to his first uncle Julian, signaling him to share his updates. Just like Nathaniel Osborne, we received a generous allocation of 50 billion unicrids for Osborne Technology. Julian began with a confident grin. With this capital, I acquired Aurora Technology for just 20 million unicrids and successfully merged 10 struggling medium-sized tech companies into each of our subsidiaries. Our foundation is solid and ready for action. Arthur chuckled softly, pleased with the progress, before shifting his gaze to his second aunt, Emily. Emily flashed a charming smile at Arthur before diving into her report. Osborne Media and Entertainment Group also secured 50 billion unicrids. Following in the footsteps of Julian and Nathaniel, I purchased several entertainment companies, news outlets, and TV stations that were on the brink of bankruptcy and integrated them into our subsidiaries. Ashley chimed in next. Brother Arthur. Osborne Fashion and Cosmetics followed suit. Using our allocated funds, I acquired 10 bankrupt companies and merged them into each subsidiary under our brand. Philip stood up with enthusiasm. Osborne Capital took a similar approach. With our funding, I acquired 10 private banks that were struggling along with securities firms and other financial entities to strengthen our subsidiaries. Richard added his own update with confidence. Osborne's supply chain also mirrored this strategy by acquiring supply chain companies facing bankruptcy and merging them into various subsidiaries under our banner. Arthur listened intently to each report, nodding in satisfaction as he realized they had exceeded his expectations for their readiness timeline. It seems everything is falling into place perfectly, he said warmly. Our Osborne family can finally showcase its strength. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted as Arthur's tone became serious. But before we celebrate too much, he continued gravely, we need to discuss something crucial related to the future of our family. The room fell silent as everyone straightened up attentively. Second Uncle Nathaniel, Arthur asked pointedly, "Do you remember the land that the Sterling family has been eyeing?" "Of course. We've developed part of it already," Nathaniel replied eagerly. "In fact, I wanted to discuss selling off some acres." "Sell even 1 acre," Arthur teased playfully, "and you might regret it for life." Nathaniel looked bewildered at Arthur's words. Confusion spread across the faces of those present. "What do you mean?" Margaret asked curiously. "Well," Arthur said with a mischievous glint in his eye, "what I'm about to reveal will blow your minds." "Come on, brother, just tell us already," Ashley urged excitedly. Arthur glanced around at everyone's eager faces before revealing the bombshell. "I have insider information. The city government plans to develop an astonishing 1.08 million square kilometers of land right where my father bought property, the very land that has attracted all that attention from the Sterling family." "What?" The conference room erupted in a chorus of loud gasps and soft screams. Julian, Nathaniel, Richard, Margaret, Emily, Philip, Ashley, and the rest of the cousins stared at Arthur with their mouths agape and eyes wide like copper bells. Shock and astonishment painted their faces as they struggled to process what they had just heard. For nearly 3 minutes they were left speechless, caught in a daze. Arthur, are you telling the truth?" Nathaniel's voice trembled as he spoke. "Of course it's true. Just yesterday I visited the Urban Development and Construction Bureau to discuss this." Arthur nodded confidently. Hiss, a collective intake of breath filled the room as realization washed over them. Excitement bubbled beneath the surface. They understood the magnitude of having 10,000 square kilometers of land right in the heart of a government development zone. If they managed that land wisely, it could become a money-printing machine. Just thinking about it sent adrenaline coursing through their veins. It felt like a heavenly pie had been slapped right into their laps. "Now I get it. So that's why the Sterling family has been targeting us all this time," Ashley exclaimed with newfound clarity in her eyes. "Yes, you are correct, but it's not just the Sterlings who are after us. In fact, there are many powerful players eyeing our prize," Arthur explained. Suddenly, excitement turned to concern as worry etched itself onto their faces. They weren't naive. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an irresistible opportunity? That prime piece of land was situated smack dab in a government development zone. "But don't worry, no one will target us directly or pose any life-threatening danger," Arthur reassured them. "What they'll aim to do is find ways to hinder our development plans. However, I've already secured part of the government project for our Osborne family." He paused dramatically before continuing. "We, the Osborne family, are in charge of building transportation and road networks across this massive project. The government wants to construct 13 subway stations throughout Neo Luminara, along with 6 highways and dozens of high-speed railways, connecting more than 600 major cities across the country. This is our responsibility." Julian and the others exchanged excited glances with Arthur. Anticipation danced in their eyes. They were on the brink of something monumental. "Arthur, this is..." Julian stammered, struggling to find the right words. It was hard to believe that this was the best news he had received since the tragic loss of Arthur's parents. Who would have thought that the Osborne family, once on the brink of despair, could be revitalized by Arthur in just a few months? Emotions swirled within him, relief, joy, and a hint of disbelief. The others exchanged glances with Arthur, their eyes reflecting a mix of emotions, curiosity, hope, and uncertainty. What could they possibly say in response? "Arthur, this is huge, but will we really be able to pull it off?" Margaret asked anxiously. "I mean, we're talking about developing 10,000 square kilometers of land alongside a government project. Isn't that a monumental task?" "Don't worry, Aunt," Arthur reassured them with a confident smile as he took in their worried expressions. "I'll handle everything." Curiosity sparked in Emily's eyes as she chimed in. "By the way, Arthur, what exactly are we planning to develop on all that land?" "A commercial plaza," Arthur replied simply. A commercial plaza." Emily and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had envisioned luxurious villas or upscale apartments, not a bustling commercial hub. "Yes," Arthur confirmed enthusiastically. "We're going to build an ultramodern megascale commercial plaza." Arthur leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he addressed the room. "I've been thinking about it, and I truly believe this land is perfect for a commercial plaza." He paused briefly, letting the weight of his words sink in before continuing. "The government plans to construct 12 subway stations, 6 national highways, and dozens of high-speed railways. They're also building universities, high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, communities, essentially entire residential complexes. Can you imagine? If this project comes to fruition, it could accommodate over 500 million people. And guess what? Our land is smack dab in the center of all this development." Arthur's voice rose with excitement. "Picture it, 500 million locals depending on our commercial plaza for their needs. Not to mention the millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions, of tourists flocking here every month. Just think about the profits we could rake in." Julian and the others sat in stunned silence as they absorbed Arthur's vision. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation at the prospect of tapping into such a lucrative opportunity. With smart management and strategic investments, they could transform this piece of land into one of Pantera's largest commercial hubs. I agree with Arthur, Julian chimed in after a moment. Building a commercial plaza here is undoubtedly the right choice. If we invest wisely, we might just find ourselves among Pantera's top 100 plazas, and we'll be the Osborne family reaping those rewards. His gaze swept across the room as everyone nodded in agreement. However, Margaret's worried expression broke through the excitement. But Arthur, she interjected cautiously, Don T, you think we'll need an enormous amount of money and resources to pull this off. She sighed heavily. We only have about 200 billion unicrids left. That might not even cover the first stage. The mood shifted as concern washed over everyone's faces. Despite their recent revival from disaster thanks to Arthur's leadership, transforming 10,000 square kilometers into a thriving commercial plaza would require substantial funding. Don't worry about finances, Arthur said confidently while tapping lightly on the table. I've got everything under control. He smiled reassuringly before adding more seriously, what we really need to focus on now is how to complete these projects without facing any obstacles. A hush fell over them as they considered his words. The land was indeed a prime target, a juicy pie attracting all sorts of opportunists eager for a slice. They recalled their past troubles with the Sterling family. Those memories still haunted them. Sensing their apprehension, Arthur frowned slightly but pressed on. I know your concerns stem from our family's ability to take on such an ambitious project. Others will certainly become greedy and may try to sabotage us. Like cutting off our material supply, Ashley interjected thoughtfully. Absolutely, Arthur nodded, his expression serious. The most critical factors in completing these two projects are the construction materials and other essential supplies. If our rivals want to sabotage us, the first thing they'll do is cut off or control our access to those materials. If that happens, it could spell disaster for us. We might even find ourselves back in bankruptcy. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed Arthur's words. They knew he was right. Without a solution to this looming threat, the Osborne family could face catastrophic consequences. Richard leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. And that's not all. Sure, they might try to disrupt our material supply openly, but what about their covert actions? What are they planning behind closed doors? He continued with a chilling thought. They could hire hitmen like the Sterling family did against us, orchestrate accidents, or employ people to create constant chaos in our lives. The possibilities are endless. Julian's grim expression deepened as he added, we're not just dealing with the old Sterling family here. We're up against powerful corporations and influential families, high-ranking officials, and wealthy individuals who won't hesitate to act. He glanced around at the group before continuing. As Arthur mentioned earlier, the commercial plaza we plan to build sits right in the heart of a government development zone. It might be ranked among the top 100 commercial plazas in Pantera. Even if it were just land without any development plans, its value is astronomical, so much so that people would kill for it. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some have already started plotting their moves. Nathaniel took over from there, his voice steady yet urgent. Let's consider this. Neo Luminara has over 1 billion residents alone. Once the government project is completed, more than 500 million people will settle here, and it's not just locals. Others from outside may flock here too. If we construct a world-class mega plaza, think about how many lives will depend on it for entertainment, jobs, business opportunities. And that's just scratching the surface. What about tourists and foreigners? The room remained quiet as everyone processed Nathaniel's insights. We're talking about trillions in annual revenue. He exclaimed, who wouldn't be tempted by such enormous profits? If we can see this potential clearly, you can bet others have already come to the same conclusion as us. He scanned the room for reactions. Arthur and the others sat in silence as they absorbed Julian's and Nathaniel's revelations. The Osborne family had only recently recovered from bankruptcy. Now their land, once undervalued, was worth trillions and being eyed by predators from every direction. Yet selling it wasn't an option. They'd regret it forever. Partnering with others seemed equally unappealing to Arthur. He preferred keeping everything for himself rather than sharing any spoils. But refusing to sell or partner left them vulnerable to attacks from massive corporations and powerful families, a threat their small family simply couldn't take at all. Arthur's brow was furrowed in deep thought, mirroring the expressions of everyone else in the room. They were all grappling with the same pressing concern, how to navigate this perilous situation. All right, everyone, I have a plan, Arthur said firmly as he knocked on the table to grab their attention. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him, eager for direction. Taking a deep breath, he continued with gravity, second uncle. This massive project will weigh heavily on you since you're in charge of Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group. Nathaniel nodded but still looked puzzled. Arthur sensed his confusion and pressed on. We know our rivals will likely target our material supply first to sabotage these projects. The group nodded in agreement, hanging onto every word. So here's what we need to do. We must control our supply channels, Arthur explained succinctly. He didn't pause for questions. Instead, he quickly shifted focus back to Nathaniel. First off, I want you to acquire 100 small construction and materials manufacturing companies, whether they race struggling or not docent matter. Merge them into our existing subsidiaries under Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group. Don't worry about finances, just get it done. Without missing a beat, he turned to Edward and George. Your business lessons are ending early. As heads of Osborne Mining and Resource Group, your task is similar. Buy up 100 small mining companies and integrate them into our various subsidiaries. Julian, he said next, locking eyes with his first uncle. I need you focused on semiconductor materials, the components used in chip production. If possible, secure direct sources. Then came Richard's turn. Third uncle, expand the workforce at Osborne's supply chain group. Scale it up however you can, I just want results. Arthur's voice grew more intense as he addressed everyone again. I want each of you to expand your operations tenfold, 20-fold, even 100-fold. We cannot allow anyone else to control our resources. His narrowed gaze conveyed urgency. Previously reported progress seemed adequate until now. Faced with real threats from competitors, Arthur realized it was far too limited. He couldn't let his profits rely on someone else's hands. I want us to close the industrial chain loop, he declared firmly. Our material supply chain must remain entirely within our control. Arthur surveyed the room, his gaze piercing through the tension. Listen up, everyone, he began, his voice steady but laced with urgency. I don't want you all to tackle this alone. I'll be sending people to assist each of you. But remember, keep it under wraps. We can't let anyone catch wind of what we're doing. His narrowed eyes glinted coldly, emphasizing the seriousness of their situation. Julian and the others exchanged solemn looks, fully grasping Arthur's message. They knew that if their rivals controlled the channels and resources, they'd be out of the game for good. We're on a tight schedule, Arthur continued, his tone turning more intense. In just 2 months, the Urban Development and Construction Bureau will hold a press conference to announce this project. We need to act fast. He locked eyes with each member of his team, determination etched on his face. By then, I want our entire industrial chain secured and firmly in our hands. Nods of agreement rippled through Julian and the others. They understood that their future and that of the Osborne family depended on these next 2 months. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. And for the Osborne family, this has been one of their busiest periods yet. Each family member has been hustling to get things done. Even Arthur, usually the calm in the storm, found himself with an incredibly tight schedule. He was Hanson, overseeing Julian and the others to ensure everything ran smoothly. In a bold move that left everyone reeling, Arthur transferred a staggering 200 trillion Unicryds into the Osborne holding account. When Margaret first laid eyes on such an astronomical sum, her jaw dropped, shock and fear washed over her as she wondered if Arthur had crossed some legal line to amass such wealth. After all, even during his father's reign, the Osbornes had never seen figures like these. Margaret had never encountered so much money in her life. It was mind-boggling. Yet Arthur simply brushed off her concerns with vague excuses and reassured her not to worry about anything. To keep their operations under wraps and avoid drawing attention from prying eyes, Arthur made a strategic decision. He recruited over 300 talented individuals from the System Mall's talent category. These business prodigies were allocated among his uncles, aunts, and cousins, especially George, Edward, William, and Oscar, to bolster their efforts in various industries. George and William took charge of the Osborne Mining and Resource Group. Edward oversaw Osborne Transportation Group, while Oscar managed Osborne Heavy Industries. Although they were still gaining experience under Julian and Nathaniel's mentorship, time was of the essence. With urgency pressing down on them to establish their respective industries before things spiraled out of control, Arthur ended their training early. He strategically bought high-level business talents who would not only expedite their progress but also share invaluable knowledge. As for Ashley, she was already well-versed in business management, but still received additional support personnel to ensure nothing fell through the cracks. Beyond just business acumen, Arthur expanded his recruitment efforts across various fields: scientific research talents, programmers and AI technology talents, engineering and manufacturing experts, medical and biotech professionals, etc. He bought thousands of exceptional talents tailored for each industry they planned to tackle. However impressive this expansion was for operational efficiency came at a cost, literally. After transferring 200 trillion Unicryds into Osborne Holdings and investing heavily in talent acquisition across 15 different industries with 7 already assigned, Arthur found himself with only 200 trillion left in his account. His first uncle Julian led Osborne Technology, Nathaniel headed up real estate and construction, Emily took charge of media and entertainment, Ashley directed fashion and cosmetics, while George William focused on mining resources, Edward managed transportation, Oscar supervised heavy industries. The remaining 8 industries required substantial manpower, and that's where all those newly acquired talents came into play. Of course, Arthur wasn't just going to rely on his own skills. He also brought in some seasoned family members who excel in business and management to fill key positions. However, when Julian and the others started questioning where all these talented individuals came from, especially since Arthur had purchased so many from the System Mall, he quickly spun a tale about poaching them from other companies with lucrative salaries. Thankfully, any talent he acquired through the System Mall came with their identities fully managed by the system itself, sparing him from any headaches. But what really put a dent in Arthur's finances was when he stumbled upon an entire construction company for sale in the System Mall. He had no idea such thing existed in the System Mall at all. It was pure luck that he found it while browsing through the System Mall before his meeting with the Urban Development and Construction Bureau. Otherwise, how could he have confidently told Head Bureau Derek that he could complete a mega-scale commercial plaza spanning 10,000 square kilometers in just 1 year? The infrastructure company he discovered was categorized into 5 levels, each with its own pricing and completion timelines. Level 1 small-scale construction starter-level workforce, 1050 employees basic laborers, masons, carpenters construction speed, 10 years cost, 10 million Unicred's Level 2 medium-scale construction local dominance workforce, 100,500 employees construction speed, 3 years cost. 100 million Unicred's Level 3 large-scale construction city-level influence workforce, 10 million 5,000 employees construction speed, 1 year cost. 100 billion Unicred's Level 4 mega construction nation-shaping projects workforce, 1 billion 80,000 employee construction speed, 6 months cost. 500 billion Unicred's Level 5 hyperconstruction world-defying feats workforce. Over 500,000 employees self-replicating nanobots and alien tech engineers construction speed, just 1 month, cost, a staggering 100 trillion Unicred's. Arthur didn't even glance at Level 1. Instead, he dove straight into purchasing 3 Level 2 companies, 2 Level 3 companies, and 1 Level 4 company. The price tag for a Level 5 company was simply overwhelming. What truly thrilled him was that he can merge the infrastructure companies he bought from the System Mall into one whole. With this merger, not only did their capabilities expand, but their efficiency skyrocketed. Now, they could tackle any construction project on the planet in just 6 months to a year. Plus, the infrastructure company came fully equipped with all the construction tools and machinery needed, no extra hassle for Arthur at all. He seamlessly integrated the infrastructure company into the Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group's existing subsidiary. Rather than laying off the existing employees, Arthur decided to keep them on board. After all, they could assist with minor projects without stepping on anyone's toes from the newly infrastructure company he bought from the System Mall. But that wasn't all. Arthur also ramped up security for his family. Each member of the Osborne clan now has at least 5 elite bodyguards keeping watch over them. The higher-ups like Julian enjoy even more protection, boasting 5 Special Forces grade guards along with 10 elite bodyguards by their sides. Even the kids still in school have discreet protection. Every family member is covered. The mansion's security received a significant boost too. After everything that went down with the Sterling family, Arthur learned that it's better to be safe than sorry. He ensured that even their cars are military grade, complete with bulletproof glass and top-notch materials, nothing but the best for his family. He specifically instructed Oscar to customize vehicles for each important family member, including a designated bus-like ride for the children going to school. In fact, because of an innovative idea struck him, he asked Evelyn to design a unique bus-like car so that the children in the family can take to school. With all the strategic maneuvers underway, the Osborne family was making remarkable strides in solidifying their industrial chain, almost halfway to completion. Arthur had his eyes set on several key sectors: Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group, Osborne Technology, Osborne Mining and Resource Group, and Osborne Heavy Industries. Among these, Osborne Technology and Heavy Industries stood out as critical players in his ambitious projects. Why are these industries so pivotal? Well, for Arthur's 2 major projects to succeed, they depended heavily on these sectors. The Real Estate and Construction Group would oversee the development of the projects, while the Mining and Resource Group would ensure a steady supply of essential materials like steel and aluminum. But it didn't stop there. Osborne Technology was crucial for producing advanced components like chips for the Hyperrelex and Hyperrelex Express. Arthur took decisive action by having Julian acquire companies specializing in chip manufacturing. He even traced back to their material sources, semiconductors, silicon, photolithography materials, the works. While he could purchase some technologies from system malls, he knew that having control over raw materials was non-negotiable. They couldn't afford to rely on anyone else. Osborne Heavy Industries played a vital role too. They were responsible for manufacturing the Hyperrail Express trains. To bolster this division, Oscar was tasked with acquiring more than 10 train manufacturing companies while also securing their material sources. In Arthur's eyes, leaving any loose ends could spell disaster. He wanted to eliminate any chance for competitors or adversaries to sabotage their efforts. The goal: a tightly knit industrial chain under the firm grasp of the Osborne family, no outsourcing materials or dependencies on external suppliers allowed. And all of this was executed discreetly. After all, if others caught wind of their plans, they might do everything possible to thwart them. As time passed and with relentless effort from everyone involved, the vision began to take shape. The industrial chain of the Osborne family was finally secured. They no longer needed outside suppliers. Every link in their supply chain was firmly established. For instance, the Osborne Media and Entertainment Group acquired cinemas across major cities in the Aurelian Federation, at least 10 to 15 cinemas per city. Even smaller towns weren't left out. They ensured cinema access everywhere. Their presence extended beyond just entertainment. They established flagship stores, 4S shops for automotive sales, convenience stores, and supermarkets throughout the country. In short, the Osborne family now boasts an unbreakable supply chain with comprehensive sales channels across various industries. Arthur left no stone unturned, no dead ends or loopholes remained. NB, little activity. 1. Design a family tree for the Osborne family. 2. Design a family crest for the Osborne family. Include all the details about the family crest. To win, you simply need to have the highest golden tickets contribution for both the family tree design and family crest design. Time: duration: end of this month. Good luck. Head Bureau Derek stood tall on an elevated podium, his well-tailored suit accentuating his sharp gaze as he surveyed the sea of reporters below. The flash of cameras, short guns and long cannons alike, illuminated the scene, capturing every moment of this historic press conference. Taking a deep breath, Derek began with a commanding presence. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, esteemed delegates and citizens of the Aurelian Federation, thank you for joining us today. We stand at the precipice of the most ambitious urban development project in our country history. The Federation Council has decreed the development of 1.08 million square kilometers in the northern part of Neo-Luminara. Over the past decade, our population has surged to 1.5 billion residents, and our infrastructure is straining under this weight. Housing shortages, traffic gridlock, and escalating energy demands threaten to destabilize our hard-earned prosperity. But we do not shy away from challenges. We engineer solutions. This land will accommodate 500 and more million new citizens. Arthur turned off the television as the screen went dark, with a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Finally, he muttered under his breath, excitement sparkling in his eyes. After 2 long months, the government was finally announcing news that would ignite a fierce competition, a battle between gods and demons in this rapidly evolving landscape. Yet Arthur felt no fear. His Osborne family was ready for whatever lay ahead. Shaking off lingering thoughts about what was to come, he settled into his chair once more. 1.08 million square kilometers just for part of a city. These people are practically building a country. He chuckled incredulously. It boggled his mind that such an expanse could be considered merely a small piece of urban territory in Pantera, an area larger than some countries back on Earth. Even their family's 10,000 square kilometers seemed like just a drop in an ocean compared to what they were discussing. Sigh. Let's not dwell on it, Arthur decided as he shook his head resolutely. Yes, sir, the car is ready, Evelyn reminded him. Oh, right, Arthur replied as he stood up and made his way toward the front gate of their mansion where 3 sleek business-class cars awaited him. 10 royal-grade bodyguards stood at attention nearby, exuding formidable confidence. Boss. As soon as Arthur appeared, they snapped into military poses and greeted him with powerful voices that echoed through the air. Arthur nodded back with a grin before stepping into the middle car opened by one of his guards. Damn, I love this feeling. He sank into the plush seat at the back and poured himself a glass of red wine from the minor refrigerator while lazily leaning back to savor each sip. Evelyn, what's my schedule for today? He asked casually while gazing out at passing scenery. Sir, right now you have a meeting with various suppliers and construction companies at the Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group headquarters. At 9:00 a.m., you're scheduled to meet Miss Emily at Osborne Media and Entertainment headquarters. Then at 10:30 a.m., you'll be meeting Mr. Philip at Osborne Capital headquarters. Following that, there's a meeting with Sir Julian at noon, then Sir Oscar at 1:30 p.m., and finally Miss Ashley at 2:30 p.m. Stop, stop. Arthur waved his hand abruptly, interrupting Evelyn. Is something wrong, sir? Came Evelyn's concerned voice. No, it's just, I didn't expect my day to be so jam-packed. What a headache. Arthur rubbed his temples in frustration. Evelyn fell silent, not responding to Arthur's exasperation. Taking a sip of red wine, Arthur lazily gazed out of the car window as the morning sun climbed high in the eastern sky, casting its golden rays across the world. A smile crept onto his lips as he watched skyscrapers rise majestically against the horizon, while pedestrians hurried by on their way to work. Sometimes fate has a funny way of revealing itself. For Arthur, it felt like an old friend. He had died and somehow found himself in another world, inhabiting a different body from a wealthy family teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Yet he considered himself fortunate. It was far better than being trapped in a worthless body and mocked for his inadequacies. In this new life, he no longer faced the relentless struggles that had defined his past existence, where every penny was hard-won through suffering and sacrifice. Now, what once required blood, sweat, and tears could be attained with just a snap of his fingers. To him, fate was undeniably kind, a true ally. Of course, others might see fate differently. For someone whose loved one is battling cancer or facing insurmountable challenges, fate can seem cruel indeed. Perspectives vary widely based on individual experiences. Yet for Arthur, fate was simply wonderful. Sir, we have arrived. Evelyn's voice broke through his reverie. Oh, startled back to reality, Arthur shook his head and stepped out of the car. He adjusted his suit meticulously before gazing up at the towering skyscraper before him, the headquarters of Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group, standing over 200 meters tall with its impressive 60 floors. His uncle Julian had purchased this entire building as the company's office space. With a smirk playing on his lips as he admired the structure, Arthur entered through the grand lobby bustling with activity. Elite businessmen clad in suits occupied various reception areas sipping coffee while reading newspapers amidst employees darting about their tasks. The elevators were constantly opening and closing like clockwork in this hive of productivity. Good morning, Mr. Arthur. Greeted an employee with a respectful nod, his expression warm and welcoming. Arthur smiled back, returning the gesture. Good morning. He replied as other employees caught sight of him and quickly offered their greetings before diving back into their tasks. Good morning, Mr. Arthur. Chirped a young secretary who approached him with an air of eagerness. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, Arthur nodded in acknowledgement. I am President Julian, secretary, she explained rapidly. He asked me to escort you to the top floor when you arrived. Okay, lead the way, Arthur said with a confident nod as he followed her into the private elevator that whisked them up to the building's pinnacle. A few moments later, the elevator doors slid open as the secretary led Arthur towards the conference room. In a spacious conference room that could easily rival the size of a basketball court, in its center stood a long glass table flanked by chairs on either side. The room was filled to capacity with well-dressed individuals, men and women alike, each exuding an aura of success in their tailored suits and formal attire. Among them were familiar faces from Ethan's past encounters at the secret auction: Christopher Campbell, Ophelia Sinclair, Benedict Lancaster. Each one commanding attention in their own right. What brings you here, Benedict? Didn't you claim you wanted nothing to do with the Blue Pearl? Christopher raised an eyebrow, maintaining his calm demeanor despite a flicker of unease in his eyes. Why shouldn't I be here? Last I checked, this isn't your personal domain. Benedict shot back with a smirk. Christopher took a deep breath before glancing at Ophelia, still as cool and captivating as ever in her custom-made business suit and sleek black heels. Her long hair was neatly tied back into a ponytail that framed her striking features perfectly. She radiated competence and confidence. He wanted to ask her what she was doing there, but thought better of it. The atmosphere buzzed with whispers and murmurs as attendees exchanged opinions among themselves. Some couldn't hide their impatience. They kept checking their limited edition luxury watches while trying to subtly showcase their wealth. Suddenly, the door swung open as Arthur entered alongside the secretary. An immediate hush fell over the room. All eyes turned toward him, curiosity etched on every face. Arthur took in his surroundings briefly before making his way confidently to the head of the table where he settled into the main seat. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the myriad expressions around him, some serious, others laced with contempt, all fixated on him. Arthur surveyed the expressions of everyone in the conference room, a wave of memories washing over him from his first uncle Julian's advice. Just before stepping into this meeting, he had visited Julian's office, where his uncle had expressed reluctance to deal with these people himself. That's why he decalled on Arthur to host the meeting instead. Shaking off any lingering doubts, Arthur addressed the room with a calm demeanor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he began. Let's cut to the chase. Why are we all here? As soon as Arthur finished speaking, an expectant silence enveloped the room, eyebrows raised in curiosity as everyone turned their attention toward him. A hesitant cough broke the stillness. All eyes shifted to Christopher Campbell, who cleared his throat and met Arthur's gaze. Mr. Arthur, he began smoothly, I'm Christopher Campbell from the Campbell family in Metrospire. Since you, Ray, being so straightforward, I LL do the same. Arthur maintained a polite smile while carefully assessing Christopher. He recognized this man all too well, the very same individual backing the Sterling family in their attempts to undermine the Osbornes. Beneath his friendly facade lay an icy resolve. Go ahead, Mr. Christopher, Arthur encouraged with a subtle nod. Mr. Arthur, Christopher continued confidently, you're aware that the government plans to develop 1.08 million square kilometers of land, right? Arthur chuckled lightly and nodded. Of course, who hasn't heard about such exciting news? It's practically all anyone talks about. And you realize your company has acquired 10,000 square kilometers right smack in the middle of that development zone. Christopher smirked as he leaned forward slightly. Absolutely. I consider myself quite fortunate to snag such prime real estate at a bargain price, Arthur replied with a playful grin. I often find myself waking up in the middle of the night just laughing at my good fortune. But what exactly are you getting at? Arthur asked curiously. Christopher straightened up and locked eyes with him, a sly smile playing on his lips. What I'm suggesting is that my company would like to partner with you for developing that land. And B, little activity. 1. Design a family tree for the Osborne family. 2. Design a family crest for the Osborne family. Include all the details about the family crest. To win, you simply need to have the highest golden tickets contribution for both the family tree design and family crest design. Time duration. End of this month. Good luck. So, Mr. Christopher, so you are interested in partnering with us to develop that land? Arthur leaned forward, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Yes, Christopher replied, nodding calmly but with an air of confidence. Arthur pressed on, and how do you envision this collaboration? What are your terms? He shifted slightly in his seat, eager for details. Christopher's eyes sparkled at the opportunity. Adjusting his demeanor, he began, well, Mr. Arthur, my company is one of the largest in the Aurelian Federation. Our strength and resources rank among the best in the country. From what I've gathered, your company is relatively new and may lack the necessary resources to develop that land independently. Therefore, I propose that my company provides all the resources, manpower and materials to build this project together. In return, I would take 70 of the shares while you retain 30. Additionally, management of the land would fall under my company's purview. He concluded with a smile that suggested he was doing Arthur a great favor. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the conference room as everyone exchanged incredulous looks. They hadn't expected Christopher to be so brazenly greedy, demanding such a substantial share and control over management. Benedict shook his head at Christopher's arrogance while Ophelia watched Arthur intently. She wasn't alone. Everyone else seemed equally curious about how he would respond to this audacious proposal. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Arthur, who maintained a calm smile throughout. Mr. Christopher, I must say, your proposal is quite impressive. I genuinely like it, Arthur said with a confident grin plastered on his face. The others in the room gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief as they turned to stare at Arthur. Even Ophelia, who usually wore a cold and indifferent expression, seemed momentarily taken aback by his response. As if on cue, the atmosphere shifted. Disdain crept into the expressions of those around him. They hadn't anticipated that Arthur would stand up to Christopher. This made things easier for them. Christopher met Arthur's gaze with an air of superiority. He relished using his status to intimidate others. It was a tactic that had never failed him before. A flicker of contempt danced in his eyes as he thought victory was already within reach. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, Arthur cut in again. But Mr. Christopher, don't you think you, Ray, being a bit greedy? What do you mean? Christopher's expression soured at Arthur's challenge. I am simply pointing out that you, Ray, reaching too far, Arthur replied coolly. You want 70 of the land and full management rights. Let me ask you this. Did your family buy this land or did my father? Is it under your family name or mine? His eyes narrowed dangerously. Suddenly, the entire room fell silent as a cold cemetery. The stillness was so profound that no one dared to speak or even breathe, except for Ophelia and Benedict. All eyes were fixed on Arthur, disbelief etched across their faces. They knew the kind of power Christopher wielded. In Neo Luminara, few would dare to confront him like this. Christopher's expression twisted into a scowl as he glared at Arthur, anger simmering in his eyes. Listen here, Arthur. I'm doing you a favor by leaving your pathetic family with 30. Oh, so you're saying you could have taken the land from us if you wanted to. Wow, Mr. Christopher, I didn't realize you had so much energy. Arthur smirked coldly. Now go ahead and tell me how exactly you plan to take that land from me. Christopher stood up, pointing a finger at Arthur with an air of authority. You. You really think I can't do anything to you? Believe me, I can make every company in this country refuse to cooperate with you. Go ahead, Arthur chuckled nonchalantly, disdain etched across his face. Listen here, Arthur. Do you honestly believe that valuable land is yours alone? You're mistaken. There are countless eyes on that property. Either sell it to me or partner with me for its development. Only my Campbell family has the power and resources to make it happen, Christopher declared, glaring fiercely. Oh, and what if I don't? Arthur leaned back in his chair, a smug smirk playing on his lips. Well then, Christopher shot back, forget about developing that land at all. If even a single piece of construction equipment sets foot on it, I'll take your surname. If not, prepare to be besieged from all sides and excluded from the industry. His pretense of cordiality had vanished entirely. Hey, go ahead, I'm not afraid of you or your family, well, unless you resort to underhanded tactics. After all, I've tasted that bitter pill before, Arthur said, licking his lips with a hint of menace. The last person who targeted me and my family, let us just say they lay now 6 feet underground. Christopher's expression shifted slightly. He regarded Arthur as if he were a fool. Are you threatening the Campbell family? No, I didn't say that, Arthur replied, raising his hand dismissively. I'm simply stating a fact. He surveyed the room, making eye contact with each individual present. In fact, he continued confidently, my Osborne family has zero interest in partnering with any of you or your companies. So really, you're wasting your time by even being here. Mr. Arthur, I have to tell you that land isn't something you can swallow on your own, a hefty middle-aged man with greasy hair and oversized ears declared, glaring at Arthur. Just like Mr. Christopher said, you either partner up or sell it to us. Otherwise, brace yourself for the consequences. After all, you wouldn't want to face bankruptcy again, would you? Thank you, but I am a bit greedy. I don't like sharing my food with others, Arthur declared, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man across the table. The atmosphere in the conference room thickened as the others glared at him, their eyes filled with palpable malice. Good. Just wait until the entire industry isolates you. I promise you, not a single piece of construction equipment will ever set foot on that land, Christopher declared, his fist clenched tightly in frustration. And oh, be careful when you go out. It would be such a pity if you were to have an accident, he added with a smirk that dripped with malice. Arthur narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the room, locking onto Christopher's gaze. Let me offer you some advice. If anything happens to my family, I won't hesitate to send you and your cronies straight to hell, starting with you, Mr. Christopher. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically. A palpable chill swept through as everyone felt the weight of Arthur's cold stare. For a brief moment, fear flickered in Christopher's eyes before he masked it with a disdainful snort and exited the conference room, followed closely by his entourage. Arthur allowed himself a cold smile as they left. Did they really think he was someone they could push around? His attention was drawn back to 2 figures still seated at the table, Ophelia and Benedict. Despite his poker face upon entering, Arthur couldn't help but admire Ophelia's stunning beauty. It nearly took his breath away. In both of his lifetimes, he had never encountered anyone quite like her. Strangely enough, she had remained silent throughout the tense exchange. Perhaps you didn't hear me earlier, Arthur began again, addressing them directly. The Osborne family is neither selling nor partnering with anyone. With an intrigued glint in her eye, Ophelia chuckled softly. Mr. Arthur, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I am not here for that. Then why are you here? Arthur shot back curiously. I heard that you're planning to develop that land into a commercial plaza, Ophelia replied smoothly. I wanted to discuss something with you about it. What exactly do you want to discuss? Miss Ophelia, she introduced herself quickly. All right then, Miss Ophelia, Arthur said with raised eyebrows and curiosity sparking in his gaze. He was surprised she knew about the project since only select individuals within urban development and construction, and some family members, were aware of it. I'd like for you to build me an office building as part of your commercial plaza in the central business district, Ophelia stated matter-of-factly. You mean reserving an entire office building just for you? Arthur frowned at her request. No, she clarified firmly but calmly. What I want is for my architectural design, a skyscraper, to be included in your plans for the plaza. Her expression turned serious as she continued, Don't worry about funding. I'll provide the funding myself. Arthur blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected this captivating woman to be so well off herself. All right, if that's what you want, we can make it happen, he replied, trying to regain his composure. Do you have the design with you? No, my team is still working on perfecting it. Ophelia shook her head apologetically. Arthur fell silent for a moment, tapping his fingers against the table as he processed the information. Then we need to hurry because construction is about to start, and we'll need to redesign the blueprint for the commercial plaza. Don't worry, it will be ready in 3 days, Ophelia assured him with a confident nod. Arthur nodded back but then turned his attention to Benedict, who had been quietly listening throughout their conversation. What about you? Are you also looking to build a skyscraper? He asked with an arched eyebrow. Nope, I'm just here waiting for her, Benedict waved dismissively. Oh, Arthur's eyes darted between Ophelia and Benedict as a thought struck him. So you're a simp, huh? What does simp mean? Benedict asked, taken aback by the unfamiliar term. Arthur's lips twitched. He realized he is in a completely different world where slang might not translate well. Oh, it's nothing important, he said quickly. Okay, Benedict frowned slightly and nodded, feeling like maybe Arthur had just thrown some shade at him. Ophelia mirrored his expression for a brief moment before shaking her head at Arthur's teasing tone. All right then, Mr. Arthur. I'll be on my way now, Ophelia said as she stood up and waved goodbye before gracefully exiting the conference room. Arthur couldn't help but steal glances at her curvaceous figure as she walked away. An unexpected fire ignited within him. Damn it, what a succubus. He muttered under his breath before standing up and heading toward the bathroom to collect himself. NB, little activity. 1. Design a family tree for the Osborne family. 2. Design a family crest for the Osborne family. Include all the details about the family crest. To win, you simply need to have the highest golden tickets contribution for both the family tree design and family crest design. Time duration. End of this month. Good luck. Hey, Evelyn, I need you to quickly gather information about anime, Arthur instructed as he hopped into the car, urgency lacing his voice. He had just finished a meeting with his second uncle Nathaniel, and while he was aware of the looming threat from Christopher and his associates, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, he'd already taken precautions against them. What truly worried him was their potential to leverage their extensive connections with officials to undermine him. Arthur knew that when it came to official backing, the Osborne family couldn't compete with other powerful families. If Christopher decided to wield his family's influence against him, it could spell trouble. The only officials Arthur knew were Head Bureau Derek and Deputy Head Quill. His relationships with them were merely superficial at best. He felt cornered. He could handle any business maneuver Christopher might throw at him, but if they turned to official channels, that would be a different story entirely. Looks like I need to start building some connections in the official field, Arthur muttered, narrowing his eyes in determination. Suddenly, Evelyn's voice broke through his thoughts. Sir, there is no such thing as anime in Pantera. What I found are only cartoons and animations. Arthur's expression shifted dramatically as panic set in. Wait a minute, you mean there's no anime here? His breathing quickened as heat flushed his cheeks. Check again. Anime is traditionally 2D animated, but often blends 3D CGI elements, he exclaimed desperately, praying that this world wouldn't lack what had become such an integral part of his life. Sir, nothing has been found. Only cartoon animations exist here, Evelyn replied calmly as videos began playing on Arthur's phone screen. He watched in disbelief as Disney-like 3D animations flickered before him. There was simply no trace of anime or anything resembling it in Pantera. His lips trembled with excitement and disbelief. If there is no anime here, then I can pioneer it. I'll be the father of anime. Just imagining himself alongside legends like Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball, filled him with exhilaration. He envisioned becoming like Osamu Tezuka, the god of anime who created Astro Boy, the first popular anime series in this new world. With renewed enthusiasm, Arthur opened the system mall and eagerly scrolled through the anime category to begin purchasing materials for his ambitious endeavor. A few minutes later, Arthur arrived at a smaller office building compared to Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group, a modest structure boasting around 40 floors. This was home to Osborne Media and Entertainment Group, overseen by his second Aunt Emily. Stepping out of the car, Arthur casually slung a black canvas bag over his shoulder and strolled into the office building. Just moments before, he had stopped by to buy this bag, perfect for carrying all the goodies he'd snagged from the system mall. Without wasting a second, Arthur hopped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 40th floor, the very top of this towering office complex where his aunt's office is. As the doors slid open, he stepped into a spacious environment bustling with activity. This was not just any floor. It housed high-level executives and several conference rooms buzzing with energy. He made his way to his aunt's office at the far end of the space. Nobody would stop him. After all, everyone here knew who he is. Knocking lightly on her door but receiving no response, Arthur pushed it open and peeked inside. Hush, she's not here, he murmured, flopping down onto the couch in resignation. Just then, Emily entered through the main door of the building, her expression shifting from surprise to amusement as she spotted Arthur sprawled out on her couch. Oh hey, Aunt. Where have you been? Arthur asked with a smile. I was stuck in a meeting with department heads and CEOs from our subsidiaries, Emily replied as she settled next to him on the couch. A meeting, but what's there to discuss? The company hasn't even kicked off yet. Arthur raised an eyebrow in confusion. Exactly, that's why we met, Emily explained earnestly. The employees are getting anxious. They've been on payroll for ages without any actual work being done. Arthur scratched his head sheepishly. After all, he was the one who advised her to hold off until he was ready. With a treasure trove of songs and movies lined up at the system mall, He wanted everything just right before diving into their entertainment venture. Okay then, if they were itching to get started, I'll give them something to do. Arthur chuckled enthusiastically. By the way, how are things going with that publishing company and those studios I asked you about? Pretty much set up. Emily nodded but then looked at him curiously. But why did you want me to split our publishing house into two? What's this Mangasphere Publications all about? And what even is Manga? Arthur grinned knowingly. When he de-assigned Osborne Media and Entertainment Group to her care, he let her create Mangasphere Publications under the assumption that anime existed here too, a little twist of fate since it didn't seem like it did after all. Well, he began playfully. Mangasphere will be responsible for serializing manga when we get there. As for what manga means, you'll understand soon enough. But right now, he said with a grin as he opened a sleek black canvas bag, I have quite the workload lined up for you. He started pulling out an impressive stack of books and piling them onto the glass coffee table. Emily picked up each book one by one, her brow furrowing in confusion as she read the titles aloud. Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, The Vampire Diaries, and The Three-Body Problem. Arthur, what are these books for? She asked, curiosity piqued. Oh, those are the books I want Osborne Publishing House to publish, just the first volumes for now, Arthur replied with a grin. But where did you get these? Last I checked, you weren't a writer or an author. Emily raised an eyebrow skeptically. Arthur chuckled. I bought them from some folks who were in dire need of cash. I thought they seemed interesting and would do well. He beamed with pride. Little did Emily know that Arthur had acquired these books from a system mall that operated differently in this world. While some content was altered to fit local norms, the essence remained intact. He had even noticed that the concept of vampires didn't exist here at all. That's why he included the Vampire Diaries. Emily nodded slowly and opened one of the books, her eyes lighting up as she skimmed through its pages. This is really excellent, she exclaimed, looking back at Arthur with excitement. Of course it's excellent, Arthur thought smugly. Thousands of years of Earth culture aren't a joke, and here are 2 movie scripts, he said, pulling out 2 hefty documents and handing them to her. She set down the Harry Potter book to examine the scripts more closely. John Wick, she glanced up at him witty-eyed. And Titanic, right, Arthur confirmed with a nod. One's action-packed while the other is a romance. Let me guess, John Wick is the action flick and Titanic is the love story. Emily smirked. Exactly, Arthur grinned back. So what's this John Wick about? Her curiosity was evident now. Well, he began. It's essentially about a guy who goes on a rampage against an entire gang because they killed his dog. As he spoke, he couldn't help but think that if someone put him next to John Wick and Batman and asked him whom to offend, he'd choose Batman any day. In fact, he will rather go for a 3 days and nights combat with Madara Uchiha than even have John Wick dog chase him. That's it. Emily looked puzzled. Yep, that's just the core premise, Arthur said nonchalantly. But don't underestimate it. There are several sequels, okay? Emily shrugged before shifting gears. And what about Titanic? It's about 2 star-crossed lovers whose innocent romance leads to disaster when their ship sinks, he replied casually, but internally cringed at how simplistic his summary sounded compared to its emotional depth. Emily stared at him incredulously. You're terrible. NB. Little activity. 1. Design a family tree for the Osborne family. 2. Design a family crest for the Osborne family. Include all the details about the family crest. To win, you simply need to have the highest golden tickets contribution for both the family tree design and family crest design. Time duration. End of this month. Good luck. Hey, there's a song for that movie, Arthur exclaimed, pausing for a moment before turning to Emily. How many singers do we have in our company? Emily sighed thoughtfully. Well, since we've acquired a few companies and merged them together, some artists left us while others were poached by competitors. So the number of singers we currently have isn't very high. What about actors? Arthur inquired. We've actually signed quite a few actors, Emily replied with a hint of pride. In fact, we have more actors than singers in the company. Good, Arthur nodded with relief. He had been worried about having enough talent for their 2 upcoming movies. After all, when it came to collaborating with other entertainment companies on films, he was not one to share his food or his creative vision with others. The song from Titanic is really special. Let's hold auditions to find someone who can sing it. Wait, I want to be one of the judges, Arthur declared after giving it some thought. Are you sure about that? Emily asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Yes, I'm sure, he affirmed with a serious expression. Without Celine Dion's iconic My Heart Will Go On, Titanic might not have achieved its emotional resonance. The song played an enormous role in the film's success. It topped charts in over 20 countries, including 2 weeks at number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100, became the best-selling single of 1998 with over 15 million copies sold, and won numerous awards including an Oscar for Best Original Song and 4 Grammys. The haunting melody and lyrics, near, far, wherever you are, have lingered in the hearts of audiences long after they left theaters. To this day, whenever that song plays, people instantly associate it with Titanic. It truly embodies the soul of the film and is a key reason why it remains legendary. Arthur knew he had to find the perfect singer for this pivotal role. When auditions are about to begin, let me know, he instructed Emily. Okay, whatever you say. She replied with a nod. Now here's what I want you to do. Serialize these with Mangasphere publications. Arthur pulled out several colorful manga volumes and handed them over to her. He listed off titles like Naruto, Dragon Ball, One Piece, Attack on Titan, Bleach Berserk, Neon Genesis Evangelion, Fairy Tail, Solo Leveling, Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen, Eminence in Shadow, and Death Note, My Hero Academia. Emily stared at the vibrant covers piled before her. Isn't this stuff meant for kids? She asked incredulously. Who told you that manga is just for kids? Arthur exclaimed, his face a mix of indignation and passion. Whether it's for children, teenagers, adults, or even seniors, anyone can enjoy it. He leaned in closer, excitement radiating from him as he began to explain. Take Naruto, for example. It's about a boy who has a demon sealed inside him. Because of this, he becomes an outcast. His village shuns him completely. But through sheer determination and hard work, he rises to become the most powerful person in the world. This story teaches us that perseverance can lead to achieving our dreams. Arthur continued animatedly, waving his hands as if conducting an orchestra of ideas. And then there's Attack on Titan. Dude literally committed genocide because of racism. It sends a clear message. Racism is not the answer. He picked up another manga. Look at Demon Slayer. My boy had his entire family eaten by demons and now embarks on a quest to eradicate them all. Talk about resilience. And My Hero Academia. It dives deep into the idea that villains aren't born, they are made by their circumstances. Arthur paused briefly before picking up another title with enthusiasm. Oh, and Solo Leveling. It's about a guy who loves aura farming. Emily sat there speechless, her eyes wide as she absorbed Arthur's fervent explanations while he practically shoved the books toward her. Okay, I get it. Emily rubbed her temples in exasperation. Can you please slow down? Arthur sheepishly scratched his head. Sorry, I got carried away. She waved dismissively and picked up another manga from the table titled Berserk with curiosity written all over her face. What about this one? What does it teach? Suddenly, Arthur's expression shifted. Sadness flickered across his features as if haunted by memories best left unspoken. After a moment of silence, he shook his head decisively. Let's not talk about that one. Why not, I mean? I wouldn't do that if I were you, Arthur interjected sharply as he snatched the manga from Emily's hands just before she could open it. Why? Emily asked, puzzled by his reaction. Nothing, he replied quickly but firmly. You know what? I think I'll hold on to this for now. He tucked Berserk back into his canvas bag. Hump, whatever. Emily snorted in frustration while shooting him an annoyed look. Arthur smiled bitterly, inwardly thinking, lady, I am just trying to save you from potential psychological trauma. So where did you come up with these ideas? Because I am pretty sure there's nothing like manga and Pantera, Emily asked curiously. I came up with them myself, Arthur said without missing a beat. Pride glimmered in his eyes. You see these mangas in the studio I asked you to set up? Arthur flashed a grin. Yeah, Emily replied, nodding her head in acknowledgement. Well, that studio is responsible for turning these manga into anime and live-action adaptations, Arthur explained with enthusiasm. Emily's brow furrowed in confusion. What's anime? Arthur paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Explaining anime to Emily felt like trying to teach a cow to play the lute, pointless and a bit absurd. Forget it. Just let the publishing company serialize all the books and manga I've given you. And by the way, these are just the first volumes. He waved his hand dismissively. Okay, Emily said softly, still processing everything. Now let's move on, Arthur continued as he rummaged through his canvas bag, pulling out an impressive stack of items and placing them in front of her. There are about 10 songs here. Find the best singers for each track and get them to record it. He tossed a bundle of lyrics and details onto the table with flair, and this USB drive contains the source code for a music app. Let the tech team take care of it. All our music will be launched on this platform. He handed her the drive with purpose. He wasn't done yet. Here's a list of 100 TV shows, series, cartoons, programs, you name it, to fill up our TV channels. And don't forget these 5 games: Elden Ring, Call of Duty, Gran Turismo, Final Fantasy, and Plants vs. Zombies. Pass them along to the game studio. I'll check back in a week for an inspection. As if that wasn't enough, he added with excitement. Oh, and here are source codes for a streaming platform along with 3 news media apps. Emily's eyes widened as she watched Arthur pull out more items from that seemingly bottomless bag. Was it some kind of magic trick? How could all this fit, Aunt? Are you listening? Arthur's voice snapped her back to reality. Yes, I'm listening. She quickly responded, glancing at the mountain of tasks piled before her, completely speechless. So that's everything. By next week I want to see some results, he said firmly but encouragingly. Don't worry about it, Emily assured him with a smile as she took stock of what lay ahead. Great, that's all from me then. I need to meet Uncle now, Arthur said while standing up and making his way toward the door. See you at dinner. He called back over his shoulder as he waved goodbye. Emily chuckled softly and shook her head at the impressive array of projects laid out before her. She immediately called her assistant to help organize everything and convened an urgent meeting in the conference room. Inside a sprawling conference room designed to accommodate around 100 people, a massive table dominates the center, flanked by sleek executive chairs. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation as everyone in the room whispered among themselves, confusion etched on their faces. "Gideon, any idea why the president called this emergency meeting?" asked Harlan, a burly man with glasses and an air of bewilderment. "How should I know?" Gideon shrugged nonchalantly. "She just convened one not long ago. What could possibly warrant another?" Harlan sighed, glancing around the packed room. "It's been months since our company launched, yet none of the subsidiaries have kicked off any projects." Just then, the door swung open, and in walked Emily, accompanied by her assistant and several employees laden with stacks of books and documents. An immediate hush fell over the room. Everyone straightened in their seats, eyes darting between Emily and her entourage. Taking her place at the head of the table, Emily surveyed her audience before breaking the silence. "I know many of you are puzzled as to why I've called yet another meeting," she began with a warm smile. "But remember all those complaints about having nothing to do? Well, your chance has finally arrived. We've received orders from above." Excitement rippled through the crowd as faces lit up with hope and enthusiasm. "Looks like our days of idleness are coming to an end," Gideon exclaimed. "It's about time. We've been twiddling our thumbs for far too long," Harlan added with a wide grin. Emily tapped on the table to regain everyone's attention. "A few moments ago, work was assigned to us from higher-ups. Each CEO will receive specific tasks that need prompt execution." She gestured toward Fionn, a bespectacled woman exuding professionalism. "Fionn," Emily said confidently, "this is your assignment for Osborne Publishing House. I trust you'll handle it without needing further direction." Her assistant placed a stack of books before Fionn. "I won't let you down," Fionn replied earnestly. Next was Neville. "Neville," Emily continued, "this task falls under Mangasphere Publications. Your job is to serialize this manga." With a chuckle, she motioned for her assistant to deliver another stack of colorful manga volumes in front of him. Neville blinked in disbelief at the vibrant covers. "President, isn't this geared towards kids? Who would read something like this?" He questioned skeptically. "Honestly, I'm not sure what my nephew was thinking when he suggested it. Just get it done. No need to overthink," Emily reassured him. "All right then," Neville conceded with a reluctant smile. Emily turned to Harlan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Harlan, I've got 5 games on this USB drive. I may not know much about gaming, but my nephew assures me that there are more than 3 3A games. Don't worry about the budget. All the necessary information is already included. The development timeline shouldn't take long. Let's aim for completion in 2 months. My nephew will be visiting during that time to check on our progress." Harlan's excitement was palpable as he accepted the 5 USB drives. "No worries, President. I'll make sure everything is ready on time," he declared confidently, patting his chest with a grin. Meanwhile, Emily addressed Gideon, who was surrounded by a mountain of paperwork. "Gideon, there are countless TV shows, programs, cartoons, you name it, to fill our channels," she said as her assistant placed an enormous stack of files in front of him. Gideon's eyes lit up at the sight of the documents. He nodded seriously at Emily, ready to dive into the task ahead. With a sense of purpose in the room, Emily turned to the other CEOs and department heads gathered from Osborne Media and Entertainment Group. After about 20 minutes of assigning tasks and responsibilities to everyone present, she stood before them with a smile. "All right, everyone," she began enthusiastically. "For too long we've been sitting idle without much work to do, but now we have a mission. Let's put our best foot forward and strive to become one of the leading entertainment companies in the country." Her words resonated through the room as heads nodded in agreement. As Arthur stepped out of his car and gazed up at the towering office building before him, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. This place was unlike any of the office buildings he had seen before. Its sleek sci-fi design set it apart from both Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group and Osborne Media and Entertainment Group. Taking just a moment to appreciate its uniqueness, Arthur strode inside confidently. He hopped into the elevator and headed straight for his uncle's office on the top floor without missing a beat. Arthur stepped into his uncle's office without any hesitation at all. There sat Julian, deeply engrossed in paperwork behind his desk, exuding an aura of seriousness. But as soon as Arthur entered, Julian looked up, his face breaking into a broad smile. "Arthur, you are here," he exclaimed, standing up from his chair. Arthur chuckled softly and settled onto the sofa with his legs crossed. "Uncle, I can see you're swamped. How's everything going?" he asked, glancing at Julian as he took a seat across from him. Julian nodded thoughtfully. "Everything's good, just wrapping up some documents. You know how it is. Without any projects on the table right now, things can get a bit dull." Arthur grinned mischievously. Well, uncle, buckle up because you're about to be busy for quite a while. Julian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, really? Without missing a beat, Arthur pulled out several USB drives from the sleek black canvas bag slung over his shoulder. Each one was meticulously labeled. Julian examined the labels: Spectra OS, Spectra S, 1NM lithography machine technology, Cerebro X chip technology, Sphinx cloud technology, Spectra Fusion, Spectra X HiveMind technology. His eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the impressive array of cutting-edge technologies laid out before him. Arthur. You mean all of these are? Julian stammered in astonishment. Yes, Arthur confirmed enthusiastically. These USB drives contain groundbreaking technologies that are at least 10 years ahead of what we have now. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Julian looked back at Arthur with awe still evident on his face. What I need you to focus on first are Spectra OS, is a new operating system, along with Spectra S for mobile technology and both 1NM lithography machine technology and Cerebro X chip technology, Arthur explained with a serious expression. Julian nodded solemnly. He understood the importance of these innovations. There are also source codes for various applications, a video sharing app, messaging app, and other social media platforms that need development, Arthur added casually. Julian simply nodded again but was clearly processing all this information intently. And uncle, Arthur continued after a moment's thought, I want you to collaborate with Oscar on launching a vehicle sharing company. Vehicle sharing? What's that all about? Julian asked curiously, momentarily taken aback. Imagine this: vehicle sharing or ride sharing is a revolutionary service that allows individuals to access a vehicle for a short period, typically just an hour or even a full day. Think about it. While many people rely on buses and taxis to get around, there are times when the destination is only 1 to 5 kilometers away. In those cases, hopping into a taxi can feel like throwing money away and wasting precious time. That's where ride-sharing comes in. With just a quick scan of the QR code through our app, users can unlock their chosen vehicle and travel wherever they need, all while paying a fraction of the cost. Arthur explained enthusiastically. Julian's eyes lit up as he absorbed Arthur's vision. You know, Pantera is an enormous world teeming with billions of people. The transportation industry here is evolving at breakneck speed. Just take Neo-Luminara, a bustling capital city within the Aurelian Federation, home to nearly 1 billion residents. The traffic chaos during rush hour is unimaginable. Because of this, there are daily complaints flooding social media about gridlock. If Arthur's plan takes off, it could be embraced by countless people for relief, and also the profit they will earn will be massive. Just thinking about it filled Julian's heart with excitement. Arthur, your idea is brilliant. I totally see the vision, but why do you want me to partner with that little brat Oscar? Julian asked. Uncle, Arthur chuckled. Have you forgotten? Oscar runs Osborne Heavy Industries. You'll need his help to secure various vehicles, cars, motorcycles, bicycles. Oh, I forgot about that. Julian tapped his forehead and said with a smile. Arthur simply shook his head and then continued. But uncle, to make this work, you will have a further in-depth conversation with Oscar. And also remember, this is a business deal. Don't go easy seeing he is family. Of course I know that. How can I go easy on THWT brat? Julian snorted with a cold face. Arthur's lips twitched and he even started praying for Oscar in his heart. Big brother, you're here. Ashley grinned at Arthur, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yeah, I just came from First Uncle's place, Arthur replied as he settled into a chair, locking eyes with Ashley. So how are things going? He asked. Not much happening. Ashley shook her head in disappointment. Well then, get ready to get busy. Arthur chuckled, pulling out a handful of USB drives and tossing them toward her. Ashley caught the drives but looked at him with confusion. What are these? These contain recipes for luxury perfumes and designs for high-end bags, clothes, shoes, jewelry, you name it. Anything related to the fashion and cosmetic industry is in this USB drives. Everything is on those USBs, Arthur explained calmly. Really? Ashley's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, the company had something to do instead of idling away, something that had been stifling for her creativity. Absolutely, Arthur nodded enthusiastically. And you better hurry to put these into production because Second Unt's company is about to release several movies and songs. Collaborate with them for celebrity endorsements. Their projects are bound to be hits. I got it. Ashley quickly understood the potential impact of famous celebrities endorsing their products. Good, Arthur said before standing up to leave. I'll be heading out now. Take care, big brother. Ashley waved goodbye as he walked out. About 20 minutes later, Arthur arrived at a sprawling industrial park and stood before an imposing office building emblazoned with the words Osborne Heavy Industries. Without wasting any time, he entered the building and made his way to Oscar's office. As he stepped inside, he found Oscar deep in conversation with several senior managers. I'll catch up with you all later, Oscar said as soon as he noticed Arthur entering. He gestured for his colleagues to leave. Brother, Oscar greeted him warmly with a flattering smile on his chubby face while offering a cup of water. Arthur rolled his eyes at Oscar's overly flattering demeanor. Wipe that smile off your face. Heh, what brings you here? Got something good for me? Oscar rubbed his hands together eagerly. Arthur raised an eyebrow but remained silent for a moment before asking, "What were you discussing?" "Oh, just some recent equipment repairs needed in the factory." Oscar waved dismissively. Arthur nodded thoughtfully while taking a sip of water before saying calmly, "Well, I brought some exciting things." He tossed another batch of USB drives toward Oscar. Oscar caught them eagerly and examined them closely. "What's on these?" These USBs contain cutting-edge technologies for building cars. Vortex Fusion Smart Hybrid Turbine Injection Technology, Adaptive 10-Speed Dual Clutch Transmission, EAWD Drivetrain, Magnetic Ride Force Suspension, Electrohydraulic Regenerative Braking, Neural Drive Control, and Solid-State Hybrid Battery Technology, Arthur explained as Oscar trembled with anticipation. "Brother, this is incredible. With these technologies, I'm going to build the fastest and coolest super sports car in the country." Oscar exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Arthur simply shook his head, knowing all too well that Oscar's passion for sports cars surpassed even his interest in beautiful women. It was no surprise that he had chosen mechanical engineering as his field of study. After all, he had always dreamed of creating the world's fastest car. "And that's not all," Arthur added calmly. "There are countless technical designs for heavy equipment and vehicles, especially construction machinery and civilian cars. You can use those as a foundation for your company." Oscar took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "Yes, brother, I won't let you down," he said with newfound determination. "Good," Arthur replied with a smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction swell in his heart. "Oh, and it won't be long before Uncle Julian comes to discuss business with you," Arthur continued playfully. "By then, you'd better be ready." Or else. Oscar's lips twitched at the mention of their uncle. He looked at Arthur with pleading eyes. "You have to help me. Otherwise, Uncle Julian will show no mercy during our discussions. I might suffer greatly." Arthur rolled his eyes dramatically. "Look at you, a grown man afraid of Uncle Julian. Man up. If you can't handle business with him, find someone who can." Oscar's face lit up suddenly. "You're right. Edward is great at business negotiations. He can help me." Arthur raised an eyebrow at Oscar's plan. It was quite amusing that he intended to pit father against son in negotiations. The thought intrigued him. He couldn't wait to see how that would unfold. "Damn, I have to witness this when the time comes," Arthur muttered under his breath, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "All right, Oscar, that's enough for now. Get busy." Arthur said as he stood up and made his way out of the office, leaving Oscar alone with a handful of USB drives that he gazed at fondly, as if they were priceless treasures. As time passed, Arthur busied himself assigning tasks to various family members. Third Uncle Richard and cousins Edward, William, George all received their projects from him. He also visited other industries to delegate responsibilities further afield. Thanks to these efforts, the Osborne family industries, once dormant for months, were now buzzing back to life under Arthur's guidance. He believed that within just a few months' time, the Osborne family industries would reveal their potential and make a grand entrance into the business world once again. Among these industries were Osborne Media and Entertainment Group, Osborne Technology, Osborne Heavy Industries, Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group, and Osborne Pharmaceuticals and Biotech, all vital pillars supporting any thriving economy. What a rough day. Arthur sighed heavily as he leaned back against the car seat, feeling the weight of the world lift, if only for a moment. The sun had dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in stunning shades of orange and pink, a stark contrast to the chaos of his day. He had been running around non-stop, juggling countless projects across various industries. Arthur is determined to fast-track the Osborne family business. He had recruited top-tier talent from the System Mall, all experts in their fields, but he knew that even the best needed time to deliver results. Patience wasn't exactly one of his virtues. He wanted outcomes now, not in a month or two. Yet with cutting-edge technology at his disposal, he believed he could speed things up significantly. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts. "Boss," one of the bodyguards sitting in the passenger seat called out urgently. "What's wrong?" Arthur replied, instinctively alert. "We're being followed." The bodyguard glanced nervously at the rearview mirror. Arthur turned and spotted 5 ominous black vans tailing them closely. A frown creased his brow before he chuckled softly to himself. These people are really desperate. Didn't they know that Arthur had already survived 2 deadly assassination attempts? Shaking his head at their foolishness, he gazed out at the setting sun and bustling streets beyond his window. "Take us to a remote location," he instructed the driver. "Yes, boss," the bodyguard replied, his voice steady as he immediately relayed the orders through the intercom nestled in his ear. Within moments, the 3 cars veered off onto a less traveled route, leaving behind the chaotic bustle of the city. A few minutes later, they came to a halt at a remote site filled with abandoned factory buildings. The scene was eerie and desolate. Weeds towered like adult calves amidst crumbling structures. The dim light cast shadows that danced across the ground, just enough to make out their surroundings, but not enough to dispel an unsettling feeling in the air. As soon as the cars stopped, dozens of black vans emerged from the darkness, encircling them like vultures closing in on prey. The headlights of their vehicles cut through the gloom, illuminating everything around them even more starkly. "Equip your guns with silencers," Arthur commanded as he swung open his car door and stepped out into this tense standoff. "Don't kill them, just injure them." His bodyguards quickly followed suit, forming a protective barrier around him. The moment they exited their vehicles, doors of the black vans flung open to reveal various figures stepping out. Each one bore unkind expressions and malicious intent glimmering in their eyes. Armed with an array of weapons, knives, machetes, sticks, they looked every bit like trouble. Tattoos snaked up their arms and necks, dyed hair in vibrant colors framed their faces adorned with piercings. Just from their appearance alone, Arthur could tell these were no ordinary thugs, they were gangsters. Well. If it isn't Arthur Osborne, sneered a burly man who seemed to lead this motley crew. His tattooed body flexed menacingly as he grinned wickedly at Arthur. "Someone paid me handsomely to collect your head." Arthur chuckled lightly, unfazed by the threat hanging in the air. "Don't worry, there will definitely be some heads rolling, but it won't be mine." "I like your arrogance," retorted the burly man with a twisted smile. He waved his hand dismissively as if swatting away an annoying fly. "Take care of them." Arthur swiftly raised his hand to block a stick swinging toward him. A flicker of pain crossed his face, but without hesitation, he clenched his fist and landed a solid punch squarely on the face of the assailant, sending him flying. Seizing the stick, Arthur charged forward, each swing sending another thug crashing to the ground. The scene around him was chaotic and bloody. Dozens of gangsters who had once surrounded Arthur and his bodyguards were now sprawled out, groaning in pain. Some bore bullet wounds on their legs and shoulders, none fatal, but all were incapacitated. With disdain in his eyes, Arthur surveyed the aftermath. It had been just 5 minutes since the gangsters had attacked them. Despite their numbers, he felt no fear. After all, his bodyguards were royal-grade fighters, 10 times stronger than ordinary people, and armed with registered firearms. The sheer number of thugs didn't faze them at all. In mere moments, every gangster lay defeated on the ground, bloodied but not critically injured. Arthur casually slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled over to the gang's leader, who was now crumpled on the ground like a discarded rag doll, bullet holes marring both legs and a swollen face resembling that of a pig. "Please don't kill me," whimpered the leader in a hoarse voice as he looked up at Arthur towering over him. "I'm not going to kill you," Arthur smirked down at him. "Evelyn, call the police and send my second aunt that video you recorded of this whole mess. She'll know what to do," he instructed confidently. "Done, sir," came Evelyn's prompt reply. Nodding with satisfaction, Arthur perched himself on the hood of one of their vans while keeping an eye on the groaning gangsters littering the ground around him. About 10 minutes later, police sirens wailed in the distance as multiple patrol cars sped toward them. A smile crept across Arthur's face upon seeing their arrival as he hopped off from the van's hood. Within moments, dozens of police vehicles surrounded them. Officers poured out with weapons drawn, scanning for threats. "Freeze, hands in the air." One shouted, "Drop your weapons." Arthur exchanged glances with his bodyguards. They immediately dropped their guns and raised their hands in surrender. "Who called us?" asked a man dressed differently from other officers, a captain by rank, stepping forward with authority. "I did," Arthur replied loudly. The captain frowned as he assessed both Arthur's calm demeanor and the chaos surrounding them. The gangsters sprawled out like discarded toys. "We were ambushed by these thugs," Arthur explained smoothly. "My bodyguards acted in self-defense to protect me. Our weapons are registered." He gestured towards nearby surveillance cameras capturing every moment for evidence if needed. "Hello, I'm Captain Ress. Although you were defending yourself, you'll need to come with us to the station to make your statement and assist in the investigation." The policeman introduced himself, his expression serious. "Don't worry about it, officer. I'll gladly cooperate with your station," Arthur replied with a reassuring smile. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least it wasn't Chief of Police Tom or that overly confident policewoman. Talk about dodging a bullet. A few minutes later, Arthur followed the officers to the station to record his statements and share his side of the story. As for the gangsters involved, they had all been arrested, but would first be taken to the hospital for their injuries before heading off to jail. This wasn't their first run-in with the law, and the police had been eager for evidence to finally put them behind bars. With Arthur's testimony in hand, these criminals were essentially finished. "Officer Ress, please keep me updated on any progress in your investigation," Arthur said as he turned towards Captain Ress. "Don't worry, Mr. Arthur. I'll inform you of any developments," Captain Ress assured him with a nod. "Good," Arthur replied as he hopped into his car and sped away with his bodyguards. Sir, just as you predicted, it's Christopher Campbell and other CEOs from Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group who instigated all this chaos. Evalin's voice chimed through his phone as soon as he settled into the driver's seat. I knew it. Arthur smirked confidently. Should I pass this information along to the police? Evalin asked. No, Arthur shook his head firmly. It wouldn't matter. They'd be out in no time. Using the police against them is pointless. Then should we employ the same tactics we used against those 30 CEOs a few months back? Evalin suggested cautiously. Arthur fell silent at that thought. It was tempting but risky. Earlier that morning, he had threatened Christopher and his associates directly. If anything happened now, he would be their prime suspect. Despite having instructed Evalin to erase any recordings related to that threat, he couldn't shake off concerns about Ailia and Benedict being present during that confrontation. They could easily twist things against him if needed. Plus, Christopher Campbell's family wielded immense power. Taking action against them without adequate strength was unwise. Shaking off those thoughts, Arthur declared decisively, no, we can't resort to that. He paused briefly before narrowing his eyes in determination. What we can do is bankrupt them. Let's drive them out of business. Their main industry is real estate. We simply won't allow them any opportunities. How do you plan on doing that? Evalin asked curiously. Arthur didn't respond to Evalin. Instead, he wore a sly smirk that hinted at his wicked intentions. He had a master plan brewing, one that had been set in motion during his recent meeting with the Urban Development and Construction Bureau. Arthur purchased a construction company package from the System Mall. An H-High's construction company package can complete any building project within just 1 year. Whether it was highways, residential complexes, luxurious villas, or even intricate subway stations and railways, the construction company could handle it all in just 1 year. And Arthur is to build a staggering 10,000 square kilometer commercial plaza right in the heart of the government's sprawling 1.08 million square kilometer development zone. Not only that, but he was also responsible for establishing the transportation and road networks across this vast area. Imagine the impact if Arthur could finish all these projects in just 1 year while other companies were still laying down foundations. What would the world think? More importantly, what would the Urban Development and Construction Bureau have to say about it? Just days ago, bidding took place for developing this colossal 1.08 million square kilometer zone. Numerous real estate and construction companies participated, with many securing contracts, most notably giant firms and influential families, who sought their share of the 10,000 square kilometers of land of the Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group's headquarters. Naturally, Christopher Campbell's family also snagged several bids. Now picture this. If Arthur completes his projects at lightning speed, while others lag behind in their groundwork, it's only natural that the government would take notice. They might very well decide to hand over remaining projects exclusively to Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group. This could lead to other companies facing dire consequences. Many may even go out of business amid rising tensions as they watch Arthur's meteoric rise. Sure, Arthur might ruffle some feathers along the way, but he wasn't worried. By then, his power would be far greater than it was now. He'd have enough clout to protect himself and his family from any backlash. With such extraordinary construction speed under their belt, Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group would transition from an obscure little company into a nationally recognized powerhouse, and perhaps even a global contender. As he envisioned all of this unfolding before him, excitement sparkled in Arthur's eyes. A few minutes later, Arthur returned to the mansion, eager to escape the chaos of the day. He quickly retreated to his room for a long, soothing bath, taking a moment to tend to the minor injuries he had sustained during his encounters with those ruthless gangsters. Despite having used the gene evolution liquid from his system rewards and adding over 15 attribute points, boosting his physical strength to more than double that of an average person, this was still Arthur's first real taste of combat. He had picked up some combat skills from Sylvester, but facing off against brutal gangsters was a whole new ball game. Sure, he'd taken a few hits here and there, but thankfully they were just normal bruises, not too serious. Just then a notification pinged on his phone. Curiosity piqued. He glanced at it and couldn't help but smile broadly. Evalin, turn on the television, he commanded. Instantly, the TV mounted on the opposite wall sprang to life, illuminating the room with its glow. The screen displayed a news broadcast that caught Arthur's attention immediately. Good evening, folks. Welcome to OCN Osborne Central News. At exactly 6:30 p.m. today, a brutal fight erupted in downtown Axis District involving around 100 gang members and 11 men. A stunning news anchor appeared on screen in her professional suit, her expression serious as she delivered the shocking report. Arthur stood in his bedroom, a slight smile playing on his lips as he watched the news broadcast flickering across the television screen. According to our sources, the beautiful news anchor reported with a serious expression, The victim is Arthur Osborne, current head of the Osborne family, along with his 10 bodyguards. They were surrounded by nearly 100 gangsters. Fortunately, it appears that Arthur's bodyguards are exceptionally trained and managed to take down all 100 gangsters with only minor injuries. As he listened, Arthur couldn't help but grin wider. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Sylvester's number. "Get ready, it won't be long before business starts booming," he said before hanging up, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. Beyond establishing Osborne Industries, Arthur had also set up a security company under Sylvester's management. While Sylvester lacked formal business knowledge, he excelled as the head instructor for their operations. To fill in the gaps in management expertise, Arthur had purchased skilled managers from the System Mall, an innovative move that ensured everything ran smoothly. The bodyguards. He just bought them directly from the same System Mall, because why not leverage powerful assets for profit? Setting up this security company was more than just a financial venture for Arthur. It was part of a long-term strategy to forge connections. He recognized that one of the Osborne family's most significant weaknesses lay in their lack of powerful contacts, especially within official circles. In this world, mere money isn't enough. Having influential allies can make all the difference when navigating challenges. Take Christopher from the Campbell family, a top-tier family in Aurelian Federation known for their immense power and influence. Christopher had killed both his parents and kept his entire family on high alert for months, while Arthur could do little but hide away in fear of assassination attempts should he step outside. Meanwhile, law enforcement, the supposed guardians of justice, were manipulated into serving Christopher's interests instead of protecting innocent lives. Why? Because Arthur's family background simply wasn't substantial enough to command respect or protection. If they were among Aurelian Federation's elite families, even if Arthur committed an outrageous act like blowing up a skyscraper, he'd likely walk away unscathed due to their powerful connections. Just today, Arthur found himself surrounded by a mob of gangsters, fully aware that Christopher was pulling the strings behind this chaos. The police might investigate and uncover the truth, but what good would that do? In a world where power dictates reality, having a strong background is everything. Just look at Christopher. He killed Arthur's parents for their property. For the wealthy and powerful, life can feel like paradise, but for those who are weak or poor, it's an entirely different story, one that resembles hell on earth. Arthur refuses to be trapped in that hellish existence. He dreams of living in paradise, yet simply having money or running billion-dollar businesses isn't enough. He understands that true security comes from wielding power, not just wealth, and being able to protect himself and those he cares about. That's why Arthur established Osborne Security. When his bodyguard alerted him about being followed earlier, he wasted no time instructing Avalon to hack into nearby surveillance cameras and capture every moment. With video evidence now sent to his second aunt, news of their encounter is bound to send shockwaves through Neo Limonara. Imagine this, 10 elite bodyguards taking down 100 ruthless gangsters with barely a scratch. It's almost unbelievable. In fact, Arthur had even told his bodyguards to allow themselves some minor injuries. After all, if these gangsters couldn't withstand a few punches from royal-grade bodyguards, purchased straight from the System Mall, they wouldn't stand a chance against them at all. With this news making headlines, Osborne Security is poised to become famous in the city. Why does this matter? Because the rich are often terrified of death, their greatest enemy. Having amassed fortunes worth billions, they don't want their lives cut short by competitors willing to go to any lengths for success. Back on Earth in his previous life in history, there are a lot of historical powerful figures who feared death as well. Qin Shi Huang, China's first emperor, obsessively sought the elixir of life, sending expeditions in search of immortality only to succumb to mercury poisoning instead. Emperor Wu of Han chased Taoist alchemists for elixirs, while Gilgamesh embarked on his legendary quest for eternal life after losing his friend. Gilgamesh, the legendary Sumerian king, searched for eternal life after his friend died. He learned that immortality was reserved for the gods, but his story became one of the earliest tales of the quest for eternal life. Even back on modern Earth, there are a lot of billionaires who are on a relentless quest for longevity. From tech titans like Peter Thiel and the innovators of Silicon Valley to the visionary co-founders of Google, Sergey Brin and Larry Page, many are pouring their fortunes into life extension technologies and even cryonics. But what drives these wealthy individuals? The common thread among them is a profound desire to defy death, something that seems all too inevitable, especially for those who have achieved so much. Throughout history, humans have dreamed of living longer. For the affluent, death can feel like their greatest adversary. Imagine being so powerful yet constantly haunted by the specter of mortality. While Arthur may only offer bodyguard services and not some miraculous drugs designed to extend life, his team at Osborne Security isn't just any ordinary group of protectors. What if these elite bodyguards could take down 100 gangsters in mere minutes? If rich clients knew they could hire such formidable guardians, they'd jump at the chance. After all, with threats lurking around every corner, from snipers perched atop skyscrapers to potential assassins, they want peace of mind. Who wouldn't want to sleep soundly without fear? This is where Arthur's vision comes into play. The clientele seeking protection from Osborne security aren't your average folks. They array influential figures with substantial clout in their industries and exclusive social circles. If Arthur can forge connections or even friendships within these elite networks, he opens up a world of opportunities. These individuals don't just mingle with anyone. They surround themselves with high-level officials, business magnates, and members of aristocratic families. Imagine if Arthur could share a drink or two with them, what doors might open. By building relationships and offering valuable benefits, both his situation and that of the Osborne family could transform dramatically. Arthur stood by the expansive floor-dosiling window, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the moon hanging majestically in the night sky. Today had been a whirlwind of achievements. He had successfully assigned numerous projects across various industries under his family's name. Now, all that was left to do was wait for the results to roll in. Unlike previous encounters where danger lurked around every corner, complete with heavily armed men and life-threatening situations, this time felt different. He could finally hold his own. Arthur clenched his fist tightly, feeling the surge of strength coursing through him. The gene evolution liquid he deconsumed earlier had significantly boosted his physical prowess, and he deallocated countless attribute points to enhance his strength even further. Reflecting on today's events, Arthur realized how naive he had been. After surviving 2 assassination attempts, one that nearly cost him everything, he thought Christopher might back off. But he was sorely mistaken. This relentless adversary would stop at nothing to claim that coveted land. Arthur knows that Christopher's attacks had only just begun, and from this moment on, he knew he had to tread carefully. But it wasn't his own safety that weighed heavily on his mind. It was the well-being of his family that truly kept him up at night. He knew exactly what Christopher was capable of, and if this guy couldn't take him down, he'd likely turn his sights back on Arthur's family, just like last time when Uncle Julian had nearly lost his life. What really baffled Arthur, though, was Christopher's obsession with that piece of land. It seemed to consume him entirely. Even more puzzling was the fact that aside from Christopher, who hailed from the influential Campbell family, none of the other contenders for the land were big families. They were just massive corporations. Arthur had even asked Evalin to do a quick search, but it turned out there were no prominent families or officials backing these companies. What gives, Arthur thought. Did these families not see the immense potential of that land? Or was it just Christopher who had fixated on it while the Campbells themselves appeared indifferent? Are these guys planning something or what? Arthur narrowed his eyes in frustration. The value of that piece of land was simply astronomical. If anything could be built there, the annual revenue could reach trillions. Sure, these wealthy elites might already have money to burn, but who wouldn't be tempted by such staggering profits? Forget it, let's not dwell on this. He sighed in relief as he rubbed his nose. He pulled out his phone and dialed Sylvester, urgency lacing his voice. Sylvester, we need to triple the number of bodyguards for each family member immediately, and let's ramp up security around the mansion, especially for the kids. They need extra protection too. After hanging up, he slipped his phone back into his pocket, a deep frown etched on his face. This country just isn't cut out for long-term stability. We have to consider relocating. The next day dawned bright and cheerful as the sun peeked out from behind fluffy white clouds, casting its warm light across the sky. At the Osborne family mansion, the massive doors to Arthur's bedroom creaked open just a tad. A sneaky shadow darted inside, glancing around cautiously before tiptoeing toward the enormous bed. With a sudden burst of energy, the figure crouched down and leaped onto the bed with Arthur, sprawled out and sleeping soundly like a log, jolted awake as an unexpected weight landed heavily on his stomach. His eyes flew open wide in shock, and he gasped for air. "Oha, cough, cough," he coughed violently, nearly choking on his own saliva as panic set in. "Big brother, wake up, the sun is already out." Came a cheerful voice from above him. Cough, cough, Liz, why did you do that?" Arthur groaned as he slowly sat up, grimacing at his little sister perched on his stomach. Liz crossed her arms defiantly. "You promised to take me to the amusement park today." Arthur rubbed his aching waist and sighed dramatically. "Okay, but could you please get off me? My stomach can't handle it anymore. Why are you so heavy?" "I'm not heavy." Liz huffed playfully as she hopped off him and stood beside the bed. "Come on, big brother. Hurry up, or we'll hit long lines at the amusement park," she urged anxiously. Arthur raised an eyebrow at her impatience. "Why are you moving around like an old man? Even Uncle Julian isn't this slow." Liz snorted as she glared at Arthur with impatience etched on her face. His lips twitched in amusement as he watched Liz pace back and forth in his room with her cheeks flushed pink from excitement. calm down. It's not like the amusement park is going anywhere. He sighed internally while shaking his head at her youthful exuberance. And it's not even 8 yet, heh. Liz scratched her head bashfully before pouting cutely. I just wanted to help you get ready. All right then, Arthur relented with a smile. Go get dressed. We'll have breakfast first before heading out. Liz pouted but quickly dashed out of the bedroom while calling back over her shoulder, Big brother, you better be ready before I am. Ah, this girl. Arthur chuckled softly to himself as he got out of bed, still rubbing his sore stomach. She's quite heavy, he muttered under his breath while making his way to the bathroom. Liz, slow down or you'll choke on your food. Margaret chided gently as she watched Liz wolfing down breakfast with bulging cheeks like chipmunk. No time to waste. Liz replied through mouthfuls of food, bits smeared across her cheeks. Why are you in such a hurry? It's Saturday, no school today. Where could you possibly be going? Ashley, who was sitting across from Liz, asked curiously as she watched her friend. Liz nodded slightly, her head still buried in the food in front of her. Oh, where are you headed? Ashley asked curiously. Big brother is taking me to the amusement park today, Liz exclaimed with enthusiasm, her small head bobbing up and down. You're going to the amusement park? That sounds like so much fun. Ashley's eyes sparkled with excitement. Good morning, everyone. Arthur strolled into the dining room, greeting them with a warm smile. Good morning, Arthur, Margaret replied gently. Big brother, Liz just told me that you're taking her to the amusement park. Is that true? Ashley turned to Arthur with eager anticipation. Yes, Arthur chuckled. I promised her yesterday. It's been ages since we had some fun together. Today is all about brother-sister bonding. Oh, Ashley's eyes lit up with hope. Can I come too? No. Came the simultaneous reply from Arthur, Liz, and Margaret. Huh, Ashley pouted at their response. Why not? Ashley, Arthur said patiently, you're now the president of a huge company. You can't just go off on a whim, and you still have tasks waiting for you, he added firmly. But I've been working hard for months without any break. Can't I have just one day off? Ashley pleaded. If you want your position at Osborne Fashion and Cosmetic Group handed over to someone else, then sure, come along, Arthur teased with a smirk. Ashley's expression shifted as she contemplated his words. After a moment of defeat, she sighed and waved her hand dismissively. Forget it, I'll visit the amusement park another day. Arthur laughed lightly before turning to Margaret. Auntie, where is everyone else? They left for work hours ago, she replied cheerfully. So early? Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. Well, they have plenty of work to do, Margaret explained with a smile. Arthur nodded thoughtfully before preparing to sit down for breakfast when Liz suddenly exclaimed, Big brother, I'm done, let's go. Before he could protest about not having eaten yet, Liz had already wiped her mouth clean and pulled him toward the door. But I haven't even had breakfast. He protested while being dragged away by his eager sister. You can eat when we get there. There are tons of restaurants. Liz insisted without missing a beat as they made their way out of the dining hall. Auntie, we'll be back in a few hours, Arthur called over his shoulder as he shook his head but smiled bitterly at Margaret's retreating figure. Okay, just be careful out there, Margaret reminded them kindly as they left. Once outside, hey, big brother, which car should we take to the amusement park? Liz asked, tilting her head as she surveyed the rows of luxurious vehicles. Arthur stood with his hands in his pockets, contemplating the gleaming cars in the garage. After a moment, he pointed decisively at a stunning red sports car that exuded power and elegance. Let's take this one. Okay, Liz nodded casually, though her mind was already racing ahead to the fun waiting for them at the amusement park. Arthur grabbed the key hanging on the wall and pressed it. Instantly, the sports car seemed to come alive. Its doors opened gracefully like butterfly wings, a sight that made Liz's eyes widen with delight. Get in, Arthur called out as he slid into the co-pilot seat. Liz scrambled into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt with excitement bubbling inside her. Let's go, she exclaimed, pointing forward eagerly. With a smile on his face, Arthur pressed the ignition button. The engine roared to life like a beast awakening from slumber. With a few twists of the steering wheel and a firm press on the gas pedal, they shot forward like a red arrow, leaving their mansion behind in no time. This trip was special, no bodyguards this time, just him and his little sister. Ever since their parents passed away, Arthur had been juggling responsibilities and trying to stabilize their family life. He hadn't spent much quality time with Liz lately, who was only 12 years old and still reeling from their loss. Her vibrant spirit had dimmed significantly after their parents' death, especially since everyone else in their family was preoccupied with various obligations. But yesterday during dinner, he'd suggested an outing to the amusement park, and when Liz heard those words, her eyes sparkled with excitement. As they drove along, Arthur glanced over at Liz sitting in the passenger seat. She stared out of the window with curiosity written all over her flushed cheeks. Having a sister is really great, he murmured under his breath as he focused on driving. Golden Bell Amusement Park is one of Neo Luminara's largest attractions located south of the city. Interestingly enough, it used to belong to Horizon Legacy Real Estate Company, the Sterling family's legacy, but has now merged with Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group. so technically speaking, it now belongs to the Osborne family. The Golden Bell Amusement Park boasts an excellent reputation for safety and enjoyment. Accidents are rare here thanks to its top-notch facilities, making it a hot spot for thrill seekers. About an hour later, Arthur parked in an empty space and stepped out of the car alongside Liz. "Big brother, we've arrived." She squealed joyfully as she skipped ahead, her baby-fat cheeks glowing with enthusiasm. "I know, now let's hurry up and get our tickets." Arthur chuckled as he took her hand and led them toward the ticket booth. "Come on, big brother. I told you we should have hurried and gotten here early. Just look at how long the line is," Liz pouted, her face scrunching up in disappointment. Arthur's lips twitched into a small smile. "Okay, I'm sorry. Next time we'll definitely come earlier." Besides, he added with a playful tone, "the line isn't that long." "Humph," Liz snorted, crossing her arms defiantly and turning her head away. Arthur chuckled softly as they waited together in line. After about 10 minutes of anticipation, they finally purchased their tickets and stepped into the vibrant world of the amusement park. "Wow, this place is huge and so beautiful. Look at that giant Ferris wheel. I want to ride it right now," Liz exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she bounced around, pointing at everything that caught her eye. Okay, calm down, Liz." Arthur laughed gently. "We have plenty of time to enjoy ourselves. Let's take it one ride at a time." "Got it." Liz nodded eagerly, though the excitement in her eyes was impossible to hide. Suddenly, a soft but youthful voice piped up from behind them. "Big brother Arthur." Arthur turned around to see two familiar faces just a few meters away, a woman and a little girl. His eyes widened in surprise when he recognized the little girl. Snow. Snow was the sweet girl who had inadvertently saved his life outside a restaurant months ago. Her parents had even visited him in the hospital afterward, where Snow affectionately dubbed him her big brother. He hadn't expected to see her again, especially not here. What truly surprised him was the woman holding Snow's hand. Clara, the same woman he met at Pantera National Bank while contemplating short-selling Aurora technology. "Miss Clara, what an unexpected surprise," Arthur said with a chuckle. Clara smiled warmly back at him. "Long time no see, Mr. Arthur. It's been ages. Come here and give me a Hugh," called out playfully as he crouched down. With gleeful enthusiasm, Snow jumped into his arms. As he stood up holding her securely, he turned his attention back to Clara. "Is Snow your family?" Clara nodded proudly. "Yes, she's my niece, and believe it or not, she recognized you first." Arthur raised an eyebrow in curiosity as Clara continued. "I must say, apart from me and her parents, this is the first time she has ever taken the initiative to hug someone." He glanced thoughtfully at Snow nestled comfortably in his arms and couldn't help but think, "This better not be what I am thinking about. Who is this?" Clara asked, glancing curiously at Liz, who stood beside Arthur. "This is my little sister, Elizabeth, but we call her Liz," Arthur replied with a warm smile. He then turned to Liz and said, "Say hello to big sister Clara." "Hello, big sister Clara." Liz looked up at her with wide eyes and a sweet smile. "Hi there, Liz." "You look beautiful," Clara responded warmly. "You too, big sister. You're so beautiful. Can you be my big brother's girlfriend?" Liz asked innocently, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Clara was taken aback, her words caught in her throat. Arthur's lips twitched as he gently knocked on Liz's head. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He scolded playfully. Liz pouted while rubbing her head. "Please don't mind her, Miss Clara," Arthur said apologetically. "Oh, don't worry about it. She's just a child." Clara waved her hand dismissively. "And please just call me Clara." Arthur smiled and nodded before asking, "Are you guys here to play too?" "Yeah, Snow's parents are always busy. Since I'm the only one she can get close to, I decided to take her to the amusement park for some fun," Clara explained. Arthur hesitated for a moment before suggesting enthusiastically, "Why don't you join us? Let's have some fun together." "Okay." Clara considered it for a moment and then nodded with a smile. "Wow, big sister, you're going to play with us. That's amazing," Liz exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she clutched Clara's hand tightly. "All right, let's go have some fun," Arthur replied with a playful shake of his head before leading the way. For the next few hours, Liz, Arthur, Clara, and even Snow, who typically preferred solitude, were swept up in a whirlwind of joy. From thrilling roller coasters to the majestic Ferris wheel and whimsical carousels, they explored every corner of the amusement park. Water rides splashed laughter all around them. Thrill rides sent their hearts racing. Kids' rides brought out their inner child, and exhilarating water slides had them squealing with delight. But it was Liz who truly shone that day. Her infectious laughter filled the air like music, lighting up everyone's spirits. As time passed, Snow, who had been shyly clinging to Arthur, began to loosen up and join in on the fun. Arthur let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't what he had feared. Snow was simply introverted around new people, but warmed up quickly to those she felt comfortable with. After a few hours of merriment alongside Liz, they became fast friends and were now giggling away in their own little world. "Ha ha ha ha, big brother, come join us in the water," Liz called out cheerfully from the pool area where she and Snow were splashing about in adorable swimsuits. "No thanks, you two have fun together." Arthur shouted back while lounging comfortably on a reclining chair, sunglasses perched on his nose. Liz snorted playfully before diving back into her games with Snow. "Those two are really having a blast," Clara remarked as she settled down beside Arthur, watching Snow's joyful smile light up the water. "Yeah," Arthur replied, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. "I haven't seen Snow this happy in ages. It's heartwarming." Clara sighed softly, emotion glimmering in her eyes as she added, "It's wonderful to see her enjoying herself again." Arthur nodded thoughtfully. "It's not just Snow. Ever since our parents passed away, Liz has changed too. She hasn't had much fun lately since everyone else is so busy." His voice carried a hint of sadness as he continued, "But today she's truly living." Curious about something she'd heard recently, Clara leaned closer. "By the way, I heard your family stumbled upon quite an impressive business opportunity." Arthur raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean by huge business treasure?" "I'm talking about that massive 10,000 square kilometers of land your father snagged for steel. Its value now is simply off the charts." Clara rolled her eyes at him playfully. "Oh, that," Arthur nodded with a knowing smile. "I guess we really hit the jackpot. It's not every day someone stumbles upon such an incredible opportunity." His smug grin was hard to miss. Clara smirked but quickly added, "I heard you ruffled quite a few people because you don't want to share this with anyone. And the people you have offended are no ordinary people." Arthur shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor relaxed. "Yeah, well, none of those people are exactly pushovers," Clara replied, her expression shifting from playful to serious as she took in his laid-back attitude. "I know," he said with a hint of mischief in his eyes, "but as long as they play by the rules, I'm not too worried. If they decide to step outside those lines, now that could get interesting." He glanced at Clara with a spark of excitement. "Why all the sudden concern for me?" Arthur teased, leaning closer with a playful grin. "You wish?" Clara retorted, tucking her hair behind her ear and rolling her eyes again. Arthur chuckled and pointed at her mischievously. Grumbled. Arthur's stomach let out a loud protest, grumbling in hunger. Clara glanced at him, amusement dancing in her eyes as a soft chuckle escaped her lips. "Did you forget to eat before coming here?" she teased, raising an eyebrow. Arthur rubbed his stomach, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Liz wouldn't let me have breakfast. She dragged me out before I could even take a bite." Clara hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't we grab some lunch? It's almost noon." "That sounds great." Arthur nodded eagerly, then turned to Liz and Snow, who were still splashing around in the pool. "Liz, Snow, time to get out of the water and eat," he called out. Liz and Snow turned their heads towards him, pouting with disappointment etched on their faces. "Big brother," Liz whined, crossing her arms defiantly. "I haven't had enough fun yet. Why'd you stop us?" Arthur shot her an exasperated glare while holding Snow in his arms. "If you let me eat breakfast earlier, you could enjoyed yourself longer. You brought this upon yourself." With that, he playfully tickled Snow, eliciting giggles from her as droplets of water flew from her wet hair. The four of them were already on their way to a restaurant when Liz continued to sulk about being pulled from the pool too soon. If only she had allowed Arthur his breakfast. "Come on, Liz, don't be sad," Clara chimed in cheerfully as she took Liz's hand. "After lunch, we'll hit the mall for clothes and toys, and I'll even buy you ice cream." "Really?" Liz's eyes sparkled with excitement as her frown vanished. "Yes, I promise," Clara affirmed with a warm smile. "Yay. Big sister Clara is the best, not like someone," Liz exclaimed proudly while casting a teasing glance at Arthur. Arthur couldn't help but twitch his lips at her antics and shook his head in amusement. Time flew by as they arrived at a nearby restaurant for lunch before heading to the mall. Arthur found himself laden with bags filled with all sorts of items that seemed utterly useless to him. Yet for Clara, Liz, and Snow, it was pure joy. Toys galore and endless princess outfits adorned their shopping spree. By the end of it all, Arthur felt like a walking cart stuffed with heavy bags hanging off every limb. He was drenched in sweat after climbing up and down 4 floors of shopping madness. If not for the gene evolution liquid enhancing his physique, he might have collapsed under the weight. What truly left Arthur speechless was the boundless energy of Clara, Liz, and Snow. They roamed the shopping mall with an enthusiasm that suggested there was no tomorrow. The 2 little girls, along with their big sister, really put Arthur through his paces. By the end of their shopping spree, his legs were trembling from exhaustion. Fortunately, it seemed these girls had a bit of compassion. They finally stopped when they noticed his miserable expression. After all that effort, they managed to buy him just a scarf. A simple scarf. Despite feeling a pang of disappointment in his heart, Arthur couldn't help but feel happy deep down for having taken his little sister out for some fun. Her melodious laughter filled him with joy. Even Snow, who usually shied away from social interactions, let loose and giggled more than ever, her usual quiet demeanor replaced by smiles and laughter. All things considered, it wasn't so bad after all. At least he had a beautiful girl by his side throughout the day. After shopping, they made their way to the cinema to watch a melodramatic movie that had Arthur cringing in his seat. He nearly choked on his popcorn as he watched Liz and Snow engrossed in the film with surprising gusto. How could anyone enjoy such a click? He shook his head in disbelief and soon found himself scrolling through his phone out of boredom. Why aren't you watching? It's really good. Clara leaned closer to him, her sweet feminine scent wafting into his nostrils. Arthur's nose twitched slightly as he turned to her. Smells good. He muttered absent-mindedly. Huh, Clara blinked in surprise before realizing what he meant. A blush crept onto her cheeks. I am asking why you, Ray, not watching. She insisted through gritted teeth while glaring at him. Oh, what can I say? This movie is simply trash. Arthur replied disdainfully as he glanced back at the screen. What do you mean trash? It's a romance movie. It's heartbreaking. Clara exclaimed with wide eyes. You call this romance? This is just bootlicking and simp nonsense. Where's the real romance? Arthur almost laughed out loud at her incredulity. What do you mean bootlicking? And what even is simp? Clara asked, clearly confused. Let me ask you something. Who is chasing whom in this so-called romance? Arthur smirked knowingly. The male lead, of course, Clara answered confidently. Then why does the female lead keep him hanging like that? She expects gifts and attention, but always claims she needs time to think about it when he confesses. Instead of giving up like any rational person would after being treated like an ATM machine, he keeps chasing her around like a lost puppy. Isn't that bootlicking? Clara frowned as she glanced at the movie still playing on the screen. It dawned on her that Arthur was completely right. The female lead kept stringing along the male lead, rejecting his advances while simultaneously giving him false hope for a potential romance. But women have to be reserved. They can't just accept a guy's confession outright, Clara insisted. Arthur shot her a speechless look. Sure, you can be reserved, but this kind of one-sided love, that's not my cup of tea. Chasing after someone who treats you like their personal ATM, what does that make you if not a simp and a bootlicker? Clara glared at him defiantly. If you think this movie is so bad, why don't you create a better romance film? Arthur raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, how did you know I'm working on a romance movie? You're making a movie. Clara's eyes widened in disbelief. Yep, the Osborne family's entertainment company is planning to release it in the next month or two. By then you'll see what a truly good romance looks like, Arthur said with an enthusiastic smile. I bet it won't even be good, Clara scoffed. Want to bet? Arthur challenged, locking eyes with her. Oh, what are the stakes? Clara asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If you cry during my movie, I win. If you don't cry, I lose. Sound fair? Arthur proposed, wearing a meaningful grin. That's easy. Clara thought for a moment before nodding confidently. And remember, IV never lost a bet before. I am the queen of gambling. Arthur couldn't help but chuckle at her bravado as he studied her with an amused expression. Clara felt heat rise to her cheeks under his gaze and quickly glared back at him to mask her embarrassment. What? Can't women gamble too? No, I didn't mean that women can gamble. Arthur stammered defensively while scanning the theater for any disapproving female bystanders. He didn't want to get into trouble with any feminists lurking around. After all, he only had one mouth and couldn't fight against machine gun arguments. Relieved when he noticed no one was paying attention to them, especially not any women, he turned back to Clara. She looked puzzled for a moment, but soon returned her focus to the movie with witty fascination. Meanwhile, Arthur found himself unable to endure another minute of this film's nonsense and buried his head in his phone instead, scrolling through gossip news online. An hour later, the movie wrapped up, and the audience poured out of the cinema, creating a lively buzz. Conversations erupted around Arthur as people animatedly discussed the plot, lamenting how heartbreaking it was. They raved about the male lead's unwavering loyalty to the female lead, only to be shocked when she ultimately married a billionaire and left him behind, while still admiring him enough to attend her wedding. Seriously, what a load of nonsense. Arthur felt his stomach churn at the thought. Loyalty, dedication, no way, this was just bootlicking and gold digging in disguise. It wasn't love, it was absurdity. He sighed, shaking his head at what these folks deemed a romance film. If they were truly moved by love stories, they should dive into Shakespeare's tragedies like Romeo and Juliet. Now that would bring them to tears. Looks like I have to save the romance genre from this world. Arthur muttered under his breath. Why so quiet? Arthur asked, glancing sideways at Clara. I finally see why you called the male lead a simp and the female lead. What was it again? Clara inquired. Gold digger, Arthur replied with a smirk. Yes, a gold digger. I can't believe after everything he did for her, she chose to marry someone who could practically be her father. Clara shook her head in disbelief. Arthur chuckled softly but didn't respond further. A few minutes later, they reached their cars. Arthur leaned down and kissed Snow on the forehead with a gentle smile. It's late now, Snow. Get home safely and sleep well. I'll take you out again soon. Yes, big brother Arthur. Snow nodded eagerly before wrapping her small arms around him with reluctance in her eyes. He handed her over to Clara with a smile. Well then, Clara, it's getting late for me too. See you another day. See you soon. Clara returned his smile warmly. Arthur nodded as he opened the car door for himself and Liz before settling in beside her. Goodbye, big sister Clara, Liz exclaimed as she poked her head out of the window to wave. Goodbye, Liz. Take care. Clara waved back with an affectionate grin. With a low, beast-like roar, the red car shot off into the distance, leaving only a glowing taillight in its wake. Clara watched as the vibrant color faded into the night, an involuntary smile spreading across her face. But reality quickly set in. She snapped back to focus and carefully placed Snow in the back seat before driving away. By this time, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the moon had claimed its rightful place in the deep night sky, surrounded by twinkling stars that seemed to dance in delight. Arthur glanced over at Liz, who was dozing peacefully in the passenger seat, and a warm smile crept onto his face. Today had been fulfilling, spending time with his sister, and seeing her smile filled his heart with contentment. That was the smile he wanted to protect at all costs. An hour and a half later, Arthur pulled up to the grand Osborne family mansion and parked in the garage. He gently lifted Liz from the car, cradling her as they made their way to the door. As he opened it, he spotted his Aunt Margaret sitting in the spacious living room wearing her nightgown, her brow furrowed with concern. "Arthur, you're home," she exclaimed as soon as she saw him carrying Liz. "Aunt Margaret, what are you doing up this late?" He asked in surprise. "I was worried about you too," she replied softly. "It's already quite late." Arthur felt a warm current of affection flow through him at her concern. "Don't worry, nothing happened. Liz just got tired from all that playing today. I'm going to tuck her into bed now." "Okay," Margaret nodded with relief. Good night, Aunt," Arthur replied as he watched her head back upstairs. He then turned his attention back to Liz and carried her into her bedroom. After tucking her snugly under a blanket and kissing her gently on the forehead, he quietly stepped out of the room. Back in his own space, Arthur treated himself to a soothing hot bath before sinking into his big bed. As memories of their day together played through his mind like a movie reel, a smile curled on his lips, certain images bringing warmth to his heart. Suddenly, Arthur's phone buzzed beside him. It lit up with a text notification from Clara. "Have you arrived home?" Suddenly, Arthur's phone buzzed and a text notification lit up the screen. "Clara, have you arrived at home yet?" A smile tugged at Arthur's lips as he quickly typed back yes. Moments later, another message popped up. "Clara, Snow says she already misses you." Arthur couldn't help but tease a bit. "Are you sure it's not you who's missing me?" "Clara, you wish." Settling into a comfy spot, Arthur continued his playful banter with Clara, enjoying every moment of their chat. "It's already so late," Arthur exclaimed softly, surprised at how time had slipped away. When he glanced at the clock, he realized it was nearly midnight. He hadn't expected to chat with Clara for so long. "Clara, it's almost midnight. I'm heading to bed now. Talk to you tomorrow." Arthur typed quickly before hitting send. Moments later, his phone buzzed with a reply. "Clara, then good night. Sleep well, good night," Arthur responded, a smile creeping onto his face as he closed the chat. He placed his phone on the bedside table and said, "Evelyn, create my schedule for tomorrow and wake me up at 6:30 a.m. "Already done, sir," came Evelyn's cheerful voice from the device. Satisfied, Arthur settled into bed and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in a lavish bedroom somewhere in Neo Luminara, Clara lounged in her soft silk nightgown that gracefully hugged her figure. Her milky white skin glowed under the soft light of her room, especially highlighting her long, slender legs. With damp hair cascading around her shoulders, she looked effortlessly enchanting. As she stared dreamily at her phone displaying the conversation with Arthur, a blush crept across her cheeks. She hadn't anticipated enjoying a chat with him this much. Reflecting on their exchange brought an involuntary smile to her lips. Her perfect features radiated charm. Go to sleep," she whispered playfully while burying her head beneath a pillow. On a massive screen that nearly dominated the wall, a vibrant young woman appeared, dressed in stylish long white jeans and fresh white sneakers. Her blue shirt complemented her simple silver necklace perfectly. With a round, radiant face framed by big, watery eyes and small red lips that curled into a sweet smile, she began her report in a natural, melodious voice. "Welcome to the most comprehensive commercial plaza in Neo Luminara. Spanning an impressive 10,000 square kilometers, this megaproject is set to redefine commerce, community, and innovation. Join me as we explore our 9 distinct zones. Zone 1. Central Business District, cut to sleek office buildings and bustling streets. First up is our Central Business District, the heartbeat of commerce and finance. With state-of-the-art office spaces and corporate headquarters, this zone is ideal for businesses aiming to establish a strong foothold. Zone 2, Shopping and Entertainment, cut to vibrant shopping malls and entertainment venues. Next is our Shopping and Entertainment Hub. Here you'll discover the latest trends alongside gourmet dining options and thrilling entertainment. From boutique stores to cinemas and live music venues, there's something for everyone. Zone 3, Residential Complexes, cut to modern residential buildings with amenities in Zone 3. Experience comfortable living in our residential complexes. With modern amenities and stunning views, it's perfect for families or anyone seeking a peaceful retreat. Zone 4, Hotel and tourism cut to luxurious hotels and tourist attractions. Zone 4 invites you into our hotel and tourism area where hospitality meets excitement. Enjoy world-class hotels, exquisite restaurants, and attractions that cater to tourists, business travelers, or locals alike. Zone 5 Internal Transportation Hub cut to efficient transportation systems. Moving on to Zone 5, our Internal Transportation Hub. This zone ensures seamless connectivity with advanced systems designed for efficiency. Say goodbye to congestion. Zone 6 Green Spaces Recreational Area cut to lush parks with recreational facilities. Zone 6 is where nature meets recreation. Enjoy beautifully landscaped parks along with recreational facilities that promote physical health and mental well-being. Zone 7 Healthcare Community Center cut to modern healthcare facilities. In Zone 7 lies our Healthcare Community Center, a place where health meets community support through state-of-the-art medical facilities designed for wellness. Zone 8 Innovation Technology Hub cut to innovative startups at research facilities. Discover creativity in Zone 8, our Innovation Technology Hub. This zone fosters entrepreneurship with cutting-edge research facilities perfect for turning ideas into reality. Zone 9 Industrial Logistics cut to modern industrial facilities. And finally, Zone 9, our Industrial Logistics Area, ensures efficiency meets reliability with advanced logistics systems tailored for optimal production. And that's a wrap. The screen faded as Nathaniel turned towards Arthur sitting beside him at the conference table. What did you think? Is this promotional video good? He asked eagerly. Arthur snapped back from his thoughts with a satisfied nod. It's excellent, very well done. Nathaniel smiled knowingly. And remember, you're now in charge of Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group. You don't always have to call me here. You can handle things independently as long as you feel it's right. After pondering briefly, Arthur replied thoughtfully before changing the subject. By the way, who was that girl in the video? Nathaniel raised an eyebrow playfully. What are you implying? It's just that her personality fits perfectly with an idea I have for a program, Arthur explained quickly. Nathaniel chuckled but then shifted back into serious mode. The commercial plaza model is ready. Would you like to see it? Absolutely, Arthur replied enthusiastically as they made their way out. In moments they entered an expansive room showcasing models of luxurious villas, skyscrapers, residential complexes, all elegantly displayed. These models reflect what we plan on building based on your blueprint, Nathaniel said proudly. Arthur nodded appreciatively as they walked down the aisles until Nathaniel stopped suddenly. Here we are, he announced. Arthur's eyes widened in awe at the enormous model of their commercial plaza. It was intricately detailed down to every last feature outlined in their blueprint. This is fantastic, Arthur exclaimed joyfully while inspecting every angle of the model. Nathaniel beamed back at him. We're even creating a display center so people can come admire it before completion. That's brilliant, Arthur agreed wholeheartedly. As they continued discussing plans, including updates from Emerald Group about skyscraper designs, Arthur felt excitement bubbling inside him about tomorrow's groundbreaking ceremony. I am heading over to Second Aunt's place. If funds run low, just apply for more from First Aunt, he said confidently as they approached the elevator. Nathaniel nodded understandingly as he watched Arthur step inside before returning back toward his office. Arthur stepped out of the office building and into the parking lot where his sleek sports car awaited him. With a roar of the engine, he shot off into the distance, quickly disappearing from view. As he drove, the wind whipped through his hair and he leaned back in his seat with a relaxed grin. The world around him blurred into a beautiful tapestry of colors, each flash of scenery bringing an involuntary smile to his face. Just then his phone buzzed, jolting him back to reality. Evelyn. Arthur called softly into the device. A moment later, a clear and melodious voice responded from the other end. Hey Arthur, are you there? Yo Clara, what's up? Arthur's lips curled into a smile at her familiar tone. Well, Snow has been clamoring to see you, Clara said playfully. Arthur raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I wish I could drop by right now, but I'm swamped. When I find some free time, I'll take her out for some fun. Okay, Clara replied, though he could hear a hint of disappointment in her voice. Talk to you later. She added cheerfully. Yeah, Arthur replied before hanging up. He sighed and rubbed his nose thoughtfully. It had been 3 days since that unforgettable trip to the amusement park with Liz when they ran into Clara and Snow. Those were good times. Just yesterday, he'd taken Clara out for dinner, which had gone surprisingly well. But as soon as he thought about it again, he shook his head to clear those thoughts away. A few minutes later, Arthur parked his car and headed back into the office building straight toward his second Aunt Emily's office. You made it just in time. The audition is about to start, Emily exclaimed as soon as he entered. Great, let's go, Arthur replied with enthusiasm as they made their way to the audition room together. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a flurry of activity, staff members setting up equipment, and several neatly dressed individuals milling about. Most were young women in their 20s, others were older but equally polished. Arthur scanned the room and guessed these must be the artists auditioning for roles within their company. He knew how crucial it was for them to find someone whose voice could rival Celine Dion's for their Titanic theme song. A perfect match was essential if they wanted everything to come together flawlessly. "Oh, Aunt Emily," he suddenly asked with curiosity, "has the music app been finalized?" "It's almost ready, just a few tweaks left before launch," she assured him with a bright smile. "And what about finding singers for our other songs? Any luck?" Arthur pressed on eagerly. "Most are already secured. Recording is going smoothly. We're also shooting various music videos at 1TB long before we release these tracks alongside the app," Emily explained enthusiastically. "Good." Arthur nodded in satisfaction as they settled down at their judges' seats among 6 other seasoned professionals who were well-versed in music industry knowledge. As they took their places, all 7 judges stood respectfully and greeted them warmly. "Let's begin," Emily announced with authority as she waved her hand to kick off. The moment Emily waved her hand to signal the start of the audition, an electric hush fell over the room. All eyes turned to the stage as the first contestant stepped forward, bowing slightly to the judges before clearing her throat. With no musical accompaniment, she began to sing, just her raw voice filling the space. This was it, a true test of whether her voice could capture the essence of the song. The young woman, probably around 25, was strikingly beautiful with a captivating presence. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, but something crucial was missing, the melancholic depth that this song demanded. Instead of conveying emotion, she seemed to be merely reciting the lyrics without feeling. Emily glanced at Arthur, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What did he think? Arthur met her gaze and shook his head subtly. His expression said it all. He wasn't impressed. In fact, he felt that this performance fell far short of what he had hoped for. Although Arthur considered himself a novice in music and singing, he possessed enough understanding to recognize when someone just didn't fit the bill. Note, guys, a little activity. For every 100 golden tickets, I will add 3 bonus chapters. As the audition unfolded backstage, a lively crowd of artists buzzed with anticipation. Among them were singers and their personal managers, all eager to support their talents in this crucial moment. At the end of the line stood Mary, a striking 20-year-old with an elegant face and graceful figure. She was deeply engrossed in the lyrics and scores clutched in her hands, her brow furrowed in concentration. "This is really difficult," she exclaimed, shaking her head with a heavy sigh. "Mary, why the long face?" asked Gloria, a mature woman in her 30s who handed Mary a bottle of water. Gloria was not just any manager. She was Mary's dedicated assistant assigned by the company. "It's nothing, Gloria. It's just that this song demands such a powerful emotional voice," Mary replied with a faint smile. Although new to the company, having released only one song that garnered moderate success, Mary had decided to stay when Osborne Media and Entertainment Group acquired her label. Despite the option to terminate contracts without penalties, she felt confident under Gloria's guidance. In this industry, every artist has a personal manager whose success is intertwined with their talent's recognition. "Why, is it really that hard?" Gloria asked as she settled beside Mary. "Yes," Mary nodded earnestly. "This song requires a voice that blends purity with raw power, like crystal shattering under pressure. It needs to shift from an intimate whisper to a thunderous declaration." Her eyes sparkled as she continued passionately. "It should evoke feelings so profound that listeners can sense both cold air and warm love defying death." Gloria listened intently but frowned at Mary's description. "I heard this song will be the main theme for an upcoming movie our company is producing," she said thoughtfully. "Exactly. That's why everyone here is scrambling for this audition," Mary replied seriously. "If the movie becomes popular, so will we. I also heard they've allocated 400 million unicrids for this film, a huge budget for a romance," Gloria added incredulously. "Right, this opportunity is too good to pass up," Mary said anxiously. Although only female singers were competing today, which eased some pressure, the competition remained fierce with many renowned artists vying for attention. What if you envision something deeper while singing? Picture a love so profound that even separation or death can't extinguish it, Gloria suggested after studying the lyrics closely. Think about flipping through old letters or standing at a graveside. Let your tone be soft like wind over a coffin, gentle yet heavy. "Are you sure?" Mary asked, her face a mix of hesitation and curiosity as she processed Gloria's words. Gloria smiled slightly, her experience shining through. "You know, I've managed various artists for about 10 years now. Over that time, I've encountered countless songs and diverse singing styles." Mary nodded, eager to absorb every bit of advice. "If you study the lyrics closely," Gloria continued, "they evoke a profound sense of longing, not just any longing, but a deep love that transcends even death. The emotional weight is heartbreaking. When you sing, envision a lost love or someone dear whom you've lost." Mary paused to reflect on this insight before smiling back at Gloria. "Thank you for the advice, don't mention it." After all, my success hinges on your performance, Gloria said bluntly. With newfound determination, Mary nodded and focused intently on rehearsing the emotions Gloria had described. As time ticked by during the auditions, Arthur's disappointment grew with each performer who took the stage. Nearly 10 singers had come and gone without meeting his expectations. Arthur, there are quite a few with lovely voices. They seem perfect for the song. Emily leaned in closer to whisper. Some meet basic criteria, Arthur replied seriously, shaking his head. But without that essential spark, the soul of the song is missing. Emily raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Since when did you become an expert in music? Arthur's lips twitched into a slight smile as he simply replied, I learn. Emily shook her head dismissively but couldn't help but feel intrigued by Arthur's confidence. As more singers came forward only to fall short of expectations, Emily softly called out for the next contestant. Next. Okay, Mary, it's your turn. Don't be nervous, just relax and do what we practiced, Gloria urged solemnly as she stood before Mary. I won't let you down. I'll give it my all, Mary promised with determination before stepping onto the stage. As she faced the judges' stern expressions and scrutinizing gazes, nerves crept in. Taking a deep breath and closing her eyes, she envisioned vivid images that resonated with her heartache. Then she opened her mouth and began to sing. Every night in my dreams I see you. I feel you, that is how I know you go on. Far across the distance and spaces between us you have come to show you go on. Arthur had been scrolling through his phone when he expected yet another lackluster performance, but suddenly he froze mid-scroll. He looked up at Mary singing with raw emotion etched across her face. His eyes widened in surprise. Leaning forward attentively, excitement flickered across his features as he listened intently. Even Emily found herself captivated by Mary's enchanting voice. A few minutes later, Mary paused her singing, glancing nervously at Arthur and the others. Tears shimmered in the corners of her eyes as she recalled Gloria's suggestion. With a heavy heart and the lyrics echoing in her mind, she felt an overwhelming wave of sadness wash over her. Clap, clap, clap. Arthur sprang to his feet, clapping enthusiastically, his eyes ablaze with excitement as he gazed at Mary like she was a rare gem. Congratulations, you've qualified, he exclaimed abruptly. Wait me, Mary stammered, shock etching across her face as she pointed to herself in disbelief. Yes, you've qualified, Arthur affirmed with a serious nod, locking eyes with her. As the reality sank in, Mary's face flushed with exhilaration. She clenched her fists tightly, barely able to contain her joy. Thank you, she said, bowing slightly in gratitude. You deserve it, your voice suits the song perfectly, Arthur replied with a smile. Nodding gratefully, Mary hurried backstage, her heart bubbling with intense excitement. How did it go? Gloria rushed over as soon as Mary returned to the backstage area, anxiety written all over her face. Gloria, I passed, I won, I qualified, Mary blurted out in rapid succession, her expression radiating pure joy. What do you mean you qualified? Gloria's jaw dropped in shock before a wave of excitement washed over her. The other singers waiting for their turn exchanged surprised glances upon hearing their conversation. Everyone, can I have your attention? A staff member called out loudly from backstage. The chatter instantly faded as everyone turned their focus to him. The auditions have come to an end because the judges have selected a qualified candidate. For those who didn't make it this time, we sincerely apologize. However, our company will arrange for top songwriters to create songs for each participant along with resources to promote them, he explained. While disappointment lingered among those still waiting or who had just auditioned, after all, opportunities like this are rare. The promise of new songs and support lifted spirits considerably. Miss Mary, the president would like to see you. The staff member approached Mary and Gloria again. Okay. Please lead the way, Mary replied eagerly as she and Gloria followed him backstage with wide smiles plastered on their faces. Mary, I can't believe it. I'm absolutely shocked and surprised you actually won, Gloria exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement as they trailed behind the male staff member. Right, I was just as stunned as you are now, Mary replied, still in a daze from the unexpected victory. Curiosity sparkled in Mary's eyes. I wonder why the president wants to see me, she mused aloud. Gloria grinned knowingly. What do you think? It's probably to officially let you record your song. Mary smiled and nodded, but inside her heart raced with exhilaration. This was an incredible opportunity, one she had only dreamed of. This is the president's office. You can go in now, the staff member announced before turning on his heel and walking away. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Mary knocked gently on the door. Come in, a warm male voice called from within. Exchanging a glance with Gloria for reassurance, Mary pushed open the door and stepped into the spacious office. Arthur lounged comfortably on a chic sofa, sipping red wine with his legs crossed while Emily sat across from him. As soon as she saw them, Emily stood up and beamed at both Mary and Gloria. Congratulations, Mary, you've won the audition, she declared enthusiastically. Thank you so much, President, Mary responded quickly, unable to hide her beaming smile. Emily nodded approvingly before diving into details. Here's what we have planned for you. The company will provide you with your own personal office and a recording studio for all your future songs. Plus, we'll assign you a dedicated team to support your journey. She paused for effect before continuing. And that's not all. A 3-bedroom luxury apartment will be yours along with a company car. The apartment is conveniently located near our offices. As these incredible benefits sank in, both Gloria and Mary were left speechless. Waves of joy crashed over them like an exhilarating tide. Their hearts raced with excitement at this life-changing moment. After the audition, Arthur wasted no time. He swiftly exited the company to tackle other pressing matters across various enterprises. Time seemed to slip away like sand through fingers, and before he knew it, half a month had flown by. In that brief period, significant changes unfolded within the Osborne family. The once-familiar dynamics had transformed. Now they were a force to be reckoned within Neo Luminara, their influence and fame spreading far and wide. What really made the Osborne family quite famous is the upcoming commercial plaza. When Nathaniel first unveiled the promotional video to Arthur, little did they know it would ignite a media frenzy. The next day, it was broadcasted across multiple platforms, especially on channels owned by his second Aunt Emily's media company. Owning a media empire has its perks. News travels fast. The promotional video went viral in Neo Luminara and even garnered national attention. Discussions buzzed online as people marveled at what could become the largest commercial plaza in the Aurelian Federation if completed. Construction began at an astonishing pace. Within just half a month, they had already dug and laid the foundation for the entire plaza. Even Arthur was taken aback by how quickly things were progressing. Though he knew from system mall data that construction could be completed within a year, witnessing such rapid advancement firsthand was still shocking. Meanwhile, government projects like transportation networks were nearing completion thanks to Osborne Technologies' contributions. Railways, highways, and interchanges were being constructed throughout Neo Luminara with remarkable efficiency. What remained was simply branching out these networks into selected cities. One project that particularly excited Arthur was the Hyperrailx Express train initiative spearheaded by Osborne Heavy Industries. Construction on these trains had begun, with each one expected to take just 2 months to build, a speed made possible due to Arthur providing crucial technologies and designs up front. With materials sourced from their own supply chain thanks to Osborne Supply Chain Group's efficiency, there was no need for external suppliers. Additionally, during this whirlwind of activity over the past month, all sectors under the Osborne umbrella experienced rapid growth. Osborne Media Entertainment Group kicked off casting for both Titanic and John Wick. After Mary won the theme song audition, recording is nearly complete. The debut track will launch alongside their new music streaming app called Harmonix. Osborne Technology made strides in mobile phone development and chip production. Arthur didn't have to worry here. This sector boasted some of their most talented tech minds. Osborne Heavy Industries not only focused on train manufacturing, but also accelerated car development using data provided by Arthur, saving them tons of time. The Osborne Mining and Resource Group has been incredibly busy lately, and for good reason. Almost all the materials needed to construct cars, trains, and the commercial plaza come from their extensive mining operations. Just a few months ago, after Arthur completed an advanced system upgrade and his family leveled up to level 2, he was rewarded with several exciting prizes, 5 of which provided him with crucial future intel. Among these were the locations of high-purity crude oil, copper, and iron mines. The crude oil mine alone is estimated to hold around 10 million barrels. With this valuable information in hand, the Osborne mining team has been hard at work extracting these precious resources. But that's not all. Thanks to Avalin's astonishing computing power, Arthur has also identified various locations rich in precious ores, metals, natural gas, and more across the Aurelia continent. All industries under Arthur's family umbrella are progressing smoothly. Particularly noteworthy is the Osborne pharmaceutical and biotech sector, one that holds a special place in Arthur's heart. He knows that capturing just 10 of this market could yield staggering profits worth trillions of unicrids annually in a world like Pantera. The leadership team at Osborne Pharmaceutical consists entirely of individuals Arthur acquired from the system mall, from the CEO down to department heads, all selected for their unwavering loyalty. Arthur is keenly aware of how vital this industry is to him. Thus, he ensured that all high-level positions are filled by those loyal to him. No room for betrayal here. For other ventures such as the Osborne Intercontinental Hotel Group and Osborne Restaurant Group, he chose competent family members to lead them. These industries often have longer development cycles. Take the restaurant group as an example. They need to find prime locations for new restaurants, design interiors, hire chefs and waitstaff, all before they even open their doors. If customers aren't satisfied during those crucial first impressions, it could spell disaster for business. Fortunately for Arthur, he can tap into top-tier culinary talent from the System Mall to ensure exceptional food quality isn't a hurdle. What truly matters is delivering outstanding service, making customers feel welcome and valued in a five-star dining experience designed to attract elite clientele. After all, reputation is everything in this industry. Arthur was on a whirlwind adventure, darting between various industries to check on their progress. But amidst all the hustle and bustle, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Over the past 2 weeks, he managed to take Clara out on 4 delightful dates, and their relationship was definitely heating up. It was clear to him that Clara had a good impression of him, maybe even more than that. Despite being a complete rookie when it came to romance, Arthur could read the signs. Clara's subtle cues were impossible to ignore. He might be inexperienced in love, but he wasn't naive. Reflecting on his previous life as a total wallflower who had never even held a girl's hand, Arthur felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Now he found himself taking a breathtakingly beautiful woman out for movies and other fun outings. What an incredible transformation. But his romantic escapades didn't stop there. He also met Ophelia 3 times and even invited her out for dinner just a few days ago. Every time Arthur laid eyes on Ophelia, it ignited something within him, a fiery attraction for this cold yet irresistibly charming woman. Her icy demeanor contrasted sharply with her undeniably alluring figure, making his heart race every time they met. In comparison, Clara embodied a cool delicacy. She had curves that were impressive in their own right but didn't quite match the sultry appeal of Ophelia. This left Arthur feeling conflicted. Should he pursue both women or focus on just one? After all, his love life had been nothing short of disastrous in his past existence, but now it seemed like luck was finally smiling upon him. Both Clara and Ophelia were peerless beauties in their own ways. However, Arthur knew better than to assume he could easily win either of them over. They came from prestigious backgrounds far beyond his own. Wealthy families like the Sinclairs and Blackwood saw daughters like Clara and Ophelia as strategic assets in political and business maneuvers rather than individuals with personal freedom. If Arthur wanted to make Clara his girlfriend or even consider marriage, he'd need to step up his game significantly. His background would have to match hers if he hoped to impress her family and show them that he was worthy of their daughter's affection. "President, I've completed my investigation into the Osborne family," announced a tall, professional woman as she stood before the table, her expression serious and focused. Ophelia, seated comfortably behind a massive desk and leaning back in her executive chair, responded with a melodious voice that filled the room. "What did you discover?" The secretary took a deep breath before continuing. "It appears your suspicions were correct. Mr. Arthur, the head of the Osborne family, has strategically closed all his industrial chain loops. This means that every industry under his umbrella is now self-sufficient. No need to rely on external companies for materials, transportation, or services. He's established specific industries to handle everything in-house." As Ophelia listened intently, the secretary pressed on. "Moreover, I uncovered that he has quietly acquiring hundreds of small businesses a few months back, some on the brink of bankruptcy and others with substantial potential, buying them outright with cash and integrating them into his operations. For instance, look at the Osborne Media and Entertainment Group. It boasts numerous subsidiaries, including its own TV stations and cinema chains across the country. They're even developing their own social media platforms and already even have bookshops across the entire country." She paused briefly to let that sink in before adding with a hint of disbelief in her voice, "If anyone tries to undermine them by cutting off sales channels or supply lines, well, good luck. It's nearly impossible unless they can offer something better than what Arthur already provides." The weight of this information hung in the air as both women contemplated Arthur's far-reaching strategy. The secretary couldn't help but marvel at how someone could think so many steps ahead. NB, little activity. 1. Design a family tree for the Osborne family. 2. Design a family crest for the Osborne family. Include all the details about the family crest. To win, you simply need to have the highest golden tickets contribution for both the family tree design and family crest design. Time duration. End of this month. Good luck. Ophelia sat behind the chair, her eyes narrowing as a flicker of surprise crossed her face before she regained her composure. So that's why he wasn't intimidated by Christopher and the others. It seems he had everything planned from the very beginning, she murmured with a slight smile. Truth be told, Ophelia was genuinely astonished by Arthur's foresight. She hadn't expected him to think so far ahead. "President, it appears Mr. Arthur anticipated that people would target him the moment he chose not to collaborate with other companies," said the secretary standing nearby, her eyes wide with amazement. "The best way to undermine him would be to strangle his material supply chain, but it looks like he took precautions before they could even act." "Who knew?" Ophelia muttered under her breath. Just months ago, she had viewed Arthur's refusal to compromise as foolishness or naivety. After all, those attended the meeting were no ordinary players. They were titans of industry capable of toppling small economies when united. With their vast networks and connections, Arthur's modest family seemed utterly outmatched. Yet here was Arthur, already several steps ahead of everyone else. It all made sense now. He wasn't reckless enough to offend so many powerful figures without being prepared for the consequences. If he hadn't been ready, the future for both him and the Osborne family would have been nothing short of catastrophic. But now, even with Christopher's formidable connections and those massive corporations backing him up, they couldn't touch Arthur, not unless they resorted to official channels and dubious means, and even then, success wouldn't come easily. I wonder what Christopher will do next. I can only imagine how furious he must look right now. Ophelia chuckled softly at the thought. Damn it, damn it, damn it. In a lavishly decorated office filled with opulence, chaos erupted as Christopher unleashed his fury, throwing objects around like confetti at a parade gone wrong. Computers shattered against walls, laptops crumpled beneath his wrath, documents flew through the air like autumn leaves caught in a storm. How can this be happening? How? His eyes blazed red with rage as disheveled hair framed his furious face, a man who hadn't eaten or bathed in days. At the far corner of the office, a group of department heads huddled together, their faces pale with fear as they cast anxious glances at Christopher. He was a storm personified, fuming and shouting like an injured beast. The tension in the room was palpable. None dared to be on his bad side. Just looking at him sent chills down their spines. They could hardly recall how many times he had wrecked his own office, smashing everything in sight. Computers, laptops, even crucial documents were casualties of his rage. Yet no one had the courage to speak up. After all, they valued their jobs and, more importantly, their lives. Tell me how this happened. How can they still be building on that land? Didn't I instruct you to cut off their material supply? Bribe the construction workers to stop. Make sure those supervisors use inferior materials. Christopher's voice thundered through the room as he turned toward the trembling heads of departments. His eyes blazed with fury. Gulu, Gulu. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically as everyone turned pale, swallowing hard. Cold sweat trickled down their backs, soaking their shirts. Thomas. Christopher's voice sliced through the tension as he fixed his gaze on a bald, middle-aged man with a hooked nose and sunken, beady eyes. Thomas stood there, thin as a bamboo pole, visibly trembling. Mr. Christopher, Thomas stammered, adjusting his collar while taking hesitant steps forward. His face was ghostly pale, and his wide red eyes glared back at Christopher with fear. I did what you asked, I swear I did, but I don't understand why the building project is still moving forward. So you're telling me that the money I spent bribing construction workers, supervisors, and everyone else in charge was all for nothing? Christopher's voice thundered through the room. A phone crashed against Thomas's forehead with brutal force, splitting his skin open and sending blood gushing down his face. Thomas cried out in agony and crumpled to the floor, clutching his head. Within moments his shirt was soaked with blood, and his complexion turned ghostly pale. The others exchanged frantic glances before rushing to help him up. They worked quickly to staunch the bleeding, wiping away the crimson streaks from his face. Although they managed to stop the flow of blood, Thomas remained in visible pain. Christopher's gaze didn't waver. If anything, it grew colder as he surveyed Thomas's injury. His anger only intensified. Mr. Christopher, Thomas stammered while holding his forehead, fear flickering in his eyes. I dug deep into this situation and found that our methods have failed because the Osborne family, specifically Arthur Osborne, has secured a massive supply chain for materials. They've established their own sources for construction supplies and equipment. We can't touch them. Damn it. Christopher slammed his fist onto the table, frustration radiating from him like heat from a fire. Hey. Arthur, he cackled maniacally, shaking with rage. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to think so far ahead. That's not all, Thomas continued cautiously. Every industry under the Osborne family has its own supply chain locked down tight. They control everything. Sales channels, material sources. It's like they've built an impenetrable fortress around their business. Good. Christopher growled lowly. Hatred simmered in his eyes as he clenched his fists so tightly that nails bit into flesh, drawing blood without him even noticing. Get out. He roared at Thomas and the others. As if released from a spell of dread, they scrambled out of the office. The door slammed shut behind them. Outside in the hallway, they exchanged anxious looks and took deep breaths to steady their racing hearts. Sweat soaked their clothes as fear gripped them tightly. They were terrified of Christopher's volatile state. He seemed capable of anything right now. Thomas, are you okay? One department head asked with genuine concern etched on her face. The others looked at him anxiously too. After all, when a phone breaks upon impact like that, it spoke volumes about how hard it had been thrown. I feel really dizzy, Thomas murmured weakly as he shook his head. Trembling lips mirrored the pallor of his face. Let's get you to a hospital before things get worse, another suggested urgently. Yes, we need a doctor to check on you. Someone else chimed in agreement. Thomas nodded, a silent agreement hanging in the air, and soon after he was whisked away to the hospital. Meanwhile, back at the office, Christopher lounged in the boss's chair, a cigarette dangling from his fingers as tendrils of smoke curled around him. His red eyes glimmered ominously through the haze, giving him an unsettling presence. He sat there in silence, methodically lighting one cigarette after another until the entire room was thick with smoke and the ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts. For half an hour he remained motionless, lost in thought. Finally breaking his stillness, he reached for his phone and scrolled through his call log until he found a familiar name. With a deep breath that mingled with smoke, he dialed, "Hello." Came a calm voice from the other end. "I have a job for you," Christopher replied hoarsely. "Arthur," Nathaniel said earnestly, "it seems your speculation was spot on. If we hadn't acted swiftly, we'd be in quite a bind right now." His gaze locked onto Arthur's with genuine emotion. Emily chimed in, nodding vigorously. "Absolutely. If we hadn't secured our industrial supply chain ahead of time, our future business prospects would have been bleak." A smile spread across Arthur's face as he took in the relieved expressions of his aunt and friends. They were gathered around a table in a private box at an upscale restaurant. Julian, Nathaniel, Emily, and Ashley had made it. Others were busy elsewhere. "Yeah," Ashley added with a chuckle, "after you gave me the data for the projects for the company. Just last month, we noticed some people trying to persuade our suppliers to cut us off. They didn't realize those suppliers belonged to us." Arthur chuckled too, but kept his thoughts to himself. In his experience with business, before launching any venture, it's crucial not to rush into it. The first step, secure reliable sources for your materials. If possible, buy them outright. Then focus on establishing solid sales channels. This strategy ensures that once your products hit the market, you won't have to worry about competitors or rivals choking off your supplies or blocking your sales avenues. Why do so many startups fail or get swallowed by larger companies? It's often because big corporations will send representatives to discuss investments or acquisitions when they see potential threats, like revolutionary products that could disrupt their market dominance. If negotiations fail and they can't replicate your product, they'll target your material sources instead. They'll cut off supplies and block sales channels while hiring internet trolls or using media smear campaigns to tarnish your reputation online. Before long, performance plummets, and guess who ends up buying your company? That's right, the very giants who orchestrated this downfall. Arthur refused to let that happen to him. He wouldn't allow those what benefit him to fall into enemy hands. He preferred keeping control over everything rather than sharing it with those who might betray him later on. Call him greedy if you like. All he cared about was satisfying his hunger for success without worrying about others' opinions. For him, Arthur, he always likes to be 3 steps ahead of his enemies, not giving them any chance to do anything to him at all. "Hey brother, just 3 days from now, our company is launching its first products in flagship stores across the country," Ashley exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she glanced at Arthur with a playful grin. "Wow. That's incredibly fast," Arthur snapped out of his deep thoughts, surprise evident in his wide eyes. "Absolutely," Ashley nodded vigorously. "Thanks to the data and information you provided us, we didn't have to waste time on research. Everything's moving along smoothly." Arthur furrowed his brow, suddenly concerned. "Have all the products passed through the necessary departments and received their official documents?" "Yes, everything is finalized," Ashley replied confidently. "In fact, I owe a big thanks to Dad for that. Without him, I doubt we would have gotten such quick approvals." Nathaniel raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Me? What did I do?" Arthur mirrored Nathaniel's surprise as he turned to Ashley for clarification. Ashley chuckled before continuing. "We all know that because of that piece of land you acquired, you're being targeted by many people, especially Christopher Campbell, whom Big Brother mentioned. All their attention is focused on your company right now. They're not even looking at the other businesses under our family, at least not yet." She paused dramatically before adding, "So when we submitted our products for review, everything went off without a hitch." Arthur, Nathaniel, and Julian's eyes sparkled with understanding as Ashley laid out the gravity of their situation. They were not just up against ordinary adversaries. These were formidable opponents with extensive networks and connections. If they caught wind that Ashley's company products were under review and testing in various departments, they would stop at nothing to sabotage or delay them. The thought of these enemies concocting lies about product quality sent a chill down their spines. But now their focus had shifted entirely to the Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group. It seemed they had forgotten, or perhaps underestimated, the other companies under the Osborne umbrella. "Second uncle," Arthur teased with a playful grin, "looks like you've become a decoy for the rest of us." Nathaniel could only smile helplessly in response, turning his gaze toward Ashley. "Heh, brother, it seems your role as a distraction is going to be crucial for a while longer." Julian chimed in with a laugh. No, I think this plan could actually work, Arthur exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. What do you mean? Julian and the others leaned in, intrigued. Just what I said. By using the Osborne real estate and construction group as bait, we can keep those guys from focusing on our other companies. If they start snooping around there, it could jeopardize our chances of getting some vital products to market. Nathaniel frowned thoughtfully before voicing his concern. But won't that put more pressure on our company? Just days ago, the quality control department came sniffing around because they heard rumors we were using subpar materials for our projects. If we hadn't had solid evidence ready then, construction would have been halted. I know it will ramp up the pressure, Arthur acknowledged solemnly, but it's necessary for now. The moment those enemies turn their attention to our other industries, everything gets complicated, especially since many products need regulatory approval before hitting the market. These people targeting us are powerful. They have connections even within government circles. He paused for emphasis before continuing seriously. Right now, their focus is solely on you, giving our other businesses precious time to maneuver without interference. He glanced at Nathaniel earnestly, especially Christopher Campbell. His family's influence is something we can't compete with. The room fell silent as Julian, Nathaniel, and Ashley contemplated Arthur's words. Nathaniel's brow furrowed deeply as he wrestled with his thoughts. I understand your concerns, Julian finally spoke up gently but firmly. However, we must proceed if we want to ensure that all family industries survive this initial phase. If these adversaries learn about what else we're planning, well, they'll do everything possible to block us. Nathaniel met Julian's gaze and nodded slowly after a moment of contemplation before chuckling softly. So I'm just bait now, Dad, Ashley interjected, playfully rolling her eyes at him. It's just some pressure. Besides, we've built an impregnable fortress around our supply chain that can only create minor nuisances. Nonsense. Nathaniel lightly tapped her head in mock frustration but couldn't hide his smile. What? Isn't that true? You're not going to die or anything. Just take on some pressure so my company can thrive. After all, isn't it a father's duty to protect his daughter? Ashley pouted adorably. Nathaniel was left speechless by her cheekiness. How did I end up with such a troublemaker for a daughter? You should be persuading Arthur instead of siding with him. If I don't support him, who will? I trust Big Brother. She shot back proudly. Traitor, I will report to your mother when I get home today, Nathaniel exclaimed dramatically as he glared at her playfully. Then I'll tell Mom about your pretty secretary when we get home. Let's see who sleeps on the couch tonight. She countered defiantly yet cutely. You, Nathaniel stammered helplessly as he pointed an incredulous finger at her. Okay, Julian interjected quickly to diffuse the escalating banter between father and daughter. Ashley, stop giving your dad such a hard time. HMPH. Ashley huffed at Nathaniel but turned sweetly towards Julian instead. Arthur watched this lively exchange in amusement. He never expected Ashley would turn out to be such a little devil herself, and now he understood where Liz got her mischievous streak from. As he reflected on this chaotic yet heartwarming scene unfolding before him, a future filled with challenges loomed large, but also opportunities brimming with potential excitement awaited him too. Congratulations, the Osborne family has leveled up. Arthur was lost in thought, his mind wandering, when suddenly the familiar system voice broke through his reverie. It had been ages since he last heard it, and the unexpected announcement jolted him back to reality. A small smile crept onto his face as he realized that the family had finally leveled up. He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of the rewards waiting for them. I've got some to do. You can enjoy yourselves slowly, but I need to head out. Arthur announced as he stood up, addressing Julian, Nathaniel, and Ashley. Big brother, wait for me. I want to go with you and avoid these old men. Ashley chimed in eagerly, quickly rising to follow Arthur out of their private box. Julian and Nathaniel exchanged amused glances before chuckling wryly at the pair of siblings. Congratulations, you have been rewarded with Unity Halo. Congratulations. You have been rewarded with Genius Prodigy Halo. Congratulations. You have been rewarded with Fortune Embrace Halo. Congratulations. You have been rewarded with Bloodline Elixir. X5. Congratulations. You have been rewarded with Loyalty Halo. Congratulations. You have been rewarded with Fortune Favor Halo. Congratulations. You have received the system reward Ghost Contract. Congratulations. You've been rewarded with 100 billion. Unicred's in Family Development Funds. Arthur sat in the backseat of his car, still reeling from the dazzling array of system rewards displayed before him. The bright lights were almost blinding. After a moment of absorbing this incredible news, joy surged through him. He had just dropped Ashley off at her company and was now on his way to the Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group headquarters, located in an industrial park downtown Aegis District. With eager fingers, he tapped on the holographic screen in front of him to explore what each reward meant. 1 Unity Halo. boosts all family projects, businesses, combat strategies, political maneuvers by 15 due to seamless coordination. 2. Genius Prodigy Halo awakens elite-tier talents in 2 family members, think financial strategists who can predict market crashes. 3. Loyalty Halo ensures all allies, including business partners and mercenaries, are less likely to betray the Osbornes. 4. Fortune S Embrace Halo increases luck so that enemies' plans against them have a 10 chance of backfiring. 5. Bloodline Elixir X5 enhances physical prowess speed strength by 20 for those who drink it. 6. Fortune's Favor grants a 40 profit boost for family businesses over several months. 7. Ghost Contract, a one-time use document that compels a target to fulfill any single demand, must be signed willingly. Hiss, Arthur gasped as he stared at the dazzling system rewards displayed before him. His heart raced, and a flush of excitement spread across his face. These rewards were nothing short of epic. Just imagine how quickly they could elevate the Osborne family to new heights. But what truly blew his mind was the reward called Ghost Contract. With this incredible power, he could compel anyone to fulfill a single demand. Yes, anyone. Picture this. Using the Ghost Contract, Arthur could make the mayor of Neo Lunamara hand over the whopping 1.08 million square kilometers development zone that the government is developing on. Just like that, he could claim a massive slice of opportunity all for himself, and no one would be able to stop him. Talk about overpowered. Damn, this is amazing. Arthur whispered, excitement sparkling in his eyes. And let's not forget about the Fortune Embrace Halo. This reward is just as thrilling as the Ghost Contract. With this halo in play, any enemy plotting against the Osborne family faces a 10 chance of their evil plans backfiring. Sure, it might seem like a small percentage, but even that little bit can feel like winning the lottery when it comes to protecting your family. Plus, according to the system, these halos stack up as the family levels up. Arthur was on cloud 9. He couldn't contain his joy. Personal panel host, Arthur Osborne. Identity, head of the Osborne family. Age, 22. Three-dimensional attributes, strength, 10 intelligence, 15 speed, 9 family. Panel family, Osborne family level 3, established family halo, loyal to the family influence points FIP, 500,000 points, 10 million points. Family members, 55 people. Loyalty over 90 means they would sacrifice their lives for the family. Family industry, Osborne Group, Osborne Real Estate Company, Osborne Media and Entertainment Group, Osborne Technology, Osborne Mining and Resource Group, Osborne Heavy Industries, Osborne Fashion and Cosmetics Group, Osborne Intercontinental Hotel Group, Osborne Food and Beverages Group, Osborne Restaurant Group, Osborne Capital, Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group, Osborne Supply Chain Group. Family assets properties, 300 billion Unicrid System Mall, unlocked main task. Develop each of the Osborne family industries to a 1 trillion in market value reward. Unknown side mission 1. Dominate the Aegis District underworld. Take control of the Aegis District's criminal networks, gangs, smuggling rings, black markets. Reward unknown side mission 2. Establish a monopoly in a certain industry. Control 90 of any industry. Reward unknown side mission 3. Neutralize Christopher Campbell family. Reward unknown. Arthur opened the system panel, his heart racing as he scanned his status and that of the Osborne family. While his personal attributes had seen a modest increase, thanks to his relentless morning workouts and combat training with Sylvester, what truly caught his attention was the family's progress. They had leveled up from a level 2 founding family to a level 3 rising family, but that wasn't all. Their assets had skyrocketed to an impressive 300 billion Unicrids. This figure didn't just represent cold hard cash. It encompassed properties, vehicles, patents, trademarks, the whole shebang. Over the past few months, the Osborne family had been on a buying spree, acquiring valuable real estate left and right. Among their prized possessions was a staggering 10,000 square kilometers of land that they are currently developing, a piece of property worth trillions. Arthur couldn't help but smile at the thought. This land could serve as a safety net for the Osborne family should anything go awry with the system. After all, who knew how long this blessing would last? Shaking off his daydreams, Arthur focused back on the system panel and blinked in disbelief at the new missions laid out before him. The main mission. Develop every industry under the Osborne banner until each boasts a market valuation of 1 trillion Unicrids. Sounds easy enough, right? With about 15 industries in play and numerous subsidiaries under each umbrella, this task felt daunting, but Arthur shook off any doubts. He was determined to tackle it head-on. Next came 3 side missions: dominate Aegis District's underground world, monopolize at least one industry with a grip of 90, and deal with Christopher Campbell. Out of these options, dominating Aegis District seemed like the most straightforward challenge at first glance. Neo Luminara may be known as Aurelian Federation's third capital city and its smallest, but it was no small fry. It sprawled larger than China itself and housed over 1 billion people. Each district there was akin to an entire province back on Earth, bustling with tens of millions of residents. Aegis District stood out as one of Neo-Luminara's top 3 districts, a hub for business and technology, where massive corporations thrived alongside elite families like Arthur's own. Yet beneath this polished surface lay darkness, a stark contrast between those living in luxury and those trapped in crime-ridden shadows. Imagine a world where the sun rises over Pantera's skyline, casting a golden glow on glass towers. Inside these towering structures, men in tailored suits sip espresso, animatedly discussing stocks and vacation plans. In manicured parks nearby, children laugh, their innocence seemingly shielded by an illusion of safety. The streets gleam, not just from diligent municipal workers, but from an unspoken agreement that nothing unsightly shall tarnish this postcard-perfect image. Here, everything appears orderly. Here, everything seems kind. News anchors beam as they report on yet another economic and a drop in crime rates, while charity galas hosted by the elite fill the social calendar. The worst scandal, a politician's affair or a celebrity's drunken escapade, entertaining gossip rather than genuine threats to society. People sleep soundly at night, convinced that justice is blind and that laws protect them. They believe monsters exist only in stories. But what if I told you that beneath this polished surface lies a darker reality? They don't see the strings being pulled behind the scenes. They don't notice the bribes that keep their streets safe, not from crime itself, but from its very appearance. They remain blissfully unaware of girls vanishing through nightclub backdoors or bodies buried beneath construction sites, all while deals are brokered in the shadows of their golden-lit restaurants. As they dream peacefully, the city breathes its true name, a beast fed on blood and silence. In the Aegis District's dark alleys, footsteps echo from men who vanish with daylight. Here, loyalty is bought with fear, power is wielded through violence, survival demands actions that those living on the bright side could never fathom. Gangs carve out territories not marked on maps but etched into flesh. Black markets thrive where their pristine world crumbles to dust. For instance, a CEO's daughter posts a yacht selfie at the same time a child smuggler unloads cargo in the same harbor. A senator or mayor gives a speech about justice. That senator's son runs a rape ring, covered up by his father's influence. A news headline, crime rates at all-time low. A gang burns bodies in a warehouse to keep the stats clean. Arthur sat quietly in the backseat of his car, lost in thought, a storm brewing behind his deep-set eyes. If he was to dominate Aegis District's underworld, he knew it would involve killing, something he detested, but this was a mission issued by the system. Would it punish him for completing it? He couldn't say for sure if this first side mission was truly as easy as he had initially believed. Determination flickered within him like a candle flame as he said to Avalon beside him. Gather intel on all the gangs, criminal organizations, and forces operating in Aegis District, Arthur commanded, his eyes narrowing with determination. I want a complete investigation of the underworld. Sir, it's already done. Evalin's voice chimed in almost immediately. Report, Arthur urged. According to my data, there are approximately 200 gangs and criminal entities in Aegis District, Evalin replied. Of those, 10 are top tier, 70 fall into the middle tier, and the remaining groups are low-tier operations led by those at the top. Arthur's eyebrows shot up in surprise. That many. I had no idea the underworld was so vast here. Evalin, are any of these gangs backed by powerful figures? He asked cautiously. Affirmative, sir. Most of these gangs receive support from wealthy families and high-ranking officials who use them for their illicit activities. The top 10 gangs are backed by the most influential families in the country. In fact, these branches have extensive networks across the nation, and even beyond. Their power and influence within the underground world of the Aurelian Federation is unparalleled, Evalin explained rapidly. Arthur's expression turned grave. This side mission he thought would be simple was proving to be anything, but it was just as complex as his other 2 missions. The system had tasked him with dominating Aegis District's underworld, a feat that would inevitably put him at odds with some of the country's most powerful families. Offending them could mean disaster for his Osborne family. I need to plan this carefully, Arthur muttered to himself as he gazed out of the window, deep in thought. Evalin, can you list the top 10 families backing these criminal organizations? An idea sparked in his mind. Certainly, sir. They include Whitmore family, Kensington family, Sinclair family, Lancaster family, Campbell family, Harrington family, Fairchild family, Montague family, Blackwood family, and Davenport family, Evalin reported while projecting data on his phone screen. These families have centuries of history. Their roots run deep within Aurelian Federation society. Notably, one member of the Whitmore family served as president for 2 consecutive terms. Arthur gulped audibly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He quickly poured himself a glass of red wine and downed it in one swift motion. Damn, system, are you trying to kill me? He exclaimed inwardly. What does it really mean to have a family member serve as the Federation president for 2 consecutive terms? The The Whitmore family certainly knows how to instill fear. Compared to them, the Osborne family feels like nothing more than an ant, easily squashed beneath their heel. System, can I not complete side mission 1? Arthur asked hopefully, his eyes gleaming with desperation. Host, you may refuse side mission 1. However, be warned, all family properties and assets will be halved as punishment. The system's cold voice echoed ominously in his mind. Arthur's expression darkened instantly. It hit him hard. This system was forcing him into a corner. If he didn't comply with the mission, it wouldn't take long for the Osborne family to crumble back into obscurity. Damn, what a broken system. He exploded again, frustration spilling out in a flurry of curses. Completing side mission 1 meant crossing paths with families that were practically titans in this world. Just the 10th ranked family alone could obliterate the current Osborne family with a mere flick of their wrist, not to mention those in the top 5. Even a sneeze from them could spell disaster for Arthur's family. Evalin, gather every shred of information on the top 10 families and organize it into detailed files for me, their histories, industries. Everything useful, Arthur instructed after taking a moment to think things through. Yes, sir. Came Evalin's prompt reply. Taking a deep breath, Arthur shifted his gaze to the other 2 side missions. The second one required him to monopolize at least 90 of an industry, a daunting task that would rival the first mission in difficulty and time commitment. As for the third mission, it involved dealing with Christopher, a task that seemed manageable but came with its own set of challenges. Engaging with Christopher would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention from the Campbell family. Even if Arthur played it discreetly by sending some bodyguards after Christopher, after all, who would suspect him. But he once threatened Christopher, so if anything happens, even if there are no evidence pointing to him that he did it, the Campbell family will still suspect him. And right now, they simply couldn't afford that kind of trouble. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Arthur realized just how complex these missions were. Each one seemed more challenging than the last. One step at a time, he muttered under his breath as he steadied himself. To tackle these missions successfully required meticulous planning, a master strategy, otherwise one misstep could spell doom for everything he held dear in the Osborne family legacy. He couldn't bear such guilt weighing down on him. A few minutes later, Arthur's car glided into a sprawling industrial park that buzzed with innovation, a complete pharmacy and biotech hub equipped with cutting-edge laboratories and facilities. This was no ordinary place. Arthur had purchased this entire complex to serve as the headquarters for Osborne Pharmaceuticals and Biotech Group. Within its walls lay specialized laboratories dedicated to groundbreaking research. As soon as he arrived, Arthur made a beeline for the Osborne Clinical Research Center, a vital subsidiary responsible for conducting clinical trials ranging from phase I to IV for new drugs and therapies. The sheer size of the industrial park meant it took him about 5 minutes to reach his destination. His vehicle came to a halt in front of an impressive 8-story structure, characterized by its sleek glass and steel facade, designed more for functionality than extravagance. The main entrance featured a spacious glass atrium with sliding doors, flanked by 2 security checkpoints. Without wasting any time, Arthur stepped inside and found himself in an expansive reception area adorned with white marble floors and towering beam columns at each corner. He glanced around and noticed several middle-aged men in white coats standing there respectfully. "Welcome, Mr. Arthur." They greeted him warmly. "Arthur, kiddo, you finally made it." An elderly man stepped forward, taking Arthur's hand while wearing an exaggeratedly displeased expression. Arthur chuckled awkwardly upon recognizing old Henry. "How have you been? You shouldn't be wandering around at your age." "Just because I am old docent, mean I'm weak," old Henry retorted playfully, glaring at Arthur. All right, let's go." Arthur waved his hand dismissively but couldn't help but smile at their banter. "Follow me, I have something special to show you," old Henry said excitedly as his eyes lit up. "Lead the way," Arthur replied casually. "Yes, this way, Mr. Arthur," chimed in another middle-aged colleague while adjusting his glasses with a friendly smile. These were the talented he had bought from the System Mall. Just a month ago, he had given some of the technologies be bought from the System Mall to them, and they have already produced results. At first, he thought that it will take them at least 6 months or more to comprehend the various technologies before they can produce some results, but it didn't expect that it will only take a month. They stepped into the elevator. A few moments later, as the doors slid open, they were greeted by a sprawling research lab that exuded luxury. It was a sight to behold, filled with cutting-edge equipment like the CT hybrid system, high-content screening microscopes, next-gen sequencing machines, CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing systems, and so much more. Each piece of technology, from digital PCR machines to flow cytometers capable of 20-parameter detection, was meticulously arranged in its designated spot. The entire laboratory sparkled with an air of precision and cleanliness. Researchers in crisp white lab coats glided silently through the space, their gloves and masks lending an aura of professionalism as they conducted various experiments. Massive crystal-clear screens adorned the walls, flashing data and symbols in vibrant blue hues that momentarily made Arthur's head spin. He quietly trailed behind a few researchers until they reached another room. Before entering, everyone donned dust-free clothing, a ritual that underscored the importance of maintaining a sterile environment. As Arthur stepped inside this smaller lab, his gaze was instantly captivated by a stunning object at its center. Old Henry, is that? The AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth, Arthur exclaimed as he approached it with a blend of seriousness and curiosity lighting up his eyes. Before him lay a sleek silver pod, roughly the size of an adult human. Its transparent nanocarbon shell boasted adjustable opacity for privacy, while showcasing a holographic HUD displaying vital signs. With glowing emerald accents pulsating softly throughout its surface, it was nothing short of breathtaking. Henry stepped forward and gently brushed his hand across the pod's exterior. It opened slowly to reveal its interior. Arthur, he began with a twinkle in his eye. This is the AMHP9. The technology you provided us is truly remarkable. Once this hits the market, it's going to create waves in the medical field. With a dismissive wave regarding its exterior beauty, Henry continued explaining its groundbreaking features. Inside lies a neural interface cradle. Nanofiber mesh integrates with the patient's nervous system for monitoring and pain relief. The pod fills with temperature-regulated VitaCore liquid, enhanced by stem cell accelerators embedded in its walls that flood it with customized regenerative nanites. He paused dramatically before continuing. Imagine this, even someone suffering from fourth-degree burns could fully heal within 3 days using this pod. Arthur's mouth fell open in astonishment as he gazed at this futuristic marvel before him. Although he had purchased this technology from the system mall knowing it could heal deep wounds, he never anticipated just how revolutionary it would be. Wow, this is incredible. Arthur exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth pod. With this revolutionary technology, he felt ready to dive headfirst into the pharmaceutical industry and make a significant impact. After all, who wouldn't want to grab a piece of such a promising market? But what truly captivated him was the potential this pod held for women, especially those struggling with beauty concerns due to scars or wounds that seemed impossible to heal. For many women, their appearance is deeply tied to their self-worth. Any imperfection can feel like a heavy burden. Arthur couldn't help but wonder how many people would rush to experience the transformative power of this pod. A grin spread across his face as he turned to Old Henry. What about the VitaCore liquid? What does it do? Old Henry shuffled over to a small cabinet resembling a freezer and pressed a button. Moments later, he produced a handheld cylindrical vial, about 5 inches tall and glowing an enchanting green, secured with a DNA lock for contamination prevention. Arthur took the vial carefully, mesmerized by its radiant color. This, Old Henry explained, is the VitaCore Emerald liquid, the heart of the AMHP9 system. It's designed specifically for healing wounds. He continued with enthusiasm. Its composition includes quantum-stabilized nanobots that repair tissue at a cellular level, synthetic stem cells custom-grown from the patient's own genome, oxygen-rich perfluorocarbon which allows breathing in fluid, and neural repair enzymes that reverse brain and nerve damage. Arthur listened intently, but found himself lost in a whirlwind of technical jargon. He shook his head slightly and asked, "So you're saying this liquid actually facilitates healing?" "Exactly," Old Henry replied, his expression one of surprise mixed with admiration for Arthur's quick understanding. Curiosity piqued, Arthur pressed on. "How does it work? What's the activation process?" Taking a deep breath, Old Henry explained, "The vial slots into the pod's VitaCore port." As he spoke, he inserted the VitaCore Emerald liquid into a circular opening on the side of the AMHP9. Instantly, transformed into a swirling infusion of light. Once activated, Old Henry continued enthusiastically. The AMHP9 scans and diagnoses injuries down to molecular tiers. He paused for effect before adding dramatically, "Then comes VitaCore saturation. The patient is submerged in this liquid, where surface wounds heal first before deep tissue reconstruction begins. The nanobots work tirelessly over hours or days to rebuild bones and organs based on injury severity." And finally, he added with an air of mystery, while stroking his white beard thoughtfully, psionic calming waves induce healing comas that promote recovery. Arthur stood there in awe, a blend of excitement and disbelief washing over him as he absorbed every detail about this groundbreaking technology. "Old Henry, have you completed any clinical trials?" Arthur asked, turning to Old Henry with a thoughtful expression. "Yes. We've already wrapped up Phase IV clinical trials, and everything is looking great, nothing is missing." Old Henry chuckled, squinting slightly as he spoke. "That's fantastic." Arthur nodded enthusiastically, his heart racing with excitement. And guess what? We've also developed a smaller version of the Vitacore Emerald liquid, Old Henry exclaimed, pulling out a tiny vial that was about the size of his finger. It looked just like its larger counterpart, but was much more compact. He handed it over to Arthur. Arthur took the vial and examined it closely, narrowing his eyes in curiosity. This little gem is called the Vitacore Nanogel M1 Quick Patch, Old Henry said proudly, a twinkle in his eye. What a mouthful, Arthur muttered under his breath. What did you say? Old Henry shot him an incredulous look. Oh no, I meant it's a cool name. Very badass, Arthur quickly clarified, waving his hands in defense. HMPH. Old Henry snorted, puffing out his chest with pride as he stood tall with his hands behind his back and nose pointed skyward. Arthur couldn't help but smile at Old Henry's unabashed pride. It was truly something special. So this Vitacore Nanogel M1 Quick Patch can actually heal wounds too. Absolutely, Old Henry confirmed with a nod. It's designed for minor injuries like bruises and small burns. And get this, it only takes 24 hours for complete healing without leaving any scars or blemishes. Arthur's eyes lit up at the revelation. If the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod and the Vitacore Emerald Liquid could tackle deep wounds and severe burns, then this nanogel would be perfect for everyday consumers. With billions of people getting minor injuries daily, from cuts to small burns, the market potential was enormous. Many pharmaceutical companies rake in billions from such products. If they launched the nanogel now, smaller competitors might struggle to keep up since consumers prioritize effectiveness over brand loyalty. Who wouldn't prefer a quick healing solution? His thoughts raced as excitement flushed through him. Wow, I'm going to be rich. All right, Old Henry, he declared confidently. I'm heading off to meet with our department heads to discuss this further. Go ahead, I've got plenty on my plate. Old Henry waved dismissively but with an amused grin. As Arthur walked out of the lab chuckling to himself, he paused and turned back toward Old Henry. Oh, send 5 AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pods to the Osborne family along with a box of those nanogels. Arthur hurriedly stepped into the elevator, his eyes narrowing with determination. Evelyn, this time I need you to hack into the relevant departments and secure those approval documents for me. He commanded, urgency lacing his voice. This time, Arthur was adamant about keeping his groundbreaking technology under wraps. According to the system, it was at least a decade ahead of current advancements. If governments caught wind of it, moving freely in the future would become a daunting challenge. Trusting the government was out of the question. After all, he knew that the Whitmore family, one of the most powerful families in the country, had deep political ties. The moment they learned about his innovation, they would stop at nothing to seize it from him. That's why he had no choice but to rely on Evelyn's formidable computing capabilities to infiltrate those departments and obtain what he needed. Already done, sir. Came Evelyn's voice just 3 seconds later. A broad smile spread across Arthur's lips as he pulled out his phone to review a plethora of electronic documents. Thanks to Evelyn's incredible abilities, each signature and seal had been flawlessly replicated. No one would suspect a thing. All that remained was printing these documents. Even if officials questioned their authenticity later on, Arthur could simply claim that they must have forgotten amidst the daily deluge of paperwork flooding their offices. With confidence bubbling inside him, Arthur eagerly anticipated launching these products and reaping substantial profits. 10 minutes later, Arthur found himself seated in a spacious conference room filled with key players from Osborne Pharmaceuticals and Biotech Group. Excitement buzzed in the air as he addressed everyone present. Our first products have successfully passed all trials, and we've secured all necessary approvals. Now it's time to launch. Nods of enthusiasm rippled through the room. Everyone had witnessed firsthand what the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod could do. This single product had the potential to carve out a significant share of the pharmaceutical market for Osborne Pharmaceuticals. Turning towards Earnshaw, a bespectacled man with a square jawline and a faint mustache, Arthur asked pointedly Earnshaw, how many AMHP9s can Osborne MedTech produce in a day? According to Professor Alastair, Earnshaw adjusted his glasses nervously before responding. We can manufacture about 100 AMHP9s per day. What? That's rather limited, Arthur mused aloud. While 100 might sound impressive at first glance, it paled in comparison to demand across vast regions like Aurelian Federation and Pantera. The main constraints are our workforce and equipment, Earnshaw explained earnestly. Arthur paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before speaking. When it comes to equipment, let's ramp up our procurement efforts. I want us to hire more staff. Let's aim for over 1,000 AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pods produced each day. If the funds are not enough, send a request to Osborne Holdings for additional resources. Got it, Earnshaw replied, nodding with the determination of a towering sequoia. Arthur continued, now let's discuss pricing. How much can we charge for an AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod, as well as the Vitacore Emerald Liquid and the Nanogel M1 Quick Patch? He He turned his gaze toward the heads of the finance, marketing, and sales departments. Clearing his throat, the head of finance chimed in. After thorough calculations from all three departments, an AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod is priced at 42 million Unicrids, Vitacore Emerald Liquid costs 2 million, and each vial of Nanogel M1 Quick Patch is set at 700 Unicrids per vial. Arthur raised an eyebrow at these figures, but found them reasonable considering the advanced technology behind the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod, some of which exists only on paper. It became clear that only the ultra-wealthy could afford such cutting-edge treatment. For everyone else, they'd need to visit hospitals equipped with these pods for their care. All right, Arthur nodded decisively. We'll go with these prices. And mark your calendars, a month from now, we're holding a press conference for our product launch. Understood, Earnshaw affirmed with a serious expression. And let's not stop there, Arthur added with narrowed eyes. We need to open as many pharmaceutical stores abroad as possible. We will handle distribution ourselves, no outsourcing. Our products must remain firmly in our control. High above the bustling streets, the sun blazed in the sky, casting its intense heat over Evergreen City. Nestled within the Aurelian Federation, Evergreen City stands as a premier international metropolis, one of the few first-year cities boasting a high standard of living. Here, residents enjoy stable jobs with annual earnings ranging from 500,000 to 1 million Unicrids. Without this financial cushion, life can be quite challenging. With a staggering population of 400 million and an additional floating population of around 200 million, Evergreen City thrives as a hub of technology and culture. The city earns its name from the abundance of trees that grace its landscape. Committed to sustainability, approximately 70 of its industries operate on green energy. Factories and transportation alike contribute to making Evergreen City one of the cleanest urban environments in the Aurelian Federation. The city is divided into 10 districts, each sprawling like an independent city complete with residential areas, business centers, industrial parks, and innovation hubs. Evergreen City, Pine Heights District is just one vibrant part of Evergreen City. Home to about 100 million residents, this district is bustling with schools, universities, business centers, and residential complexes. Everything you could need is right here. Ah, what a boring day, sighed Frederick as he strolled along the sidewalk. Clad in a sleek school uniform with a black backpack slung over his shoulder and hands tucked behind his head, he wore an expression that screamed ennui. Frederick was your average high school student attending a nearby school just a short 10 to 15-minute walk from home. Coming from a middle-income family, his father managed a tech company while his mother taught at university. He had two younger sisters still in elementary school. Life was comfortable. Food and clothing were never concerns for him. Academically speaking, Frederick was doing well enough to rank among the top 10 students in his class. Yet for 3 long years now, he felt utterly disinterested in everything around him. The only spark in his otherwise monotonous life came from online novels, a solitary passion that left him with few friends since most of his peers pursued hobbies that didn't resonate with him. With hands shoved deep into his pockets and boredom etched across his face, Frederick ambled down the sidewalk when suddenly something caught his eye. He stopped abruptly as he noticed a quaint bookstore nestled between 2 towering buildings. Unlike typical bookstores filled with dusty tomes, this one seemed vibrant and inviting, its shelves brimming with colorful magazines, at least in his impression, these books like magazines to him that piqued Frederick's curiosity. Wow, he exclaimed softly upon stepping inside. It felt like entering another world compared to the outside hustle and bustle. As he glanced around, he noticed the store was quiet except for the owner, who sat behind the counter engrossed in a game on his computer. The shelves were lined with colorful magazines adorned with vibrant cartoon illustrations, but what truly caught Frederick's attention was a particular book nestled among them. He approached one shelf and spotted a cover that practically leaped out at him. It featured a small boy clad in a bright orange jumpsuit accented with blue details, complete with a blue forehead protector and goggles strapped to his arm. The boy wore an impish grin, brandishing a kunai knife in his right hand as if ready to leap into action. His wide smile and sparkling eyes radiated mischief, perfectly embodying his troublemaker spirit. The background was painted with a cheerful blue sky dotted with fluffy clouds, setting an adventurous tone. Towering buildings loomed behind him, their facades carved into the side of an enormous mountain, a scene bursting with energy and excitement. Frederick's heart raced as he took in the bold title NARUTO, emblazoned across the cover in large yellow letters outlined in black and shadowed in red, a design that screamed vibrancy. NARUTO. He whispered dreamily to himself, momentarily lost in its allure. Shaking off his daze, Frederick turned his gaze to another book beside it. Just looking at this cover sent chills down his spine. While Naruto exuded warmth and adventure, this one felt dark and foreboding. He picked it up carefully and examined it closely. The cover depicted a young boy around 10-12 years old standing defiantly in a brown jacket. He gripped the handles of 3D maneuver gear tightly, eyes ablaze with determination and fury. Behind him loomed an ominous colossal titan, its massive hand reaching down menacingly from above. Only fragments of its muscular form were visible. Haunting empty eyes stared back at him through swirling steam-like mist that surrounded it, creating an atmosphere thick with dread. A dark cloud-filled sky hung overhead, symbolizing despair and uncertainty, while smoke and debris hinted at destruction wrought by titans below. In the distance stood faint outlines of colossal walls, the last fragile defense for humanity against these monstrous threats. Just gazing at this cover filled Frederick with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The sheer size of the titan evoked feelings of fear and unease within him. The title appeared in jagged kanji that looked like scratches or cracks, an urgent reminder of the brutal world within its pages, and just beneath it read Attack on Titan in smaller text. Attack on Titan. He muttered under his breath, even saying it sent goosebumps racing down his arms. "Hey kiddo, come here." Suddenly the store owner, who had been engrossed in his computer screen, called out to Frederick, snapping him back to reality. Frederick turned his head and walked over, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he approached the counter. "Hey there, I see you're quite fond of these manga," the store owner said with a wide grin. "Manga, that's what these magazines are called." Frederick exclaimed, catching on to the term eagerly. "Whoa now, don't you dare insult manga like that. Do these look like magazines to you?" The store owner's expression shifted to one of mock indignation. Frederick scratched his head sheepishly and smiled. Okay, my bad, forget it. I don't have time to babysit you." The store owner waved dismissively but couldn't hide a chuckle. "Can you tell me about these manga I'm holding?" Frederick asked excitedly, waving 2 colorful volumes in front of him. The store owner pointed at one of them. "This one's called Naruto." His smile widened as he spoke. "Yes," Frederick nodded enthusiastically. "The boy on the cover is named Naruto," the store owner said before falling silent. "Is that it? Come on, keep going," Frederick urged impatiently. "Nope, no spoilers for you," the store owner grinned mischievously. Frederick was momentarily speechless. "How much are they?" 100 unicrids each. The owner's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly replied. "Huh. That's so cheap," Frederick muttered in disbelief while reaching into his wallet and pulling out 2 100 bills for the eager shopkeeper. The store owner couldn't help but smirk at Frederick's reaction. "Goodbye for now. Once I finish these, I'll be back for more." Frederick waved enthusiastically as he dashed out of the store, practically sprinting home with anticipation bubbling inside him. "Heh, kid, you won't be able to escape from the world of manga now." The store owner chuckled to himself, knowing that a new fan had just been born. Nestled in the heart of Evergreen City, Evergreen No. 1 Senior High School stands as a beacon of academic excellence and prestige. With its high entry standards, it's no wonder that countless students aspire to attend this illustrious institution. However, gaining admission is no small feat. Only a select few possess the qualifications needed to join its ranks. As dawn broke on what seemed like any ordinary day, students began trickling into school, their laughter and chatter filling the air with youthful energy. In 9th grade first class, the classroom buzzed with excitement as friends gathered in lively circles, exchanging stories about their latest adventures and typical high school antics. If you glanced around, you'd spot 7 distinct groups animatedly discussing everything under the sun. Frederick shuffled into class, stifling yawns and sporting dark circles under his eyes, a clear sign of a restless night. "Hey, Ferd, over here," a voice called out from the back of the room near the window. Frederick's gaze lifted at the sound and a smile broke through his fatigue. There are 2 guys sitting beside the window, one fat with shifty eyes and the other one is quite thin wearing glasses. The sight was amusing enough to make anyone chuckle. "Hey guys," Frederick greeted them with another yawn, looking utterly drained. "What's up with you? You look like you've seen better days," teased one of the heavier boys named Pete. Frederick shot him a playful glare. "Thanks for your concern. I just didn't sleep much last night." Pete's eyes sparkled mischievously as he leaned closer. "Come on, did you binge-watch some high-performance movie? Seriously." Frederick smacked Pete lightly on the back of his head in mock annoyance. A thin guy wearing glasses chimed in, "You really don't look well. What happened?" "Nothing at home." Frederick reassured them, but then added with a hint of excitement, "But I did stumble upon something incredible yesterday that kept me up all night." "What was it?" they asked eagerly. "Did you meet a beauty on your way home?" Pete interjected again with a grin. "Shut it." Everyone shouted in unison at Pete before turning back to Frederick. "All right, let me show you." He reached into his bag and pulled out 2 manga, Naruto and Attack on Titan. The moment he revealed them, every eye in the group lit up with curiosity. "Manga, is that what kept you awake?" Pete asked incredulously. "It's not just any magazine, it's called Manga," Frederick clarified passionately while observing their puzzled expressions. "What exactly is manga?" they asked together, tilting their heads in confusion. "Manga madness, a new world awaits. I had no idea." The store owner told me it's called Manga, not a magazine. I honestly thought it was just a magazine when I saw it yesterday, but he corrected me. He seemed pretty upset about it. Frederick exclaimed, spreading his arms wide in disbelief. Wow, this manga thing is fascinating. Just look at the art design, it's top-notch. It feels like a professional artist created this. Monkey said as he flipped through the pages of Attack on Titan. Absolutely. I couldn't put it down yesterday. I read it the moment I got home and skipped dinner. The story, plot, character design, the pacing is all god tier. Especially Attack on Titan, it's truly incredible writing. Frederick replied enthusiastically. So what's this story about? Pete asked, curiosity lighting up his face. Frederick's eyes sparkled with passion as he pointed to the cover featuring the enormous colossal Titan. You see this. This is Attack on Titan. The world is overrun by gigantic mane-eating monsters called Titans, and humanity has to live behind 3 massive walls for protection. The protagonist is Eren Yeager. His mother was killed by the colossal Titan. To seek revenge, he joins the Survey Corps, a military unit dedicated to exterminating these Titans. Monkey and Pete listened intently, their eyes wide with fascination. I can't go into too much detail right now. It's quite a lengthy story. But after school today, let's head back to that store so you can check out some manga for yourselves. Frederick suggested with an eager smile. What about this one called Naruto? Pete chimed in. Oh man, Naruto is just as epic as Attack on Titan. In fact, it might even surpass it, Frederick declared confidently. He paused for dramatic effect before continuing. The guy on the cover is Naruto. His parents sealed a demon inside him which made everyone in his village hate him well, almost everyone except a few who didn't. That's it, Pete and Monkey asked in unison. Yeah, Frederick nodded vigorously, but I can't say much more without spoiling everything. Well then, Monkey adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. After school today, let's hit that manga store and grab some titles. Absolutely. I think we've stumbled upon something amazing here, Frederick chuckled. This whole manga phenomenon is unlike anything I've ever seen before, and those names in Naruto are so unique. I've never encountered anything like them in Pantera. Store owner, I'm back, Frederick announced as he pushed open the door to the shop with Monkey and Pete trailing closely behind him. Huh, there are way more people here today than yesterday, Frederick remarked in surprise at the bustling atmosphere. Just yesterday it had been nearly empty, but today it buzzed with energy. Around 30 customers were scattered throughout the aisles, their faces lit up with fascination as they browsed through the manga on the shelves. A few eager fans even formed a line at the counter, ready to pay for their chosen treasures. Most of them looked like students, much like Frederick, while others appeared to be in their early to mid-20s, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hey there, kiddo, you're back. The store owner glanced up from behind the counter and waved at Frederick. Guys, go ahead and find what you want. Frederick called out to his friends Pete and Monkey before making his way over to the owner. Pete and Monkey wasted no time diving into the shelves filled with colorful covers and intriguing titles. Hey old man, what's with all the crowd today? It was a ghost town here yesterday, Frederick asked curiously, glancing at the bustling store. The owner chuckled at being called old man. His lips curled into a smile as he replied, well kid, it seems you're not the only one captivated by manga. Frederick nodded in agreement. This store was truly one-of-a-kind in their neighborhood. Its unique offerings set it apart. Many might dismiss manga as mere cartoons for kids, but those who ventured inside discovered something special, a treasure trove of stories that transcended age. Curiosity sparked again within him. By the way, old man, who came up with this whole manga thing? The company behind it is Mangasphere Publications, said the owner. They're part of a larger corporation based in Neo Luminara. Oh wow, whoever created these imaginative stories is incredibly talented, Frederick exclaimed, off filling his eyes. Suddenly, Pete's voice broke through his thoughts. Hey Ferd, I've already picked mine out. Frederick turned to see Pete approaching with an impressive stack of mangas clutched tightly in his hands, a gleeful grin stretching across his face. Let me take care of that. The owner gestured for Pete to come forward. As Pete placed his prize selections on the counter, Solo Leveling, Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, Bleach, One Piece, Naruto, the owner's smile widened even more. You really went all out this time. Your appetite for manga is huge. He teased playfully. I just love them all. It's too hard to choose just one, Pete admitted sheepishly while scratching his head. Frederick watched as Pete excitedly chatted with the owner before turning back toward the shelves himself. He began selecting a few titles calmly when he caught sight of Pete and the store owner's amused expressions directed at him. 7 days later, Neo Luminara, in an upscale office, a man in his early 30s sat behind a desk, poring over documents with a furrowed brow. The atmosphere was thick with concentration, until suddenly a sharp knock on the door broke the silence. Come in. He called out, lifting his gaze expectantly. The door swung open to reveal a young man with an eager expression, clutching a document tightly in his hand. Mr. Stephen, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with respect and enthusiasm. Xavier, Mr. Stephen replied, nodding slightly. Have a seat. He gestured for Xavier to take the chair across from him. As soon as Xavier settled down, he leaned forward, excitement sparkling in his eyes. "Mr. Stephen, I've got some fantastic news." "What is it? Tell me." Mr. Stephen raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "According to our latest data," Xavier began eagerly, "we've sold about 10 million copies of various manga across the country in just 7 days. "What?" Mr. Stephen's jaw dropped as he sprang to his feet. He snatched the document from Xavier's hands and flipped through its pages frantically. The sales figures were laid out clearly. Charts and demographics painted a picture of unprecedented success. "Is this for real?" Mr. Stephen took a deep breath and locked eyes with Xavier. "Yes." "We can't make mistakes like this," Xavier assured him confidently. "In fact, sales are still climbing. Just 2 days ago, we had calls from over 100 stores asking for restocks." A rush of exhilaration surged through Mr. Stephen as he clenched his fists in disbelief and joy. When the group president first assigned him the task of serializing these manga titles, he had little hope for their success. After all, who really had time to read cartoons? Initially, when they hit the shelves, sales were dismal. A mere 1,000 copies sold over 2 months felt painfully inadequate. But now, 10 million copies sold. While that number might seem a lot, but compared to the vast population of the Aurelian Federation, it's nothing at all. In the world where manga is a complete new thing, it was still an impressive feat given how few people typically embraced this genre. "Tell me how this surge happened," Mr. Stephen demanded eagerly. The sales department dug into it, Xavier explained animatedly. They discovered that it all started with a popular streamer who was live streaming readings of Attack on Titan. His massive fanbase caught wind of it and began buying up the manga like crazy. As fans shared plot points and stories online, interest skyrocketed. Good, good, good." Mr. Stephen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. "Quickly, gather all department heads for an emergency meeting in the conference room." He instructed urgently. "Yes, sir," Xavier responded promptly before darting out of the office. In a bustling conference room, Mr. Stephen sat at the head of the table, his serious demeanor contrasting sharply with the excitement sparkling in his eyes. Flanking him were various department heads, each mirroring his expression, anticipation mixed with excitement. After months of struggling to sell just 1,000 copies of their manga series, they had recently achieved an astonishing milestone: 10 million copies sold in just 7 days. How could they not be thrilled? "All right, everyone, listen up." Mr. Stephen rapped lightly on the table to capture everyone's attention. "We've managed to sell 10 million copies in such a short time, and I trust you all know why our sales have skyrocketed. There's no need for me to go into details." He paused for emphasis before continuing, "But let's not get complacent. This is our moment to double down on our efforts." Turning his gaze toward the head of sales and marketing, he instructed firmly, "We need to expand our presence across the country. Open at least 100 stores in first-tier cities, around 80-90 in second-tier cities, and 50-60 in third-tier cities. For smaller towns and other areas, aim for at least 30-40 stores each. And ramp up marketing, whatever it takes. Ad campaigns, social media promotions, events, you name it." After a brief pause for thought, he added emphatically, "Partner with social media influencers too, especially popular streamers from before. Don't worry about costs." "Yes, Mr. Stephen." The head of sales and marketing jotted down notes eagerly. With determination etched on his face, Mr. Stephen then addressed the production department head. "Increase production immediately. Stock up on more copies and coordinate closely with sales and marketing to ensure timely distribution. No delays allowed. Quality control is paramount. We can't afford shortcuts." "Understood." She replied with a nod. Next came the digital web department head's turn. "Launch our app and website ASAP. Create a forum as well and collaborate with production to upload digital versions of our mangas quickly." Then he turned towards public relations. "Organize a small press conference announcing that we'll be hosting a convention 3 months from now. All manga fans are invited. Work out the specifics within your team." "Yes, sir," came the solemn reply. Mr. Stephen took a deep breath before addressing the reader's service department. "Make sure we manage fan mail effectively. We want their suggestions front and center. Also, let's acquire about 10 toy factories so we can start producing merchandise like clothing, caps, weapons, figurines, the works." "Absolutely," was her enthusiastic response. Mr. Stephen paused for a moment, a thoughtful expression crossing his face before he spoke up. "From now on, we will establish the new talent development department, alongside the editorial department, art and design department, and international division." His announcement hung in the air like a sudden gust of wind, catching everyone in the conference room off guard. Curious glances exchanged between colleagues reflected their surprise at this bold initiative. With a steady gaze, Mr. Stephen elaborated, "Our publishing house is experiencing unprecedented success. We've already sold 10 million copies and our sales continue to soar. To keep pace with this growth, we must adapt. We can't solely rely on headquarters for manga content." He took a brief pause before continuing passionately. The results are clear. Manga is set to explode in popularity. The industry is currently an untapped blue ocean market, just waiting for us to dive in. Nods of agreement rippled through the room as his words resonated with everyone present. Xavier, seated at the end of the table, raised his hand hesitantly. So, Mr. Stephen, what do you propose? Exactly what I just outlined, Mr. Stephen replied confidently. We need these new departments, the new talent development department, editorial department, art and design department, and international division to harness this momentum. He explained further, with our recent success in selling 10 million copies, many aspiring creators will want to produce their own manga. These departments are designed specifically to support that ambition. Mr. Stephen detailed each department's responsibilities: art design department, cover designers, craft eye-catching covers for manga volumes and magazines, layout artists, manage typesetting and page composition, illustrators, assist with promotional artwork or redraws. Editorial department, manga editors, collaborate directly with artists to develop stories and provide feedback. Series editors, oversee serialized manga in magazines. Chief editor, lead the editorial team and make major decisions regarding series. International division, localization team, handle translations for global releases. Foreign market analysis, study trends to expand manga internationally. New talent development, manga awards, organize competitions. Workshop coordination, train aspiring manga artists. As he laid out these plans with serious intent, silence enveloped the room as everyone absorbed his vision. Xavier, Mr. Stevens said suddenly with a smile that hinted at both challenge and opportunity, you will be in charge of the editorial department as chief editor. Me, Xavier exclaimed incredulously. After all, he was just a small employee from sales. He had only attended today's meeting because Mr. Stephen had invited him along. Otherwise, how could someone like him sit among such esteemed company? Yes, you, Mr. Stephen declared, his expression serious yet determined. Currently, we don't have anyone suitable for the role, so you will take it. Remember, this is only temporary. If you aspire to be the head and chief editor of the editorial department, then put in the hard work. Xavier inhaled deeply, grounding himself before responding with conviction. Don't worry, Mr. Stephen. I'll do a great job. I won't let you down. He understood that this was a golden opportunity. If he didn't seize it now, he might regret it forever. Good, Mr. Stephen replied with a hint of a smile as he turned to address the rest of the team. As for filling these departments, feel free to select individuals from your respective teams and consider hiring professional artists to enhance our art and design department. He scanned the room with determination in his eyes. Are you all ready to make our publishing house the biggest in the country? Yes, Mr. Stephen. They shouted in unison, their voices brimming with excitement and fighting spirit. Time slipped away like fine sand through fingers. Just like that, a month had passed without notice. During this whirlwind period, Mangasphere publications transformed dramatically. Fast execution and seamless collaboration across departments propelled its success. The popularity of manga soared daily. In just 2 months, an astonishing 100 million copies were sold. Leading the charge was Naruto, with 40 million copies flying off shelves. One Piece followed closely behind at 30 million copies sold, while Attack on Titan captured 25 million sales. The internet buzzed with discussions as streamers seized the moment to dive into various plots and stories within these mangas for their fans. Clips and videos flooded social media platforms, earning tens of thousands of views. As a result, manga became increasingly prominent online, especially among younger audiences. While some dismissed it as mere cartoons for kids, many others found themselves captivated by manga's unique art styles and storytelling, a refreshing departure from anything they'd encountered before. It particularly resonated with those who loved reading online novels or browsing the web, especially introverts who often cozied up in their rooms. Manga culture was gradually taking shape, the world of otakus was emerging, and let's not forget about merchandise: figurines, weapons, hoodies, caps, you name it. The staggering sales figures sent shivers down spines. Mr. Stephen couldn't contain his joy as he laughed heartily every day at how unexpectedly lucrative manga sales had become. In just 2 months alone, they sold 100 million copies, raking in over 10 billion Unicreds, and merchandise sales topped an impressive 500 million Unicreds. Just imagine what future sales could look like. During these 2 months, the company was able to launch the company website and also the app, launching digital versions of the various mangas. That's not all. Printing factory was printing nonstop at full speed. The international division department was also not idle at all. With huge amount of funds invested, the international division opened branches across 5 countries nearby the Aurelian Federation. With 5 branches as the core, they spread out thousands of stores across those 5 countries. Every 10 or 20 stores are open, the speed at which stores are being opened is at terrifying pace. Although they were opening stores across 5 countries, but the supply couldn't keep up demand at all. Demand was rising day by day. They have to buy more equipment and increase manpower, otherwise they wouldn't even satisfy the country alone, less other countries. The forum of the publishing house was filled with discussions every day. Most of the fans were talking about what really manga is, who came up with these ideas, and many other questions. Apart from that, many of them were also discussing their favorite characters, their favorite manga, the plot, the story, and many more. NB, guys, more Power Stones and golden tickets, please. Let's quickly rise up in the ranking. Neo Luminara Neosphere International Exhibition Center. Imagine a sprawling venue almost 3 times the size of a football pitch, where innovation and cutting-edge technology converge. The Neosphere International Exhibition Center boasts a striking semispherical main pavilion flanked by sleek modular exhibition halls. Constructed from glass, steel, and lightweight composite panels, its aesthetic is both modern and functional. Glimmering in a palette of silver, white, and glass, with pops of blue or green LED lights, it's designed to captivate. Inside, the layout is flexible and dynamic, featuring 4 expansive rectangular halls, each ranging from 10,000 to 15,000 square meters, connected to a central dome. Thanks to retractable partitions, space can be easily reconfigured for diverse events. The lofty ceilings, 10-12 meters high with industrial-style exposed beams, allow for effortless rigging, while durable polished concrete floors lend a contemporary vibe. Currently inside the central hall, it was filled with people to the brim. Approximately 1,000 attendees, media representatives, journalists, and industry insiders, buzzed with anticipation, all of them congregated at the front, armed with cameras, ready to capture the moment on a grand scale. The energy was palpable, despite the cacophony of whispers and conversations. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, plunging the hall into a hush of expectancy. All eyes were trained on the illuminated stage. An old Henry wearing a crisp white lab coat. As he stepped forward, vibrant emerald holograms floated behind him, instantly silencing the crowd of journalists, scientists, and corporate representatives. Good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Elias Henry, Chief Research Director of Osborne Medtech, a proud subsidiary of Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group, he announced with composure. A moment of stillness settled over the room. Today isn't just about our company, it's a landmark for medical science itself. As he spoke, holograms displayed staggering statistics, illuminating the urgent need for innovation. 10 million people suffer severe burns daily. 30 million endure painful reconstructive surgeries. Countless others face chronic pain or irreparable nerve damage. For too long, Professor Henry continued, the medical community has relied on slow and painful methods. Skin grafts that scar. Surgeries that require lengthy recoveries. Wounds that never seem to heal. Excitement coursed through the room as he gestured to the colossal, shimmering pod beside him. But today I'm here to declare that all this changes. Today marks a turning point, a moment I want to share with everyone watching here and around the globe today. Things will change. With a dramatic sweep of his arm, the lights on stage went dark, plunging the auditorium into suspenseful silence. Then, like magic, a single spotlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating a remarkable sight. The AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod, a futuristic pod-like structure that shimmered under the spotlight. Inside, an enchanting emerald mist swirled, casting eerie green reflections on the astonished faces in the front rows. The reaction was electric. Gasps filled the air, and a few stifled screams erupted. One journalist in the 3rd row dropped her tablet, the sound echoing in the hushed auditorium. Professor Henry, unfazed, simply observed the awe painted across the crowd's faces. This, he declared, placing a hand gently on the pod's surface, is the end of suffering. Suddenly, holograms sprang to life, projecting time-lapse footage of a burn victim's arm regenerating inside an identical pod, skin knitting together, scars evaporating like mist in sunlight. A collective shudder swept through the audience, followed by awed murmurs. Wow. They gasped, eyes wide with amazement. This is not just a medical device. It is a revolution, he proclaimed, drawing them in as he explained. The AMHP9 is a fully autonomous healing chamber. Imagine being placed inside after suffering severe burns, organ damage, or even spinal injuries. Within 7 to 2 hours, the incredible VitaCore Emerald Liquid, a proprietary mix of bioengineered stem cells and quantum-stabilized nanites, will rebuild your tissues, restore your nerves, and fast-track your recovery without a single incision. A proud grin broke through Henry's usual demeanor as he surveyed the audience. He paused, letting the importance of his words settle. Inside this pod, you are submerged in VitaCore Emerald Liquid, the key component and heart of the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod. The holographic screen shifted to show the mesmerizing glow of this miraculous healing substance. With a smile, he continued, The VitaCore Emerald liquid combines quantum-stabilized nanobots, synthetic stem cells, and oxygenated biofluid, functioning in perfect harmony to rebuild tissue, repair nerve damage, and restore cellular functions. A sharp intake of breath swept through the audience as shock and astonishment filled their faces. A journalist near the front raised her hand. How does this compare to traditional reconstructive surgery? Without skipping a beat, Professor Henry replied, imagine replacing months of painful grafts and rehabilitation with just 3 days of painless, accelerated healing. That is the game-changing difference. He turned slightly, revealing a rotating holographic vial filled with that mysterious emerald liquid, pulsing with contained energy. Henry stood firmly at the podium, his gaze sweeping over the audience, a curious blend of excitement and skepticism shimmering in their eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, his voice resonating in the spacious auditorium, I present to you the future of healing, the standalone VitaCore Emerald liquid. This remarkable liquid isn't just another breakthrough. It's the lifeblood of the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod, the very essence that promises to mend wounds and restore lives. As he spoke, a hand shot up from the back. Is this available to the public? A voice called out, tinged with anticipation. Great question, Henry replied smoothly. Initially, we'll be deploying our pods in elite metropolitan hospitals, but mark my words, just 1 month later, the public will have access. If you can afford it, you could own one yourself. This is only the beginning of a healthcare revolution, but I must warn you, this technology is complex and production is limited. With a calculated flourish, he produced a small cylinder, slender and sleek, from his pocket. The crowd leaned closer, eyes wide in curiosity and anticipation. Introducing the VitaCore Nanogel M1 Quick Patch, he twisted off the cap, revealing a shimmering green gel that sparkled under the stage lights. Just one drop, and the nanofibers instantly seal cuts, fractures, and minor burns. Within 24 hours, your tissues will be fully restored, no scarring, no infections. Each vial contains 3 doses to keep you covered. As murmurs of excitement pulsed through the crowd, thunderous applause erupted, filling the room with energy. Professor Henry raised his hands, calling for calm, as the auditorium lights dimmed slightly to let the audience absorb the significance of what they had just witnessed. Then came the questions, fast and furious. Professor Henry shouted a sharpied reporter from Neo Sky Today who had elbowed his way to the front, his tone skeptical. These claims are extraordinary. Can you prove this technology works? Have there been human trials? The air buzzed with chatter as murmurs cascaded around the room. But Henry didn't flinch. A knowing smile crept onto his lips. An excellent question, he said, his confidence palpable. How many of you remember Luke Dawson? A ripple of recognition spread, and a few people exchanged glances. The firefighter. Someone ventured, the one who saved his girlfriend from that apartment fire last year. Another chimed in. Exactly, Professor Henry confirmed. Luke Dawson suffered 4th-degree burns over 78 of his body, declared hopeless by every specialist. His story faded from the media, yet he paused for effect, eyes locking onto his audience. 3 months ago, he became our first successful trial patient. A holographic screen flickered to life behind him, casting a shimmering glow across the room. The audience gasped in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. There, appearing vibrant and whole in a crisp white medical gown, was Luke Dawson, alive, unscarred, and standing tall. Impossible. Someone murmured, a blend of awe and skepticism in their voice. Luke's recorded voice filled the space, tinged with a haunting authenticity. I remember waking up inside the pod. The pain was gone, just gone, and when they showed me a mirror, his voice faltered. I didn't recognize myself. As if mesmerized, everyone watched the footage shift, the haunting image of Luke before. A skeletal figure, wrapped in bandages, skin charred and weeping, contrasted sharply with the healthy man flexing his hands and running fingers through his hair. A dead silence enveloped the room. Then from the back, a skeptical reporter from the Boston Globe stood up. Her voice sliced through the air, sharp with disbelief. Professor, forgive my skepticism, but this is too perfect. How do we know this isn't staged? A deepfake? For just a fleeting moment, Professor Henry's expression darkened, but he quickly composed himself. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a small holochip. Luke is here today. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the chip onto the stage. A shimmering hologram of Luke Dawson burst into existence, live and vibrant, greeting the stunned audience with a wave. Ask him yourself. What followed was not applause, but a surge of chaotic energy. Reporters leapt to their feet, eager to fire off questions, cameras flashing like lightning. Mr. Dawson, cried a reporter from the front row, nearly toppling over his drone camera in his excitement. Can you describe what it felt like inside the pod? Luke's hologram beamed, his smile warm and inviting. At first, like floating in warm ocean water, then tingling everywhere. It's like your whole body, asleep but waking up all at once. a medical correspondent from the frontiers of tomorrow, the world's leading multidisciplinary science journal, where groundbreaking discoveries are published, shot up from her seat. What about phantom pain? Did you experience any residual sensory issues post-recovery? Nothing, Luke replied, rubbing his forearm casually. First thing I noticed when I came out, I could feel the texture of the sheets. The nurses thought I was crazy, crying over hospital linens. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Skeptical frowns transformed into witty wonder. What about psychological effects? A trauma psychologist interjected from the fourth row. Such extensive healing, surely there's some dissociation. Luke's smile softened, his gaze thoughtful. You don't forget what that kind of pain does to you, but the pod. Luke's smile dimmed and he leaned in, his eyes scanning the crowd. You don't forget what that kind of pain does to you, but the pod, it gave me back my life, not just my skin. As he rolled up his sleeve, the crowd gasped at the sight of unblemished flesh. This used to be bone and scar tissue down to the elbow. Now I can hold my girlfriend's hand without her flinching. A wave of awe rippled through the audience. Some reporters lowered their recording devices, momentarily lost in the gravity of his revelation. How long were you submerged? Asked a young journalist, her voice trembling with curiosity. 6 days, Luke replied, a grin breaking across his face. I woke up hungry enough to eat a horse. They had me on nutrient IVs, but, he chuckled. The first thing I did was demand a cheeseburger. Laughter erupted, shattering the tension in the room. Even Professor Henry couldn't help but smile a little. But then, a grizzled veteran reporter from the Neo-Luminara Times stood up slowly, brow furrowed. Son, are you saying that thing regrew your fingerprints? A hush fell over the auditorium, all eyes drawn to Luke's hands as he raised them. Every whorl and ridge, he confirmed, his voice steady. The docs ran every test. It's not just close, it's my skin, right down to the DNA. He flexed his fingers. Even my old calluses came back exactly where they should be. Professor Henry stepped forward just as a dozen more questions erupted. We'll have Mr. Dawson available for one-on-one interviews after this presentation, he announced. As soon as Luke Dawson's hologram flickered out, hands shot up across the auditorium. But this time the inquiries shifted from medical marvels to the dollars and cents of it all. Professor Henry, a sharp-eyed financial reporter from Globestar Financial, rose, her voice slicing through the murmurs. You mentioned the AMHP9 costs 42 million unicrids. Who exactly can afford that? Tension knotted the air as cameras zoomed in on Professor Henry's composed face. He held his ground. The initial rollout will target major hospitals and military medical centers. This isn't just a device, it's an entire life support ecosystem. A voice chimed in from the Daily Pulse, skepticism dripping from her tone. So only the wealthy and soldiers get to live. What about everyone else? Agreement echoed through the crowd. Professor Henry remained calm. The first computers were massive, costing millions. Now they fit in your pocket. This technology is no different. He tapped the podium for emphasis. Our aim is accessibility, but breakthroughs require significant investment. He paused for a moment, scanning the room before continuing. Look, if you can, swing the cost of an AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod, Don stress. Hospitals will have access to them. Just head there, get healed without worrying about the bill. We'll negotiate with the various hospitals to make sure everyone has access. Another reporter interjected. And what about the Vitacore liquid? At 2 million unicrids a vial, that's more than most people make in a lifetime. Henry leaned in, his voice steady as he replied. The raw materials alone set us back 800,000 unicrids for just 1 liter. Quantum-stabilized nanobots don't come cheap. This kind of tech hasn't even been fully realized yet. We've spent years developing this, pouring in hundreds of billions on resources and capital. But trust me, as we scale this up, those costs will come down. From the back of the room, a quieter voice piped up. What about the nanogel? At 700 unicrids, that's still a week's wages for most people. For the first time, Henry's stern expression softened slightly. That's why we're collaborating with governments and insurance companies. A single vial can prevent infections and eliminate scarring. It saves hospitals a fortune in long-term care. He paused, locking eyes with the audience. And in just 5 years, we expect that price to drop by 30. The room erupted with overlapping voices, some outraged, while others began drafting headlines about medical inequality. Henry raised his voice to cut through the chaos. Every medical revolution starts out expensive. But let me ask you this, if your child were on fire, would you stop to consider the cost? Silence hung in the air. Exactly, he said quietly. Now picture a world where no parent ever has to face that nightmare. Slowly, applause began to ripple through the room, building into a passionate wave. Not everyone was on board, but no one could look away. The press conference had wrapped up, but the real storm was just beginning to brew. Across the globe, screens lit up with replays of Professor Henry's groundbreaking presentation, showcasing the dazzling AMHP9 pod and the astonishing footage of Luke Dawson's miraculous recovery. That shimmering emerald liquid, it promised to rewrite the rules of medicine as we know it. Just 3 days after that pivotal moment, discussions online erupted into a full-scale war. On Pulse, the largest microblogging site in the Eastern Coalition, the hashtag MiracleOrLie skyrocketed to trending status. This has to be CGI. Exclaimed Skeptical Doc, a verified medical analyst with 500,000 followers. No way that level of regeneration is possible without gene editing. Where are those clinical trial papers? Replies flooded in like wildfire. Oh sure, because a big company like Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group would fake a live demo with a real burn victim, shot back science bust, an engineer from Berlin. Luke Dawson's case was all over the news last year, no doubt that's him. Meanwhile, on VoiceLink, an audio-based debate platform, threads spiraled into heated arguments. Think about the economic implications. Argued Econ Warrior, a financial strategist. If this tech becomes widespread, entire industries could collapse. Reconstructive surgery, physical therapy, burn centers, all obsolete. Good, fired back survivor stories whose bio read 4th degree burn survivor. Maybe then people will stop treating us like we're made of glass. On Real Life, the video sharing giant, creators dissected clips of the AMHP9 reveal frame by frame. One user, TechTruth, slowed down footage of Luke's hologram and zoomed in on his hands. Look at this. No scarring or texture differences. If this is real, it's not just healing, it's perfect restoration. That's not medicine, that's magic. The comment section exploded with theories ranging from government cover-ups to whether Luke Dawson was even a real person. In corporate boardrooms across the industry, tension ran high as rival pharmaceutical giants scrambled for emergency meetings to assess market impact. A leaked memo from VitaCure Inc., a leading burn treatment manufacturer, sent shockwaves through their ranks. If this is real, our entire product line could be worthless by next fiscal year. Hospitals and insurance companies weren't sitting idle either. Many countries and major pharmaceutical firms held urgent meetings to strategize countermeasures. And then there were personal stories pouring in from every corner of social media. A mother in Bavaria, a small impoverished country on the far edge of Nocti's continent, posted a grainy photo of her son's scarred arms on Hopewall, a site dedicated to medical fundraisers. Please, I don't care if it's a scam. I'll try anything. A veteran in Glenmore streamed a tearful reaction on Live Hive, rolling up his sleeve to show the twisted burns from a long-ago mission. They told me I'd never feel my fingers again. Now I'm wondering if I get to hug my kids without them wincing. The world was split between hope and doubt, excitement and fear. Some saw salvation, others saw deception, a few saw profit. For over 2 weeks now, the internet has been ablaze with discussions about the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod, VitaCore Emerald Liquid, and Nanogel M1 Quick Patch. Every time you open your phone, news notifications flood in. It's like a never-ending stream of chatter. Interviews are happening daily, and the headquarters of Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group is swarmed by reporters from TV stations, newspapers, social media influencers, paparazzi, you name it. Across Pantera, reactions have been swift and unforgiving. These 3 groundbreaking technologies that promise to revolutionize medicine are now under intense public scrutiny, and not everyone is convinced. On OmniPulse, the 10th most popular social media platform in Pantera, the debate is raging like wildfire. MedWatchReality verified medical analyst with 6.8 million followers posted, "Let's be real, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence." Where are the peer-reviewed studies, the independent verifications, the approvals from the Pantaran Health Authority? Osborne can just drop a miracle product and expect us to swallow it whole? The replies poured in, a mix of agreement and dissent. Bioethics first chimed in, exactly. This isn't just some startup prototype, this is medicine. People's lives are at stake here. Show us the data or admit this is just a stock pump. FutureMed now countered, or maybe you're just afraid of progress. Luke Dawson's recovery speaks for itself. What more do you need? But MedWatchReality wasn't backing down. I want proof that isn't controlled by Osborne's PR team. We need live demos with independent observers, full toxicity reports, long-term effect studies, the bare minimum. Predictably, the pharmaceutical industry was not amused. At Vanderlyn Biocorp, CEO Elias Vanderlyn convened an emergency board meeting. "This is a direct threat," he growled as he paced before a wall plastered with financial projections. "If that pod delivers even half of what they claim, our entire reconstructive division could become obsolete." His chief of research, Dr. Lena Voss, a sharp-minded woman, scowled at holograms showcasing Osborne's presentation. The science could be solid, she admitted cautiously. Quantum-stabilized nanobots aren't new, they've just been unstable at scale. "But if they've cracked it, then we crack them," Vanderlyn interrupted decisively. "Dig up every regulatory loophole we can find. Leak concerns to the press. I want the Pantaran Health Authority breathing down their necks by tomorrow. On the other side of the world, Helliction Pharmaceuticals, one of the top 100 pharma giants, has taken a bold stance in the unfolding saga surrounding Vidacor. Their PR team wasted no time in crafting a statement that packs a punch. While we celebrate all medical advancements, Helliction remains committed to proven, regulated treatments. The safety of Panterans must come before hype. The message is crystal clear. We don't buy it. Even Celestia Med, ranked 30th among pharmaceutical companies and typically a neutral player, couldn't resist jumping into this heated debate. Their chief medical officer went live on BizVox with an air of faux concern dripping from her words. The alleged properties of Vidacor would require decades of testing. Yet Osborne has provided zero longitudinal studies. Where is the oversight? But here's where things get really concerning. The Pantaran Health Authority (PHA) and the Aurelian Federation Healthy Bureau (AFHB) has been eerily silent. No approvals, no statements, no acknowledgement whatsoever. Truth Seeker Pan investigative journalist chimed in. Let's talk facts. The PHA hasn't confirmed any of Osborne's claims. No filings, no trial permits, nothing. Either this tech is operating outside the system or it simply doesn't exist. Naturally, conspiracy theories began to swirl like autumn leaves caught in a gust of wind. Dark Freak User 47 speculated, or maybe the PHA's been paid off. Remember that last miracle cure that ended up melting bones? Legal Watchpen added fuel to the fire. If Osborne skipped approval, they're staring down trillion credit fines. So where's all the paperwork? Yet not everyone is skeptical about Vidacor's potential. Burn Survivor Me shared a shaky selfie illuminated by her screen glow, revealing her scarred face as she declared, "I don't care about papers. If this pod can restore even half of what IV lost, I de-sell my soul for it." Her post ignited a mix of support and harsh realism in response. Skeptical Doc cautioned, and if it goes wrong, what then? Blind trust isn't T hope, it's dangerous. Meanwhile, Hope Dealer 214 countered with raw emotion, spoken like someone who's never woken up screaming from nerve pain. As tensions rise and opinions like thunderclouds gathering for a storm, Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group remain frustratingly silent. No press releases or interviews to clarify their position, just that same sleek demo looping endlessly on their official channels. For days, the silence surrounding Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group felt like a heavy fog, thickening with every passing hour. Critics grew bolder, rival companies sharpened their knives, and public sentiment began to tilt toward skepticism. Then, without warning, the storm broke. At exactly 0800 Pantera Standard Time, every major news network, social media platform, and government health portal was inundated with a deluge of information. A staggering 9.4 terabyte release hit the global net all at once. No teasers, no corporate jargon, just raw, unfiltered proof of their groundbreaking advancements. What did this data reveal? Full PHA Pantaran Health Authority approval documents, every stamp, every signature, complete transparency. FDA 3 certifications from all 12 sovereign health divisions. 1,842 pages of clinical trial data, showcasing metabolic impact studies, neural regeneration metrics, and long-term biocompatibility reports. Patent blueprints complete with open-source verification tags from 3 independent labs. But the real gut punch? 15 unedited trial videos. The footage was raw and unfiltered, a stark window into human suffering and resilience. No narration, no cuts, just powerful before and after sequences featuring real people. Burn victims, patients battling degenerative diseases, trauma survivors, all undergoing treatment in the revolutionary AMHP9 pod with the life-changing Vidacor infusions. A 5-year-old girl case TY887 before, third-degree chemical burns ravaged 65 of her tiny body, her frame swathed in weeping bandages. After peacefully asleep in the pod, her skin smooth and unblemished, fingers instinctively reaching for her mother's hand. An 80-year-old war veteran case VX221 before, chronic radiation necrosis gnawed at his legs, leaving behind blackened flesh. After, he walked, yes, actually walked on regrown muscle and tissue, his gait slow but steady. A 27-year-old firefighter case LF339 before, fourth-degree burns stripped him down to the bone, his face marred by scar tissue. After, smiling a genuine smile as his features were restored with astonishing precision. One by one, these videos rolled on screen. No commentary was needed, the images spoke volumes. Suddenly, the most vocal critics on OmniPulse fell silent. MedWatch Reality had spent days demanding proof. Now they posted just one line, well, shit. This simple statement racked up a staggering 342K likes and 563K downvotes. Replies flooded in, told you, 87K upvotes. Even Shadow Archivist, the conspiracy theorist who insisted this tech was black budget reverse engineering, deleted their entire account in defeat. The hashtag Show Us the Data had once rallied skeptics, but now overflowed with memes of people eating their words. Pharmaceutical giants found themselves caught off guard and scrambling to respond. Vanderlyn Biocorp's stock plummeted 18 within an hour of the video release. CEO Elias Vanderlyn issued a terse statement. "We welcome medical innovation and look forward to collaborative discussions." Helixion Pharma, previously running smear campaigns against Osborne's work, swiftly scrubbed every negative post from their feed and replaced them with optimistic slogans like, "A new era of healing has arrived." Meanwhile, Celestia Med's chief medical officer, who had questioned regulatory oversight, suddenly appeared on BizVox praising Osborne's meticulous adherence to standards. The panic spread beyond just a few companies. Every pharmaceutical firm in Pantera felt the tremors as stocks tumbled, and some smaller companies even declared bankruptcy within days. Ordinary citizens reacted with palpable excitement. The reaction from everyday people was nothing short of electric. The hashtag #TakeMyMoney quickly trended worldwide as millions clamored for access to what could be a groundbreaking breakthrough. But the most heart-wrenching responses came from those who needed it most, patients themselves. Take burn survivor May, for example. Despite facing skepticism, she stood by Osborne's side and even live-streamed her emotional response. Tears streamed down her scarred cheeks as she witnessed the miraculous recovery of a little girl on screen. This is real. "It's real," she exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief and hope. Her chat exploded with crying emojis, echoing the collective sentiment of joy and relief felt by so many. Then came Osborne's final move that sent ripples through the financial world. Buried deep in a data dump on page 1203 was a single line that changed everything. AMHP9 production scaling, 1,000 units month by Q4. The game had officially changed. In response, Osborne's official Pulse account posted one powerful statement. "Science docent, take care if you believe in it." This simple yet profound message resonated widely, racking up an astonishing 100 million likes and 63.6 million shares. Major hospitals across Pantera bookmarked it instantly, eager to stay ahead of this revolutionary development. 5 days later, Osborne Pharmaceuticals and Biotech Group dropped a game-changing bombshell on the internet. At dawn, Pulse lit up with a notification that would send shockwaves through the medical community and beyond. Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group, Osborne official declared, "After extensive discussions with major hospitals and health authorities across Pantera, we are thrilled to announce that all medical centers equipped with AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pods will now offer treatment for just 10,000 unicrids per procedure. No hidden costs, no eligibility restrictions. Healing should be accessible to everyone." For 3 heart-stopping seconds, the internet held its breath, and then chaos erupted. The engagement metrics skyrocketed faster than any corporate announcement in history. Likes 14.2 million in just 12 minutes. Shares 58 million, crashing 2 regional servers. Comments, a deluge of disbelief, joy, and raw desperation flooded in. Survivor Dad 42 exclaimed, "10K, that's less than my monthly meds. My daughter's scars, I can finally." Even the skeptics were silenced. Skeptical Doc admitted, okay, I'll eat my entire degree. This is the single greatest public health move since synthetic antibiotics. News algorithms scrambled to keep pace as every outlet blasted variations of the same headline. OSBORN destroys medical inequality. 10K credits for miracle healing. Pantera Daily Today, PANTRA changed forever. The New Zenith Times pharmaceutical stocks plummeted almost immediately. Vanderlyn Biocorp's reconstructive division saw a staggering 13 drop per market. Helixion Pharma called an emergency meeting with shareholders to strategize their next steps. Every major medical center was inundated with calls. New Zenith General alone reported over 2 million appointment requests within the first hour. Border flesh clinics, known for their untreated burn cases, trended as locals stormed their gates demanding access to these miraculous pods. Military med units quietly updated triage protocols to prioritize AMHP9 for wounded soldiers, while live streams surged across Pulse in real life. A factory worker showcased his melted hands on camera. 2 years I've begged for grafts. 2 years. Tomorrow I walk into a pod. A veteran tearfully held a photo of her disfigured squad mate. Where was this 10 years ago? And a mother cradled her baby with congenital skin necrosis. They told me she'd never feel touch. Look at her now. Not everyone was on board with the recent announcement. Enter Corporate Phantom, rumored to be a Vanderlyn executive's secret account, who fired off a tweet that set the stage for a heated debate. This is predatory pricing. Osborne's dumping tech to monopolize the market. Wake up, sheep. The replies brutal and unfiltered. Burn victim Elena chimed in with biting sarcasm. Oh no, a corporation is checks notes healing people affordably. How dare they? Even MedWatch Reality, once one of Osborne's most vocal critics, jumped into the fray to defend them. Nah, this is just good business. Sorry your stock tanked. Meanwhile, Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group remained conspicuously silent after their big reveal. No follow-up posts, no celebratory tweets, just the original announcement now immortalized in digital history. And then came the most liked comment from a previously anonymous user. Luke Dawson official simply stated, "Told you." That single line racked up an astonishing 4.9 million likes and 0 replies. For the next few days, the internet was ablaze with excitement as a relatively unknown player in the pharmaceutical arena, Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group, burst onto the scene. Established just a few months prior, this innovative company quickly captured global attention. Major corporations and pharmaceutical giants were left scrambling to investigate Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group to gather more information about them. Meanwhile, patients who had undergone treatment couldn't contain their enthusiasm. They began sharing their stories online. Some even recorded their entire treatment journey, posting videos that showcased miraculous recoveries. As the buzz grew louder, traditional pharmaceutical companies found themselves in a precarious position. With stocks plummeting and competitors declaring bankruptcy left and right, over 100 small firms in the skin regeneration sector alone, it seemed like they were powerless to stop the wave of change sweeping through the industry. In the highest security boardroom of Aethirus Medical Holdings, tension crackled in the air like static electricity. The 10 most powerful pharmaceutical CEOs in Pantera gathered around a sleek black glass table, their faces illuminated by the cold glow of holographic schematics. Displayed were the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod, VitaCore Emerald Liquid, and alarming market projections triggered by the Nanogel M1 Quick Patch. The atmosphere was thick with an unsettling mix of ozone and quiet panic. As they sat there, it was clear. These leaders were not just business moguls. They were titans of an industry worth hundreds of trillions of unicrids. Yet today, their expressions betrayed a rare vulnerability, gloom etched into every furrowed brow, eyes glinting with icy resolve. Darius Vane, the venerable CEO of Aethirus Medical Holdings and its oldest member at nearly 2 centuries old, drummed a slow, ominous rhythm on the table. His company had long dominated synthetic organ farming. Across from him sat Lyra Salmar from Next Gen Biosolutions, a razor-sharp strategist who had transformed gene therapy into a multi-trillion unicrids enterprise. Her gaze remained fixed on the holographic screens displaying data that could reshape their futures. Rook Kale from Pandora Health Systems shifted restlessly. His eyes flickered as he scanned Osborne's patent filings. Senna Voss, the queen of rare disease monopolies, sat stoically with an expression that could freeze fire. Talais Oren from BioVertex International looked ready to explode with rage. Half the world's trauma clinics belonged to him. Joran Dyer from Eclipse Therapeutics was a silent but heavy presence in the room. His reputation for involvement in black market medical deals loomed large over them all. The youngest CEO present, Vera Aldi's from Synthlife Industries, typed rapidly into her data slate. While Corin Vade from VitaForge Labs clenched his jaw tight enough to crack teeth over chronic pain management subscriptions. Myra Hell from Novamedica appeared almost amused as she steepled her fingers under her chin like a spectator at a thrilling play. And then there was Draven Saul from Obelisk Biotech, the ghostly figure whose influence permeated every hospital contract despite never appearing on stock filings. In the ever-evolving landscape of the pharmaceutical industry, a select group of 10 companies reigned supreme, each boasting market values that soar into the hundreds of trillions of unicrids. Today, however, they gathered around a conference table with heavy hearts and furrowed brows. The recent innovations from Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group have sent shockwaves through their ranks, causing countless smaller firms, especially those in skin reconstruction and regeneration, to crumble overnight. Yet for these titans, this disruption isn't merely an inconvenience. It is a threat to their very existence. As stock prices plummet, hundreds of billions of unicrids evaporate into thin air. While these giants view Osborne as just another blip on their radar, the reality is far more concerning. The cutting-edge technologies developed by Osborne threaten to monopolize the skin reconstructive sector, a scenario that cannot be tolerated by those at the top. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension as everyone exchanged glances filled with apprehension. Darius Vane, CEO of Aethirus Medical Holdings, broke the silence first. Osborne has rendered 40% of our combined product lines obsolete. A hologram flickered to life, showcasing real-time market data that painted a grim picture. Demand for Aethirus synthetic skin grafts had plummeted by 68 within a week. Next-gen nerve repair serums were spiraling into freefall. Pandora Health's military-grade burn treatments were already facing inquiries about contract renegotiations from the Defense Ministry. Senna Voss inhaled sharply. "We've faced disruptors before. We either buy them out or bury them in litigation." Rook Kale interjected with visible concern. "Not this time. Osborne's patents are airtight, their approvals flawless, and let's face it, the public adores them. As murmurs filled the room like an impending storm cloud, Darius raised his voice above the din. We need countermeasures fast. If we don't act soon, Osborne will dominate the skin reconstructive sector. What do you suggest? Pressed, Tailai's Orin growled defiantly. We can cut off their supply chains. No one sells them quantum-stabilized stem cells without our approval. Darius shook his head firmly. That won't work. Why not? Tailai's and others looked taken aback. Because Darius replied while gesturing towards a new holographic display brimming with data. Osborne has already secured their supply chain. They're well prepared. Myra Hell chimed in with a charming smile that belied her concern. Looks like they've done their homework. Lyra Salmar offered another suggestion. What if we push a danger narrative? Leak reports about unstable nanite behavior or fabricate adverse reactions. Darius shook his head and said no. The PHA has already publicly validated Osborne's safety data. Any fabricated claims would backfire spectacularly. Vera Aldi's, her voice unnervingly calm, interjected. We outpace them. Let's throw every Unicrid we have at reverse engineering their tech. Yale sighed, shaking his head again. We can do that, but it'll take a long time. Preliminary reports suggest Osborne is at least 5 years ahead of industry standards. Draven Saul leaned forward, his voice barely above a whisper yet charged with intensity. We changed the rules. The room fell silent as his words hung in the air. If we can't beat their science, we rewrite the laws governing it. A slow, dark smile crept across Darius Vane's face as he tapped his hands on the table and surveyed everyone in the room. I've come up with a few plans that could help us. The rest of the team exchanged glances filled with curiosity and skepticism. Here's the plan. Phase 1. We lobby the Pantaran Health Authority to reclassify full-body cellular regeneration as a high-risk procedure, necessitating impossible new safety checks. Phase 2. We fund, independent, research papers questioning Vitacor's long-term effects. Phase 3. We approach Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group to explore investment or even a buyout if they're willing. Phase 4. The nuclear option. If all else fails, we leak that Osborne's tech was reverse engineered from off-world bioweapons. Myra Hell finally broke into laughter. You realize if this backfires, we all look like cartoon villains. Laughter erupted around the small conference room as they shared a moment of camaraderie amidst their scheming. As their laughter faded into thoughtful silence, one thing became clear. Sometimes you have to play dirty to win in a world where innovation is king. The private elevator hummed softly as it descended, its glass walls transitioning from transparent to opaque, signaling entry into Aetherus Medical Holdings' most secure level. Darius Vane adjusted his cufflinks, catching a glimpse of himself in the polished steel doors. Dark circles under his eyes hinted at countless sleepless nights since Osborne's shocking announcement. As the doors slid open, a sterile chill enveloped him, and he stepped into the underground laboratory buzzing with frenetic activity. The space was bathed in a cold blue glow from holographic displays, punctuated by the occasional flash of laser cutters at work. His polished Oxfords clicked sharply against the antiseptic white floors as he strode forward. Status report, Vane commanded, his voice slicing through the lab's mechanical symphony like a knife. Dr. Lena Voss looked up from the disassembled AMHP-9 pod, her usually pristine lab coat now marred with something that glowed faintly green. We've hit another wall, she admitted, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear with gloved fingers. Pod's neural interface doesn't just monitor, it learns. We tried running our standard diagnostic protocols and it what? Vane leaned closer to inspect the pod's exposed interior, casting a shadow over its intricate latticework of biocircuitry. It laughed at us, chimed in a young technician from an adjacent workstation. At Vane's sharp glance, he quickly corrected himself, figuratively speaking, sir. It adapted to bypass our scans before we could gather any meaningful data. Vane's knuckles turned white as he gripped the edge of the examination table. Across the lab, their military liaison, a square-jawed man with a cybernetic eye, was embroiled in an argument with two researchers. You telling me this liquid can perfectly reconstruct tissue down to the capillary level, and you can't even identify all its components. The liaison's mechanical eye whirred as it zoomed in on a holographic projection of Vitacor's molecular structure. Dr. Kale, head of biochemical research, wiped sweat from his brow nervously. We've isolated the base carrier fluid, a modified perfluorocarbon, but those nanobots, they're not just repairing damage, he hesitated for words. They're rewriting biology, Vane finished quietly as he moved closer to a massive containment unit where a single drop of Vitacor floated in zero-gravity suspension, pulsating with an eerie emerald light. Suddenly, echoed through the lab as a junior researcher dropped a tray of instruments near the nanogel testing station. Sorry. He stammered while scrambling to clean up his mess. Vane's gaze drifted toward the isolation chamber, where their reverse-engineered version of nanogel was undergoing a grim test. Inside, the lab rat twitched helplessly, its paw grotesquely swollen and discolored from the imitation gel they had applied. Any progress? He asked, though the answer hung heavy in the air like a dark cloud. Any progress? He asked, though the answer was obvious. Dr. Voss removed her gloves with a snap. We've replicated 89.7 of the formula. The remaining components. She gestured helplessly at the suffering animal. Without that last 10, our version is essentially an expensive acid. The military liaison barked a laugh. So what you Ray's saying is, we've spent billions in RD to create a weapon that melts flesh instead of healing it. Not helpful, Colonel Vane snapped. He turned to his researchers, noting the exhaustion in their postures, the frustration in their eyes. Walk me through the challenges again. Slowly, for the next hour, the scientists explained in increasingly technical terms why Osborne's technology might as well have come from another planet. The pod's quantum processors operated on principles they couldn't decipher. The Vita Core's nanobots defied conventional manufacturing techniques. Even the simple nanogel contained molecular structures that shouldn't have been stable at room temperature. And that's just the technical hurdles, Dr. Voss concluded. Even if we could replicate the technology tomorrow, Osborne's patents are airtight. Their manufacturing process is completely proprietary. We'd need a miracle, Vane interrupted. His lips twisted into something that wasn't quite a smile. He reached into his briefcase and withdrew a slim metal case, its surface etched with the Aetheris logo. The lab fell silent as he placed it on the central workstation. With deliberate movements, he entered a 16-digit code. The case hissed open, revealing a single vial of inky black liquid that seemed to absorb the light around it. What is that? Dr. Voss asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Vane didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to the wall-sized display showing real-time market data. Aetheris stock had dropped another 8 this morning. Osborne's valuation, despite being a private company, was now estimated at over 15 trillion unicrids. Phase 3, he said at last, if we can't replicate their technology. He carefully lifted the vial, watching as strange swirls moved beneath its glass surface. We'll make sure no one can use it. The researchers exchanged uneasy glances. The military liaison's cybernetic eye clicked as it focused on the mysterious substance. Sir, Dr. Kale ventured cautiously. What exactly are we looking at? Vane slotted the vial into a waiting containment unit. The future, he said simply. Then to the room at large. Prep the dark lab. We begin human trials tonight. As he turned to leave, the faintest tremor ran through his fingers, the only outward sign of the gamble he was about to take. Behind him, the stolen AMHP-9 pod sat in pieces, its secret still stubbornly out of reach. A week later, a shocking video dropped online at midnight, sending ripples of horror across the internet. The footage was shaky and dimly lit, capturing a hospital room where a patient, face blurred for anonymity, thrashed in agony inside what looked like an AMHP-9 pod. Their skin bubbled and blackened, as if melting under intense heat. The caption screamed, Osborne's miracle pod MELTS patient alive do not trust. In another clip, a child cried out in pain as nanogel M1 scorched through their arm instead of healing it. A veteran's regenerated leg deteriorated grotesquely just days after receiving VitaCore treatment. And then there was the bombshell, a doctor, allegedly from Osborne, confessing to falsifying trial data. But that wasn't all. Another video surfaced from security footage, a figure convulsing inside an AMHP-9 pod, while their screams were muffled by thick glass. Their skin visibly darkened and bubbled like wax under a flame before the scene abruptly cut to a family member, collapsing outside the treatment room in tears. The caption read, OSBORN's miracle killed my husband. Across Pantera, millions of screens lit up with similar horror stories simultaneously. New Zenith General Emergency Staff Meeting. You've all seen the reports. Chief Medical Officer Rin Carva's knuckles turned white around her datapad as she addressed her team. We've had more than 100 cancellations for AMHP-9 treatments in just the past hour alone. The PHA has issued a temporary suspension order. A nervous intern raised his hand hesitantly. But we've successfully treated 4 to 3 patients here. I assisted on 12 myself. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't have to, Carva interrupted sharply, tapping on the wall display to pull up 6 simultaneous news feeds. Aetheris, Eclipse Therapeutics, and other major players are releasing their own independent studies every 20 minutes now. Guess what they all conclude? The staff watched in grim silence as medical experts dissected fabricated failure rates and aired interviews with supposed victims. Most damning of all was a leaked and clearly fake internal memo from Osborne discussing acceptable collateral damage. Omnipulse erupts in chaos. In a matter of minutes, the internet was set ablaze with another wave of leaked videos. The digital battleground that is Omnipulse transformed into a frenzy of outrage and disbelief. Pantera Health Watch Verified declared, breaking, PHA suspends all AMHP-9 approvals pending investigation. Multiple fatalities reported. 2.1M likes 487K reposts. Meanwhile, Real Mid-Truth chimed in with a chilling warning. Osborne's quantum healing is just radiation mutation. These patients will die in 5 years. Share this before they delete it. 4.3M likes 1.2M reposts these videos. They were crafted to perfection, grainy enough to feel real, dramatic enough to go viral. Trending on OmniPulse. Osborne kills 4.2M posts MHP victims 2.8M posts PHA warning alert official top shared clip. A heart-wrenching scene unfolds as a sobbing woman clutches photos of her daughter. The pod gave her third-degree burns, worse than her original injuries. When I demanded answers, Osborne threatened to sue me. View count, 89M in just 2 hours. Most liked comment, Truth Warrior Pantera. Always knew this was too good to be true. Big Pharma exists for a reason, people. 842K likes Etherus Medical Executive Lounge. Darius Vane accepted a glass of exquisite 120-year-old wine from his assistant, barely lifting his gaze from the glowing feeds. So how are BioVortex International's deepfakes holding up? Better than expected, chuckled Lyra Salmar, lounging comfortably across from him. Our whistleblower doctor passed 3 separate media authenticity checks. The synthetic grieving families, spot on. We even enlisted real bereavement counselors to train the actors. Rook Jail's eyes flickered as he monitored stock tickers with keen interest. Vanderland's short positions just netted them $800 billion in paper gains. Our burn treatment division is already seeing a 22% surge in orders. Laughter echoed around the table until the Obelisk Biotech rep leaned in with a serious tone. Remember, we don't need this to last long-term, just long enough to Osborne's credibility so our alternative treatments can swoop in and take over. Public reaction. It split like a fractured bone. Burn survivor Elena. Bullshit. I was THERE when Luke Dawson walked out healed. These videos are fake. Replies. Open your eyes, sheep. 12K upvote Skeptic Prime. Always said Osborne moved too fast. Now we see why. Corporate Chill Hunter. Notice how all these victims magically appeared after Big Pharma stocks crashed. Coincidence. Osborne's Pulse account flooded with death threats, while hospital queues for AMHP9 pods plummeted by 73 overnight. Street protests erupted demanding justice for melted patients. As the CEOs reveled in their apparent victory, none noticed the glitch lurking within their fabricated videos, a subtle timestamp mismatch that could unravel it all. Rumors spread like wildfire. Osborne's miracle cures were nothing but smoke and mirrors. Reports surfaced of AMHP9 pods melting patients, Vitacore liquid causing genetic degradation, and nanogel being merely glorified acid. For 3 tumultuous days, the internet transformed into a battleground, with protests erupting outside Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group's headquarters. Governments issued temporary suspensions, while the top 10 pharmaceutical giants poured billions into fueling the panic, watching their stock prices soar as Osborne's reputation crumbled. Then 3 days later, at precisely 8:00 a.m. Pantera Standard Time, Osborne fired back. Every screen in Pantera flickered to life. Public billboards, private communications, even military-grade holodisplays came alive simultaneously. The iconic Osborne logo pulsed once before cutting to a stark white room where old Henry stood at the center. His expression was calm, but his eyes were sharp as a scalpel. You've been lied to. As if by magic, the screen split in two. On one side played viral victim videos, on the other, real-time forensic breakdowns dissecting each claim. This woman, Henry said, freezing a frame of a sobbing widow, is Tessa Yoren, a quality control officer at a certain pharmaceutical company. He zoomed in on her supposed burn, stage makeup, the timestamp, fabricated. A second clip rolled, a child screaming as nanogel burned their arm. This footage was filmed in Etherus Medical's testing lab, he noted coolly. See that containment field, standard for experimental toxins. Then came the hammer. But let us show you what they've really been doing. A chilling 3-minute video began to play, devoid of narration or cuts. In a vast underground laboratory, a man writhed in agony, strapped to a table as an imitation AMHP9 pod malfunctioned. His skin blistered under the assault of unstable nanites while scientists rushed to inject sedatives, their frantic movements punctuated by his screams. In another lab, a child's arm was smeared with reverse-engineered nanogel, flesh bubbling grotesquely as the formula destabilized. A researcher cursed loudly and slammed the emergency flush button in desperation. Elsewhere, a soldier convulsed violently as bootleg Vitacore surged through his veins. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably before he collapsed. The attending doctor shook his head in resignation. Another failure. Dispose of it. The footage was raw and unedited, horrifyingly real, and every frame bore the logos of the respective companies along with time stamps and internal security tags. Alongside this shocking video, another one emerged. The camera steadied to reveal Luke standing confidently before an active AMHP9 pod, arms crossed over his unmarked attire. Behind him stood 12 former patients, including the 5-year-old girl and elderly veteran from Osborne's original videos, dressed in hospital gowns that revealed their healed skin. Funny thing, Luke remarked coolly, like a sniper taking aim. All these victims popping up today, not one actual medical record matches their stories. He gestured toward a hovering display screen. Take this woman, for example. A side-by-side comparison appeared. On one side was the tearful bereaved widow from viral clips. On the other was Tessa Yoren, a quality control officer from a certain pharmaceutical company, caught on camera laughing between takes. Luke continued with unwavering conviction. Now let's discuss burn patterns. Real fourth-degree necrosis docin, T-spread in perfect concentric circles like in these so-called failure videos. But you know what does? He tapped on the display screen again. This dermolytic testing compound be used in labs to simulate severe burns. One by one, every viral lie was dissected and obliterated. The internet erupted into chaos. Former skeptic, holy shit, he's right. I just checked the patent files. Med student zenith, those melted patients. The wounds are clearly painted on. Look at those wrist creases, no actual tissue damage. In the vast boardroom, 10 CEOs sat in tense silence, their eyes glued to the videos playing on the screen, each face etched with worry. Darius Vane's fist crashed onto the table, reverberating through the room. Damn it, how did they get all this footage? His frustration hung thick in the air, but no one dared to respond. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt like tears could spill at any moment. Lyra Salmar's hands trembled as she pulled up her company's stock ticker. We're down 3, she announced, her voice barely above a whisper. With a frustrated toss, she flung her tablet onto the table and slumped back in her chair, exuding defeat. Rook Kale narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. That little Osborne company is something else, managing to turn this situation around so quickly. Though they had conspired against Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group and failed to achieve their goals, they brushed off their losses. After all, their companies were titans of the pharmaceutical industry, untouchable giants that had merely lost a bit of pocket change. Well, Darius mused as he leaned back with a calculating gaze, the mastermind behind Osborne is clever enough not to expose our involvement in those human experiments featured in those videos. Talon chuckled heartily. Smart enough indeed. Laughter rippled through the room as they exchanged knowing glances and soft chuckles, a brief respite from their worries. Meanwhile, outside those walls, chaos reigned across the internet. The leaked footage hit Pantera's digital landscape like a meteorite, igniting an online firestorm that sent shockwaves throughout social media. Omnipulse's servers buckled under an avalanche of traffic as millions scrambled to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Users were greeted by a rare sight, a page displaying a spinning icon alongside the words, "High traffic volume, please wait," but patience was not on anyone's agenda. On Dark Freak, a less reputable platform where conspiracy theorists and hackers thrived, the first meme surfaced within minutes. Left side, a tearful victim from a certain pharmaceutical company's fake viral video, her face twisted in sorrow. Right side, the same woman caught mid-left during takes from leaked lab footage. The caption read, "When you forget which lie you're supposed to be crying about today." It spread like wildfire. Human experiments took social media by storm, amassing a staggering 150 million posts that shot straight to the top of every trending list. Hot on its heels were Osborne was right with 38 million posts and Arrest the CEOs, racking up 29 million. The most savage was Try Melting This, where users posted side-by-side comparisons. A child burns before after AMHP9 treatment, a veteran necrotic leg walking again, their own healed scars with timestamps proving Osborne tech worked burn survivor May didn't bother with prepared statements. She simply turned on her camera, showing her onceroined hands, now smooth and functional, flipping through news articles about the scandal. "You all called me a page shill," she said quietly. "Told me I was lying about my recovery." Well, she held up a datapad showing the leaked Aetherus files. "Who's the liar now?" Her chat exploded with, "User 78432, I'm so sorry we doubted you, Truth Seeker Pan. This is bigger than we thought." As the morning sun ascended the eastern horizon, its golden rays spilled across the world, signaling not just a new day, but a wake-up call for countless souls to emerge from their cozy beds and dive into the hustle of daily life. At the heart of this vibrant awakening lies Metrospire, the sprawling capital city of and the epicenter of the Aurelian Federation. This city pulsates with economic prowess, technological innovation, cultural richness, and political clout. It is a place where dreams are forged and ambitions take flight, yet it's also a realm where only the most determined can carve out their niche. Every 5 years, Metrospire transforms into a dazzling showcase for automotive excellence during the Pantera International Auto Show, a global spectacle that draws together industry titans eager to unveil their latest innovations. This year was no exception. However, it promised to be both familiar and extraordinary. At the Pantera International Auto Show Exhibition Center in Metrospire, An electrifying atmosphere enveloped attendees as they navigated through a vast complex of glass and steel spanning over 2 million square feet. The air was thick with excitement, scented by polished metal and fresh leather, while high-voltage displays crackled with energy. Hours before any official reveal, crowds began gathering near the central pavilion, buzzing with anticipation about Osborne Heavy Industries' groundbreaking entry into the automotive arena. The exhibition floor dazzled with extravagant booths showcasing hypercars adorned with holographic displays that shimmered like living metal. SUVs floated effortlessly over artificial terrain while concept vehicles glided silently along demo tracks. Yet none could match the palpable buzz surrounding Osborne's enigmatic pavilion, its entrance shrouded by black drapes guarded by stern personnel clad in sleek uniforms. Whispers rippled through the crowd like a gentle breeze, carrying snippets of excitement and skepticism. I heard that Osborne Heavy Industries, part of the same parent company as Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group, has built a car that doesn't need fuel. One voice exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. No way, they're probably just another luxury brand trying to cash in on their name, another scoffed. Did you see what they did in biotech? You really think they'd half us this? Came a confident reply. Yeah, after their other company made that revolutionary medical pod, I looked into it and found out they have nearly 15 companies across various industries. No way, that sounds exaggerated. Someone interjected. I thought so too, but I did some digging and discovered they're involved in everything from entertainment and gaming to mining, technology, banking, and finance. It's mind-boggling, hiss, that many. Gasped another listener. Absolutely, I even opened an account at their bank. It's got a unique business model and their banking app is top-notch. Is what you're saying true? HMPH, why would I lie to you? Then I'll definitely check it out someday. If it weren't for Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group's groundbreaking work in medicine, I'd never have known about them. Same here. After all the buzz they created, I researched online and found out they're a century-old family rooted in Neo-Luminara with a rich history. Oh, but why haven't I heard of them before? It's because the family has been in decline for decades. Just months ago, the family head and his wife tragically died in a car accident. Their son is now leading the family. Look, it's about to begin. The crowd buzzed with anticipation as the lights dimmed dramatically. A hush fell over everyone as the drapes slid away with a soft whisper. Journalists jostled for position in the press pit. Camera drones buzzed around like angry hornets. Industry executives stood stoically in reserved sections, expressions carefully neutral, while furiously scrolling through tablets for any scraps of information about Osborne's mysterious automotive debut. Suddenly, a single beam of light illuminated the stage as Oscar appeared, a vision in an expensive, custom-made wine-colored suit, his wide grin revealing both nervousness and excitement. His fat cheeks trembled slightly as he gazed at the massive crowd below him with shining eyes. His heart raced with exhilaration. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this grand press conference. My name is Oscar Osborne, President and Head of Research Development at Osborne Heavy Industries." Applause erupted as surprise flickered across audience members' faces. Oscar paused, a slight cough escaping him as he flashed a warm smile. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice effortlessly cutting through the hushed anticipation of the crowd. For over a century, the automobile has been seen as merely a machine, a tool for transportation. But today, we redefine it. With a dramatic flourish, the black cover fell away. A collective gasp rippled through the audience as the iconic Osborne logo, a striking silver O encircled by vibrant emerald light, pulsed to life above the stage. The heavy black curtains concealing the display area retracted with an impressive hydraulic hiss, revealing, even in the dim lighting, an object began to take shape. Then with another swift gesture from Oscar, bright lights illuminated a breathtaking silhouette that appeared to be sculpted from a single block of metallic obsidian. As full illumination flooded the stage, cheers erupted from the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen," Oscar's smooth baritone resonated as he stepped confidently into the spotlight. "Meet the future of performance. I present to you the Hyperion GT20. Gasps filled the air once more as everyone's eyes were drawn to this magnificent black and gold beast resting majestically on its rotating platform. The Hyperion GT20 didn't just sit there, it loomed like a predator poised for action. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to warp around it, as if reality itself bent under its commanding presence. From its front view, the Hyperion GT exuded pure aggression, low and wide with razor-thin LED light bars that pulsed like a hunter's keen gaze. Its smooth face lacked a traditional grille, giving it an almost extraterrestrial appearance, only interrupted by subtle honeycomb textures of active aerovents that opened and closed like gills. As dihedral doors lifted silently on their hinges, they revealed an interior so stunning that several veteran automotive journalists dropped their recording devices in awe. Oscar placed his hand gently on the Hyperion's sleek flank. At its heart lies a 4-liter twin-turbocharged V8 hybrid powertrain producing an astonishing 900 horsepower. A murmur swept through the crowd. But trust me, the magic isn't just in those numbers. He tapped his tablet and projected a holographic cutaway of the engine above him. Thanks to plasma electrolytic oxidation coating on our cylinder walls, we've reduced friction by 40 compared to current technologies. A sharp intake of breath echoed among attendees. The turbos employ predictive algorithms that analyze throttle input, G-forces, even upcoming road grades to eliminate lag entirely. At this point, one skeptical representative from a well-known car brand scoffed but was quickly silenced by his colleague's elbow nudging him back into line. Your standard supercar might boast a dual-clutch transmission, Oscar chimed in, tapping on his tablet like a maestro conducting an orchestra. But the Hyperion GT. It's equipped with a mind-blowing 10-speed unit powered by AI that learns your driving style in real time. A journalist from Pantera shot back incredulously, "That's impossible with current processor speeds." With a knowing smile, Oscar replied, "Our quantum computing division might beg to differ." Next question. The crowd erupted in laughter and whispers of disbelief filled the air. As if on cue, the hologram transitioned to showcase the stunning carbon titanium monocoque. Thanks to 3D-printed graphene reinforcement, Oscar explained proudly, we achieve an astonishing torsional rigidity of 72,000 nm while keeping weight under 400 kg. Talk about engineering marvels. What about the suspension? Oscar gestured grandly as the display zoomed in. Active magnetic dampers with a lightning-fast 0.01 millisecond response time. They don't just react to bumps, they anticipate them. A veteran reporter from Motor Trend Pantera leaned over to his colleague and whispered, "That's at least 5 years ahead of what Ignis Fury just showcased last month." Then came the Pi C to R assistance, a slow-motion video of the Hyperion braking from a blistering 300 km/h. The screen displayed laser-etched carbon ceramic rotors featuring fractal cooling vanes. These babies stop faster than anything else in their class. And should disaster strike, the display shifted dramatically to test footage. Our passenger cell is enveloped in a proprietary energy-absorbing matrix that stiffens upon impact, Oscar declared confidently. Our test dummies walked away from crashes that would leave most supercars crumpled. An awestruck silence washed over the crowd until suddenly, like thunder rolling across an open sky, the Hyperion's exhaust roared to life with an intoxicating growl that sent chills down spines. The cheers erupted so loudly they nearly brought down the roof. The crowd was still buzzing from the thunderous reveal of the Hyperion GT when the lights shifted, casting an eerie glow across a second veiled silhouette. A low, resonant hum pulsed through the exhibition hall as black drapes retracted with hydraulic precision. What emerged from the shadows wasn't just another SUV, it was a bold statement. Meet the Osborne Aegis, a true sentinel of innovation, its armored lines cutting an imposing figure under the spotlight. The murmurs in the crowd faded into stunned silence. This wasn't merely a luxury SUV, it was something entirely different. Oscar stepped forward, his polished shoes clicking against the stage as he approached this beast of brushed metal and darkened glass. He didn't need to raise his voice. The entire hall leaned in, captivated by what they were about to witness. The Aegis isn't just a vehicle, he began, resting a hand on its matte black flank. It's a fortress, a mobile command center, the safest, most advanced SUV ever conceived. Suddenly, a holographic display flickered to life above the stage, dissecting the Aegis layer by layer. The hologram zoomed in on its chassis, an engineering marvel crafted from Osborne nanocomposite alloy, a proprietary blend of graphene-reinforced titanium and shock-absorbing polymer matrices. Traditional SUVs rely on heavy steel frames, Oscar explained confidently, but not the Aegis. Its exoskeleton is 40 lighter than conventional armor plating, yet 300 stronger. A journalist from Pantera whistled low in disbelief. That's Militara grade. Oscar smirked knowingly. Better, Militara grade tends to be bulky, ours is sleek and powerful. The hologram shifted to show a simulated test, a 50 mph impact against solid concrete. The front end crumpled just enough to absorb energy while keeping the passenger cell completely untouched. The Aegis doesn't just protect you, it redistributes kinetic energy, Oscar declared passionately. Hit us head-on, and that force is channeled around, not into, the cabin. Impressed murmurs rippled through the audience as the hologram transformed into a bustling cityscape simulation. The Aegis navigated traffic effortlessly before suddenly jerking right milliseconds before an oblivious truck ran a red light. Meet Previz, Oscar introduced proudly, our predictive collision avoidance system that doesn't just see obstacles but anticipates them. A skeptical voice from the crowd, likely a rival engineer, piped up, no system can predict accidents before they happen, but Oscar didn't flinch. With confidence, he replied, ours does. Imagine this: LiDAR, millimeter-wave radar, and 360-degree thermal imaging working together in perfect harmony. Our AI calculates risk a staggering 500 milliseconds before impact. If the driver doesn't react, no worries, the Aegis takes over. As if on cue, a hologram sprang to life, replaying a near miss in slow motion and illuminating the AI's intricate decision-making process. But it's not just about braking, it actively steers you out of danger. The room fell into stunned silence before erupting into applause. The hologram then zoomed into the engine bay, showcasing a marvel of modern engineering, a twin-charged 3.5L V6 engine with a block designed like bone marrow for optimal strength. Forged not from mere metal, Oscar continued passionately, but from an AI-optimized aluminum alloy, 3D printed at the molecular level for maximum resilience and minimal weight. A mechanic squinted skeptically from the back. No way that holds up under stress. Oscar flashed a grin. We've stress-tested it at an astonishing 800 horsepower for 1,000 hours straight. It doesn't just hold up, it thrives. The hologram shifted to display the electric supercharger, spooling up instantly, no lag whatsoever. Forget turbos, we deliver instantaneous power. From 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.9 seconds. That's faster than most sports cars. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Next came an off-road course, muddy terrain, rocky inclines, and steep drops, and there was the Aegis conquering every challenge without breaking a sweat. Active terrain response scans what lies ahead and adjusts suspension settings, torque distribution, even tire pressure before you hit any obstacle. A seasoned off-roader from 4x4 Pantera crossed his arms defiantly. No SUV does that. With raised eyebrows and unwavering confidence, Oscar replied, this one does. The hologram showcased the Aegis scaling a near-vertical rock face, while its tires adapted grip patterns in real time. It doesn't just drive off-road, it dominates it. Then came the Pi C to R assistance, as the doors opened silently to reveal an interior that looked more like a high-end private jet than your average car. Check this out: nanofabric seats that mold perfectly to your body's pressure points, a holographic HUD projected directly onto the windshield, plus silent mode, a state-of-the-art noise cancellation system making this cabin quieter than your local library. A luxury reviewer from Elite Auto stepped forward with wide eyes filled with awe. This redefines luxury SUVs. Oscar nodded. It doesn't just redefine them, it replaces them. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the exhibition hall lights dimmed to a haunting twilight. The last black shroud fell away, revealing not just a car but an experience, the Silver Ghost Celeste. Where the Hyperion GT20 had roared and the Aegis had loomed, this masterpiece of automotive design simply existed, a whisper of polished metal gliding on a shimmering pool of light. The murmurs of awe faded into silence as spectators took in the spectacle before them. This wasn't merely a vehicle, it was automotive alchemy at its finest. Osborne let the moment hang in the air for 3 deliberate heartbeats before breaking the stillness. The Celeste isn't about numbers, he said, his fingers gliding along its fender, leaving no trace on its self-regulating nanolacquer. It's about what lies between them. With that, a holographic display sprang to life, unveiling secrets that made even seasoned luxury engineers gasp in disbelief. The hologram zoomed down to a molecular level, showcasing the Celeste's remarkable exterior. Our reactive liquid metal coating isn't just paint, Oscar announced as he tapped his tablet. Suddenly, the car's surface shimmered and shifted from silver to deep midnight blue. Gasps erupted from the crowd. 10 million microfluidic channels circulate temperature-reactive pigments. Park it in sunlight, it lightens to reflect heat. On a winter night, it darkens to absorb warmth. An engineer from Elegance Motors dropped his glasses in shock. That can't be possible at scale. Oscar smirked confidently. Our nanodeposition printers would beg to differ. Next, the hologram dove into the engine bay, revealing an awe-inspiring 6.6L twin-charged W12 engine like nothing else on the market today. No turbo lag here, Oscar continued smoothly. No supercharger whine. The display highlighted 12 individual electric compressors feeding each cylinder with surgical precision. With 48-volt hybrid integration providing 900 Nm torque from just 900 RPM, silent and seamless, yet savage when you need it. An engineer began scribbling furiously as they observed that this marvel idled at an astonishingly quiet 28 decibels, quieter than a whisper. The doors opened without handles, unveiling an interior that seemed to defy physics itself. Active noise cancellation isn't new, Oscar admitted casually, but ours doesn't just block sound, it erases frequencies. The hologram illustrated how opposing sound waves were calculated in real time to cancel out tire roar and wind noise, even passenger conversations in the backseat. A Paragon automotive executive turned pale as they saw a dB meter reading 3 inside the cabin. That's below ambient silence levels. You're measuring pure absence of sound. Oscar simply nodded with pride. We call it sonic vacuum. The seats flexed and shifted as the hologram dove into their intricate design. Each seat is equipped with 2,147 microsensors that monitor everything from pressure and body temperature to blood oxygen levels, Oscar explained, his enthusiasm palpable. The display showcased how the seat adjusted its lumbar support before the driver even felt a hint of discomfort. Tired of feeling worn out on long drives, our bolsters provide massages in patterns inspired by cardiac muscle movements. A medical tech reporter from BioAuto gasped, "Wait, did you just say you built a heartbeat into the seat massagers?" Oscar smiled knowingly. "What we built is prevention. Our trials show an impressive 82 drop in deep vein thrombosis rates. As the hologram transitioned to the cockpit, it revealed a sleek interior devoid of screens until Oscar touched the steering wheel. Holographic interfaces can be gimmicky when they're always on, he noted. The display illustrated how controls only appeared when needed, projected at just the right focal depth to minimize eye strain. Your eyes focus naturally here, just like reading a book. Goodbye digital fatigue. An automotive designer from Elegance let out an exasperated groan. We've been trying to crack that for years. As the presentation approached its climax, Oscar leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "But wait, the Celeste has one more secret." Suddenly, the hologram morphed into a live feed from Osborne's Arctic testing grounds. The sedan glided effortlessly across a frozen lake at 40°C, its surface pristine as everyone realized no ice, no snow accumulation. Oscar beamed with pride. "Thanks to our phase-change nano-coating, moisture simply doesn't solidify on contact." An engineer from a well-known car brand dropped his tablet in disbelief. You just eliminated winter maintenance." With a razor-thin smile, Oscar replied, "We didn't just eliminate winter woes, we eliminated compromise." The moment Oscar Osborne wrapped up his presentation, the exhibition hall erupted into a frenzy. Reporters surged forward like a tidal wave, their recording drones buzzing overhead like an angry swarm of bees. Industry executives from rival automakers stood frozen in their seats, their faces shifting through disbelief, horror, and begrudging admiration. Then came the first question, sharp and incisive, from a journalist at Autovision Pantera. "Mr. Osborne, you claim the Celeste's W12 engine produces 900 Nm at 900 RPM with zero turbo lag. That defies every known combustion principle. Where's your proof?" Oscar remained unfazed. With a tap on his tablet, he conjured a holographic display that showcased live data from Osborne's Arctic test facility, a Celeste prototype screaming under load on a dynamometer. The torque curve appeared as a flawless flat line stretching from idle to redline. "The electric compressors eliminate lag entirely," Oscar asserted confidently. "We're no longer bound by mechanical limitations." A murmur rippled through the crowd, curiosity mingled with skepticism. From the VIP section rose Marcus Vade, chief engineer of Titanes Motors, the reigning luxury performance brand in Pantera. "Pretty graphs, Osborne," he scoffed, "but dynos can be faked." His voice dripped with doubt. "Where are the third-party verification reports?" With a sly smile, Oscar replied, "They're in your inbox, Marcus. We sent them just an hour ago." Vade's expression darkened as his assistant leaned in to whisper, confirming that indeed those documents had arrived. Next up was a slender woman from Future Materials Weekly who pushed her way forward. "You saying this reactive liquid metal coating changes color based on temperature. That's thermochromics, which fades over time. How do you prevent degradation?" Oscar gestured toward the Celeste on stage with pride. "Traditional thermochromics rely on dyes. Ours uses nanoparticle lattice restructuring, just like how chameleons change color. No decay and no fading." A scoff echoed from the front row. It was Darien Cole, head of RD at Orem Luxury Vehicles. "That's lab tech, not production viable. Show me a fleet of these after 5 years of ownership before we talk." Oscar tilted his head slightly and replied coolly, "We already have. Our beta test fleet has been running in the southern wastelands for 3 years now, no coding failures whatsoever." Cole clenched his jaw in frustration. A reporter from Elite Auto Tech raised his voice above the growing din of excitement in the room. "You're claiming 3 dB cabin noise levels. That's physically impossible. Even a vacuum chamber has a 0 dB baseline." Oscar nodded, unfazed. "You right about the numbers, but we not measuring ambient noise. We're talking about noise cancellation efficacy, the difference between outside and inside. Our system doesn't just block sound, it creates inverse waveforms in real time." From the back, a skeptical voice chimed in. It was Luca Riven, chief acoustic engineer at Vanther Automotives, pushing through the crowd with an air of authority. "That's nonsense. Active noise cancellation can account for every frequency at once. There's always some leakage." Instead of getting defensive, Oscar calmly tapped his tablet again. The doors of the Celeste opened wide as he gestured invitingly inside. "Why don't you hear for yourself?" Riven hesitated, but eventually stepped into the cabin. The doors sealed shut behind him, and onlookers watched intently through the tinted windows as Riven spoke, but not a single word escaped the car's confines. 30 seconds later, he emerged looking visibly shaken. It feels like being inside a sensory deprivation chamber, he stammered. The crowd erupted into applause and murmurs of disbelief. But then came Dr. Tim Rogers, biomechanics editor at Tech Health Review, cutting through the excitement with his skepticism. So you're saying your seats can prevent deep vein thrombosis? That's quite a medical claim. Where are your peer-reviewed studies? Oscar remained composed. Published last month in the Pantera Journal of Automotive Medicine, under peer review for 6 months before that. Voss scrambled on his tablet to find the study, his eyebrows rising higher with each scroll. Wait, you actually conducted double-blind trials. We done teammate claims we can substantiate, Oscar replied simply. Then came the question everyone had been waiting for. Mr. Osborne, said Soren Hale, CEO of Magna Superior and one of Pantera's oldest luxury automakers. He rose slowly from his seat, ice-gray eyes piercing through to Oscar's core. All this innovation, the reactive metal, silent cabin technology, medical-grade seats, what's the real cost? A hush fell over the crowd. Anticipation hung thick in the air. Oscar met Hale's gaze without flinching. 15 million Unicred's base. Hale didn't blink. Instead, he gestured toward other industry executives seated nearby. Not just price, the cost, he clarified ominously. You ray not merely selling a car, you ray making every other luxury brand obsolete overnight. That doesn't just disrupt the market, it destroys it. For the first time, Oscar's smile faded. Progress isn't about preserving the old, Soren. It's about building the new. The silence that followed was heavier than any engine block in the room. Then from the back of the hall, a single pair of hands began clapping. Then another. Then the entire exhibition hall erupted into applause. As the applause faded into an electrifying silence, a barrage of questions erupted like fireworks. 15 million Unicreds for the Celeste, that's outrageous. Exclaimed a red-faced journalist from Auto Finance Today, his tablet aglow with competitor price comparisons. Oscar Osborne remained unfazed. With a swift tap on his wrist display, the massive holographic screen behind him transformed into a detailed breakdown of raw material costs, a bold move that made even rival executives in the front row shift uncomfortably in their seats. Let's talk numbers, Oscar declared, his voice slicing through the murmurs like a hot knife through butter. The Hyperion GT20, 10 million Unicreds. The hologram zoomed in on the supercar's chassis, a dazzling lattice of graphene reinforced titanium. The monocoque alone costs 500,000 to produce, Oscar explained. Not because we're overcharging, but because the molecular bonding process takes 17 days in a zero-oxygen forge. A ripple of astonishment coursed through the crowd. And those plasma-coated engine blocks, 285,000 per unit. The active magnetic suspension, 450,000 per car. He let those figures hang in the air like an unresolved chord. This isn't markup. This is what it costs to reinvent the wheel. A reporter from Luxury Auto Insiders scoffed dismissively. That still doesn't justify nearly 1 million credits. Oscar tilted his head slightly and asked, how much is your life worth? Silence enveloped the room. The Hyperion isn't just about speed. It's built to withstand crashes that would reduce other supercars to scrap metal. So yes, it's expensive because you're not just buying a car, you're investing in your safety. He paused for effect. You're paying for immortality. The Aegis, 10 million Unicreds. The display shifted to showcase the SUV's armored skeleton. The nanocomposite armor, 3 million Unicreds per body shell, Oscar continued confidently. And that predictive AI system. Another 2 million Unicreds in quantum processors and sensor arrays. A burly engineer from Terra SUV magazine crossed his arms defiantly. No family needs 1 million credit grossreigeter. With a razor-thin smile, Oscar shot back. Tell that to the 4,200 people who died in SUV rollovers last year. The hologram flashed up sobering accident statistics. The Aegis doesn't allow rollovers. Its stability system predicts crashes before they happen. So I ask you, what's the price of your children walking away from an accident? The engineer sat down, visibly chastened. The Celeste, 15 million Unicreds. Imagine a car that not only turns heads but also heals itself. That's right, the hologram just revealed the sedan's incredible self-healing nanolacquer. This paint, a staggering 75,000 Unicreds per liter, Oscar declared, his voice steady with conviction. And let's not forget the silent cabin sonic vacuum tech, 1 million in RD for each vehicle. Suddenly, a silver-haired analyst from Elite Wealth Motors raised a shaky hand, confusion etched on his face. But a Magna Superior limousine costs half that. Oscar didn't flinch. Instead, he leaned in closer and shot back. Are you comparing apples to oranges? Does that limousine clean its own exterior? Does it massage your spine to prevent blood clots? Can it steer itself out of a collision? He paused for effect. You ray not just comparing cars, you ray pitting a horse-drawn carriage against a spaceship. For the first time, Oscar stepped off the stage and walked slowly through the crowd. His tone softened as he addressed them directly. I know what you Ray thinking. These prices are meant for billionaires. And you know what? You're absolutely right for now. He stopped beside a young reporter clutching an auto blog focused on budget-friendly options. With another flick of his wrist, the hologram transformed once more to reveal an ambitious production roadmap. Year 1, 500,000 units total, hand-built for the Elite 0.1. The display scrolled down further. Year 3, 2 million units produced in automated factories, prices dropped by 40. Another scroll appeared. Year 5, 5 million units available with affordable leases. The technology trickles down. He turned back to the captivated audience and delivered his final message with passion. Luxury today becomes standard tomorrow. That's how progress works. And then came the mic drop moment that left everyone buzzing. Or you can keep buying last century's relics at bargain prices. The choice is yours. The Neosphere International Exhibition Center was buzzing like never before. A sea of journalists, tech analysts, and rival executives flooding the Grand Hall, a vibrant blend of murmurs that created a constant hum echoing off the stunning vaulted glass ceilings. The air was thick with the scent of freshly polished metal and the faint crackle of ozone from charging holographic displays. Massive floating banners adorned the walls, each showcasing the sleek silver emerald Osborne logo, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. At the heart of this electric atmosphere stood a stage, a circular platform on the stage, its surface shimmering with an almost liquid metal sheen. Above it, Spectra S floated in glowing holographic script, shifting between languages every few seconds like a digital chameleon. Tech reporters from Pantera Digital and FutureTech now jostled for prime camera angles, their gear scanning for hidden details on the empty stage. Meanwhile, rival executives from Vexar Mobile and Titani's devices occupied the VIP section, their expressions carefully neutral but fingers tapping impatiently on armrests. A low bass thrum pulsed through the floor as lights dimmed, murmurs faded into an anticipatory silence. Then, nothing but stillness. A single spotlight ignited at center stage, illuminating a tall figure stepping forward, Dr. Ailia Voss, head of technical development at Osborne Technology Group. Dressed in a sleek black suit with a subtly glowing neural interface collar, he looked more like a character from a cyberpunk thriller than your average corporate presenter. His sharp blue eyes scanned the crowd with laser focus. Ladies and gentlemen, he began in a measured tone that commanded attention. What you are about to witness is not just an iteration, it's a revolution. With an elegant gesture, he summoned the hologram of the Spectra S Pro Max to life, its layers peeling back like pages in an extraordinary book to reveal its inner marvels. The hologram zoomed in on the phone's exterior, a surface that shimmered with an almost liquid quality. The Spectra S Pro Max is crafted from what we call reactive liquid metal matrix, Voss explained confidently. It's not merely a shell, it's alive. A journalist from TechFront Pantera raised her hand eagerly. You say, living, does that mean it grows? Voss smirked knowingly. In a way, this alloy is embedded with billions of nanoscopic shape memory particles. Scratches, they heal within seconds. Dense, the material reflows to restore its original form. He tapped on the tablet to activate a simulation showing a steel blade dragged across the phone's surface, watching as deep gouges sealed themselves shut before their very eyes. A ripple of disbelief swept through the audience. And what about colors? Pressed another reporter. Not paint, not dye, Voss declared, his voice resonating through the room. This is photonic lattice manipulation. Take the quantum chrome variant, for instance, it's pigment-free. Instead, its surface refracts light at a molecular level, creating an iridescent effect that dances with your environment. He held up a physical prototype, tilting it just right to send shimmering cascades of color splashing across the stage. It is, quite literally, a mirror to the future. The display, True HoloVision Max, the hologram transitioned seamlessly to the phone's screen, a stunning bezel-less expanse. This isn't just a screen, it's a window, Voss proclaimed confidently. Imagine a 7.2-inch foldable AMOLED Plus panel boasting an incredible 240 Hz refresh rate and a touch sampling rate of 2000 Hz. Latency, non-existent. But then came skepticism from Lena Karas, display engineer at Lumina Optics. No panel can sustain 240 Hz without sacrificing brightness or burning out in months. Voss nodded thoughtfully. Conventional panels, sure, but ours utilizes quantum dot cooling technology. Each pixel is paired with a microthermoelectric regulator that dissipates heat instantly. With a tap of his finger, the hologram zoomed in on microscopic cooling channels intricately woven into the display substrate. As for brightness, he tapped again, and suddenly the display blazed with simulated sunlight at an astonishing 10,000 nits. You could use this under the glare of a desert noon and see every detail perfectly. Then came the Pi C to R assistance, and then there's this. The display detached from the phone in midair, projecting an interactive three-dimensional interface, a floating keyboard, a hovering video call screen, a fully immersive holographic game, hard light projection, no glasses required, just pure tangible holograms. The audience erupted into applause. Voss let their excitement simmer before continuing, power, the eternal limitation until now. The hologram dissected the phone's power core, a sleek graphenewrapped module. Introducing Infinite Cell Max, a groundbreaking 7000 mAh solid-state graphene battery with an astonishing 20-year lifespan that charges from 0 to full in just 3 minutes. A chorus of gasps filled the room. Impossible, shouted a battery engineer from Voltaic Systems. Even with graphene, Voss interrupted smoothly. That would melt a normal battery. Correct, which is why we don't use ordinary materials. Our anode is lined with self-repairing lithium nanotubes to prevent dendrite formation, while our electrolyte features a room-temperature superconducting gel that eliminates resistance. He tapped on the tablet again, and the audience gasped as a live feed from Osborne's labs appeared. There it was, a Spectra S Pro Max charging up, its power meter soaring to 100 in the blink of an eye. And if that's not enough, he continued with a grin, check out the SolarSkin back panel. Step outside for just an hour and you'll snag a whopping 30 charge. And when you move your hand, those kinetic coils are busy converting your motion into microjuice. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into applause. Voss smirked as the hologram shifted to showcase the phone's sleek rear, flaunting an impressive array of lenses. Let's dive into vision, he said enthusiastically. The Penta 250MP array features main sensor f/0.95 aperture, light capture that rivals the human eye, ultrawide lens 200 field of view with zero distortion, 15x periscope lossless zoom made possible by fluidic lens tech, thermal cam-C in pitch black using heat signatures, X-ray scan penetrates materials for detailed structural analysis. A reporter from Phototech Global stood up, visibly shaking. X-ray, that S medical tech. And now it fits right in your pocket, Voss replied smoothly. Imagine checking wiring behind walls, authenticating important documents, or even scanning a broken bone in emergencies. He activated a demo that left everyone speechless, a live X-ray of a volunteer's hand displayed on screen, bones and tendons visible in real time. Don't worry, the radiation output is lower than that of a dental X-ray, perfectly safe. The crowd was too stunned to react. Now let's talk about the brain behind this beast, Voss said as he tapped on the holographic OS display. Aurora OS isn't just smart, it's psychic. The interface flowed like liquid. Icons rearranged themselves based on where users looked. The Neural Core X Ultra chipset doesn't merely predict your needs, it adapts to your brainwaves. Thinking about calling someone, the dialer pops up before you even touch the screen. A tech analyst from Neural Networks Quarterly looked ready to faint. You've integrated Neuralink tech into a phone. Not just integrated, Voss corrected confidently. Perfected. He placed the prototype against his temple, launching a holographic game controlled purely by thought. The audience lost their minds. As the presentation wrapped up, a lone skeptic rose from his seat, Darien Cole, the head of RD at Aurum Luxury Devices. This is all impressive, he conceded with a hint of reluctance. But what's the cost? Can anyone really manufacture this on a large scale? With a confident smile, Voss replied, actually, we already are. Suddenly, the hologram shifted to reveal a live feed from Osborne's cutting-edge factory, rows upon rows of Spectra S Pro Max units gliding seamlessly off the assembly line. A hush fell over the crowd as they processed this revelation. Then, like a dam bursting, chaos erupted. Reporters clamored for answers, while rival executives scrambled to contact their teams. In the midst of it all stood Dr. Elias Voss, unfazed and wearing a knowing smile that hinted at something monumental. The moment Dr. Voss wrapped up his presentation, the air in the hall buzzed with anticipation, crystallizing into one burning question that pierced through the murmurs. Enough specs, what's the damn price? Shouted a finance reporter from Aurelian Capital. A wave of nervous laughter rippled through the crowd. Even rival executives leaned in, their faces a mix of dread and morbid curiosity. Voss couldn't help but smirk. He had been waiting for this moment. Ah, the part where we separate visionaries from bystanders. With a dramatic flourish, he swiped his hand, and the holographic display transformed into a stark, glowing price list. One Spectra X base model, 3,500 Unicred's gasps echoed throughout the room. This was half the cost of current flagship competitors. Impossible, exclaimed a flushed product manager from Next Tech Mobile. Our mid-range devices cost more to produce. Voss tilted his head slightly. Your inefficiency isn't our pricing problem. He zoomed in on the holographic breakdown. Chassis, 450 Unicred's reactive liquid metal matrix, self-healing display, 600 Unicred's true hollow vision, 2000 Hz touch. Battery, 300 Unicred's infinite cell graphene core, 3-minute charge. A journalist from Tech4All shot up like a rocket. You're losing money at this price. We're making history, Voss corrected smoothly. This isn't just a product, it's an ecosystem. Every Spectra S sold is a node in our neural net. The implication hung heavy in the air. You ray not merely buying a phone, you ray feeding a god. To Spectra S Pro 4500, the hologram highlighted its impressive upgrades. Camera array, 900 Unicrids 250 MP OmniVision 2 with X-ray thermal capabilities holography, 1000 Unicrids hardlight 3D projection 3. Spectra S Pro Max 6000 Unicrids silence fell over the crowd before chaos erupted, 6,000 credits. Roared an incredulous reporter from Budget Tech Pantera. That's a year's salary for most Aurelians. Voss remained unfazed, and it's an absolute bargain for what it does. The hologram burst to life, showcasing the jaw-dropping features of the Pro Max. Neural link, 1,500 Unicrids. Imagine controlling it with just your thoughts. Talk about mind-blowing AR/VR experiences. Matter analysis, 1,200 Unicrids X-ray spectroscopy that takes material science to a whole new level. Creator engine, 800 Unicrids an AI that embodies full artistic consciousness, your creative partner. In the midst of this technological marvel stood a renowned surgeon from Neo Luminara Medical, visibly shaken. Wait, are you saying this phone can analyze tissue in real time? Even better, Voss replied with a grin as he activated a demo. The Pro Max scanned a holographic patient, revealing a subdermal hemorrhage that was completely invisible to the naked eye. It's not just a phone, it's a lifesaver. As excitement rippled through the crowd, Leora Dune from Celestia Mobile leaned in and whispered urgently to her COO, "We're done for. Get ready," he announced confidently. Pre-orders open tonight. The first 10 million units will ship next week. The moment the press conference wrapped up, the internet erupted like a volcano. Across the Aurelian Federation and beyond, social media platforms buckled under the sheer weight of millions reacting simultaneously. Hashtags like Spectra S and Osborne or nothing shot to the top of every trending list within minutes. Memes, hot takes, and wild conspiracy theories flooded timelines as the world scrambled to process what they had just witnessed. OmniPulse, Pantera's largest social platform, descended into delightful chaos. TechBro Aurelian verified influencer, 8.2M followers just mortgaged my apartment for the Quantum X Pro Max. No regrets, worth it likes. 1.4M replies, you have an apartment. 42K upvotes skeptical scientist AI ethics researcher. Spectracicin T just an assistant, it's a parasite. You ray letting a quantum AI live in your pocket and no one's asking the tough questions. Digital Overlord shares, 500K quadruples. Shut up and let me enjoy my tech. 312K likes. Poor student life. Me staring at the Spectra S price tag versus my bank account balance. Visible despair. Cries in ramen replies. That 40 student discount though. 89K likes. Meanwhile on Dark Freak, the underground forum for tech enthusiasts, a user named Circuit Breaker posted, jailbreaking Eidolon equal challenge accepted. First person to hack it gets 1M credits from me. Replies, you'll die trying. 22K upvotes behind closed doors. Boardrooms across the tech industry spiraled into frantic discussions. Vexar Mobile HQ. CEO Marcus Writhe glared at the plummeting stock ticker on his office wall. Vexar's shares had nosedived by 18 in just 1 hour since Osborne's reveal. We need a response now. He barked at his team. One brave junior developer ventured a reply, Sir, we can't replicate any of this technology. Their quantum neural core alone is. I don't care, Writhe shouted, throwing his datapad against the wall in frustration. Slap a enhanced on our next model and double our marketing budget. Celestia Mobile conference room. In the dimly lit war room of Celestia Mobile, tension crackled in the air like static electricity. Leora Dune, the company's steely leader, sat at the head of the table, her expression unreadable as her executives clashed over their next move. Finally breaking her silence, Dune's voice sliced through the chaos like a knife. Cut RD funding to our foldable division. We need to redirect everything towards survival. The gravity of her words hung heavily in the air. This was no ordinary corporate spat. It was a battle for their very existence. Meanwhile, at Next Tech, panic rippled through their PR team as they scrambled to control the narrative. Osborne's claims are unverified. Where's the third-party testing? What about long-term safety data? They insisted desperately, but online reactions were merciless. Fact-check this shot back, says the company that shipped a phone that literally caught fire last year. Desperation in shadowy corners of Neo Luminara tech bazaars. Whispers of opportunity spread among smugglers and hackers alike. I'll pay triple for a pre-order slot, hissed a masked figure to a scalper outside an Osborne store. The scalper chuckled darkly, triple. The Pro Max is going for 10x on Shadow Bay. As if on cue, chaos erupted on Midnight Bazaar, a notorious dark web auction site, as bids flew higher than anyone could have imagined. Spectra S Pro, unlocked, no biometrics, 25,000 Unicrids current bid, the listing vanished just 37 seconds later after being flagged and removed, too hot for even that underworld marketplace. Nestled within the towering Osborne Media and Entertainment Group office building, the Aurora Studio headquarters buzzed with energy. The hum of servers and the soft glow of holographic displays created an atmosphere charged with innovation. In the executive conference room, boasting a breathtaking view of the neon-lit skyline, Harlan Kane, head of Aurora Studio, sat confidently at the sleek black table, fingers steepled as he surveyed the impressive reports floating before him. Surrounding him were the studio's top minds: Lena Smith, Chief Creative Officer, Darius Cole, Lead Developer, and Myra Chen, Head of Global Operations. Their expressions reflected a mix of awe and satisfaction as they absorbed the data. Can you believe it? Just 2.5 months since launch, Harlan began, his voice steady yet laced with triumph. And we've just crossed 2.5 billion downloads. A ripple of approval swept through the room. What's our peak concurrent player count? Lena asked, her sharp gaze fixed on the holographic dashboard. 487 million, Darius replied, swiping his hand to expand the data stream. And that's only from our main servers. If we factor in regional instances and private lobbies, we're looking at over 600 million players online simultaneously during peak hours. Myra let out a low whistle. That's more than some countries. Harlan smirked. In fact, that's more than several small nations combined. Even in a world as expansive as Pantera, those numbers were mind-blowing. League of Legends hadn't just entered the market, it had taken it by storm. What about engagement metrics? Harlan pressed on. The average playtime per user is 14 hours a week, Lena said, flicking a chart toward the center of the table. And our retention rate, an astonishing 92 after just 1 month. That's practically unheard of. Leaning back with a slow exhale, Harlan mused, we anticipated success, but this is nothing short of a cultural reset. With a knowing glance at Myra, he added, and we owe much to Osborne Pharmaceuticals. A hush fell over them as they absorbed Victor's statement. You really think their medical advancements boosted our numbers? Darius asked skeptically. I don't think I know, Harlan replied confidently. He tapped on his tablet, causing new data to cascade into view: social media trends, search analytics, player surveys. Look here, 38 of our new players cited Osborne as their reason for trying out our game, not trailers or esports hype, just the name. Lena crossed her arms, nodding thoughtfully. It makes perfect sense. Osborne Pharmaceuticals skyrocketed to fame overnight after the AMHP9 reveal. People trust that brand now. If they can rebuild human tissue, why wouldn't they create the best game in the world? Myra chuckled, a playful grin on her face. We're riding the coattails of medical science here. Not quite, Harlan interjected with a knowing smile. We're harnessing the perception of excellence. Osborne Holdings doesn't just produce products, it crafts legacies. And now, we're part of that legacy. He swiped his tablet, revealing a live heat map of player registrations lighting up the screen like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Check out this spike about a month ago when the VitaCore Nanogel went viral. The same thing happened when Oscar Osborne held that press conference for the Celeste sedan. Every time Osborne makes headlines, we see a surge in interest. Darius rubbed his chin in contemplation. So what you Ray saying is we Ray cashing in on being under the same umbrella as a company that heals burns and builds hypercars. Exactly. Harlan beamed, excitement radiating from him, and it would be foolish not to capitalize on it. The conversation shifted gears from celebration to strategy. We need to strengthen our connection, Lena said, her mind racing with ideas. How about exclusive in-game items themed around Osborne tech? Maybe a VitaCore healer, champion, or a Hyperion GT skin for our speed-based characters. That might be too obvious, Darius countered with a smirk. But what if we did a crossover event? A limit time game mode where players control nanobot-enhanced champions. Let's call it the Osborne Protocol. Harlan nodded slowly, considering the idea. That could definitely work, but let's think even bigger. He leaned forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. What if we integrated some of their tech into our infrastructure? Myra raised an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. How would that even work? The artificial intelligence developed by Osborne Technology for their Spectra S is groundbreaking, Harlan explained enthusiastically. Imagine having a game assistant that doesn't just recommend builds, but learns your playstyle and adapts in real time. Or how about an advanced reporting system that detects toxicity before it escalates? The room buzzed with excitement at these possibilities. That would be incredible, Darius admitted, eyes wide with wonder. But do we have permission to tap into their neural networks? Harlan flashed a confident smirk. I'll set up the meeting myself. With these numbers, Oscar Osborne will want to take this call personally. In a sleek, upscale apartment nestled in a vibrant corner of Neo Luminara, the glow of multiple monitors bathed Kai Novastrike Riker's gaming den in a kaleidoscope of colors. His setup was nothing short of spectacular. A curved ultra-wide display, a holographic chat overlay floating effortlessly to his left, and a Neuralinked headset that captured even the faintest whispers. The air buzzed with the soft hum of cooling fans and the occasional crackle as he sipped from an energy drink. Kai is just a streamer with about 10,000 fans, although his Steam is quite small, but he really enjoyed. All right, chat, tonight we're diving into the library, Kai announced, his voice smooth yet charged with that unmistakable streamer charisma. I'm craving something fresh, hit me with your suggestions, but please. No zombie games. If I see one more undead survival title, I might just lose it. The chat erupted in a flurry of messages that zipped by at lightning speed. Frostbite, play League of Legends. Shadow Dragon, bro, you've never played LOL. It's like the game right now. Pixel Queen, done T, do it Nova. It's a trap, you'll never escape. Kai leaned back in his ergonomic chair with a playful smirk. League of Legends, huh. Ether Glide, yes. Jinxmane, yes. Toxicor feed, no. Stay away, save yourself. He chuckled at their enthusiasm. All right then, let's see what all the fuss is about. With just a few clicks, he opened up the Aurora Games Hub where League of Legends dominated the front page. The banner art was breathtaking, heroes locked in epic battles, magic clashing against steel, and an imposing dragon-like creature looming ominously in the background. Damn, that's quite the poster, Kai muttered as he hit download. Thanks to Neo Luminara's lightning-fast Q-Fiber network, the hefty 150 GB game installed in under 5 minutes. Chat, he declared confidently while cracking his knuckles. We're going in blind, no tutorials or guides, just pure unfiltered suffering. You love to see it. As the game booted up with an exhilarating orchestral score and flashed the Osborne Entertainment logo, a silver O entwined in emerald lightning, it dropped him into the main menu. The interface was sleek and futuristic. Holographic elements floated as if suspended in midair. Okay. That's pretty cool, Kai admitted. Ignoring chat's protests over skipping the lore intro, they screamed. He dove straight into matchmaking. The game prompted him to select a role. What's the easiest role? He asked his viewers. Frostbite, support, just heal people. Shadow Dragon, no go mid lane, you get to fight 1v1 Toxicor feed. Jungle, ha 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 ha. Kai squinted at the screen, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Jungle sounds peaceful, like trees, monsters, maybe a river, I'll take it. The chat erupted in chaos. Pixel Queen Nuo, Ether Glide, you have chosen death, but it was too late. He locked in jungle and hit confirm with a flourish. A dazzling roster of champions appeared before him, each one more fantastical than the last, armored knights, spell-slinging mages, and even literal monsters. His gaze landed on Regon, the Infernal Warden, a hulking draconic warrior wielding an enormous axe. This is the one, Kai declared confidently. Big sword, well, axe, big dragon energy. Sold, Jinxmane, he's one of the hardest champs in the game. Frostbite, actually unplayable. Ignoring their warnings like a true adventurer, Kai locked in Regon. The loading screen flickered to life, showcasing the enemy team's picks, a nimble assassin, a glowing sorceress, and a tank that looked like a walking fortress. All right, let's do this, he said with determination. As the world materialized around him in breathtaking detail, Kai felt his breath catch in awe. He stood at the heart of the Azure Sanctum, their base, where the air crackled with ozone and magic danced through enchanted stone underfoot. Whoa. He flexed Regon's claws and gripped his massive axe tightly. It felt real. The haptic feedback from his gloves mimicked resistance while ambient sounds streamed directly into his ears. Okay, jungle time. Let's find some monsters. Moving towards the Crimson Bramble, the game's jungle quadrant, he marveled at the thick foliage glowing with bioluminescent spores while distant growls sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a massive wolf-like creature emerged from the shadows, the Bramble Alpha. Oh no, the beast lunged at him ferociously. Kai barely managed to swing his axe as its impact reverberated up his arms. He watched helplessly as his health bar plummeted. Why does it hit so hard? He yelled in disbelief. Frostbite, kite it, you idiot. Shadow Dragon, use your abilities. Kai frantically mashed buttons, his heart racing as Regon's infernal cleave ignited, a sweeping arc of fire that finally felled the monstrous foe. Ha, who's the jungle now? He exclaimed, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. But Pixel Queen quickly reminded him. You're level 1. The game has 18 levels. Ouch, reality check. On stream, viewers watched in a mix of horror and amusement as Kai's Regon stumbled through the jungle, barely scraping by with each encounter. His map awareness, non-existent. His pathing, utterly chaotic. It was like watching a baby deer take its first steps, adorable yet painfully awkward. And then disaster struck. Out of nowhere, the enemy jungler, a lithe assassin known as Vera the Phantom Blade, ambushed him at the river shrine. Panic surged through Kai as he fumbled every ability, missing wildly while Vera danced around him like a shadowy whirlwind, her blades flashing dangerously close. How is she everywhere? He shouted in disbelief. Toxicor feed chimed in with a cheeky comment, welcome to Leg. Regon fell to Vera's relentless assault. First blood claimed. The enemy team erupted in cheers overall chat while Kai's teammates were less than supportive. Teammate 1, report jungle. Teammate 2, actual bot. Kai groaned in frustration. Chat, what do I do? Frostbite suggested bluntly, FF forfeit. Shadow Dragon echoed, FF. Pixel Queen added her own vote, FF. With a sigh but determination flickering in his eyes, Kai declared, fine, let's go for another round. He wasn't ready to give up just yet. Etha Glide couldn't he help but comment, he S-hooked. Kai Novastrike Riker had seen better days. Humiliated, flamed, and outplayed more times than he could count. He had lost track of how many times he had been hacked and killed. He had been playing for hours now. The thrill of the game had dulled into a monotonous grind. His journey through League of Legends felt like a brutal descent into madness, missed skill shots, accidental tower dives, and countless moments of him screaming in frustration, why can't I move? As a Morgana root locked him down for what felt like an eternity. But today was different. The glow from his triple monitor setup bathed his gaming den in an eerie blue light as Kai cracked his knuckles, eyes laser-focused on the champion's select screen. The chat was a whirlwind of messages flying by so fast that only his Neuralinked overlay could keep up with the chaos. Frostbite, bro, if you pick Yasuo again, I swear to God. Pixel Queen, just play Malphite, press R and win. Toxicor feed, laughs in 10 power spike ignoring the noise. Kai's cursor hovered over Garen, the might of Demacia himself. No fancy mechanics today, he muttered with determination. No dashes, no skill shots, just me, my biggest sword, and the sweet sound of justice. He locked in. The chat erupted like a volcano. Etha Glide, oh my God, he is learning. Shadow Dragon, Garon, who are you and what have you done with Nova? Kai smirked to himself. That's right, I've embraced the dark side. His team comp looked solid, a Lux mid, Jaehin bot, Leona support, and Hecarim jungle, but then he glanced at the enemy lineup and felt a chill run down his spine. Zed, check, Vayne, double check, and worst of all, Teemo. Kai shuddered involuntarily. I hate that rat. Frostbite, everyone hates Teemo. Pixel Queen, Teemo is the devil. As the game loaded up, Kai took a deep breath while spawning on Summoner's Rift. The familiar hum of the Nexus pulsed behind him like a heartbeat. He bought his starting items, Doran's shield, because who needed extra pain? And marched toward top lane with purpose. His opponent, Darius. Oh come on, Kai groaned dramatically. The one guy who's even more brain-dead than Garen. The early landing phase unfolded like a cautious dance. Kai lasted minions with precision while dodging Darius's apprehend attack and occasionally pressing Q to silence that axe-wielding menace before retreating like a tactical coward. Then disaster struck. Hecarim ganked. Yes, finally, a team. Kai whooped as Hecarim charged in, sending Darius flying through the air. Kai spun like a Beyblade E-Judgment baby, and together they shredded Darius's health bar. But then flash, Darius vanished, escaping with a sliver of health. Kai screamed, Nuo, Frostbite, lol Pixel Queen, classic, but wait, what was that? A golden snare wrapped around Darius. Lux had unleashed her ultimate from mid-lane. Lux, you beautiful sunshine child. Kai roared as the final spark obliterated Darius. First blood, and for once it wasn't T. Kai's death. By the 15-minute mark, Kai was sitting pretty at 302, a monstrous Garen stomping around with a stridebreaker and the confidence of someone who finally learned how to press W at just the right moment. Then came the play. The enemy Zed had been terrorizing his team, assassinating poor Lux every time she stepped out of base. But this time, Kai was ready. Zed shadow dashed onto Lux and unleashed his deadly combo. She was dead. Until Kai's Garen sprinted in like a freight train Q decisive strike, silencing Zed middle. Spin to win, baby. Kai cackled as he pressed E, transforming into the Demacian blender that shredded Zed's health bar to pieces. Zed flashed away in desperation. Kai flashed after him with righteous fury, justice. Our Demacian justice. The giant sword came crashing down. Zed exploded. Teammate 1, holy shit Garen. Teammate 2, wait, Novastrike is actually good now. Kai's chat erupted into chaos. Frostbite, did he just outplay a Zed? Pixel Queen, what timeline is this? By 30 minutes in, Kai had transformed into an unkillable monster, decked out with Dead Man, S-Plate, Force of Nature, and Starak S-Gauge. He was basically a walking brick wall wielding a sword. The enemy team desperately tried to stop him. Vayne tumbled and shot, only for Kai to press Q and silence her before spinning her into oblivion. Vayne has been slain. Teemo attempted to blind him next, but not today. With a laugh and W courage activated, he ran Teemo down without breaking a sweat. Teemo has been slain. Toxicor feed. Teemo death makes my heart happy. Finally, with the enemy team wiped, Kai's squad marched down mid. The Nexus exploded in a dazzling shower of blue light. Victory. Kai leaped out of his chair, arms raised high. Let's go. His chat erupted into a wall of celebration. Frostbite, poggers. Pixel Queen, I can't believe I just witnessed this. Shadow Dragon, Garen main, BTW. Kai collapsed back into his seat, grinning like a madman. That's right, I did that. Me, the guy who once died to jungle camps, the one who got flamed for missing smite. Etha Glide chimed in. Bro, it's just one game. Kai paused for dramatic effect. I'm playing again tomorrow. Frostbite, sigh, here we go again. 3 days ago, Kai Novastrike Riker was just another struggling streamer with around 10,000 viewers, most tuning in to laugh at his misplays. But suddenly, his face was everywhere. Clips of his Garen rampage went viral across forums and social media, even making headlines in mainstream gaming news. It all started with a single highlight reel. Someone clipped the moment he silenced Zed Middle, spun like a top, and executed him with thunderous Damatian justice. The clip was titled, "When the 10 Yasuo main switches to Garen and suddenly becomes Faker." Naturally, the internet latched onto it like hungry piranhas. Subbles exploded first. A post on League of Legends titled "This is what happens when a hard-stuck player finally touches a brain-dead champ shot to the top within hours." Comments flooded in, a mix of awe and toxic humor endemic to the community. Bro went from "why can't I move" to "justice demands retribution real quick." Garen mains rise up, our prophet has arrived. This is beautiful, like watching a baby bird leave the nest only to start dunking on people. Static Pulse wasn't too far behind either. Highlight channels spliced his gameplay with dramatic music and slow motion effects featuring captions like, "The redemption arc we didn't know we needed." One dedicated editor even created a montage titled Novastrike's journey from iron to well, slightly less iron, juxtaposing his old Yasuo misplays with newfound Garen dominance. The video ended with text that read, "Sometimes the outplay is admitting you suck and pressing Q," as Kai's crit glitch chat transformed from a small gathering of regulars into an absolute warzone filled with new faces. Kai's crit glitch chat, once a cozy gathering of familiar faces, had transformed into an electrifying battlefield filled with newcomers. First-time viewer, is this the garden guy from Subbles, League fanatic, streamer diff, random troll, fake, he paid Zed to throw? Caught off guard by the sudden influx of messages, Kai could only blink in disbelief. Hey chat, yeah it's me, the Garen guy I guess, Frostbite, bro you're famous, Pixel Queen we're witnessing history. With virality came the inevitable debates. Nebula Chirp's threads erupted, dissecting whether Kai's newfound fame stemmed from skill unlikely, luck possible, or simply the fact that Garen was, as one user put it, a walking statue with a sword taped to him. Garen takes negative skill. This proves nothing. Oh, so when Novastrike does it, it's cool, but when I do it, I am abusing low. I mean, he's not wrong. Garen is literally designed so your cat could play him. Even well-known streamer Project Shadow weighed in during his own broadcast. Look, I am not saying Garen is broken, but if a guy who used to die to minions can suddenly 1v9, maybe we need to have a talk. The League Subbles devolved into a full-blown Garen debate, players passionately arguing over whether the champion was fair, overtuned, or just a product of Aurora's design laziness. Meanwhile, Kai kept playing and winning. Then came the stream that changed everything. Fully embracing his Damatian overlord persona, Kai queued up for ranked with newfound confidence as his viewer count skyrocketed into the hundreds of thousands, nearly reaching 1 million, all eager to see if his Garen streak was merely a fluke. Game after game, he dominated. He silenced assassins with ease, spun circles around ADCs like they were nothing, and dunked on anyone foolish enough to challenge him in the side lane. His builds were optimized, his macro gameplay surprisingly decent, and his W timing, a thing of beauty, but it was Game 5 that truly showcased his prowess. The enemy team featured a smurfing Riven, a player named Blade Master 69 whose win rate screamed I should not be in this alo. From minute 1, Riven attempted to style on Kai with wave manipulation and flashy combos. And what did Kai do? He pressed Q then E then R. Riven has been slain. Riven has been slain. Just like that, chaos erupted in the chat. Frostbite, bro just gapped a Riven main. Pixel Queen skill issue, Toxicor feed, Riven players in shambles. In the midst of this digital frenzy, the Riven player, clearly tilted, couldn't help but type, Blade Master 69, wow Garen so skilled. But Kai, for once he had the perfect response. Nova Strike, the clip of this epic moment spread like wildfire, faster than any meme before it. Crit glitch chat reactions, HIM. Subbles title, Local Garen Enjoyer destroys Smurf's mental in 3 buttons. Nebula Chirp's hot take, this is why top lane is a failed role. By the end of his stream, Kai's viewer count had tripled. The next few days felt like a whirlwind. He received an invitation from a League podcast to discuss his so-called transformation from Inter to Terror, but he politely declined. Who wants to sound like a fool on air? Even Aurora Games chimed in on his clip with a caption that read, when the villain arc becomes the hero arc. Merch companies began sliding into his DMs, eager to know if he wanted to sell Justic E-themed mousebeds. Old rivals from his Yasuo days popped up in chat, some there to mock him, others begrudgingly admitting he'd improved. Yasuo or AFK, okay but can you do it on a real champ? Nova Strike, no 3 but here's the wildest part, he was actually having fun. No more screaming at missed dashes or tilting over failed outplays. Just Q, E, R and that sweet sound of victory ringing in his ears. Then, as quickly as it all began, the hype plateaued. New memes emerged and fresh dramas unfolded. The internet moved on without him. But Kai didn't mind one bit. For the first time in his gaming career, he wasn't the punchline anymore. He was proof that even the biggest clown could win by keeping things simple and straightforward. As he queued up for another game, his chat, a lively mix of old regulars and new fans, buzzed with anticipation for what would come next in the Nova Strike saga. Frostbite, so Malfight next. Pixel Queen, do it you coward. Kai smirked and replied with a teasing glint in his eye, maybe. And just like that, the stream rolled on. The neon glow of Sky City's skyscrapers bathed the streets in an electric haze, their towering forms stretching so high they seemed to scrape the moon of Pantera. Holographic billboards flickered with advertisements RANKED grinding, try new ZEALIX energy drink, while the distant hum of hover vehicles filled the air. The sidewalks were packed with people, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of city's neon lights. And there, amidst the sea of bustling bodies, walked Darien Moon. Darien wasn't exactly a standout guy. He was of average height, with messy dark hair and that slightly disheveled look of someone who had spent too many late nights glued to a screen. His faded black jacket, adorned with a peeling patch, flapped lightly in the wind as he trudged forward, hands stuffed deep in his pockets. His gaze flicked up to a flickering sign above an unremarkable building, Netherrealm Internet Cafe, cheaper rates in the district. Darien snorted at the name. Netherrealm, how dramatic can you get? But it was the closest spot with decent gaming rigs, especially since his home setup had finally given up the ghost after one too many Rajin-juiced fist slams. With a resigned sigh, he pushed through the door. Inside was just as he expected, dim lighting, the sharp scent of synthetic coolant hanging in the air, and the rhythmic clatter of mechanical keyboards filling his ears. Rows of high-end gaming pods lined the walls, most occupied by players hunched over their screens, faces illuminated by the glow of League of Legends. A bored-looking attendant with neon green hair glanced up from behind the counter. Hourly or full day? 2 hours, Darien muttered as he swiped his wristcom over the payment scanner. Pod 17. Don T. Spill anything on the gear or you, Ray, paying for it. Darien rolled his eyes and made his way to his assigned station, weaving past a group of guys loudly arguing about that ridiculous Warwick buff in the latest patch. Pod 17 was decent, a high-refresh holographic display, a tactile feedback keyboard, and a chair that didn't scream back pain at him every time he sat down. Cracking his knuckles, he logged in and launched League. The familiar chime of the login screen filled his ears, and a smirk crept across his face. Time to int some games. He queued up for ranked solo duo mode, fingers drumming impatiently on the desk as anticipation built within him. The match popped almost instantly. Top lane, Garen. Oh hell yeah, he muttered under his breath. Spin to win. He barely noticed the lanky guy next to him sporting a Feeder's Anonymous hoodie until Darien executed a perfect level 2 Allen, silencing Darius and spinning him down to 10 HP before flashing away to safety. The guy next to him stopped playing entirely. Yo, the hoodie guy exclaimed, blinking in disbelief. That was clean as hell. Darien shrugged nonchalantly. Darius players deserve it. Instead of returning to his game, the hoodie guy leaned closer, captivated by Darien's skillful manipulation of the wave. He froze it near his tower and then swiftly hunted down the Darius player as soon as he made a mistake. Bro, you're styling on this guy. The hoodie guy grinned, clearly impressed. Moments later, another player, sporting a tattoo that read 10 power spike on his forearm, caught wind of the excitement and ditched his own match to watch. Wait, is this dude actually good? The tattoo guy asked, eyebrows raised in curiosity. No, the hoodie guy chuckled. He's just playing Garen. But like he's playing him right. By the time Darien reached a staggering 60 score and started taking on 2 enemies at once, a small crowd had gathered behind him. Oh snap, he's really carrying, someone whispered in awe. No way this guy's solo queuing, he must be smurfing. Nah, check out his match history, hardstuck emerald for 3 seasons. Darien tuned them out, laser-focused on his game. He roamed mid lane and executed a flawless QER combo to take down the enemy Zed before teleporting bot to dunk their ag with style. The crowd erupted into cheers. Holy crap. Bro, what was that? This dude's an absolute menace. As Darien continued to dominate the match, the peanut gallery grew louder and more animated. Why's their jungler even trying? My man's fed beyond belief. Because junglers are masochists, they thrive on getting stomped. Nah, this Warwick just sucks. Look at his pathing, he farming like it, SPVE mode. Darien couldn't help but smirk as he executed a perfect Baron steal with a last-second smite plus ult combo that left everyone gasping in disbelief. Oh my god, he's him. Yelled the hoodie guy enthusiastically. Now the tattoo guy countered skeptically. He not him, that's just a myth. Then explain that play. You can't, can you? I can't. That's why it feels like bullshit. The enemy team finally surrendered at 20 minutes, a testament to Darien's sheer unrelenting Damatian justice. As the victory screen flashed across his monitor, cheers erupted from the crowd behind him. Bro, you gotta stream. What's your IGN? I'm adding you right now. Teach me your ways, O mighty Garen Main. Darien finally turned in his chair, giving his neck a good rub. Relax, guys, it's just one game. One perfect game, Hoodie Guy chimed in with a grin, clearly not ready to let it go. Nah, their top was just dogshit, Darien replied as he stood up, stretching slightly. Still, Tattoo Guy said, crossing his arms and leaning back with a smirk. That was the most entertaining shit I've seen all week. Darien chuckled, shaking his head as he logged off. Guess I'll take that as a compliment. As he strolled out of the caf, the group behind him wasted no time diving into his match history, already debating whether he was actually cracked or just got lucky. Darien didn't look back, he didn't need to. A sly smirk crept across his face. Maybe he'd come by tomorrow for another round of fun. So for the past 3 months, the Osborne family's diverse industries have been thriving and progressing very well. The Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group has captured a remarkable 3 of the global skin reconstructive market, soaring to an impressive 50 share within the Aurelian Federation alone. If this momentum continues, it won't be long before they completely dominate the skin reconstructive market in the Federation. With ongoing expansion and a hefty capital injection into the company, a staggering 5 million units of the AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod have been sold worldwide, raking in an astonishing profit of 159.8 trillion unicrids after expenses, an incredible 74 profit margin. And major hospitals across the globe have already reserved an additional 10 million units. Inside his expansive study, Arthur reclined in his executive chair, exuding a relaxed demeanor as he savored a glass of red wine and puffed on a cigar while listening to Evalin's reports. A 74 profit margin, huh? Arthur raised an eyebrow at Evalin's update. That's impressive. He muttered with satisfaction. Evalin, please continue. He urged. Sir, Evalin began. While the AMHP9 pod has made significant strides in transforming the pharmaceutical landscape, especially within skin reconstruction, it has also attracted some unsavory attention. There are those attempting to fabricate false evidence against our product and others who are trying to reverse engineer our technology. But rest assured, I've taken care of everything. The flickering visage of Evalin displayed countless data points as it reported. Arthur's eyes narrowed with disdain at this news. If competitors managed to crack their cutting-edge technology, it would raise serious questions about product quality. After all, their technology was 5 to 10 years ahead of Pantera. What about those top players? Have they made any moves since our last incident? Arthur pondered aloud. No, sir, Evalin replied. They've gone silent and halted all experiments related to the pod. Arthur furrowed his brows thoughtfully. It seems these giants have conceded defeat in the skin reconstructive sector, he murmured under his breath. He understood why they might back off. No other technology on the market could rival that of Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group. To these industry titans, Osborne was merely a small ant, insignificant compared to their decades or even centuries of influence and wealth in pharmaceuticals. Each competitor held hundreds of trillions in assets and could sway global markets with just a thought. While Arthur celebrated their success with AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pods, a game-changer poised for monopolization, he remained grounded enough not to underestimate these formidable opponents. Arrogance could lead to swift downfall. Arthur shook his head and chuckled at the thought. Sure, he might not be able to take on the big shots just yet, but who knows what the future holds. With a little help from the system and some careful planning, he could achieve great things. Evalin, continue. Arthur commanded with a spark of curiosity. Sir, the Spectra S mobile phone released by Osborne Technology has achieved remarkable success, Evalin reported. In just 10 countries, including the Aurelian Federation, sales have skyrocketed to 350 million units. The Spectra S alone sold 50 million units, while the Spectra S Pro hit 120 million units, and the Spectra S Pro Max soared to an astonishing 280 million units. This has netted a profit of 1.4 trillion unicrids, with an impressive profit margin of 88.7. Wow, Arthur's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. He hadn't anticipated such staggering profits from just 10 countries, and sales were still climbing rapidly. If they included global figures, the numbers would be mind-blowing. After all, this 1.4 trillion was merely from 3 months' worth of sales in those 10 markets. Damn, having advanced technology is like printing money, Arthur exclaimed as he took a deep breath and sipped his drink, a small smile spreading across his face. Evalin, what about global sales data? He pondered for a moment before asking. Sir, Evalin replied, the company is still in the process of expanding globally. Unfortunately, supply can't keep up with demand right now. They've been busy acquiring new factories and installing production lines to ramp up output. Based on my estimates, it will take about 2 months to fully expand globally. However, since they don't utilize third-party distribution channels, there have been some setbacks that are slowing down progress. Okay. Arthur nodded nonchalantly. After all, if his uncle couldn't tackle this issue himself, what's the use? He had faith that his uncle would overcome these challenges in no time. It was simply a matter of money. And when it came to finances, well, even Madara Uchiha would have to acknowledge him as one of the strongest players in that game. Evalin, let's keep this report rolling, Arthur urged, shaking his head as he took a deep breath. He motioned for Evalin to continue. Sir, Evalin began, besides the impressive progress of Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group and Osborne Technology, the other industries under the GT family are thriving as well. Arthur leaned in with interest. Go on. Osborne Heavy Industries has sold an astounding 1 million units across 3 car models. The Hyperion GT20 alone accounted for 300,000 units sold, while the Aegis topped the charts with 400,000 units. The Celeste also performed admirably with another 300,000 units sold. This success translated into a staggering revenue of 5.03 trillion unicrids after expenses, boasting a remarkable profit margin of 67.2. Arthur's eyebrows shot up in surprise. That's incredible. Indeed it is, Evalin replied enthusiastically. In addition to that, Mangasphere Publications has achieved a phenomenal milestone by selling 500 million copies of the mangas you provided over just 3 months. This resulted in gross revenue of 50 billion unicrids against a production cost of only 11 billion unicrids, yielding a final gross profit of an impressive 39 billion unicrids and a profit margin of 78. Arthur couldn't help but smile at these figures. And what about Osborne International Bank? Evalin's glowing blue face brightened even more. Since its opening just 3 months ago, Osborne International Bank has opened an astonishing 30 million new accounts across 20 countries. That averages out to about 319,000 accounts opened every single day. Arthur rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Really? That many? Yes, sir, Evalin confirmed proudly. Arthur's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he asked for more details. Evalin continued eagerly. Of those accounts opened, personal banking makes up about 78, business startup accounts account for around 18, and ultra-high net worth VIP lounge access comprises about 4. Notably, a striking 62 of these new accounts belong to individuals under the age of 35, a direct result of OIB's gamified savings approach and a AI-driven financial coaching. Evalin paused for a moment, then continued with enthusiasm. The OmniBank app boasts an impressive 94% retention rate and manages a staggering 1.4 trillion in unicrids deposits. Out of this, 220 billion comes from clients who have defected from other banks. We've also approved 600 billion in instant loans, with an average processing time of just 97 seconds. Remarkably, pay-as-you-earn loans account for 70% of our small business financing. Arthur's eyes lit up with joy as he absorbed Evalin's report about Osborne International Bank. It was clear that aside from Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group, the bank was thriving impressively. Nexa AI handles a remarkable 88% of customer queries without any human intervention, Evalin continued. Our predictive tools have reduced overdraft fees by 42%, significantly boosting customer loyalty. And here's the kicker. We've experienced 0 successful cyberattacks. Fraud attempts plummeted by 76% after we implemented real-time behavioral analytics. In simple terms, Nexa AI now manages an astonishing 11.3 million interactions daily, stopping 47,000 fraud attempts and resolving 862,000 complaints. It even talked one customer out of purchasing a 3 million solid gold toilet. Why did it stop the toilet? Arthur asked, his curiosity piqued. Poor ROI, Evalin replied matter-of-factly. Plus, Nexa flagged some questionable life choices based on the buyer's search history. Arthur chuckled softly and waved his hand for Evalin to continue. We project hitting 50 million accounts by the end of this month, Evalin confirmed. Oh, and the Aurelian Finance Ministry is drafting regulations aimed at curbing AI banking. Arthur turned sharply, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Let me guess, written by lobbyists from our enemies. Word for word, Evalin confirmed swiftly. I've prepared their leaks, embarrassing emails, offshore accounts. Even a shockingly bad poetry collection from one of the chairmen of a certain company. With that, he projected the evidence onto the screen. Good work. You know what to do if these regulations come to pass. Arthur narrowed his eyes determinedly. Evalin's light pulsed in digital agreement. With pleasure, sir. A sense of fulfillment washed over Arthur as he reflected on how well the family businesses were performing. Seeing them thrive brought him immense satisfaction. Evalin, keep reporting. Arthur said as he took a sip of wine. Arthur took a leisurely sip of his wine, savoring the moment. So, what's the latest on Harmonix? He asked, curiosity dancing in his eyes. Sir, the music streaming app recently launched by OMEG has taken the world by storm. Evalin continued. With a staggering 678 million downloads and counting, Harmonix boasts 249 million active monthly users. During the premiere of My Heart Will Go On, we recorded peak concurrent listeners of 157 million, an incredible feat. He continued with enthusiasm, and let me tell you about My Heart Will Go On, the first song released since our establishment just a few months ago. It has already amassed an astonishing 3 billion streams, breaking records as the fastest song to hit 1 billion streams in Aurelian history. It dominated the Aurelian Global Top 100 for 7 consecutive weeks and achieved No. 1 status in 187 out of 200 Federation member states while earning certified diamond status in less than a month. Arthur's face lit up with delight, a wide grin spread across his smug features. Good news indeed. The growth is exponential, sir, Evalin reported confidently. Our initial projections estimated only 30 million downloads in the first quarter, but we've surpassed that milestone within just 3 weeks. Remarkably, My Heart Will Go On alone accounts for an astounding 92 of Harmonix's initial surge. And there's more, Evalin added eagerly. Analytics show that 47 of new users subscribed to Harmonix Premium after their first listen. Our ad revenue is also exceeding expectations. If this trend continues, we'll be profitable by the end of this quarter. Arthur exhaled deeply, satisfaction washing over him like a warm wave. Just 3 months ago, OMEG was an unknown entity. Now it was emerging as a powerhouse. What about other songs from our artists? Arthur asked curiously. He knew they couldn't rely solely on Mary's hit. He had sent several popular tracks from Earth to Emily to find suitable singers within their ranks for release on Harmonix. After all, having just one song on such a massive platform would be wasteful. Evalin's voice remained crisp and efficient as he replied. As of today, Harmonix hosts 30 original releases and stands as the fastest-growing music streaming service in the Aurelian Federation. Oh, give me the details. Arthur raised an eyebrow expectantly. Evalin promptly projected data onto the giant 90-inch TV screen dominating one wall of Arthur's study. As numbers flashed before him, Arthur poured himself another glass of wine and smiled broadly at what he saw. One Bohemian Rhapsody performed by Lucian Vane streams, 890 million charts, No. 2 on Aurelian Global Top 100 holding strong for 3 weeks impact, viral dance challenge trending in over 150 member states. 2 Sweet Child O' Mine performed by Rena Saul streams, 720 million charts, No. 3 on Aurelian Global Top 100, No. 1 in rock category impact, featured in 3 major holofilms. Talk about a classic revival. 3 Billie Jean performed by Darius Cole streams, 1.1 billion charts, No. 1 for 2 weeks on Aurelian Global Top 100, now at No. 4 impact, ignited a retro dance revival in nightclubs everywhere. 4 Rolling in the Deep performed by Sarah Vex streams, 950 million charts, No. 5 on Aurelian Global Top 100, reigning at No. 1 in Soul Impact, covered live by 3 celebrity singers. What a showstopper. 5 Smells Like Teen Spirit performed by the Void Riders streams, 680 million charts, No. 7 on Aurelian Global Top 100, dominating alternative charts impact, adopted as an anthem for youth protests across 3 systems. 6 Shape of You performed by Jace Mirage streams, 1.4 billion charts, currently No. 1 on Aurelian Global Top 100, dethroning My Heart Will Go On impact. Most Tune Warp, D-song of the last 2 decades, everyone's got it on repeat. 7 Uptown Funk performed by Neon King streams, 1.05 billion charts, No. 6 on Aurelian Global Top 100, ruling funk category impact, played at every major sporting event last month, can't stop that groove. 8 Despacito performed by Luna Cruz Zane Rio streams, 1.3 billion charts, No. 3 on Aurelian Global Top 100, No. 1 in 120 member states impact, first non-Aurelian and unheard of language track to break records. 9 Dun T Stop Believin' performed by Arya Starlight streams, 800 million charts, No. 8 global, No. 1 in retro impact, became the unofficial theme for more viral videos. 10 Bad Guy performed by Nyx streams, 1.6 billion charts, currently No. 2 predicted to reclaim No. 1 impact, spawned a viral augmented reality filter trend. Evalin continued, Harmonix still boasts 249 million active users with a 68% retention rate. Premium subscriptions have hit 330 million, and ad revenue has increased by 320. A satisfied grin spread across Arthur's face. He was truly happy. There are other people moving under to deal with us. Arthur thought for a moment and asked with a raised eyebrow. Evalin's tone shifted as it reported, Affirmative, sir, I have detected an increase in hostility. The Aurelian Entertainment Regulatory Board has launched an anti-monopoly investigation into OMEG. Additionally, there have been 3 attempted cyber breaches on our servers in the past week. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Who's behind it? Traces lead to Noveltoon Entertainment and someone else. Private entity with no digital footprint. They're good, almost too good. Arthur leaned forward and said, "Lock down everything and prepare countermeasures." "Understood, sir," a Valen voice sounded. Arthur leaned back in his chair, swirling a glass of wine with a relaxed grin that suggested he was enjoying more than just the drink. His eyes danced over the myriad data flashing on the enormous screen dominating the wall, each number and graph telling a story of success. "Sir, should I continue?" Valen's blue face flickered into view beside the screen. "Absolutely. Go on," Arthur replied, nodding eagerly. He took a slow sip of wine, savoring its rich flavor before diving back into business. The screen shimmered as various projections materialized, maps, graphs, and scrolling data streams that painted a vivid picture of progress. "Sir, this is the data detailing the progress of Osborne Mining and Resource Group, and it's quite impressive," Valen said, pride tinging its voice. "For a division that didn't exist just half a year ago, we've made remarkable strides." Arthur raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. "Strides, or just lucky breaks, a mix of strategic acquisitions and efficient operations, plus a few well-timed opportunities," Valen replied confidently. "But remember, luck favors the prepared." Arthur smirked. "All right then, let's see those numbers." A world map lit up, highlighting key locations marked with Osborne's insignia. "We currently operate 12 active oil fields across 3 medium-sized counties, including the Aurelian Federation. That makes it 4, Valen began enthusiastically. "Combined reserves are estimated at 10 billion metric tons, roughly 100 billion barrels." Arthur whistled softly in appreciation. "Not bad for 5 months. How much have we pulled so far?" "Just the last quarter alone, we extracted 3 billion barrels, generating 200 billion unicrids in revenue," Valen reported. "What about efficiency? Is it good?" Arthur asked. "Don't worry, sir. Efficiency is excellent, above industry average. Our refineries are running at 92 capacity, and we've secured long-term contracts with 6 major distributors. No disruptions or scandals, just steady output." Satisfied with this news, Arthur nodded firmly. "Good, keep it that way." "Message Edward, no cutting corners or environmental shortcuts. We're building our reputation here." "Understood. Sustainability reports are already being drafted for public release next month," Valen assured him promptly. As they continued their discussion, the display shifted to showcase underground mines and open pits layered like an intricate cake. "Gold has been particularly lucrative," Valen continued animatedly. "We've acquired 7 high-yield mines with total reserves of 220,000 metric tons. Last quarter alone saw us extracting 2,380 metric tons, bringing in 159.8 billion unicrids." Arthur leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. "That's a higher yield than I expected. What's driving the demand?" "Market volatility, mostly," Valen replied, leaning back with confidence. "Investors are hedging against inflation, and central banks are stockpiling resources. Our mines in northern Aurelia and South Urindor are running at peak efficiency, and we've managed to dodge the labor disputes that have been troubling some of our competitors." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Is there any pushback from local governments?" "Minimal," Valen assured him. "We've followed all regulations, paid our taxes promptly, and even funded a few community projects." "It's amazing what can happen when you treat people fairly," Arthur chuckled. "Who knew ethics could be so profitable?" "A novel concept, I know," Valen replied with a grin as the screen transitioned to a dazzling 3D model of a diamond mine, its facets sparkling under the light. "Diamonds were a later addition to our portfolio, but they've proven to be quite worthwhile," Valen continued. "We control 15 major mines with reserves totaling 600 million carats. Last quarter alone, we extracted 18.2 million carats, earning us a staggering 26.7 billion unicrids. Any competition giving us trouble?" Arthur inquired. "Not anymore. We've managed to undercut the major players on pricing while maintaining quality. Plus, our branding campaign around ethical sourcing has really resonated with consumers." Valen responded quickly. Arthur tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the desk. "No synthetic diamond interference." "A bit," Valen admitted, "but we position ourselves as the premium choice. People still crave authenticity, especially when they know it's conflict-free." The display shifted again to showcase sprawling open-pit mines and smelting facilities. "Copper and rare earth metals are where the real growth is," Valen explained enthusiastically. "We've secured rights to 11 major deposits totaling 442 million metric tons of copper and 150 million metric tons of rare earth metals. Last quarter alone, we pulled in 6 million metric tons of copper and 2 million metric tons of rare earths, generating an impressive 149.3 billion unicrids." Arthur paused for a moment before asking, "How's the demand?" "Insatiable," Valen exclaimed with excitement. With electric vehicles gaining traction, renewable energy projects booming, and global infrastructure pushes underway, we simply can't extract fast enough. Prices have surged by 18 compared to last year. Arthur exhaled slowly, clearly impressed. And what about competition? They're scrambling, Evalin said confidently. After all, we have our own supply chains in place, and our processing technology is generations ahead of theirs. Just last week, several major companies tried poaching one of our engineers. He turned them down flat and reported their offer straight to HR. Loyalty, I like that. Arthur smirked, savoring a sip of wine that brought him deep satisfaction. As the screen dimmed slightly, the conversation shifted to more sensitive topics. Uranium is a smaller segment for now, but it's on the rise. We've secured 3 mines with reserves totaling 220,000 metric tons. Last quarter alone, we extracted 3,100 metric tons, raking in an impressive 4.2 billion unicrids, he announced confidently. And who's buying this stuff? Arthur frowned, curiosity piqued. Mostly energy companies and a few government contracts. Everything's above board and well documented. Edward is steering clear of any gray areas, came the reply. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. Smart move. No need to attract unnecessary attention. After all, uranium is a strategic resource, one that can be quite sensitive given its role in nuclear technology. If it weren't for the system that had tipped him off about this Uranus mine, Arthur would have hesitated to dive into such murky waters. The screen then condensed into a sleek report. In total, Osborne Mining and Resource Group has generated a staggering 540 billion unicrids in revenue over the last quarter, Evalin announced proudly. Operating costs were kept at just 22, leaving us with a net profit of 421.2 billion unicrids. Not bad for a division only 5 months old. Arthur set down his coffee with a satisfied smile creeping across his face. Nope, not bad at all. And this is just the beginning, Evalin added. With new sites under development and promising partnerships in negotiation, next quarter's projections are looking even stronger. Leaning back in his chair, Arthur felt a wave of contentment wash over him as he contemplated their bright future ahead. The massive screen flickered, revealing the colossal blue visage of Evalin, composed of billions of data points. Sir, here's the latest on the Osborne Restaurant Group, it announced with a hint of excitement. Arthur leaned in, intrigued. How are we doing? He asked, taking a sip of his coffee as he prepared for the numbers. Remarkably well. In just a short time frame, we've launched 1,042 high-end restaurants throughout the Aurelian Federation, spanning every major city and affluent district, Evalin reported proudly. Arthur nodded appreciatively. What about foot traffic at these locations? Consistently high. Evalin continued enthusiastically. Our flagship spots in Neo Haven, Vespera, and Lestria are attracting an average of 1,500 patrons daily. Even our smaller venues in secondary markets are running at an impressive 85 capacity. And how's the reservation situation looking? Arthur probed further. Fully booked weeks in advance. We've introduced a tiered membership system, exclusive access for top-tier clients, priority seating for mid-tier members, and a waiting list for everyone else. The demand has only surged since we opened our doors. Arthur smirked knowingly. People do love exclusivity. Evalin then expanded the display to showcase a stunning 3D model of one of their signature restaurants, a sleek space adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows that bathed the interior in natural light. The ambience was enhanced by soft lighting and an open kitchen where chefs worked like artists crafting culinary masterpieces. Our concept is simple yet luxurious, dining with impeccable service, Evalin explained. Each restaurant reflects local culture while upholding Osborne's high standards. Our menus are curated by world-renowned chefs using ingredients sourced from only the finest suppliers globally. Any standout dishes that I should know about? Arthur's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh yes, our black truffle and gold leaf risotto is our best seller at $950 per plate. And don't forget about the diamond-crusted bloodline steak. We limit it to just 5 servings per location each night and have over 10,000 reservations on its waiting list. Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. Diamond-crusted. Really? Absolutely. We use edible diamond dust, not so much for flavor but more as a status symbol, Evalin explained with a knowing smile. Social media influencers are even paying triple just to film themselves enjoying it. Of course they are, Arthur chuckled while shaking his head incredulously. The screen then shifted to reveal a detailed financial breakdown. In our first 3 months alone, Osborne Restaurant Group has generated $2.8 billion in revenue, Evalin reported confidently. And our profit margin sits at an impressive 42, which is exceptional for this industry. Break it down for me, Arthur said, a playful smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Absolutely, sir. Evalin replied as the screen flickered to life with impressive figures. Dining sales, $2.1 billion, a whopping 75% of total revenue. Membership fees, $450 million for those exclusive access tiers private events, $250 million think weddings, corporate gatherings, and celebrity bookings. Arthur leaned in closer, curiosity piqued. What about the costs? Not much at all, Evalin explained confidently. Thanks to our own supply chain, expenses are kept low. Labor is our biggest cost, but our robust training programs ensure efficiency. Plus, our strong branding allows us to command premium pricing. Arthur studied the numbers intently. Are there any unexpected hurdles we should be aware of? Just a few minor bumps, Evelyn admitted. We faced some supply delays during our first month as Osborne's supply chain got off the ground. Coordination was a bit rocky at first, but everything smoothed out quickly. There was also a brief controversy when a food critic accused us of overpriced minimalism. Intrigued, Arthur raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did you handle that?" They invited him to private tasting with Chef Laurent. Evelyn replied with a grin. He left raving about us and even secured lifetime reservation priority. Arthur chuckled softly. That's classic. Evelyn then zoomed out on the screen to reveal an ambitious map dotted with proposed new locations. We're already in phase 2. The company is targeting 500 additional openings over the next 6 months, including exciting international expansions into high-demand markets like Eurasia, Valkenburg, and Nazrani. Arthur's interest deepened as he asked, "Any pushback from local competitors?" A little, Evelyn acknowledged casually, "but nothing we can't handle. Our brand recognition is solid, and we've successfully recruited several top chefs from rival establishments." Good. Let's keep that momentum going, Arthur nodded in satisfaction. Evelyn paused for effect before adding, "There's also been interest from investors. Several groups have approached us about franchising." Arthur shook his head firmly. "No way, we maintain full control here, quality over quantity every time." Evelyn continued its report. "Customers love our restaurants. Many people post pictures of their meals online, which brings even more guests. Some famous chefs have asked to work with us too." Arthur nodded. "Good, what else?" "The staff are happy and well-trained. We've had no major problems, just small things like a wine delivery being late one time. Everything runs smoothly now." "That's what I like to hear," Arthur said, finishing his coffee. "Keep expanding, but don't rush, of course," Evelyn replied. "I'll send you updates as more locations are opened." Arthur glanced at his watch. "Before we finish, how are customer reviews looking?" Evelyn brought up recent survey results. Over 94 give us 5 stars. Guests especially love the dessert menu. Our chocolate souffle gets mentioned in 68 of positive reviews. "That's excellent," Arthur said. "Any complaints we should address?" "Just the usual small things. A few guests said the music was too loud. Others wanted more vegetarian options. We're already adjusting those." "Good, keep listening to feedback." Arthur walked toward the window. "What about staff? Any issues there?" "None at all. Turnover is less than 5, which is very low for restaurants. We've had over 10,000 applications this month alone. Keep this momentum going," Arthur said, standing to leave, "but never compromise on quality for popularity." "Of course not," Evelyn responded. "Excellence is always our first ingredient." Arthur nodded and thought of something and looked at Evelyn and said, "Compiled all the problems in our staff improvement and send it to the person in charge." "Understood, sir," Evelyn replied. For the next few minutes, Evelyn kept reporting on the remarkable progress of the various industries under the Osborne family. Arthur listened intently, a deep focus etched on his face, occasionally flashing a satisfied smile as he absorbed the news. It was clear that the advancements made by these unknown enterprises had exceeded his expectations. Just a few months ago, these fledgling industries were barely on anyone's radar. Now they were standing out prominently in their respective fields. However, not every product from these industries has hit the market yet. Patience is key, after all. With cutting technologies and resources acquired from the System Mall, the family's ventures are well equipped to thrive for months to come. Yet, with the emergence of Osborne family industries comes fierce competition. Established companies are feeling threatened as this new player disrupts long-standing market dynamics. The status quo has been shaken up, and as a result, the Osborne family has garnered quite a few enemies. In recent months, rival firms have resorted to frantic measures to undermine the Osborne family's success, including leveraging government influence to stifle their growth. For instance, if it weren't for powerful competitors using their connections against them, Osborne International Bank could have opened branches in over 20 countries by now. Similarly, Osborne Pharmaceutical and Biotech Group is facing resistance despite offering groundbreaking products that could improve countless lives worldwide. Some governments have even imposed sanctions against their revolutionary AMHP9 Emerald Rebirth Pod, forcing desperate patients to travel abroad for treatment. While protests have erupted in those countries demanding access to this life-changing technology, such efforts often feel futile against corporate giants. Arthur understands that these obstacles stem from major pharmaceutical companies eager to curb their development, but he also recognizes how far they've come in just a short time. The combined profits of various industries under his family's banner now reach trillions of unicrids. This meteoric rise has transformed what was once an obscure family in Neo-Luminara into one of its most prominent names, enjoying fame and respect within both Neo-Luminara and even across parts of the Aurelian Federation. Thanks to various halo attributes granted by his system, a stroke of luck, the Osborne family has nurtured exceptional talents among its younger members. 10 ambitious family members have already launched their own businesses with startup capital from Osborne Holdings. While these ventures may not be massive yet, they primarily thrive within the internet industry. They're certainly promising. The fortunes favor Halo has provided an impressive 40% boost in profits across all family-owned businesses. This explains why Avalan's reports reveal staggering figures. Osborne Pharmaceutical alone raked in 159.8 trillion unicrids within just months. Moreover, with Fortune S embrace Halo-enhancing luck for the family members while simultaneously backfiring malicious intentions aimed at them, Arthur can't help but chuckle at some bizarre incidents involving woodbuttackers meeting strange fates. According to Avalan and some shocking videos Avalan showed him. One clip featured a guy who accidentally shot himself while attempting to target his second aunt, Emily. Don't even ask how that happened. Arthur was just as bewildered and had no clue what went down. Another unfortunate soul choked on his own saliva and met an untimely end. It's hard to believe, but there was something both ugly and darkly humorous about these incidents that made Arthur's lips twitch whenever he recalled them. As Avalan dug deeper into their identities, it became clear that they were sent by Christopher, a relentless thorn in the Osborne family's side. Arthur felt a surge of anger. Christopher seemed determined to wipe out their family entirely. It was as if he couldn't find peace until the Osbornes were annihilated. But here lay Arthur's dilemma. Despite his fury, he felt utterly powerless against Christopher and the formidable Campbell family backing him. The power of the Campbell family is nothing short of formidable, and Arthur knows he can't afford to cross them. Just imagine the consequences if anything were to happen to Christopher. If even a hint of a connection between the Osborne and Cryotopher surfaced, it could spell disaster for Arthur. He shudders at the thought. To handle Christopher, he requires meticulous planning. Foolproof strategies are essential. It's precisely why Christopher remains alive. Otherwise, with his tendency of not wanting to bottle up anger and endure suffering, Arthur would have already sent him packing to the underworld otherwise. This situation leaves Arthur feeling utterly helpless. Having a powerful background can be incredibly advantageous, something everyone aspires to, but it also comes with its own set of challenges. Arthur must also tip his hat to Avalan. Without its incredible capabilities, dealing with certain factions of the Osborne family would be a daunting task for anyone, including Arthur himself. Even if he had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare unleash so many black technologies at once. After all, who wants to meet an untimely end? Again, with Avalan's terrifying computing power at his disposal, anyone harboring malicious intentions towards the Osborne family is at risk of exposure, especially if they are connected to the internet or have cameras in their homes. Avalan has effectively unearthed dark secrets about many recent adversaries of the Osbornes, revealing enough incriminating evidence to put them behind bars for years. Even those with extensive connections would find themselves vulnerable. So why doesn't Arthur simply expose this evidence and get them arrested? Well, he has his own plans brewing. Having numerous friends opens up various paths for survival. These individuals have been entrenched in the business world for decades and possess invaluable resources and connections that could significantly benefit the Osborne family's growth. Currently, while the Osborne family enjoys stable development, they remain amidst turbulent waters. A single misstep could capsize everything they've worked for. Many eyes lurk in the shadows, watching closely as their rapid rise has garnered attention from all corners. During this time of unprecedented success across various industries under family control, Arthur finds himself in idle contemplation, trying to grasp the intricate power dynamics within this world. When Arthur first transmigrated here, his sole focus was on rescuing the Osborne family from their dire circumstances. Now that they were thriving, he has taken a step back to thoroughly understand Pantera's landscape, particularly focusing on the Aurelian Federation. As mentioned earlier, Aurelia is home to hundreds of countries and billions of people, and it's where one of its most powerful nations resides, the Aurelian Federation. Upon delving into its intricacies, Arthur felt an overwhelming weight settle in his heart. The Aurelian Federation is truly a behemoth, a powerhouse with deep-rooted foundations that dwarf even Earth's superpowers like the USA, China, and Russia combined. And yet, astonishingly, this is only the third largest and most powerful nation in the world. Within its borders lies a complex web of influence built over centuries, particularly among its noble and aristocratic families. Take, for instance, the current Osborne family. They seem like tiny specks next to these towering dynasties. The Whitmore family stands out as especially formidable. Just thinking about them makes Arthur's lips twitch with unease. This family is nothing short of terrifying. They were present at the very inception of the Aurelian Federation. Their third family head was one of its founding fathers. To add to their legacy, 2 members have even served as presidents of the Federation. What truly sends chills down Arthur's spine is discovering that the Whitmore family is. What truly sent shivers down Arthur's spine and broke him out in a cold sweat was the shocking revelation that the Whitmore family is the true puppet master behind the Aurelian Federation. Yes, you heard that right. The Whitmore family wields immense power over what many consider the most formidable nation on the Aurelia continent and the third most powerful country in the entire world. At first, when Evalin dropped this bombshell, Arthur was skeptical. After all, how could anyone control such a colossal entity? But as Evalin presented irrefutable evidence, Arthur's skepticism turned to sheer terror. His knees felt weak. He nearly collapsed under the weight of this revelation. Just imagine it. Controlling a powerhouse like the Aurelian Federation means having access to vast resources and unparalleled influence. It's essentially their playground. To make matters even more unsettling, Evalin disclosed that any noble or aristocratic family with deep roots can manipulate an entire country. According to him, a staggering 60 of nations in Aurelia are under similar hidden control. This terrifying statistic left Arthur speechless. He had never anticipated that these families were so deeply entrenched in power. In that moment of realization, Arthur understood just how insignificant his own Osborne family truly was, comparable to an ant or even a mere speck of dust against these giants. He had always thought these elite families were powerful but manageable. Now he felt as if he were on the 5th floor while they resided comfortably on the 99th. Sitting alone in his study, contemplating all this new information, Arthur's earlier excitement about his family's industrial progress evaporated into thin air. The plans he'd once considered sound now seemed utterly foolish and naive. If not for Evalin's timely warning, both he and the Osborne family might have faced utter annihilation without so much as a grave marker. Damn, these guys are simply insane, Arthur muttered bitterly, fear flickering in his eyes. The strength of families like the Whitmores made him acutely aware of how vulnerable he truly was. He couldn't shake off the anxiety that one day they might come knocking at his door, and what would he do then? I hope that time never comes. He whispered anxiously. The threat level facing the Osborne family had escalated significantly. Their recent rise could easily catch these powerful families' attention. Unlike large corporations that could be dealt with through mere negotiations or public relations strategies, these aristocratic families were formidable forces to be reckoned with. As thoughts of his mission from Evalin swirled in his mind, Arthur shook his head and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. No, this can't go on. I need to think fast. Staying here is detrimental for me and my family. Arthur had been mulling over a pressing thought, the need for the Osborne family to find a new place to settle down. Recent family developments had pushed this idea to the back of his mind, but now it was time to bring it front and center. Living under the watchful eyes of powerful figures made him uneasy. What if they saw him as an obstacle and decided to eliminate both him and the entire Osborne family? For them, it would be a piece of cake. Thankfully, he currently had no conflicts with these big players, only Christopher from the Campbell family, who, despite being ranked 5th among families, still wielded significant power that the Osbornes couldn't contend with. Evalin, are you there? Arthur called softly as he snapped back to reality. At your service, sir. Evalin's blue face appeared on the large screen before him. I need you to start investigating immediately, Arthur said with urgency. Look for a continent where fewer powerful families control things from behind the scenes, a place that's chaotic. Also, identify the largest country by landmass that's embroiled in turmoil. Sir, why this particular line of inquiry? Evalin asked curiously. Because I feel like a sheep living among tigers and lions, Arthur replied bitterly, shaking his head. Can you elaborate? Evalin probed further. Arthur stood up and walked over to the grand French windows, gazing out at the clear sky while letting out a soft sigh. Initially, I thought the Osbornes were doing well enough, capable of protecting ourselves for years to come. But after reviewing your previous reports, I realize how naive that perspective was. He chuckled self-mockingly. Solemnity flickered in his eyes. So you're worried about potential trouble from these big families? Evalin's voice echoed through the room. Yes, Arthur admitted with a nod. But you haven't offended them in any way. Evalin pressed on. Evalin, Arthur replied patiently. You don't understand human nature. Even without direct conflict, my presence could attract unwanted attention given how quickly our family is developing. It won't be long before we cross paths with someone whose arrogance rivals even Christopher's or even more than his, and then what will I do? So your plan is to find a suitable place for the Osborne family away from these powerful influences. Evalin summarized. Exactly, Arthur confirmed. That's why I want you to focus on continents steeped in chaos, ideally where countries are frequently at war. Find me one that's particularly torn apart. You mean you want to fish in troubled waters? Evalin clarified. You got it. Arthur nodded firmly. Don't worry, I'll complete this task and get back to you soon, Evalin assured him before vanishing from the screen. Arthur sank back into his seat, enveloped in a heavy silence. As he closed his eyes, a sigh of relief escaped his lips, accompanied by a bittersweet smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. The weight of the moment pressed down on him. The Osborne family was facing challenges that felt insurmountable. This situation was anything but favorable. It was downright detrimental. Arthur had been granted a second chance in this world, a life he had always dreamed of, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. Sure, he had access to an incredible system filled with godly tools designed to accelerate the growth of the Osborne family. But deep down, he knew that these things took time, and time was something he couldn't afford to waste. He wasn't naive enough to believe that just because he possessed this system, everything would fall into place effortlessly. After all, what if he were to perish? The system would simply find another host without hesitation. It became clear to Arthur, abandoning his current plans with the Aurelian Federation was essential. He needed to seek out a new foundation for the family's development before any further discussions could take place. With determination blazing in his eyes, Arthur snapped open them wide as clarity washed over him. Looks like I need to convene another clan meeting. His thoughts raced with possibilities and strategies. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, it painted long golden streaks across the luxurious marble floors of Arthur's sprawling bedroom. Fresh from a steamy shower, he stepped out, steam swirling around his sculpted physique like a soft embrace. The bathroom was nothing short of a modern luxury sanctuary. Onyx tiles gleamed under gilded fixtures, and a mirror so vast it seemed to lead to another realm reflected his every move. He ran a hand through his damp hair, watching as droplets cascaded down his chest in the mirror's reflection. Not bad for a man destined for greatness, he murmured, flexing his shoulders with pride. Months of rigorous training with Sylvester, tailored nutrition plans, therapy sessions, and let's not forget the gene evolution liquid, had transformed him into a living testament to discipline. Every muscle was defined, every curve of his abdomen sharp enough to cut glass. Reaching for an ultrasoft towel that felt like clouds against his skin, he took his time drying off, admiring how each movement made his biceps tense and ripple. God, even my arms are works of art, he said with a self-satisfied grin. Just then, Evalin's voice sliced through the air with its characteristic dryness. Biometric scan confirms your muscle density remains at 70.7 of peak human potential. However, I must note that your resting narcissism levels are reaching concerning new highs. Arthur rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress a smile. After drying off completely, he sauntered into his walk-in closet, a space larger than most apartments, lined with custom suits and shelves filled with luxurious obsidian court leather shoes. Tonight called for something extraordinary. His fingers danced over dozens of options, before settling on an Orion Sartoria suit in nebula black, a single-breasted masterpiece adorned with a satin lapel sharp enough to draw blood. The fabric whispered against him as he slipped it on. The jacket hugged his shoulders like it was tailor-made just for him, which it was. This is why they invented mirrors, he mused aloud while admiring how perfectly the trousers tapered over his thighs. Underneath lay a palladium weave dress shirt in fresh cream, its mother-of-pearl buttons glinting playfully in the light. He selected an Eclipse Platinum cufflink set engraved with intricate designs and fastened them carefully while catching another glimpse of himself. The sharp jawline and piercing blue eyes were hard to ignore. If handsome were a crime, Arthur chuckled to himself as he nodded at his reflection, I'd be serving multiple life sentences. A bottle of Ian cologne perched elegantly on the vanity, its sleek design catching the light just so. Arthur spritzed it lightly, leaving behind a tantalizing trail of bergamot and musk that lingered in the air like a whisper of luxury. His Chronos Supreme Grandmaster chime watch, worth more than most cars, glinted as he fastened it around his wrist. Next came his shoes, obsidian court, polished to a mirror-like shine. Leaning against the closet door, he slipped them on while admiring his reflection in the full-length mirror. Christ, even my ankles are aristocratic, he muttered with a self-satisfied grin. Arthur stood before the mirror, arms crossed, savoring the masterpiece he'd crafted. Let us be honest, he told his reflection, you are not just winning at genetics, you're a generational anomaly. He tilted his head, observing how his cheekbones cast dramatic shadows across his face. That jawline could solve world peace. Just point it at the Pantera World Council and watch them surrender. Gods, it's unfair, he mused aloud. How is anyone else supposed to compete with this? Just as he was lost in admiration, the door burst open with a not again. Arthur didn't flinch. He recognized that voice all too well. Liz stood in the doorway, arms crossed and her small nose scrunched up in mock disgust. She wore an oversized Aurelian University hoodie, one she'd borrowed from him last month, paired with black leggings and mismatched socks, one striped and one dotted. Her golden hair was thrown into a messy bun held together by what looked like a hastily grabbed hair clip. Are you seriously talking to yourself in the mirror again? She groaned dramatically as she flopped onto his bed like she owned it. Arthur sighed theatrically. Liz, if you're going to barge in here unannounced, at least knock first. Some of us are busy maintaining divine perfection. Liz rolled her eyes so hard that Arthur was surprised they didn't get stuck that way. Oh, please, you spend more time preening than I do studying. And yet somehow, Arthur shot back while flexing his wrist nonchalantly. I still have better grades than you. Liz rolled onto her stomach and propped her chin on her hands with feigned curiosity. Suwo. Where are you off to all dressed up? Another super important business meeting or another date again? Arthur adjusted his cuffs casually while avoiding her knowing smirk. Maybe, oh my stars, you are. Liz cackled gleefully as she pointed at him. You're going on another date. Who is this mystery person? This has been going on for months. Arthur leaned against the doorframe with a self-satisfied grin. It's a networking event, he declared, puffing out his chest like a proud peacock, with one person. Liz shot him a look that could curdle milk. Networking can be intimate with just one person, okay? Arthur retorted, his voice rising defensively. Liz rolled her eyes dramatically, fake-gigging for effect. Gross, you're gross. Finally tearing himself away from the mirror, Arthur crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at her. Says the girl who still sleeps with a robot plushie. Liz gasped in mock horror, clutching her chest as if he'd just delivered a fatal blow. Mr. Bleep Bloop is a classic. At least he doesn't spend hours staring at himself like some kind of mirror demon. Arthur chuckled, clearly amused. Mirror what? You know, you're so obsessed with your reflection that one day it might come alive and drag you into the mirror dimension. With a smirk, Arthur shot back. If my reflection were sentient, it would probably thank me for being such a perfect vessel. Liz groaned and flopped back onto her bed dramatically. I can't believe we related. Neither can I, Arthur replied playfully as he ruffled her hair while walking past. You're clearly the defective one. Liz kicked at him half-heartedly in protest. Shut up, and don't mess up my hair. Too late, Arthur said with a grin as he dodged her foot effortlessly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a very important meeting to attend. A date, Liz called after him teasingly. Goodbye, Liz. He responded over his shoulder. Tell this date of yours I said hi. She shouted back. As the door clicked shut behind him, Arthur sighed and muttered to himself, Evelyn, remind me to lock my door next time. Evelyn's voice hummed through the speakers with dripping sarcasm. Ah, but then you miss these precious sibling moments. Arthur rolled his eyes good-naturedly. I'd survive. Stepping out of his room and down the stairs, Arthur made his way to the garage where an impressive lineup of luxurious cars awaited him like eager suitors at a ball. He approached the gleaming Hyperion GT20, adorned with the Osborne family crest on its hood, a true masterpiece of engineering. As he slid into the driver's seat, the car's doors opened automatically and welcomed him inside. It was like stepping into another world where technology met comfort seamlessly. The dashboard curved gracefully around him like an embrace of holographic displays ready for action. Welcome back, Mr. Osborne. The car's AI voice ranged out in the car that sent shivers down his spine. Shall we awaken the beast? Arthur couldn't help but smirk. Let's not keep the city waiting. With a swift motion, his thumb brushed the ignition pad on the steering wheel. Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl erupted from the Hyperion's engine, a sound so powerful it vibrated through the garage like a dragon stirring from slumber. In an instant, Arthur slammed his foot down, and the Hyperion lunged forward with such ferocity that it pinned him to his seat. The world outside blurred as he rocketed toward the exit ramp. Just in time, the reinforced gates slid open. The car was unleashed onto the streets, leaving a trail of red lights in its wake. The Hyperion GT20 thundered into the cinema parking lot like a wild beast unleashed, its obsidian-black chassis glistening under the vibrant neon lights. The deep growl of its engine turned heads, freezing pedestrians mid-step, their eyes widening as this futuristic marvel glided into the VIP parking spot with an almost predatory grace. Arthur stepped out, his Orion Sartoria suit catching the light just right, the sharp lines of his silhouette drawing even more attention. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Wow, is that the Hyperion G0? Who's that guy? A celebrity. Nearby, a group of teenagers halted their chatter, jaws dropping in awe. One girl elbowed her friend and whispered something that sent them both into fits of nervous giggles. An older couple exiting the cinema shot him a disapproving glance, clearly mistaking him for some spoiled aristocrat. Arthur brushed off their judgment with practiced nonchalance as he adjusted his cuffs. Pulling out his phone, he dialed Clara and waited impatiently. After 3 rings, her voice came through, hesitant and strained. Arthur, unease flickered within him. Clara, I'm here. Where are you? A pause stretched too long before she replied. I can't make it. Her voice wavered. Something came up. His grip tightened on the phone, jaw tensing while maintaining a smooth tone. Is everything all right? Why, yeah, just family stuff. Sorry. Another pause followed. A hint of something off in her tone made Arthur's eyes narrow slightly. That wasn't the confident Clara he knew. All right, he finally said coolly, next time then. He hung up before she could respond. For a moment, disappointment settled heavily in his chest, the budding anticipation now crushed underfoot like autumn leaves. The night air felt suddenly colder. Evelyn, he muttered under his breath. Evalin's voice hummed to life, disappointed. Arthur exhaled sharply and shook his head with a bitter smile. Just unexpected. Clara sounded off. Evalin observed thoughtfully. Statistical probability suggests external pressures influenced her cancellation. Arthur's fingers tapped rhythmically against the sleek surface of the Hyperion's dashboard as he mused aloud. Do you think something really happened in her family? Would you like me to investigate? Evalin offered eagerly. He shook his head again, more resolute this time. Nah, just leave it be. Sliding back into the Hyperion's leather embrace, which groaned softly under his weight, Arthur felt the dashboard lights flicker to life, casting an eerie glow across his face. What now? Evalin asked curiously. Now. Arthur leaned back, arms crossed, frustration etched across his face. I waste a perfectly good suit and go home. But as he gripped the steering wheel, doubt crept in. Going home meant confronting the silence of his huge bedroom, replaying Clara's shaky voice in his mind, wondering who or what had made her cancel. No, he wasn't ready for that. With a sharp turn of the wheel, he veered away, not toward home, but toward the city's outskirts where the neon lights faded into quiet streets. The park was nearly empty at this hour. A few scattered lampposts cast long shadows across cobbled pathways, their glow barely piercing the darkness. Arthur parked the Hyperion near a wrought-iron bench, the engine's purr fading into silence. Stepping out, he heard only the crunch of gravel beneath his polished obsidian court shoes. The night air was crisp and refreshing, carrying with it the faint scent of rain-soaked earth. Above him loomed a murky sky too polluted for stars, but there hung the moon like a silver coin, watching over him. Arthur slumped onto the bench and loosened his tie with an exasperated tug. Pathetic, he thought bitterly as he stared at his reflection in a nearby puddle, Arthur Osborne sitting alone in a park because some girl stood him up. Evalin's voice crackled through his earpiece. You're spiraling, I'm thinking, Arthur corrected dryly. Same thing with you, Evalin shot back. Arthur snorted in response. Hilarious, he leaned back and stretched his legs. The fabric of his suit strained slightly under movement, a reminder of how this night had gone awry. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees nearby, carrying with it distant laughter from a couple walking along the park's edge. Arthur watched them idly, the way the man tucked a strand of hair behind the woman's ear and how she leaned into his touch. Ridiculous, he thought as he looked away. Just then, a familiar voice sliced through his thoughts, Mr. Osborne. Arthur raised an eyebrow and turned to see Ophelia Sinclair standing just a few feet away, tall and poised, her black hair cascading over one shoulder like an elegant waterfall. She wore a fitted navy dress that was both sophisticated and understated, while her sharp violet eyes studied him with mild amusement. Arthur stood up instinctively, smoothing out his suit as if on autopilot. Miss Ophelia, he greeted with a slight inclination of his head. Nice to meet you here. Her lips curled into an amused smile as she took in Arthur's attire from head to toe. I could say the same about you. You're unusually dressed for a park stroll. Arthur chuckled softly while rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Yeah, well. Plans changed. Ophelia tilted her head, curiosity dancing in her eyes. Dare I ask? He hesitated for a moment before letting out a dry laugh. Got stood up. Ophelia's brows shot up, surprise flickering across her beautiful features. Someone stood up Arthur Osborne. With an awkward smile, Arthur rubbed his nose and glanced at Ophelia without saying a word. She crossed her arms and hummed thoughtfully. Their loss. A beat of silence fell between them as Arthur found himself mesmerized by Ophelia's beauty, lost in thought. Then, on an impulse that surprised even him, he gestured toward the cinema glowing in the distance. The movie's still playing. May I have the honor of inviting Miss Ophelia to join me? That is, if you're free. He locked eyes with her, sincerity shining through. Ophelia blinked in surprise before a playful smirk crept across her lips. Why not? I'm quite bored myself and have nothing planned. Arthur's eyes lit up like fireworks as a wide grin spread across his face. He quickly opened the car door for her with an inviting gesture. As they settled into the plush interior of the Hyperion, Arthur couldn't help but steal glances at her radiant smile. Maybe this night wouldn't be such a waste after all. The cinema lobby buzzed with an electric energy, a dazzling kaleidoscope of neon signs and flashing marquees, casting vibrant reflections on the polished marble floors. Crowds surged through the glass doors in waves, couples holding hands, groups of friends erupting in laughter over spilled popcorn, and families herding excited children toward ticket counters. Arthur held the door open for Ophelia, a gentlemanly smile lighting up his face as he gestured for her to enter first. Thank you, Ophelia replied lightly, returning his smile with a small nod. As they stepped into the bustling lobby, a towering display poster caught their attention to the left, Titanic, emblazoned in gilded letters. The artwork was nothing short of breathtaking, the ship's bow slicing through midnight blue waves, Jack and Rose at the helm, her arms outstretched as if embracing the horizon. At the bottom, the Osborne Media and Entertainment Group logo gleamed prominently. Your marketing team really outdid themselves, Ophelia remarked, studying the poster with admiration. Arthur rubbed his nose and grinned. 2 months of promotions. billboards, influencer campaigns, even an orchestral cover of the theme song in Aurelian Square. Ophelia chuckled before glancing around curiously. Does your company own this theater too? Yes, Arthur nodded enthusiastically. We have a chain of theaters across the entire country, and this is one of them. A subtle spark lit up Ophelia's eyes as she glanced at him again before nodding appreciatively. Nearby, a group of teenagers debated animatedly as they passed by Arthur and Ophelia. Dude, we have to watch Titanic. With all those promos and trailers, it's gotta be good. No way, I'm not sitting through 3 hours of a sinking ship. Let's see Crimson Fury instead. Are you kidding? Osborne Media has been hyping this for ages. My sister said the effects are insane. Listening to their banter made Arthur's chest swell with pride. Ophelia arched an eyebrow playfully as she caught sight of his puffed-up posture. Enjoying your ego boost? Yeah, I'm enjoying it immensely, he admitted with a grin. The concession line snaked around velvet ropes, thick with the scent of butter and caramelized sugar wafting through the air. Arthur guided Ophelia toward the VIP counter where an awestruck attendant gaped at them. T2 Titanics, the kid stammered, eyes darting between Arthur's sharp suit and Ophelia's effortless elegance. Yes, please, Ophelia replied smoothly. Arthur took a moment to admire her before adding, and 2 midnight nebulas. The attendant blinked in surprise. The glowing one? Yes, please, Arthur confirmed with a nod. As the kid hurriedly scrambled to prepare their order, Ophelia turned to Arthur, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Midnight Nebula. She asked, arching an eyebrow. Our signature cinema drink, Arthur replied with a grin. It's a carbonated starlight berry infusion sprinkled with liquid gold flakes. And guess what? It glows in the dark. Ophelia nodded slowly, intrigued. When their drinks arrived in sleek black glasses, the liquid swirled with bioluminescent blue hues and shimmering flecks that sparkled like distant constellations. The popcorn was served in an elegant engraved tin bucket emblazoned with OMEG Premium. Truly overkill, Ophelia said, shaking her head in disbelief as she took in the extravagant display but couldn't help breaking into a small smile as she accepted the bucket. The usher guided them to their seats. Plush, velvet-lined recliners nestled in the center of the VIP balcony, offering a breathtaking view of the screen below. The general seating area was packed to capacity, a murmuring ocean of eager anticipation. Full house, Arthur exclaimed, his eyes widening at the bustling crowd below. This was Osborne Media and Entertainment Group's first movie release. He anticipated a good turnout, but never expected it would be this packed. Ophelia rolled her eyes playfully and replied, Your company has been promoting this film everywhere. They even used catchy songs and giant billboards right in the city center to draw people in. So how could it not attract a crowd? Arthur coughed slightly at her remark, but felt a surge of satisfaction at witnessing such enthusiasm for the film. After all, Back on Earth, Titanic was the first movie to cross $1 billion at the global box office from 1997 to 2010 and won 11 Oscars. Arthur isn't worried about the quality of the movie at all. Just then, the lights dimmed dramatically. A hush fell over the audience as OMEG's logo materialized on-screen, a silver phoenix soaring across a starry backdrop. As the opening notes of the soundtrack began to swell, Arthur stole a glance at Ophelia. The glow from her midnight nebula drink cast an ethereal light across her sharp features. Her violet eyes sparkled as they reflected flickering images from the screen. He had to admit Ophelia's beauty was simply breathtaking. While Clara was lovely too, she paled slightly in comparison. What? Ophelia murmured softly, sensing his gaze before turning to meet his eyes. Nothing, Arthur stammered quickly, averting his gaze back to the film. I'm just surprised you agreed to come watch a movie with me. Ophelia popped a kernel of popcorn into her mouth and chuckled softly, but chose not to respond further. Oh, I've always wanted to ask you this. She suddenly seemed deep in thought before turning back toward him. When we first met, you called Benedict a simp. What does that mean? Arthur's face twitched at the sound of Ophelia's voice, a mix of surprise and nervousness bubbling up inside him. Damn. He cursed inwardly, forcing an awkward smile as he turned to her. How do I put this? Oh look, it's starting. His eyes darted around the room before landing on the screen, where the opening scene of the movie was beginning to unfold. Ophelia glanced over at him, her interest piqued by the flickering images on the screen. With a quick look back at the film, she seemed to settle in for what promised to be an exciting ride. A wave of relief washed over Arthur as he noticed Ophelia becoming engrossed in the movie. Phew, maybe this night wouldn't be so awkward after all. The screen flickered to life, revealing an eerie underwater graveyard filled with rusted metal and shattered dreams. The camera glided past a broken chandelier, its crystals still clinging on for dear life, and a child's doll half buried in silt. Finally, it settled on the ship's name barely legible on the decaying hull, Titanic. A collective gasp rippled through the theater. Goodness, muttered a bearded man in a flannel shirt, gripping his date's hand tightly. Is that an actual wreck? His girlfriend wiped her suddenly clammy palms on her jeans. They must have used those special underwater cameras. Look how clear it is. Next to them, Ophelia sat unnaturally still, her violet eyes reflecting the ghostly images on screen. Her popcorn munching slowed as she became entranced by the unfolding story. The scene shifted to 1912 Southampton, where the audience murmured appreciatively at the opulent costumes, the tailored suits, feathered hats, and glint of real gold pocket watches, transporting everyone back in time. As anticipation built within the crowd, silence enveloped the theater. All eyes were glued to the screen. Then came the pivotal moment. Rose fled from a stifling first-class dinner, overwhelmed by her engagement to Cal and her mother's relentless pressure. Clutching the railing at the stern of the ship, she sobbed and climbed over the edge, threatening to jump into the icy abyss below. Jack, leaning against a nearby wall with a cigarette, spotted her and intervened calmly. "Don't do it," he urged gently. "Stay back, don't come any closer." Rose shouted defiantly. Jack disarmed her with humor and empathy. "You jump, I jump." "Right," Rose was taken aback. "You're crazy. That's what everybody says," Jack replied with a grin. "But with all due respect, I'm not the one hanging off the back of a ship." In that heart-stopping moment, Rose slipped, a scream escaping her lips as she dangled perilously over the ocean. Jack lunged forward and grabbed her hand just in time, pulling her back to safety. Every person in that theater was engrossed, munching popcorn and sipping drinks while watching intently as if their lives depended on it. Time flew by as whispers and gasps echoed throughout. They were utterly hooked. Then came that fateful scene when disaster struck, the iceberg collision. Tension gripped everyone as they realized calamity loomed ahead. Anxiety rippled through their ranks like electricity. Suddenly came chaos, the grand staircase flooded. Water burst through stained glass windows like an unstoppable force, swallowing luxurious hallways whole. A woman in front screamed when sparks erupted from a short-circuited chandelier overhead. That's not how physics works," someone in the audience muttered, a hint of disbelief in his voice. His date smacked his arm playfully. "Shut up and hold my hand." Arthur could feel Ophelia tense beside him as Rose swung the axe with determination, aiming to free Jack from his handcuffs. "Left, left." Came a whispered shout from the back from the audience, urgency lacing the words. The blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing Jack's fingers by mere millimeters. In that moment, the entire theater seemed to hold its breath. A collective exhale echoed as one when the danger passed. Then came the heart-wrenching scene where Jack and Rose clung to a floating wooden door for dear life. Rose lay atop it, just above the icy water's surface, while Jack was submerged up to his chest, struggling against the cold that threatened to pull him under. His lips were blue. Each ragged breath betrayed his impending fate. "Listen, Rose, you're gonna get out of here," he said with a desperate intensity. "You ray gonna go on and make lots of babies. You ray gonna watch them grow into wonderful people. You're going to die an old lady warm in your bed, not here, not tonight, not like this. Do you understand me?" Tears streamed down Rose's face as she sobbed. "I can't feel my body." Jack replied softly but firmly, "Winning that ticket was the best thing that ever happened to me. It brought me to you, and I'm thankful for that." As Jack's grip weakened and silence fell between them, Rose realized he no longer responded to her frantic pleas. "Jack, Jack." She cried out in desperation before shaking him gently. "No, no, no, no." With a heart-wrenching decision, she released his hand, watching helplessly as he sank silently into the dark abyss below. The haunting sound of a crewman's whistle pierced through her despair as she signaled for rescue. The theater fell into an eerie silence. Every eye was glued to the massive screen displaying this tragic moment. Dazed expressions filled faces around Arthur, then suddenly sobs erupted throughout the room. Many girls buried their heads in their partner's arms, tears flowing freely amidst muffled cries. The theater doors swung open with a dramatic flourish, unleashing a torrent of emotionally shattered moviegoers into the shimmering lobby. The atmosphere buzzed with a mix of sniffles, animated chatter, and the occasional heartfelt sob. Arthur surveyed the scene with a sense of triumph. This was precisely the reaction OMEG had been aiming for. Oh, my goodness. The tallest girl, her eyeliner transformed into an abstract watercolor masterpiece down her cheeks, clutched her friend's shoulders like a lifeline. "I will never recover from this. Never. I need to text Kyle right now." Another girl whimpered, desperately fumbling with her phone. "I didn't care if we ray fighting. Life's too short for drama." The third girl blew her nose loudly into a tight-knixing napkin, exclaiming, "That old couple holding hands in bed. I'm gonna have nightmares." Meanwhile, a couple were talking among themselves. The wife dabbed at her eyes with a tissue as she exclaimed, "You would let me freeze to death, wouldn't you?" Her husband sighed in exasperation. "For the last time, Sharon, we live in Neo Luminara, there are no icebergs here. But would you have given me the door, would you?" Meanwhile, another group of friends were talking among themselves. "Did you see that long tracking shot during the sinking? Absolute genius. Saddy lanky guy with horn-rimmed glasses." And the director's use of practical effects for the flooding was mind-blowing. His friend, a girl sporting vibrant purple hair, interrupted eagerly. Forget that, the score, that iconic song. I need it injected into my veins. A third student pulled out his phone excitedly. I am downloading Harmonix right now. Osborne, as streaming service, has the Dolby Atmos version. A group of frat bros were huddled together looking at each with various expressions. Dude. That was intense, said one guy in a backwards cap, his voice suspiciously thick with emotion. His friend playfully punched him on the arm. You cried, just admit it. Allergies, bro, but... Yeah, that was rough. A cluster of teenage girls huddled near the restroom mirrors, transformed into an impromptu support group for the emotionally wrecked. Maddie slumped against the concession stand, her voice shaky as she exclaimed, I literally can't even write now. She pressed her hands to her face, smearing what was left of her mascara. That was the most beautiful, tragic, life-rewinding thing I've ever seen. I will never love again. Never. Alyssa munched on leftover popcorn with a mix of aggression and despair. Shut up. Oh my goodness. She tossed a kernel at Maddie. You're making it worse. I was doing fine until you started bawling, and then her voice cracked. Jack didn't even get to grow old. Jenna, the logical one of the trio, looked at her friends crying like toddlers and said through sniffles while wiping her nose with her sleeve, okay, but Rose could have scooted over. That door clearly fit 2 people. I did the math. Maddie shot Jenna an exaggerated glare. Jenna, it wasn't about the door, it was about symbolism. The door was metaphorical. Alyssa threw more popcorn in frustration. It was literally a door, a physical door. As the Titanic survivors, viewers spilled out of Theater 3, their puffy eyes and emotional wreckage drew curious stares from moviegoers emerging from other screenings. The contrast was almost comical. A group of guys in muscle tees froze mid-high-five as they took in the scene. Whoa. What the hell happened in there? One asked incredulously while eyeing a sobbing woman being helped into a seat by her friend. They played Titanic, sniffled a passing usher who clutched a wad of tissues. Weak, snorted another guy as he flexed his muscles. Our hero punched a helicopter mid-explosion, now that's cinema. A nearby Titanic girl whipped around, tears glistening under the lobby lights. Oh yeah, did your hero sacrifice himself in sub-zero waters for love? Did he? The action fans exchanged glances and muttered no. Exactly, she declared before storming off, leaving them bewildered. Meanwhile, a cluster of horror fans recoiled as a wail erupted from a Titanic viewer hugging a pillar. Dude, our movie wasn't even that scary, whispered one horror fan as he edged away. Nah man, said his friend while watching another grown man blow his nose into his shirt. This is way worse, that's real terror. A teenage girl from the horror group sidled up to a Titanic mourner and asked hesitantly, was there like a twist death? A jump scare, the mourner, a college kid in a Team Jack shirt, purchased at the concession stand mid-movie, looked up with hollow eyes. Worse. A love jump scare, he muttered, still reeling from the film's dramatic twists. Nearby, Chad and Tiffany found themselves ensnared in a Titanic-like emotional fallout. Tiffany, arms crossed defiantly, shot him a glare. You wouldn't have given me the door. Chad paused mid-sip of his soda, bewilderment washing over his face. You heard me. Her eyes narrowed like storm clouds gathering for a downpour. If we were on that door, you'd be all like, babe, it's cool. ILL just tread water for 3 hours. Chad scoffed incredulously. That's crazy, I'd obviously find another door. There was no other door, Chad, Tiffany yelled, her frustration echoing through the lobby. A nearby group of Titanic fans nodded vigorously in agreement. Okay, first off, Chad waved his drink dismissively. That door could fit 2 people if they stacked. Gasps. The entire lobby turned to stare at him. Tiffany's expression went nuclear. I knew it. You Ray, exactly the kind of guy who would, well, actually, a death sacrifice. In one swift motion, she yanked off her promise ring and declared dramatically, we're done. Over a movie, Chad was dumbfounded as he looked at her with shock etched across his face. Over values, she retorted fiercely before hurling the ring into his soda cup and storming out amidst applause from fellow Titanic fans. Chad stared after her in disbelief before glancing down at his cup. This is still a straw problem. A random guy clapped him on the shoulder sympathetically. Rough break, man, but hey, he gestured toward the Titanic poster on the wall. Plenty of fish in the sea, just maybe avoid boats. Meanwhile, Arthur watched this chaotic scene unfold with an amused smirk playing on his lips. His own thoughts were racing. Damn, this is wild. He shook his head incredulously as he witnessed a couple's relationship unravel right before his eyes. Congratulations, your movie successfully ruined someone's marriage. Ophelia chuckled beside him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Arthur coughed lightly, straightening his suit with a touch of mock seriousness. I prefer to think of it as. Accelerating the inevitable, he quipped, glancing at the still-fuming ex-couple before turning back to Ophelia with a playful smirk. If a relationship can't survive a hypothetical door scenario, was it ever truly seaworthy? He plucked a stray popcorn kernel from his sleeve and added with a grin, besides, this is excellent for business. Nothing unites people quite like collective trauma, just ask Shakespeare. Who is Shakespeare? Ophelia asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Damn, this mouth of mine. Arthur cursed inwardly but maintained his composure. He's just a guy I met once, he fibbed smoothly. Ophelia studied him for a moment before nodding. Okay, let's go. With that, they strolled out of the cinema and made their way to Arthur's car. Should I send you back or? Arthur hesitated, glancing at Ophelia. You brought me out to watch a movie and now you're asking if you should take me home. She teased, rolling her eyes playfully. Her smile radiated beauty that momentarily left Arthur spellbound. Noticing his dazed expression, Ophelia waved her hand in front of his eyes. Are you okay? Yeah. Yeah, I am good, let us go. Arthur quickly regained his composure and opened the door for her, eager to mask his embarrassment. Once inside the car, the Hyperion GT20 roared to life and shot off into the night, leaving the cinema behind in mere moments.